It has become a tradition, the International, a tournament summoning the finest Dota teams from across the globe.
Welcome to the International.
For 5 days, they battle. For 5 days, the crowds cheer. For 5 days, the world watches. And when the stakes have never been higher. The Dota will battle for their piece of the largest prize pool in esports history. Over $2.6 million. Who will emerge victorious? The battle begins.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the International Day 5 for the Dota 2 Championships, our final day where we will have to crown a champion. The Aegis of Champions will be presented to the winning team. 1.4 million. I think it's actually over 1.4 million now. It's an incredible tournament.
Intentionally wearing something else than grey today because you told me you were wearing grey, so I figured, okay, I'll go with black because no one else is going to do that. And then Bruno comes along.
What do you mean? Are you
what to do?
disappointed?
I'm a little bit, like, honestly, Bruno, I know we got to talk about the tournament. I wore a waistcoat. It doesn't even fit. It's not even my size.
Yeah, no,
it's
the same color. It kind of meshes with you. I don't know.
I don't know
I don't know if I can actually
it's
approve of that.
It's crap.
It's American
but
sizes.
I still put more effort in than you. Final day.
Is that what I am?
Someone else's skin, that would kind of freak me out. I'm taking my waistcoat off. I'm not even going to try.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, wow. How about now?
It's good.
The color suits you.
I think it does.
Jesus, it doesn't even come out on camera as sparkly. The camera can't handle the lighting of your jacket. It's actually harder to look at here than it is for people at home. I don't know where you find this stuff. Yeah, but welcome back to the panel, guys. Obviously, it's the final day. We're going to have just 2 matches, a best of 3 and, of course, a best of 5. The lower bracket finals between Orange and Na'Vi, and then the winner bracket, the grand finals, where Alliance are waiting to take on their opponent. So, what are you expecting today? What are you looking forward to? We've had a whole night to kind of rest the players as well.
To go into it first, I'm super excited to see what Orange can bring. The way they played yesterday, they could easily go ahead and win this tournament. It was just amazing display of skill, and I think they can bring their A-game to Na'Vi and potentially beat them out and then meet Alliance in the final, and from there anything can happen.
Yeah, it's our first rematch of the playoffs, and Orange has changed a lot since day one, surprisingly. I thought they looked a little bit weak in Na'Vi. They looked good in the first game, but I thought it was more Na'Vi looking weak. But now Orange has just come roaring out. They took down Tongfu, took down DK. Those 2 teams are not weak by any means.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday they all played so well, and we can go to a Day 4 highlight where you can actually see the progress of Orange yesterday and all the other amazing plays.
What a sick fight! And IG, will they admit the defeat? I think they have to. GG! GG! The flag of IG will have the light turned off it. Orange, they want to squash DK into a bucket. They get the GG! Orange are through! They just brought down DK!
Last year, they fell short, but this time, they cannot be stopped. And GG! Tongfu has been eliminated, and Orange Esports are going to finish in the top 3.
The most highly anticipated game of the entire tournament so far.
Na'Vi draws first blood, and he does it with a pincer instead of a burrow.
right on top of each other. No longer. That's a full 5-man wipe. 28 minutes, 35 seconds, all the time it took for Alliance to handle Na'Vi here in game 1. Loda, large and in charge. And with these kills, there it is. GG. Alliance punches their ticket to the grand finals.
It was Alliance to make it into the grand finals with a very solid victory over Na'Vi 2-0. Na'Vi are waiting to now play Orange. They have played before though. It was actually the first round of the upper brackets and it went in favor of Na'Vi 2-1, but it was a comeback. They did drop the first map. What's going to happen now? I'm not sure because Orange look like a different team and Na'Vi just get better the more they get pressured. The only time I've ever seen them not really come through as strong as their potential was when Alliance kind of closed a lot of doors on them, maybe you can say, in terms of strategies and execution. They didn't give Na'Vi a lot of room to breathe. For you, what was yesterday all about in terms of Na'Vi's performance?
I think the way they dropped the games to Alliance was definitely a fluke, and the Na'Vi we're going to see today is going to be a completely reformed team. They're going to be so much stronger, so much better, and as you were saying, they just want to win this now, and this is a scary Na'Vi I'm expecting to see.
Do you think Orange is going to let them get wished like Alliance did?
No, I don't think so. I think neither team actually wants to play against Wisp. And I think Orange is wise enough to know that Na'Vi can actually play Wisp. They just didn't do it too well against Alliance yesterday.
You know what? Actually, if I look at the stats of the tournament for Na'Vi, Wisp is a strong pick, but the key for them has been Chen. The game they lost against Orange, they didn't pick Chen, they were expecting something different and they went for a tricore, more aggressive kind of thing. The game they lost with Alliance, one of them, they were not using Chen. I think that if Orange did their homework, they will try to remove that from Papi's game plan and then maybe they will have a better chance of tackling that.
Well, what about Enchantress though? Didn't they use Enchantress versus Alliance? Is that not an appropriate substitute for Puppy? Is it only Chen?
We still haven't seen Enchantress go up against the Chen in Benaroya Hall yet. Something you normally see is these two heroes chasing after one another, and Enchantress is normally a very good counter to Chen, and I'm surprised no one has actually done that yet. I'm expecting Na'Vi to ban out maybe Extinct heroes, Visits and Chen, unless Na'Vi wants to pick up the Chen themselves.
Yeah.
Another good idea could simply be to remove Bane, because there's a sort of a trend in Orange playstyle where they pick the same support heroes, and then they just change out KYXY and Mushi's heroes, and that's the general trend they seem to follow.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, to be honest, the Orange support heroes, Extinct on the Visage, was for me some of my favorite plays of the tournament. I think that was an amazing, almost a whole, 4 or at least 5-man stun with the Visage Familiars.
4-man bird stun twice in that game, I think.
Yeah.
And Extinct's Visage was actually what beat Na'Vi in their first game going into the tournament, so I don't think Na'Vi wants to see them have Visage.
All right, well, it was an amazing play, but there was plenty of amazing plays yesterday as well. So let's take a look at the top 10 plays.
Best bombs here. Rockets a fly. Roche is pretty low. Orange. Do they go or do they stay?
Nice
no.
block.
Mushi caught out, but he's cleaving like a champ. King J low, but Howe standing strong. And Pale catches two. KYXY unable to phase shift. Now we'll drop it out. Howe grip. High ground to low ground, but Moo's going to cancel it. Now the silence from KYXY. Low. Not dead yet. Still alive. Buyback from Moo. And now Banana on the run. Beautiful body block by Ohio. And now RNG Sports 5 alive. Still alive. Song Chung to fall.
That if he goes to the Firefly, now he sees it. We'll catch up Banana first though. So Lasuga drag it back down the river. It's a slow movement though. He doesn't get him all the way down. He gets there, will go, but Show's up on the high ground too. Hand of God already been popped off. Show with the back charge as well from King J. Keeps him alive. Show had to use his time left for that one. Now the black hole. Catches out the Weaver. Holds him there. Howe jumps in to play around with him too, and he gets the kill.
Get a little bit of a return kill on the Chen, but not what they wanted.
Oh, they're looking for more. YYF. It was the infested to Howe, which allowed Moo to chase him down. And the rest of IG are also falling back. Disruption up on the telekinesis target. Moo not going to get started. Storm, long jump in. Looks for King J. Can't find him. A Morphling can. Shotgun back. He used the cheese. Back to life again. Raw still available. Who's he go on? Joe's the closest target. They're going to bring him down. And IG, in comes the rest. It's Ferrari 430 in the middle of the fight. The Moo, he's just standing and stealing and delivering. Moo with an ultra kill. Coming out from one. Faith is trying to help him out. Joe will go down to Rampage.
What a sick fight.
Moo will not stop killing, and Faith, he hasn't died yet, but he's going to.
No.
Huge double rampage. And Ohio, he's on the run, surging away. Burning, trying to catch up to him in time. And he's got away from this surge. It's level 2. So Burning has to keep going. And Mushy! Wide it up, and Burning, it's a trap.
Worth it for ID losing Joe as well, as he was a little bit too greedy chasing after those creeps.
They have a buyback on him, but they need it right now. Hal is coming in close. Remember, Abyssal Blade is available range. Oh, Ferrari's going to get out in time, and in comes KJ. Malabastar with the BKB. Unaffected into the hole, holding Ferrari in position. He'll go down.
King J with the move.
The difference between Dota having a BKB and not having one, he's able to focus whoever he wants, more or less.
Another coil, gonna catch 2. That's Kuro and Puppey. Beautiful phase shift of the shackle shot. Now Puppey and Kuro both blown up. Here comes the call down, but Havost can simply not stand and fight. Okay, using the mech, and Havost gonna be netted down. There we go, Loda going to town. Beautiful shackle, but EGM isolating Havost and allowing him to be focused because of the BKB, and 2 more right on top of each other. No longer. That's a full 5-man one.
Burning, he wants to go for Extinct. There's a lot of damage. He's still got the living armor up his sleeve. That attack, it's going to be enough. Snipes off the weave, off the Visage. And Mushi's going to find him as well. Mushy winds up the ultimate. And he holds it. He holds it. Where's the stun? There's a timber chain through Mushy. Now he winds up the mana, obliterates ROTK. And Burning, the Centaur comes in to say hello, but Darkseer's Iron Shell damage will get the kill. They're going to find each other. 5v5 engagement. Mushy comes in, and then BKB's going to pop. Crystal's up on him. Ohio back in to a 4-man stun. And then the follow-up stun is DK being absolutely impaled. And Super will go down to full team-wide GG.
Here comes Banana. Central gets dropped up here. Net. Oh God, no, misses. But the Owen move will get him. Nice south is there, but here we go. The
Net's dropping fast. He'll take a fall. Now Ohio. There's a pull. They've grabbed Mushi. He's taking him back. Died on 3. They're all dead. Arch Esports. Fantastic teamwork there.
Be careful, Blink BKB Black Hole's back up again. And they're very badly grouped right now. There's a jump in up on all of them. Skewer them up. Blink BKB, where is it? There's nothing. It's a double kill for Ohio. Super will go down. Triple kill for Ohio. And QQQ is on the rubber. Mushy says no. Whoa, 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 whoa. Ned's coming down. Have they got Jeff? Have they got Fisher? They don't see him there. They're starting up on Mushy. Sentry Ward's going to have a crack. There's a son of Mushy. They're going to bring him down, and Enigma in for the hole. Feed script though. Cancelled up, but Ohio's losing too much life. RP from KYXY. He's got them all. He got the whole kick caboodle. He'll hold him burning. Low life. Not dead yet though. He's still alive. Ned's losing life quickly. Forced up away. He'll live, but Super will not. Mushy's in there. Forced up away. Super on the TP. They can't find him. They don't. They do.
Some absolutely amazing plays of yesterday. We did drop DK, IG, and Tongfu yesterday, and you saw in there how good they were in some of their clips. Moo with the Rampage on the Weaver. But what was so relevant in the top 10 was, I think Orange were half of the video. That's how good they were playing yesterday. They were so on point with their abilities, with their execution. They didn't hesitate in any team fight, and that's so crucial when you get down to a very stressful kind of time in the tournament.
I think most importantly to notice is it's all of Orange. It's not just Mushy. This was a team effort. In each and every one of those clips, it was an entire team effort by Orange. We saw Net with the Bane Elemental in the last clip, cancelling out the Enigma, and then KYXY coming in with the Magnus. We saw the Darkseer and how twice it played such an important role in their team fights, first with the Sven, and then in the game against DK as well. It was just a ridiculous amount of team play and high skill level from the entire team.
Yeah, you talked about Visage being an important hero for them. I think that Darkseer is also really important, especially considering the level of teamwork that they have with the Sven stun, with the Nick stun, and the Visage. It's really difficult to ban out the Chen and the Visage when you have that to worry about.
I don't think you can even really start banning against Orange. We talked about how Mushy had 18 different heroes in this tournament. He seems to be able to play anything, and that goes with most of the lineup as well. They play Slardar and KYXY. Ohio had played everything that goes either on mid or the off lane. They have so much versatility, and to be honest, I think they're the only team left that has that much versatility, while Alliance and Navi are more set in stone on what they like to play.
Yeah, well, obviously we're going to see when they actually meet if they can adapt and play against each other. But for everybody that's joined us here on the stream, I just want to say a personal thank you for all you guys out there on Twitch. Hopefully you've enjoyed the stream thus far, but next time you need to be here because we're going to throw it now to Casey for a different perspective, and hopefully she's going to make you jealous.
I'm going to try. Thank you, James. We are as high up in the hall as we can get. I'm holding onto the railing because it's a little bit messing with my head. I'm going to let Myron walk past me carefully and show you all the people who are sitting all up in those tiers. Hey, guys. Quite the view. Now, very carefully, Myron, if you could show below us, everyone down there. Look up here. And we've been talking about how giant the screen is this year compared to last year. So from up here, huge. Look how big that is. So this kind of gives you an idea of how big this has gotten throughout the years and how many people are filling the seats here. And Bruno, something that I noticed standing up here, that jacket you're wearing on the big screen, huge.
Thank you, Casey.
I mean, it looks good. Wait, if I turn this way, it looks like I'm looking at you. Right, Bruno?
Yeah, absolutely.
Am I right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks good.
You
Looking
look good
nice
as well.
and bright, my friend.
Love your necklace.
Don't be shy, Bruno.
Thank you. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Casey. Yeah, we'd love to see just more people coming in. Hopefully, I don't know if we can go to a bigger venue, but we'll see with you guys as a community. But thank you so much for supporting us, and what a way to watch Dota 2 in the auditorium down there. So, the games, the brackets, the story. We can go check it out. We can also, because obviously Orange and Na'Vi didn't just end up in the lower bracket finals. You can see Na'Vi's run, they had a pretty good run all the way through until they got knocked down by Alliance, and their toughest game was against Orange in the quarterfinals. On the other hand, Alliance just looked so dominant. I think they only dropped one map thus far, and that was against DK. And unfortunately, DK did finish the tournament in 5th, 6th place. If we go to the lower bracket, we can see they were knocked out yesterday, along with Invictus Gaming. And it was Orange to knock out DK, though, in the round of 4, and then they moved on to beat Tongfu. That was the last team to represent China. So China haven't had the best finish here, but certainly they've performed well, and they've really showed how strong they are as a nation and as a group of players. But Tongfu finished in 4th. Orange took them down in what was, again, a very close game. And now Orange wait to play Na'Vi. This is a repeat game. They have played once before. Orange took the first game. Na'Vi brought it back in 2. I did speak to Puppy, and he said in the first game we didn't really play because it was so tense in the pod that when things happened in terms of getting jumped, you didn't respond as you normally would just because of the pressure. And then he did relax himself and his team, and they came back to win 2. So far, I think Na'Vi, even though Orange performed brilliantly yesterday, kind of have the winning formula when it comes to mentality. I think they're the strongest, you know, in terms of endurance team here. They could go the furthest in that respect.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think what Na'Vi needs to focus on is getting a draft that fits them well. It seems like they've had their back against the wall whenever they've been drafting, especially against Alliance. We saw that they were like playing against the clock in that second game yesterday, because they were playing against an Alchemist Cloud and a Keeper of the Light with his Illuminate, and they had an all-out push strat, more or less. So if they didn't finish within that 20 minutes and get a set of Raxes down, there was just nothing they could do. I want to see them get a draft they're comfortable with. If they want to go for Pots and Preachers of the Moon, go for it. As long as they get something they're comfortable with and that fits their playstyle, then I think Na'Vi is the top dog in this game.
Navi's usually been pretty good about putting out a lot of pressure, but it seems like in many of the games that they lost, they just have constant pressure brought to them. They feel like they're under a clock, whether they need to push, they feel like they need to try and outfarm an Alchemist, or they feel like they need to gank with Wisp, and it just doesn't really suit their playstyle. They need to draft better for early game and just be able to fall back on different sorts of playstyles, whether it be outfarming, whether it be just taking it easy or doing Roshan. They don't really have that much flexibility. They just rely so much on their early game aggression, and if that doesn't work out, they just seem a little bit lost.
Yeah, Bruno, the whole story of the tournament thus far, what's for you, what's for you maybe Na'Vi been about, but at least I know you've been following you wanted to say something about the whole tournament.
Okay, yeah,
I'm struggling with the last day.
Okay, yeah, sorry.
Thank you, Bruno. It's your jacket, to be fair.
I know, it happens to me as well.
It's hard to focus.
I want to talk a little bit about the tournament so far, in terms of what heroes were played, the meta game, what worked, what didn't. And the most picked hero in the tournament until today was Visage with 82 picks. 57% win rate means that he is really good, and we've seen how good he can be in the hands of experts like X-Team, for example. The highest win rate hero that with more than 20 matches, it's actually Chen. In 64 matches, he has 62% win rate. I was talking how important that Chen was for Navi or for some of the teams that are still here. The worst winning percentage, surprisingly, because it was a really strong pick until before TI, is Owl Devourer with just 37% win rate in 32 matches. Really didn't work this time. People are not using it anymore. You can't go with this hero when so much is on the line. And that's pretty much the story of the tournament.
All right. So I just want to, by the way, make sure everybody at home, make sure you're hashtagging TI3 throughout the tournament. This is the final day where a lot of the times we've actually been on the front pages of certain regions. Make sure you do it. I'm actually just following the TI3 as in the hashtag. And I actually found this amazing thing that I'm going to suggest now that to make sure we can do this next year, right? Someone said there needs to be a compendium stretch goal where the hosts and the commentators play a game in the pod and we get 2 professional players playing. Would you be up for that if we came back next year?
I'm game.
I'm game.
I'm game. I'm always down to whoop Jacob's ass.
Oh, yeah. As if that's ever going to happen. That's the reason I led the team.
When do you pick Bloodseeker? Okay.
It would have to be Team Ben versus Team Malk. I think you two would be the by far the best players in the tournament. Okay, so I do believe as well we've got some more content for you before the game starts because the players are just getting set up. And I think Casey found Mouse Sports Black. I hope so because I haven't seen enough of this guy.
I'm not stalking you, but I have found Black from Mouse. It's good to see you.
Hello.
What have you thought of the tournament so far? You guys, I know, got to play in the beginning, and hopefully we'll get to see you again next year, but what are your thoughts on the remaining teams?
I'm mainly shocked that China didn't make it to like top 3 because they were the favorites going into this tournament, so I'm just shocked they didn't make it here.
So how do you think things are going to play out between Orange and Na'Vi?
I think like Orange might take it 2-1, but Na'Vi are the favorites, so they're probably going to take it 2-1, and then Alliance will win the whole thing.
Do you think there is an advantage or a disadvantage to having to play as often as Orange has had to play in this particular tournament compared to other teams?
I think right now it's an advantage to them because they are pumped up, because they won so many games. And yeah, so I hope they will carry the momentum through.
What do you think of Seattle so far?
Awesome.
Yeah?
Yeah, I've explored a lot. It's really awesome.
And the fans have been incredible, I've noticed. Have you gotten a chance to interact with a lot of them?
Yeah, like fans are really talkative and fun to hang out with, so it's really awesome to be here.
Thank you for talking to us.
You're very welcome.
See, I'm not evil.
No, you're not. You're nice.
Oh, so far. Hey, how are you?
Good.
So fill me in on who you were dressed as.
This is Drow Ranger.
Drow Ranger?
Yes, I have the hood there.
There we go. Did you make this yourself?
I did make this myself.
And why do you like it so much?
I really like this one because of the panel work I did. I sewed all these together.
Wow, wow, that's really good.
Thank you. I actually, the last couple of days I've done Templar Assassin, and yesterday I was in a Pudge outfit.
I missed you. I love Pudge.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I would have gotten a picture with you.
I wore Pudge yesterday because of Navi's game on Friday.
Do you think we'll see Pudge again today?
Perhaps.
Really?
Maybe. I'm not sure.
What's your thought on Orange versus Na'Vi? Who do you think is going to take it?
I really hope that Na'Vi kicks ass today. Yeah? That's why I wore Pudge yesterday, because I was like rooting them, and then unfortunately they lost, but I think they lost against Alliance because they just weren't ready for it. They haven't played them in a while, so I think they're gonna do better.
So if they face them again, they'll be ready this time.
Yes, exactly.
Thank you. Have fun in there.
Thank you so much.
You look great.
Thank you.
Am I that scary?
Oh my gosh. No, not at all. No. Not at all.
What do you got there? That's okay. I don't bite. Tell me what you have.
A poster of all the player signatures.
Oh, nice.
I posted it on the heroes.
Are there any you haven't gotten yet that you're hoping to get today?
I'm hoping to get a bit more Na'Vi players. I haven't really seen them on the floor too often. I really like Dendy's. It's kind of like an empty Pudge there, so really hoping for that.
What are you thinking about Orange versus Na'Vi? Your thoughts?
Well, it's going to be a great series. Of course, I'm cheering for Na'Vi, but it should be a really good battle throughout the entire 3 games or 2 games.
And where are you here from?
Vancouver, Canada.
Nice. Have you been to Seattle before?
A couple of times, but never to TI. So this is my first experience, and it's been a great one so far.
What's it like to meet fans from all around the world?
Oh, it's been fantastic. Everybody's showing the exact same enthusiasm and passion towards this game. It's been an incredible experience so far.
Nice. See, was that so hard? Was that so bad?
No, not at all, actually.
A lot of people gearing up for this. So exciting, and we're having fun talking to people. Just don't run away from us, because we're not so scary, right? We'll send it back to you, James.
Thank you, Casey. We're very scary at the panel, by the way.
I saw a Reddit thread earlier about people not showering and keeping up their body odor. I don't know if Casey read that. Maybe she should have. I'm not entirely sure why they're running away from her.
Maybe, Casey, seriously. Sort out. All right, then, so I don't even know where to go from that one. No, I really don't. Okay, so it's going to be Orange versus Na'Vi, but from that video and from just talking to people yesterday after the tournament and not down the pub where I wasn't, it was very relevant that Na'Vi still are a little bit of the fan favorites to go into the finals. Orange, though, people are just not falling in love with them, but definitely enjoying them more and more. As Black mentioned, they've played a lot of games in this tournament because they went down to the lower bracket very early, but each game they've just played fantastic. Do you think it's fair to say that it might help Na'Vi in terms of the spirit of knowing, like, the audience kind of reception to them winning this game? Or do you think it adds pressure that they feel that they want to win?
I mean, I'm not entirely sure that they're still the fan favorite because of how Orange has developed over this course of the tournament. They pick so diverse and they have so many heroes and they play entertaining Dota. So I think it's going to be an even Steven in this particular matchup. Na'Vi has a lot of pull because of their pots picks especially and because they play so aggressive. But Orange is showing sort of the same kind of play style. I think the fans will go either way with these two teams, and I don't think Na'Vi should expect as much support as Orange, or more support than Orange anyways.
Well, if you guys can't decide who you're going to be supporting for the tournament, maybe you don't know enough about them and you've joined us just for the final day of this great event, we can introduce the teams. And now we're going to introduce the first team to the lower bracket finals. It's going to be Orange.
My name is Koo Jong Sing, Ohio, from Orange Generation Esport, and I'm from Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Just you maybe can say I'm a humble giant. They always call me in every humble giant.
My name is Chai Fong. My nickname is Mushi. I'm from Team Orange and from Malaysia. If I really win the national tree, that's mean my dream come true.
Because I think we can win this. We must have every team join this competition. Sure have a confidence to win this, so we are same.
Actually, we trying to change a lot of play style. We try to find out what play style is most suitable for us. But I think still the same. We like to aggressive more.
My family is not very support me to play in this game. Because for them it's just wasting time and it's not a job. But this years when they saw me playing on the stage and overseas playing the tournament, they are very proud of me.
I always tell all my fans, if I didn't get any world championship, I won't retire. So now still same. I'll try my best to win the national tree.
Because this is my first time to see the other teams like Na'Vi, Alliance, LGNT and the others. So I'm quite happy. I will do my best in this tournament.
Mushi with Orange is with us right now. Good morning. How are you feeling right now?
I'm quite excited.
Yeah?
Yeah.
First question, you as a team have had to play more games to get to this point than Na'Vi, but that means Na'Vi has seen more of what you can do. Do you think that that puts you at an advantage or a disadvantage?
I think it's not a big difference for us because we can play it like practice match, yeah, and then we have more hero pool. So I think if our opponent cannot see what hero that we play very good, yeah, we can play a lot of hero.
Yeah, you can. And speaking of that, we did a bit of a count. 19 heroes that you have played in this tournament. How do you get so good at so many heroes?
Actually, like just every hero I think is the same. Just like you have to know the skill, you have to know the play style, and you just believe your teammate and your teammate believe on you, then just go on. Yeah.
Are you pretty pumped?
Yeah.
You look. Come on, come on. Yeah, there we go. There we go. We got the energy going. Good luck. We'll see you guys soon.
Thanks.
Lee Kong Yang, KYXY, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia.
Chai Yifeng, Moshi, Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur.
Lim Wai Ban, Net, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia.
Ku Zhongxing, Ohio.
One best of 3 away from a grand finals where they could potentially win over 1.4 million at the tournament today, but they have to go through Na'Vi, the team that knocked them down to the lower bracket, and that's where they've made everything happen for them in the lower bracket. And I'm particularly excited to be back to the panel because we're joined by Casey. Hello, Casey. Any particular reason you're sat next to Mount looking very angry?
I think she has a point to prove.
I don't shower.
Maybe my analysis was wrong.
We would probably have to see you shower to confirm it.
Oh, you wish. I just want to say, I use this. I have some perfume. Would you like to smell it?
Pixel didn't happen.
It's very good.
Pixar, it didn't happen. I heard
Yeah,
that.
yeah,
All right.
okay.
I just wanted to come up here. There are people backstage keeping an eye on what's happening. And all they said was, Jacob just said you didn't shower. So I ran up here just to give you this.
Thank you.
No, you're welcome.
How's
You're
Mount's
welcome.
hygiene? You think?
Not bad.
Smells like a
It's
liar
not bad.
to me.
But I'll leave this here for you in case you'd like to smell like a lady.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Casey.
Good luck to you. I'm always watching.
So are we.
She's a
with the
scary
internet.
lady.
You're worried now, Mount. You're gonna watch what you say.
Nah, I'm good.
I finally saw some color in your face. A little bit embarrassed.
All right then. So let's introduce Na'Vi to the stage.
My name is Daniel Shutin. My nickname is Dandy. I'm from Lviv, Ukraine. I play for Na'Vi. I'm clowny, weird, crazy guy who always do some crazy stuff. But overall, I'm a very serious person. I had trip to Sweden, DreamHack, when China. It's like a lot of stuff was happening. And one day there was Dota 2 Super League finals. Tong Fu was playing against DK, best of 5. We came there. They took us like VIP. When they took us, it was big stadium. They took us on first floor, first chairs, you know. And there was like DK manager and some other important guys, and they're like, stand up. We get them out and put us in. That was most weird thing ever, really. I was like, why do you knock out DK manager when the team playing right now? Like, okay, now we sit down. You're like, oh, fine. And everybody on stadium was like, oh. A lot of people around think that we have biggest chances to win. I really dislike this. I hate this because as more people praise you, as bigger fall you're gonna get. But I'm gonna try my best. I'm gonna crush everybody.
Kuroki with Na'Vi is with us now, and we kind of feel like we're coming full circle in the tournament. You're up against Orange. Have you been watching their play the last couple of days?
Yeah, we've watched them go through the loser bracket, and yeah, we are really impressed.
So does it change your approach to how you're going to face them, either with the drafting or with your style of play?
It depends. Every game playing against them is quite different, so we got to adapt in the game actually and see what we can do.
Everybody's really excited to see it. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Clement Ivanov, Poppy, Estonia, Tartu.
Alexander Dashkevich, Khvost, Kiev, Ukraine.
Kuro Zale Takhazomi, Kuroki, Berlin, Germany.
Gleb Lepatnikov, Fanik, Kharkiv, Ukraine.
Daniel Shutin, Dandy, Lviv, Ukraine.
Na'Vi, the only team in the tournament that could claim another international championship. They won 2011. If they win 2, it's just going to be amazing. Normally, Dendi in his interviews, you can see he's all smiley, but to be honest, it's all about serious faces now. And Kurokai, I think, said it best. It's like, within the interview with Casey, every time we play them, it's very different, and we have to adapt. And this is going to be the story. It's one of the hardest games to predict at the whole tournament, at least now. I mean, Alliance, you could pretty much say, like, okay, they just look overly good. But between Na'Vi and Orange, this is too hard to call.
Yeah, odds are around 70-30 in favor of Na'Vi, but I feel like it's much closer.
Are you just making up numbers now?
No, this is on Dota 2
yeah,
loud.
69-31. 69-31.
So, okay.
But anyways, I think it's
I'd do a
much closer.
50-50 after Orange's performance yesterday. That's why I was asking if you were making up numbers, because I didn't agree with it.
Yeah, I don't
mean,
agree with
Na'Vi
it
is immensely talented, and they're so extremely good. I would favor them on any day, but after seeing Orange's performance yesterday, I think it's anyone's game.
This is the same odds I think were probably for the first day, but Orange is one of the few teams that's actually changed a lot throughout this tournament. Day one, I wouldn't say they look weak, but they just look. I'm still surprised at how strong and revitalized they look.
Yeah, I think that in my case, it's kind of 55-45 for Na'Vi. I have a personal doubt. I never was a pro player. I was never good enough. You guys were.
Thank you.
Na'Vi.
I know.
Yeah, you actually were.
What are you laughing at, Malk?
Hey man, you're the only one to beat Dendi.
I just want to say that I played you in a matchmaking game.
And I won.
No, it was EG versus the Good Studio in matchmaking.
And we won.
And you only won because Weppers threw.
Yes.
Okay.
Did we win?
I destroyed your team. on my
Normally
lane.
we throw.
I will bring up the stats. Yeah, I know. we lifted the curse from you guys.
But anyways, I was trying to make a point where Orange comes from the lower bracket and they played way more matches. Is it a thing that they revealed lots of strats? Are they better prepared because they're more in touch while Na'Vi just played 2 best-of-3s? Do you think, in terms of, ignore the teams, just in terms of what matches you're playing, coming from the losers bracket, is it an advantage or a disadvantage?
I mean, I think with the way Orange is playing, it makes them more scary because they've just brought out so many different strategies, and you can't study every single one of them. You only have a limited amount of time. Maybe if it was like a month ago, you could be like, hey, Orange has played this many heroes on Mushi and try and get a general sense of their playstyle and predict what they're going to pick. But look at these.
The only rerunner is Bane in 1 and 2.
Mm-hmm.
And Nyx in 2 and 3. That's pretty amazing. And I think what favors Orange in this is that they're so incredibly comfortable in their own playstyle now. They're confident that they can make anything work, whereas Na'Vi just lost 2 games yesterday with a ton of weird picks almost. We saw the Skywrath Maze, the Sand King, Wisp twice. It's not a weird pick, but the way they utilized it was a bit iffy to me. So I just feel like Orange has the upper hand in terms of strategy. Mentally, though, I think Na'Vi is still ahead because of their success in the past.
Yeah, they definitely seem very comfortable right now. And Na'Vi, I don't think they're going to be too shaky. You have to remember, Na'Vi over in 2013 finished 12 tournaments so far, and 10 of them are first place. That's just how good they are. And Orange, on the other hand, have finished 16 tournaments with 10 in first place. Admittedly, some of these are online. Some of them were LAN and rather important. But they're so good in terms of how they can go throughout a whole tournament. I think Orange were disappointed last year. They've come so far this year, but they want to go further. We'll see if they can do that, because we're about ready to go into game number 1. So let's give it up for Orange versus Na'Vi in game 1 of the lower bracket finals. Over to the commentators.
Orange versus Na'Vi.
Here for our lower bracket final. I am Toby One. And man, this is going to be an absolute corker of a game. Na'Vi going up against, man, it's Orange. Like Orange. Are we actually saying it's Orange here in the matchup? It's absolutely amazing to see them through this far.
We've seen them work their way through the losers bracket, and they gotta have some confidence going through all these games in loser bracket and now going up against Na'Vi. This should be a really, really nice matchup.
That definitely should be. Of course, I think, like, you can see the draft up on the board right now, but as far as the lineup goes, Orange, for me, they've impressed me more than any other team at this competition. They have shown that they've been unique in their playstyle, that they can recover from being down, that they can actually work and synergize perfectly as a team, and it shows in the experience. Of course, Malaysia, it has a huge, thick history when it comes to Dota, and this team is almost the embodiment of that.
Yeah, I mean, having players such as Mushi and the entire Orange team in the top 3 now, playing at the TI3. They are
10 seconds
just living their dream right now. And Mushi, we saw in this interview, he wants a win at TI.
I wouldn't actually put it past him. I would not put it past Orange to bring down Na'Vi and to actually force Na'Vi to miss their first grand final at TI3, because they've been in both of them. But so far, Orange,
This is as close as they've gotten to the title. We'll see how far they get, and let's look at our draft, man, because it is underway.
Let's head into it. So we see Chen and Wisp being banned out by Orange. Chen, a very big respect ban towards Na'Vi, I feel. Visage and Batrider being banned out by Puppy. Trying to stop that Visage, that also left us with a Darkseer going through the draft, as well as Ohio's Nature's Prophet. These are the two biggest things.
5 seconds.
Now.
Yeah, I know. I was talking to you as well. Like, so we're seeing the draft, we're waiting for the panel boys to stop talking, and then like it was Darkseer that came through, and we've seen amazing combinations with Darkseer, even to the point where Darkseer has been continuously banned out in that first two to stop him from getting through into these like big like concoction kind of stuns, or we've seen even Familiars coming down with a 4-way stun. You got so many different options when you got a hero like a Darkseer. Even Sven appearing yesterday in that combination, but Na'Vi, they've gone with a Darkseer, they've gone with a Lifestealer as well, so they're keeping their options pretty well open actually. With a Darkseer as well as a Lifestealer, it does kind of already make you say there should be Phoenix Darkseer, or it will be Phoenix Darkseer, and as far as Lifestealer goes, it should be for Forced.
Yeah, definitely should be, but also as you said, with Darkseer there are many combinations we pick up, and Na'Vi even play something like a Sand King every now and then. They do go for Kuroki's Rubik, and that's another big pickup, but Weaver, Nature's Prophet, and Nyx Assassin, they have decent gank potential, but also decent set push so far over on Orange. And of course for Na'Vi, having that Lifesteer, I feel that so far they're in a little bit of a lead in terms of pure power in the team fight. Having Darkseer, having Lifesteer and Rubik, of course. No amazing spells, but Shukuchi is there, and the stun from Nyx can always make big plays.
Oh yeah, that it definitely can, but they need, lockdown is probably the biggest thing which is lacking from both these teams. Like Nyx stun, telekinesis, basically what we're looking at right now. So we look for, as far as the secondary supporters to come up from both these teams to have a little bit more control behind them. Also the synergy, like you want Rubik to combine up something nicely with something else, and AoE almost. When you run a Darkseer, you kind of say AoE is going to be the call. So either be it your Black Holes, be it your Dream Calls from Puck, be it your Rifts as well that will come out from the Puck. You can go with the lines of the Jakiros, which hasn't really appeared as much, but you can see like Macropine with the Ice Path, with the Jewel Breath. You got all these different combinations which are available to you.
That's true, and looking over to Orange lineup now, they pick up the Naga Siren, very popular support, very strong, and we should note that we say both teams needed a secondary support and Orange now picking up one. This doesn't have to be the case. Orange might even need one more support if we see him head in towards that mid Nyx again. We saw it yesterday, and he made that work so well for him, so it's a situational mid that can be played. And it's very nice once he gets his Blink Dagger. And Jakiro, some nice combination with Darkseer coming out right there.
Yeah, this is just leaving Dendy's last hero for that middle one, so I would be going down the lines of a Puck or a Quap, but Puck being banned out, so you can't really go down that line. So Queen of Pain's the most obvious one for that middle lane, but there's still one extra man here for Mushi, so if he wants to, he can shut it down.
It's definitely available, and I'm looking over to Na'Vi right now. Having that Rubik, Orange have to be careful. They cannot give away the Song of the Siren. Like, if they give away the Song of the Siren, imagine the combination that Na'Vi could throw back at them. They could just Song of the Siren into Darkseer, into Jakiro. Of course, you can't, set it up that easily.
It's a very difficult ulti to steal, though.
You have to time it very nicely, but if you give Na'Vi that chance, they will take it. Na'Vi, that's a team that can make these big plays happen in the crucial games where it's needed.
Yeah, protection of those big abilities like Naga Siren for the team fight. You have Weaver, Shukuchi as well. That's a great ability for Ruby to jump in and out. And Mushi decides to ban out the OD as the last one. Well, we're talking about AoE, a little bit different in that scenario where they're looking at a lot of burst damage that can come out. So removing off the OD as the last ban from Mushi and Puppy. Well, last year from Orange, what are they thinking about?
10 seconds remaining.
Well, I mean, depends really if I think they're considering going for the solo mid Nyx, as there's 3 int heroes on the enemy team. It's quite nice having a high level Nyx, getting that mana burn up quickly, really destroys Darkseer in the team fights. But other than that, it's not that reliable. Maybe go for a mid Nyx, and they might just go for something stronger. Maybe wanting to have even more DPS, get the minus armor of SF maybe.
Yep.
But I'm also looking over to Na'Vi and thinking, what do they want? They want a mid, and they could also go for an SF.
It feels like an SF for Na'Vi. Danny's played it a lot of times already in this competition. When you got like a hero like a Darkseer and Jakiro, you could just get a huge combo with that one. They're going to need a lot more maneuverability though. That's the only downside I'm feeling from this Na'Vi lineup right now, is to get themselves in is very, very difficult. Lifesteal doesn't have someone who can piggyback on unless Rubik picks up a Blink Dagger or Darkseer as well. Surge is good, but it's It's not the pop you're looking for.
Only so good for initiation. We do get to see Mushi play Queen of Pain, and I was expecting that Dendy wants this Shadow Fiend as they ban out the Templar Assassin. I think that they want Shadow Fiend, but will they go for it up against Mushi's Queen? That's a scary one to go up against mid.
All right, Puppey, last year, man. Last year for them. They're already clapping their hands and getting themselves sitting down, so they know what they want to do. There it is, SF. Look at the Dendy draft. 3 of Na'Vi versus Orange. The winner of this best of 3 face up against Alliance in that best of 5 grand final. And also secures themselves a 2nd position. Obviously, we will find ourselves a 3rd position. That's still a hell of a lot of money.
It is. Any of these 3 teams remaining have done amazingly well going this far in the tournament. And as you did say, that Orange probably a team that impressed you the most, but then again, you can't deny the strength out of, you know, Na'Vi and Alliance going all the way to the winner bracket finals. Both those teams amazingly strong, and especially Alliance taking the winner bracket finals.
It kind of feels a little bit like deja vu, because we were back here for these 2 teams a while ago, weren't we? Yeah, day number 1. Day number 1. We were here.
All these guys, they already... So they get to go up against each other again.
Yep, so 5 seconds gets to be the countdown, and if they haven't selected their heroes, they get to right now as we get ourselves into the game. So we'll run through our lineups and the lanes they'll be heading off to. So KYXY, been playing some amazing Magnuses of late. He'll be taking that Weaver heading up towards the top lane. It'll be Mushi as the Queen of Pain for the solo mid. Up top, the supporters will be Net as Nagasara and Extinct up as the Nyx Assassin. And that leaves our last one, Nature's Prophet. Ohio standing next to the lovely Donkey back at base. And over towards the Radiant side, we have over on Na'Vi, Vost will be the Life Stealer, Dendy will be the solo mid Shadow Fiend, Funnick will be looking to go the top lane Darkseer, Kuro will be as his signature Rubik, and that leaves the last one and captain of Na'Vi, Puppey, playing up the role as Jakiro.
These teams faced off 7 times with Orange leading 5-2. I didn't really realize that it was so heavily favoring Orange, and that really makes you think about what they said, Na'Vi, in their interview, that every time they play Orange, it feels like a different strat and different team. You see Dendy calling out for Mushi.
You know it's going to be mind games. These guys get to play around in the 1v1 competition in the middle lane as well, so this is where it is a little bit more real than the 1v1. The Rapier was at stake, but
all these players are just amazing characters, and the way they just say hi to each other in a game like this, it's just such a happy atmosphere.
It is amazing. Like I don't know. Ooh, hello, Net. He's just gonna say hello to Kuro. He's just saying hello. Kuro doesn't see up there though. Like you see the vision, and Net's just hiding in the fog of war, and then instantly counter-warded by Extinct. So Orange, they're all ready to play the vision game here. And Ohio's even going to play the vision game on the bottom lane. He's going to try and block up these little camps on the side here. So there's no real options. Even with Havos for that DD rune, there's not going to be many options for the camps. In fact, he's going to block up the easy camp as well. He's running it away from Funnick.
Block up the pool spawn for sure, even lifesteal. And that D-ward on mid is actually really big, because now Dendy, being solo mid Shadow Fiend, you don't have any escape missing. So you don't want to get ganked. Will die very easily if they go behind him. Vision is...
Yeah, SF, they got to babysit him. I remember, well, a long time ago, it was a long time ago, that I was having a bit of chat to Puppey about just how Dendy works in the middle lane and how it works with the team. He said one of the major things is for Dendy's success in that lane.
Mushi is 6 CS already. He hasn't missed a single one so far. He missed
Blue
one,
fire.
So denying all the creeps so far and getting every but one last hit.
He's even back past the tower.
This
is there a single? Okay, he just missed one, but he stopped Dendy. That's Dendy's first last hit, 1 minute 20 seconds in.
Queen has a much better last hit for sure, but Mushi is also an amazing player. But now Dendy starting to get up some souls here. Gonna get a lot easier.
It seems like right now, the level of control that is just coming out from Orange is just brilliant. Like, you might not see a huge amount of levels coming up in Ohio, but he's been spending most of the time for Puppey and Kuro just dealing with these never-ending set of treants that keep roaming through their jungle.
So annoying towards these supporters. The big spawn still hasn't had a chance to spawn. We see nice push on the top lane as well, and no one is dealing with that. Funnick just trying to stack jungle and get some experience going.
Funnick's not ready for this. Even he was pulled away for a moment to deal with the treants. He can't go up there at level 2 and say he can defend up against 3 heroes, especially ones that could have the ensnare. It's Riptide's the first level for Net though, but you've still got stuns, you got mana burn, you got Weaver up at level 3, so the 2 points up in Shikuchi. Oh yeah, and there is nothing they can do to stop it. Iron Shell in, and Extinctor says keep the Kree wave away, and there goes the tower in favor of Orange.
Yeah, you see Dandy just running and taking the rune. He still runs over a sentry ward, that sentry that dewarded board there.
Everything in life, he would have...
This is why we were a little bit fearful about picking this Shadow Fiend up against Mushi on Queen. It's such a hard lane for an SF.
Want to go with what was comfortable though, like, you know Na'Vi as well as I do, man. Like when these guys draft, they're not looking for something which is like different outside the box when it comes to huge matches, especially in their first games. We know they've been a little bit rough in their first games all the time, so they try and go with what's familiar to them. Oh, Dandy Mushi being very, very aggressive here. Maybe even the first blood, if he can tick him down far enough, cuts to the tree line. He needs to attack, but Puppy, keeping with the dual breath. It's 1 second now. Puppy wants to turn it, blink away, blink away, blink away. He's bottling quickly. Salve as well, and he turns. Puppy attacks, but Mushi fakes it out. Now even comes back into Dandy. He's got Stream available. Attack up the hill. 17 HP. Living life most definitely on the edge up against Mushi.
Yeah, Dandy trying to get any form of farm as soon as Mushi is pushed back, but Mushi not gone for long, even being chased by the dragon.
With this bond, like it doesn't cost him anything to keep on doing that. He obviously used a salve as well, but he wastes time from Puppy. He just also took 100 gold away from Funnick, who's trying to jungle, and he just had to give a salve over to Denny so Denny could remain in that middle lane. This costs in more areas than just mid.
Doesn't the blocks that Furin has been sending out. I mean, we see some levels now finally going up on Na'Vi as they do some pulls here. We have level 3 on Rubik, but that's a level 1 twin-headed dragon.
Puppy's just almost sacrificing himself so the rest of his team can get anything they want. And Ohio, nice snipe. Takes the regeneration rune straight from Puppy.
Look at Funnick clearing off his big camp. Gonna be a lot of experience once he killed all this. Back because the side lane of Orange is in control, as is Na'Vi still. Like, he Havorst, he's up to 30 CS, 16 last hits, 16 denies, so he's topping the charts. Just farming uncontested.
Actually found a lot of good levels. I don't know if we also know, it's like you're talking about Darby as stack, but that stack that was coming out from the 2 supports of Na'Vi, that gave Puppy's level 2 and Kuro is level 3, so level 6, a big thing to watch out as well for Kuro if he's able to pick up some good nukes. Look at the Queen of Pain stealing her blink as well as possibly the most sought after ability he could look for in this entire lineup.
It's a rather good get, but not before she actually started maxing it out and also getting the nukes. Be nice in their team fights.
Orange are really committing to this top lane. Mana burning up Funnick, he's empty on that bottle as well. He can cast 1 Iron Shell, but then Extinct, Shikuchi, Riptide, that Radiant Creep Wave almost disintegrates in front of them. It means this tier 2 tower is already on a half-life. They got catapults behind it. Yep, they're going to bring in a lot more.
Puppy and Dandy coming in to defend.
The tree scouts out both of them, so Orange, they can decide if they want to commit as heavy to this as they really decided, but quick raises, takes out the range creeps, and they just fall back. Denny's wasting time now. Mushi's getting more space.
They're gonna get the deny on this tower, and that means possibly, if this starts pushing out, they can hold it very far back down. So nice job by Na'Vi denying this tower. They'll lose the map control from these 2 towers, but it's the experience right now is going heavily in the favor of Na'Vi, with Darkseer getting that jungle experience and Furin only being level 2.
That it is. That it is. And this top lane, if it was anything but a Weaver on the Orange lineup, I'd be very concerned the tier 1 and tier 2 tower went down without a push through or some kind of threatening presence onto that tier 3 tower. But Weaver, he's just able to be so flexible on that top lane because he can move in, he can move out, and it's very, very quick. And it's also like, you got these escape mechanisms, so you don't have to worry about not having a tier 1 or tier 2 tower or being deep behind enemy lines.
Just pushing out the mid lane, that's the movement from Orange.
Trying to set up a gank here, they've got Net around the back.
Then we have Shadow Fiend, a very good hero, just clearing, but they're gonna try, and we got goal.
This should be our first blood. Net to be held, and that's Dandy Scream. Ulti Mushi wants to kill very, very quickly. Ohio TP'd in as well, looking down towards Puppy. No spread available to Vorse, looking for a kill up Mushi. Body blocking up the Vorse. He's gonna stay close to Net, and he can't get there in time. So he gets a hit on Mushi a little bit. Ice Bar flies out, but the Net comes out from Net. trying to hold a Vorst in position. So it's just one kill in favor of Orange, with all of Na'Vi rotating in to help out.
Entire Na'Vi lineup being there, and we see still just KYXY farming that top lane, and now Ohio finding some space in the bottom lane as well. So Na'Vi getting the worst end of that trade. Really not even a trade. Get anything for it.
So 1-0, 7 minutes in, when the first blood and the two towers going the way of Orange. As you said, like the gold is still going their way, but they've still got to bring in more. They've got to find more kills on this board, or else Na'Vi will just start to out-level them, especially Havorst. Havorst is up at level 7. He's got a lot of money, the highest CSer on the board right now. The person who's in front, as far as money goes, is in fact Weaver, because obviously the towers.
That's true. Weaver.
Bottom lane is Na'Vi actually considering pushing out that bottom lane?
Dire's bottom tower.
I don't think so, because they can't really do too much down there, I believe. For Orange to just send down people there. They might want to push it in a while, but right now, just want to abuse that level 7 on Shadow Fiend, get some farm going in the jungle, stack it up.
Get closely.
Still gets it all.
Listen at, we're going to see if they can poke a hole in Na'Vi's defensive line. But already, nice setup here from Kuro. So he'll see him coming, as if he's watching for it. That's the small box of vision. And Net, well, walks right over the top of it. They really saw it. Puppy's not really moving back too far. But I think he has to know there's some issues here where he's being ganked up by a tree. And Mushi's got a blink and sting. Be so slow they could just catch up to him after that.
They will go, likely.
Blink Mushy.
You know, to blink into nothing like that, but they see him.
Yeah. As he turns, blinks up, still gets caught by the ice path. One race to hit and a right click as well, and Net then goes off for the Riptide. Has to move himself back. He was trying to keep Dendy away from him, and Mushi retreating away from Havorst. Blink can now happen again, but Net, he's realized Havorst is the only one he can kill, but he's got to catch up as a level 3 open wounds, and Net moves down, hides himself, or wants to deny himself up to the Ancients. He's going to die here in the corner. Queen of Pain in the meantime, chasing after Kuro. Kuro will go down here, while Ohio and Mushi retreating back through the bottom lane. It looks like Havorst wants to try and catch him out. Coming up through the side of Mushi. Well, he's not sure about this either. And now open wounds. Mushi can't blink, but the Sprout from Ohio keeps him safe. 3 seconds, he's going to live through that. An infest damage from Havorst, gets the kill. Sonic's already thrown down the wall, he's been stunned up here by Extinct Snare. Well, on in position, wants to try and surge himself away. Whilst he just turns around to try and fight it. Realised he was going to go down 3-2, did whatever damage he could. In the meantime, KYXY was starting to harass that tier 3 tower on the top lane.
Dandy pushing on the tier 1 mid. A lot of action all over the place. Mid, bottom.
Go again, Ice Path. Net, really.
Was a nice initiation with the lift. I believe Havorst just ran in with face boots and got the slow on her, and then the lift.
About Naga Siren, no escape mechanism, but you do have that in snare, which can at least hold him in position, but once you already get the open wounds, the support heroes can just roll in.
Na'Vi, they still have a firm lead in the advantage of experience. 2000 is the advantage for him, but the gold is still going the way of Orange, and this game is really...
If we start taking towers, that gold won't be repaired, but definitely to show that they're being a lot more economical as far as the supports go. And then again, with the 2 supports, with their net worth, they're not even capping up over the 1,000, but Naga has just sacrificed so much in this game that I get everything back, but it's for a reason. So Extinct can find his level 6, and then they can use the Vendetta. And because what Mushi's managed to pick up 2, level 8 up on him, so you got the ultimate, you got the 4-point Scream, you got the 2 points Blink now, and building up for, well, what do we got flying out in the career for him? It's just Rover Magi again. So it looks like we're going to see an Orchid coming out from Mushi.
Yeah, he's going for Orchid. He loves going for this, but all the time, so...
Do up against a BKBSF though, but if you get him before that point, Extinct, and he comes, Sentry Wolf came down at the right time, but maybe just a little bit too late. He pops, Mushi picked up, throwing down, he already blinked himself in, but he's not going to follow through. He had 6 seconds left on that cooldown of the ultimate, so decided not to throw it.
He goes down for a second time. He does have 1.1k gold, so he can buy up an Ogre Club, upgrade his boots.
Oh, nice and snare, bottom lane, just trying to hold Havorst in position. Riptide as well, but Infest being available.
Infesting to his own creep just for safety there. Doesn't get HP on level 1 on Infest, of course. Buff your own creep. Can I go on him again?
Yeah, Net's back in for another ensnare. He's already used his clarity, and we'll see Poppy around the corner in a moment.
I'm just farming up a lot now. Has Midas and 1000 gold as well. happy for himself.
That profit means more pain and split pushing later. And the fact that Weaver's had a lot of space as well doesn't make it too great, because he's walking around with an ultimate orb as his first item, so maybe not straight into Lincoln Sphere, because most have gone for that perseverance instead, but
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Still, having that high stats is a very nice way to build the extinct moving.
tonight they don't see anything, but Dendy will definitely find Ned. There's already Observer Ward, he's going to block it. Oh, is he? No. For one race. Oh, Dendy.
Scary.
Change on the race. Gonna have to get himself out of here. He's still got time lapse available. He's taking a lot of damage already. Might want to use it right now. In fact, there he goes. Time lapse is evade one of the raids. It throws out the bugs.
So close. He almost got vacuumed there, and then of course that cancels your cast animation on ulti.
Cora, what do you steal? He's off Vendetta, but Orange just points. Removal coming out from the Quap ulti as well as Scream.
Every single kill from Orange is just Mushi being there, but they do have 5 kills on the board. He's been in. Furion had a pretty rough time off laning, but just blocking off so much for the enemy team, making Navi's supporters a little bit weaker. He is now up to Hand of Midas and his Shadow Amulet, along with 500. He's gonna have early Shadow Blade for sure.
That he will. What are we getting out for Nets? It's just, okay, Boots. Support. Rich support. Living life from the edge with 691 net worth. Well, she's back into the middle. Up against the Force as well as Dendy. We've got 2 cores from Na'Vi that have assembled in this middle lane. They are really not spacing themselves out as well as they were before, when we saw a lot of experience advantage going the way of Na'Vi, where they're pulling a lot out of the jungle. Now it's almost like Na'Vi are grouping up just so they can survive up against these continuous ganks that come out from Orange, be it through their smoke ganks, which they've been using a hell of a lot, as well as this Nyx Assassin in Vendetta.
Easy tower there for Orange, no contests. They see Dandy and Mushi moving to the top rune. Bottom though.
Instinct will babysit that one. While Net, well, he's going to catch out Puppy right now. Well, I should say it could go the other way around as Puppy saw him and they throw down the sentry ward. Expecting him to fight. Net does a very, very wise thing and bails out.
Thinking about it a little bit. But yeah, we see Orange just pulling ahead a lot now. It's 4,000 and growing in the terms of their gold graph. And they finally have a lead in the experience as well.
They're just got to hold on to it.
We got the swarm from...
I think to have, especially when he put a second level into that as well.
Really what he would want though, Shikuti being so much better.
Yep. It's all about the ability to jump in. Speaking of that, look at Dendy's first item. Like, instead of going BKB, just goes straight in for that Blink Dagger.
He's going for the combination. Navi's starting to rely more on having the combo and just have Havors do more of the DPS in the team fights. They know that they need to land like a big team fight with races and ulti from Shadowfiend.
The way that changes everything though is now that Mushi's gonna realize that like there's no BKB, he can keep on attacking directly onto that Shadow Fiend.
Yes, and if he gets Shadow Strike on him, there's no way he can blink. Very nice way to counter this naked Blink Daggers, the Shadow Strike.
Second Force isn't having a great time on bottom lane. KYXY will push him out of the lane. It's a couple of bugs and some Gemnet attacks.
For the Lincolns as well, but yeah, he's very strong.
He's gonna make a trap. Shiku surging Kuro in. He needed that pickup.
It's a Blink Dagger, or Blink, max level Blink, so that's rather nice. Can be better than Shikuchi.
Blink will work for him. Allows it for Dendy. He doesn't want to reveal this Blink Dagger. And there's your Blink in. Koro got the pickup. Blink to follow. Net just one quick race. And in comes Well. There's your Blink up. He goes for one race. Second race. Net's still alive. And now Mushi opens up on Dendy, who throws the ulti out. There's minimal damage. No one was even close to him. Surged away. But in goes Mushi. Hit the Scream. The Breathe Fire. He's going to go down right now. In fact, the follow-up's on holding Funnick in position. Queen of Pain just ball back. They want to get Kuro and KYXY. Timeless out the damage. And a better position as well. Chasing down Funnick. Chasing down Avors. Who can they get the stun on? Avors sprouted up. Funnick's trying to cut his way out there. And then with the extra stun, Avors will go down. He turns to Ohio. And Ohio will take a fall here. The creep wave in the tower, not making it easy. But Orange fighting underneath the tier 1 tower. Still take a full team fight. Up against War. Funnick. Mushi was a something. Funnick! Snimes at the Nyx Assassin, but Mushi's not done. Or is he? He's done. He's bottling up. They take the tower. They'll fall back now.
Nick just running in and doing the karate chop on him. Not even iron shells. That's a really nice fight for Orange. So losing the Queen of Pain and buybacking her, so it may seem they lost a lot, but getting all those kills and getting the mid tower, it ends up with Orange coming out on top. It's still going pretty even, because Orange being further ahead in team.
Man, that's just beautiful to watch. This is the reason why so many people are enjoying watching Orange. I know there's a lot of people who are trying to work out, like, who is the crowd favorite here. Orange has given us such entertaining, well-coordinated, aggressive-style Dota. And Na'Vi, well, Na'Vi...
for them, though.
Yeah, it goes two ways. And that's kind of why I'm getting a little bit more excited about this matchup. It's a wonderful game. And really, doesn't matter what any point of this game. Like, you can't say this game is going to be GG by 40 minutes. It's very difficult to predict because SF with the Darkseer, that combo, Life Sealer, we know how great a Horse can be with the timing of either Infest or Armlet Toggle, and then you got split push possibilities of Orange, you got timeless possibilities of KYXY with that Weaver, Mushy with his burst damage, Naga with his control, Poppy with his control, as well as Rubik, one of the most, the best hero of Kuro. Like, you got so many different factors which are coming into this game that you cannot call this GG. And Mushy, well, Horst grabs it from him. Mushy doesn't reveal himself though.
Grab that. If you blink to get it, then you would immediately die. Can't waste this blink when there's a lifesteal nearby. Go for Basher on lifesteal. Yes, this game can never be called GG. Like, you have to really wait and see what happens. The fact that we see 70,000 in-game pennants from spectators for Na'Vi in this game. I believe every single Na'Vi fan is watching this game.
More people need to actually pick up Orange pennants. These guys are an amazing team.
Totally worth it. Totally worth it.
Wow. Of course, there is a lot of people watching from inside Dota TV, free, the wonders of Valve. So KYXY actually approaching this tier 2 town, the bottom lane. 18 minutes in and we see him with a Lincoln Sphere, 700 gold, and still with Treads, Ring of Aquila, is a good word, so Ring of Basilius, looking very, very good. And they're going to take the tier 2 tower. Proper's going to TP down here, and this is still not a single tier 1 tower lost for Orange, or is this going to be a fight? Puppy, he throws the Ice Path, he got him, KYXY dragged back in, Funny's got a surprise inside him, he's going to pop out, there's the Horse, waiting for Net to throw out that snare before he came out, and now Horse focused on him, and the Naga ulti being instantly cancelled. Dendy again winding up the ultimate, only nickling on the edge of KYXY. He's been so defensive with these, and KYXY has to be careful. Telling him to pick him up. Dendy, he's not looking for it. He's looking to go deeper, chasing in after Nyx Assassin. It's a 2-for-1 trade. There's 2 supports for a Darkseer. And the Shadowblade's going to allow Ohio to run himself away from this, and KYXY's out too. I'm not quite sure if that's really worth it.
Good fight by Na'Vi. Getting 2 kills there is worth it. Losing the Darkseer is bad, but then again, getting kills that go the way of Lifesteer as well as the Shadow Fiend, this will help them a lot. So really well fought by Na'Vi there in that fight. But now Orchid is finished up on Queen of Pain. Not a super early Orchid, but he has been so aggressive, being everywhere in this game. He's been in 9 out of 10 kills on the Queen.
She wants to make sure he's leading his team to victory, and of course, they're like with his sacrifice, he's not taking all the gold. And you're right, Dendy. He tried to go for the top rune. Sentry Ward's a little bit further back. Net doesn't have dust; they can't see him.
Divide dust to Shadow.
But is he coming in? Throws it. They see Dendy in the corner. Wants the TP out. And Snare and Quap ulti even throwing to ensure that kill.
Nature's Prophet buying dust in base as he was conveniently in base right there.
How much is Orange just committing to every single kill, but how much are they also following up? Like, I said it during that push at the bottom lane, like, they took a tier 2 tower, but they haven't lost a single tier 1 tower of Orange, and they're already looking down that tier 2 tower in mid. You can control this much of the map. Of course, now you want to look towards Roshan, you can look towards controlling up both jungles. Like, what are these even towers sitting on? That one's been slightly touched, that's been touched a little bit more, and that one hasn't been touched as much.
Yeah, so basically Na'Vi are being very, very shut down. Like, they're really constrained into their own part of the map. And now we see Queen just clearing through the jungle really fast. Lifesteer or Weaver and Furion just farming the enemy jungle here as they have so good vision. Orange is starting to look scary with this control of the game.
Yeah, they are approaching the 10,000 gold advantage very, very quickly. Even if experience doesn't show it, they're getting a lot of good items up as well. You see already with the Ultimate Orb up on Ohio, we'll be seeing the Scythe of Ice from him. Ned doesn't really have much, but at least he affords up a Bracer as well as a Magic Wand. Extinct, he's on his way towards that Blink Dagger, saving up money for that, sitting about 1,600 right now. While KYXY, we checked in with him before, Lincoln Sphere, and it looks like he's going to go into a BKB as well. So security in fights is definitely his key right now.
True, but I'm not really sure if Na'Vi, they need to break this pattern. They're trying to go mid, but I'm not sure if they can break it before they have BKB on the Shadow Fiend. And top, we see they try to really keep him away from that. They get
they got him too.
Kill now on Dandy. Mid.
Got it bounced in. Horse being stunned up. Extinct already initiated. Nice ice bars back into 3. And the triple stun. Stolen by Koro. They disintegrate Orange in the mid. The wall went down. The macro by the ice path is just a perfect combo. And this is what Orange were fearful of.
Na'Vi are so dangerous when they land these combinations. Kuro with a beautiful steal, combining it with the vacuum, feeling that impale.
XY has to be careful. There's still a stump from Koro. In fact, the Lincoln Sphere is already going to be triggered right now. Open Winds was there as well. He's got Shikuchi in 1 second. They can't chase him down.
Can't. Still, they're not getting the mid tower, but those 3 kills, and that's worth so much.
Such aggressive movement from Orange. Like, even after KYXY knew, like, there's 4 heroes directly above him. Ohio TPs himself in, directly next to him, saying, I'm still here for you, man.
Just Prophet being everywhere as well in this game. He has also been present just as much as Mushi has. And man, that fight, I feel that Na'Vi, after that fight, maybe they could have pressured even harder, but not having Dandy there and was him being picked off before that fight, really claim a tower for it, and they need to take control of the map.
In trouble, bottom lane, his teammates won't get there in time. Try Prophet TP, oh yeah, Prophet ultimate couldn't get there in time. But at the same time, didn't want to get out of there because you knew what was on the bottom lane. They're coming in with smoke and they want to be looking out for somebody, but they cannot catch up. A force got revealed, the Observer Ward of Orange left behind him, and he came just that little bit too close. It was the Weaver who was inside Shikuchi, so he didn't know who he came close to.
And we see the Cranium Basher, or Skull Basher, is finished up on Havost, so he has that option. If he gets close to anyone, really, he can just kill them. We see some interesting here as well from Orange. Na'Vi, how are they gonna react?
And they can react. They've got to go straight in and try and contest them. The Queen of Pain Illusion's already going to scout out the fact that they are up here, but they have to move as 5. How close is Roshan to death? Getting closer, but not there just yet. So Na'Vi, do they go inside the pit? Do they look up? Horst will go in and see Roshan half of his life points.
Ohio is doing now, just pushing that top lane. He knows he's a Fury and he can just come back whenever. So he will force Na'Vi to do something. They need to go back or commit to Roshan. They're gonna back out.
They drew a split push. Na'Vi, like they either let the tier 3 tower take care of it.
Maybe Ohio needed to push a little bit harder here, but he's already dealing damage.
They're backing up.
Committing now. Na'Vi.
Navi's gonna make a move. Horst in close, but there's so many invis heroes, he just can't see him. There was 3 next to him, now it's stand up, and the rage is on cooldown for him. The Ice Bar trying to give some cover fire back as well, but Extend keeping himself out. Now with that back down, they can make a move. Naga throws the ulti, that's a big group up. 4 of them there, Extinct just says still, but I thank you, sir. No! Telekinesis! It picked him up! Funnick and Rubik has managed to get him now. The Macropire. There's no wall. The Spy Carabas slowing him down. Nigatron TP out. Time is near stolen. And it holds him there. And Force gets the bash. Blink up. Time lapse. He needs Shikuchi 1 second. Not enough time. 2 kills go the way of Na'Vi.
And they're gonna go straight for Roshan as well.
But look what Prophet's doing. He's straight back to top lane. He's gonna try and make him pay. Horse has to go quickly. Extinct, he's still got this great stun.
She has his full combo as well.
Trying to keep him out. They're just trying to make Dendi take longer to kill this off because that tier 3 tower is being brought down. Where is Mushi? He wants to jump it. Is this going to be a snatch? The Bugs flying in first. And of course, Funnick both being latched. KYXY, he did! He did! He got it! Snatched by the Queen of Pain and popped instantly after. But now Mushi can fight again. Extinct to stay on boss. Won't get out in time. The back goes down to the Ice Pump. The Funnick. Ohio picks up the regeneration rune. There's no stun on Puppy. There's no stun on Dendi. But the Aegis is snatched. It was killed by Na'Vi. The tier 3 tower is still alive. But 13 to 14.
Steal, getting that clutch steal when it matters. Mushi playing his game this game.
It's a wonderful game, absolutely wonderful game. Dendi going to be attacked by Ohio. He's going to side the Vice as well. He's trying to wait for Dendi until he tries to TB out of here. It's not going to happen. The Hex is there. Ohio going to solo up Dendi on the top lane.
That's a big solo kill.
He knew what he could take. He knew what he could get away with. And he just jumped in and said, you know what? Someone's going to come here, and if there's anybody but Lifestealer, I can kill him.
Yeah. Orange still need to be careful. When they want to go for an Naga Siren ulti and combine, they need to be careful about how fast that casting time is on telekinesis. If they stand close with Mushi or with Extinct, as was in that last fight, he can just lift him. Even 4 men clustered up of Na'Vi, they got out of that really nicely. So careful what they do with that Rubik.
Nyx Assassin has one of the best things he can get right now, the Blink Dagger with Arcane Boots being available.
He's really scary now.
Even more like it's a jump into a disable. You've already got Ohio who's giving him a side device, and Weaver, well, I'm hoping he's actually spent a little bit more of his money right now because KYXY, he's got 2,000 gold, still walking around with that Ogre Club, hasn't changed his items since last we checked him. Obviously that was 7-8 minutes ago, and he still managed to pick up 2,000 gold, so that's not too bad.
He is farming up at a decent rate, not spectacularly fast, but he is one of the strongest heroes on the map. Straight after Ohio now, I would say, with that Scheifel Vice. Ohio looking like he's the strongest man.
Looks like he's about to get stronger. Ancient stack for him. A lot of granite golems here. Looks like almost, is that a triple stack we're looking at?
Yeah, that's a triple granite golem stack.
Easy money. Easy money. Have to use the trees to tank it up because KYXY and Ohio obviously not the best tanks in the world. But it's still amazing that, like, we're sitting here in the game, it's 13-15, the experience advantage is like 3,000 difference, which really isn't that much for a 30-minute game. The gold, it shows as the big difference because still we have Orange who have a huge tower advantage. This is a 5-tower advantage and almost basically 6 when you look at that top tower. That's the biggest problem I'm seeing for Na'Vi right now, that even if they do take 2 like massive team fights and they push in, they start taking out towers, Prophet still has an easy access entry into that top lane. If that creep wave gets anywhere near that tier 3 tower, he can threaten racks.
And now Na'Vi are moving up, just moving here with Dandy, and we see a good piece of news for any Na'Vi fan. There's a BKB finishing up now on Dandy.
Got to get there in time though. Already Mushi spotting out most of Na'Vi and runs into the corner. Ice Path just out of range. Just off to the side. He had to wait for the blink, and now Naga's coming back up to the top lane. Look how quickly Orange assemble. And also look how quickly Prophet continues to TP to that bottom lane and push it out. Weaver will go up, but Prophet, well, he shouldn't be stopping on this bottom lane. He's got an ultimate which he can give. Na'Vi as well, and was this a tier 1 tower, but even more tier 3 tower damage, almost worth the TP towards the top lane. Again, Ohio on the split push.
Na'Vi are really desperate. This tier 3 tower is taking critical damage.
Critical damage when the Prophet bounces through like that, and they're going to get back. So they have TPs. Orange is going to try and stop him. Blink down. Dandy pops BKB. Puppy hexed up. He won't get out in time. Dandy, too much damage. Nagaroli stops any kind of TP. Holds Puppy in position. And now, well, no Ice Path. Stunned up. And 2 on the sidelines. Well, on the bottom lane, that tier 3 tower didn't go down, but they lost Dandy as well as the Jakiro, which means in through the top, Orange will come.
Look at top tower and look at bottom tower, tier 3. Both of them sitting about 200 HP. It's basically nothing. This push is looking like it should just go in and take the racks even.
Well, I don't see how they can stop it, man. It's going to be 1, possibly 2. And this will be Orange breaking the base of Na'Vi just after the 30-minute mark. And that is going to be the melee racks gone. A Force coming in with an Iron Shell. And Orange, they made us back up right now. But Mushi, sitting in the top left corner, he wants to finish up this range racks. They want a full raxing on this top lane. And they don't fully get it. It's down to 31 HP. But now... Quick death, back in! Sonic stunned up by the spike coverage. KYXY pops up the BKB. Avon best damage will kill the Nagasari, but they're going to keep on chasing it. Puppy too far out. Double kill for KYXY, and the racks will go down too. Dandy with a quick raise tries to keep him out, but knows where exactly where KYXY is going. Already Ohio's down there. They're going for the double raxing right now.
And what a quick game this looks to be, coming out from Orange, getting 2 racks.
Even Denny with the double raise, you see how fast he just time lapses back. A Force comes out for Mushi, but hexed up, a Force will go down. Denny winds up the ultimate, but will not get a kill. In fact, he may even lose his own life with this right now. Being forced back, they see no double racks what we search for, and Na'Vi, they have been basically, with both their legs broken, they are basically bent over backwards by Orange.
Yeah, and mid tier 2 even taking some high damage now, and all that lead, just look at the graphs. All of a sudden, just spiking down. Ooh. This game looked like it was really even just about 5 minutes ago, and then that one fight, they just punished the entire base of Na'Vi.
So it really came down though. Na'Vi knew they were falling so far behind. They weren't controlling the map at all. They weren't finding their farm. And they had to make a decision. Their decision was to go top, and that decision cost them. And I think it cost them more than they were really expecting. They didn't prep that bottom lane. They didn't prep the middle lane. But how do you also prep something up against a hero or even a player like Ohio? He's everywhere and anywhere.
Looking so strong in this game, just having that early sacrifice really helped them, and could definitely gang out Dandy several times and did do so. So as they went top, damage dealt to a tier 3. Even if they didn't get caught out, Na'Vi on top lane, they would still have lost that trade. They would have lost tier 3 before they lost tier 1.
Yep, Orange, they're waiting for Na'Vi to come to them. They realized that Na'Vi were already backed into a corner. They tried the tier 1 tower, so they're assuming that Na'Vi will group up and smoke and go out and try and kill them off. So they're trying to bait him at the tier 1 town. Well, she breaks his smoke, so Orange say, well, they're not coming here.
They saw them.
Yep.
Saw the Na'Vi defending on bottom.
Observer and Sentry Wall is going to watch most of Orange move anyway.
Sentry just a little bit out of range, so didn't actually catch the smoke movements.
His tier 2 tower is gone. Absolutely gone. Maybe they can get it tonight. No, they can't. We will take it. That gem up on him too, which he stole from Funnick's dead fingers.
I think this is where Orange, we saw them earlier in this tournament where they actually played a game, had an amazing lead, and then dived into tier 4 towers and threw the game completely. I think they learned their lesson and not gonna do it again. So gonna take it safe now. We just saw them crush Navi's base. We're only 33 minutes into the game.
There's no reason to risk anything. You were basically one best of 3 victory away from a grand final playing for the biggest prize pool in all of esports. There is no way you are going to risk anything. They will wait for the next Roshan. They'll continue to farm up. Their only thing they've got to be careful about is what key items will come up while they're waiting. Like I'm looking at Lifestealer with a possibility for an Abyssal Blade coming up on him. Now at almost 3,700 gold. Then he's already got his Blink BKB. Funny's got his level 14, so he's that 4 points up in the VAC. He's got a lot of points up in Surge as well, so his ulti combo is going to work nicely with Dendy's as well, who, this is probably going to be the bigger point. He's about to pop that level 16 up on Dendy. They need to give him some space for that, so they have a level 3 Requiem of Souls.
Dendy is the strongest one on Na'Vi with that BKB and Blink because he can land the big combination. They need to hit level 16 and he will so very soon. If they land a big combination with Darkseer, they can still kill off the entirety of Orange, as we saw him do on the mid lane there very early on in the game, where everyone just disintegrated.
They're coming out, full Daedalus now completed for the Nature's Prophet.
Na'Vi, though, they are pushed back and really forced to rely on the combinations now. They can't just go into a fight and start right-clicking and throwing spells without coordinating it perfectly.
Curry just having second thoughts about going. Okay, now it's going to go.
Probably wants to send out the Desolators. Maybe not even.
You're talking about the Dire? I'm talking about the Radiant Courier. It stopped halfway up. It does pick up the rolling. So we'll get an Abyssal Blade coming off here from the Lifestealer. And Avors bought out for this. He wants to have that Abyssal Blade for this fight. Na'Vi now realize if they don't have every single bit of power they could get for this fight around Roshan, then they won't win it. And of course, Avors, a very critical hero as well, because Naga won't affect him as far as the Naga sleep goes. And that is what's going to ensure the Roshan kill for Orange. The one thing he's going to be careful about is the net. And he's got to wait for that instead to be thrown out by net to ensure he can move around during the fights. Because it's the only thing that can control him out of everything Orange has.
As long as he gets his rage up first, yes, that's true, but there's still the silence, the hex. He has to be so careful and Vost about how he goes into this fight. And I'm not even sure that they're gonna go, man, because Orange, they're already going, they have that Daedalus, and they're killing Roshan really fast here. They don't have Desolator finished up just yet.
They have no choice. They've got to go now. If they don't go now, they're going to fight it inside their base and they'll lose. And you're right with DD on Mushi. This is going to be a horrible fight for him. The bugs come out. And Dendy, well, he's the one with the surprise inside him. Roshan's already down. Queen of Pain gets the Aegis. And Na'Vi just bail. They bail quickly. That illusion's given the vision. And now it's Orange who can't chase this one down. Mushi trying to get in closer. Can't get there in time. And Na'Vi going to try and turn on the choke point.
Just top lane and bottom lane being pushed in. Meanwhile, Na'Vi can never really leave their base without it being so obvious exactly where they are.
Yeah. You can see Orange too, they knew just at this choke point here that if a good Ice Path managed to hit with a Macropie follow-up to a Darkseer vac and wall, that Orange will be dead, like almost instantly. Everything they would have worked so hard to build would just be thrown away. They backed themselves up when the second they realized that Na'Vi could turn.
We see Orange very careful about having buyback on all their free core heroes. Nature's Prophet, Weaver, all have buyback.
Yep.
With these big items that they have.
It's a double Aegis basically is what we're looking at.
Yeah.
Misses the Ice Path. I don't really know why if they really want to initiate outside of their own base. They're going to hold on top of that tier 3 tower if they want to try and win this.
Bottom racks went down. Weaver just standing there and attacking some.
Desolator's just going to hard work, man.
And we see Mushi pushing in top. They want to push in every single lane and then deal some damage to mid.
Good push. If Na'Vi have a great team fight, what do? You separate them. Avorst is still inside of Dendi. He refuses to come out.
Definitely gonna have that off cooldown very soon. Might even double nuke with that.
A good thing to have during the fight. Jump out of an infest, say, well, I get my initiation while I still got my stability. KYXY is just mowing through that bottom.
The split push is like, see KYXY just farming buildings in the base of Na'Vi because they can't stop him.
Yep. Buildings helps when those creep waves push in. They start taking directly to the tier 4 towers or even the heroes. And there's a lot of mana to just try and keep him out. KYXY, there you go again, onto another one of the buildings. And Extinct wants to weigh in. Extinct probably wants to try and initiate on Kuro. He's the one that's going to give that control to Na'Vi, and they throw down sentry wards. Now they want to see him. Blink out, Dandy! Jumped out, but Mushi Ned will throw out the ultimate, but Avorst gets a quick stun. Now Dandy winds up. He shouldn't be doing that. He's going to hold it. Now he does. There's a little bit with it. Pick up and throw back in. Dandy with a double kill. The KYXY still does a lot of damage. And as the mid-ranks the focus, Mushi's up past it.
Got the supporters, but every single core is still alive. And Aegis, was he brought down? No, he wasn't.
Nope. They kept him alive, man. They kept him alive. And what a beautiful play. With Denny with the wind-up, he's trying to cast it at range, so when Kuro gets the telekinesis pick-up, he throws him directly at the feet of SF.
This was still very good by Na'Vi. Winning any sort of fight when you're behind like 20,000 gold, 15,000.
Oh, Avorst in trouble, hexed up. Ice Path will give him the space to escape. In fact, he wants to turn on KYXY. Lincoln Sphere will trigger. He doesn't have that Abyssal Blade just yet, but now he moves over towards Ohio. Ohio, yes, Sprout keeps Avorst out, but they cut through it. Quality play still there. Mushi will is a back over on the side, so he'll go down. Ohio's on the sidelines, and now KYXY, time lapse. Mushi's back alive again. He's already lit up the scream, and Funnick being attacked up here by the Weaver via double kill to KYXY. Avorst, now instead, he's outside of his own base. Ohio comes in, Avorst. Now he goes down, buyback by Puppy, but Mushi diving inside the base. Puppy's buyback and TP out. He has him in a position for the Ice Path as well as Macropie. Mushi will blink himself down and away to safety. He's still burning. They need to help him, and there's actually an illusion from Darkseer. Gets the kill as well as KYXY. Funnick with the double kill illusion. But it won't stop their racks, and GG! Orange will take game 1 in the lower bracket final up against Na'Vi, TI1 champions, TI runners-up, and now they face one game. If Orange win it, they will be eliminated, and that means Na'Vi will miss their first ever TI3 grand final.
That would be the case, but still, Na'Vi, we have seen them so many times lose their first game in a best of 3 and then come back really strong. So let's see what our analysts have to say over at the table. James? Really strong, so let's see what our analysts have to say over at the table. James?
Thank you, Wagger and Toby. Yeah, will history repeat itself? Last time they met, Orange won game 1. Not surprised, of course, they can take a map off Na'Vi. The odds, as you mentioned earlier, Ben, were in favor of Na'Vi overall, but Orange have been so good. But guys, what was the difference between the teams in game 1?
I mean, I think from the draft, it was very obvious that they were drafting Shadow Fiend. I'm surprised that they actually picked it up. The last ban from the TA, they know that there was no Dendi hero already on the map, and they picked the Queen of Pain. Mushi's Queen of Pain was incredible. The amount of pressure that they put on the Shadow Fiend, forcing Puppy to rotate early, almost getting that first blood, and just constantly keeping up with that pressure. Shadow Fiend ended up 3 and 8. That is a very unusual performance from Dendi.
It almost seemed as if Mushi baited them into picking the Shadow Fiend, confident that he could beat the Shadow Fiend with his Queen of Pain mid, and he did beat him, and in a very hard style as well. I think the hero of this match was Ohio on his Nature's Prophet, though. You rarely ever see, well, because of how much Dendi got dominated on his Shadow Fiend, Ohio could just TP around and make life really hard on Dendy. That Shadow Fiend just never got up and running, and their only hope was Havost on the Lifestealer, and it just didn't work out for them. And Orange is looking ever as strong as yesterday. It's incredible to see them play right now, and I feel they could be the grand final attendee right now.
Yeah, I actually agree with the drafters in terms they baited them out. I think Orange won the draft in a big way. I'll explain why in just a moment. Bruno, what have you got for us?
I think at this moment what Navi has to think is, first of all, this is the first time in all the internationals Navi is in the losers bracket. They went unbeaten in TI1, and TI2 they went unbeaten until the finals. And this is the first time they're going down there. When they're going there, now they have to think, do we actually have to pull out all our guns? Is it maybe time for the Pudge? I mean, Pudge seems to be this pick that Navi has to save them all the time, whatever it happens against the odds. I think Navi has to be considering, this is the first time we are about to drop out of a match at the international, which is not the finals. We'll have to bring everything.
Yeah.
That Shadowfiend didn't work. Let's go with the Pudge.
Yeah, they're on kind of their tournament lifeline, if you know what I mean. Last time they played Orange and they were one map down, they still had the lower bracket to consider. They're in the lower bracket finals. They cannot lose anymore. Oh, sorry.
Do not die, please.
I was meant to not cough today.
Look at Mushi here.
But I survived so long. Yeah, this is the steal. And Mushi. And this was big. This was really big because Na'Vi needed this for some like kind of security in terms of had they got that on Dendy, they would have been able to properly take fights knowing that they're most likely going to come out on top. The fact that Orange stole the Aegis, in my opinion, was one of the biggest moments of the game because I want to talk about the draft a little bit. Na'Vi drafted for team fights. If you look at the combo of having a Jakiro and a Darkseer, it's all about being able to get a team fight going. They weren't able to. Main reason was that I think was is quite relevant. Naga Siren has been picked 3 times against Na'Vi in the main event, and every time they've lost. Naga Siren stops the team fight. When a Darkseer wall comes down and a vacuum, if you just ulti, you could eliminate a lot of the overall kind of power that some of your supports have. They've lost the Naga Siren, they weren't able to team fight, and that's what they needed to do. And on the other hand, Orange, their draft won, in my opinion. The Weaver versus a Lifestealer. Weaver destroys a Lifestealer in terms of just movement and being able to get farm on the map. Nature's Prophet had a great time. Admittedly, that was just because Shadow Fiend didn't have a decent time, but Orange could fight as well as Na'Vi. In many cases, maybe a slight disadvantage, but they could control the whole game much better than Na'Vi. So if Na'Vi got that Aegis, that was their only chance. And so that Mushi still was the biggest play of that game.
I would say that the second.
You guys are just agreeing with me. I'd love it if you disagreed. Am I wrong? Or?
No. Yeah, I think you were.
For once, you're right.
Yeah, I want to nominate the second best play of the game, though, to the double kill from Fanik at the end when it didn't matter. The Mushi illusion, getting one last hit here, one last hit there. Didn't do much, but it was flashy.
It was cute.
Yeah.
They did a really good job of controlling Havost's Lifestealer too. Usually Havost just goes crazy, and if he dies, they still get a lot out of it. But they had Net for him, they had Song of the Siren, and then Focus down on him. They also had the Orchid up on Mushi, and all those played a key role into Orange being able to control the team fights, as you said, James.
Yeah, so before we get into game number 2 between Orange and Na'Vi, we're going to go to Casey, who's going to be talking to K-Poptosis. If you've seen all the little stats, this is the man behind it.
That's right. We're going to introduce you to him right now. We are backstage, and we want to show you a little bit behind the scenes of how all those numbers and all of the fun stats that you're doing popping up. And you're also known as Brian, right?
Yes. My first name is Brian, and I kind of like to go by that, but that's fine. Like whatever.
So K-Poptosis/Brian.
There you go.
So walk us through what you're doing during the games.
Okay, so basically what I have up now is a website that basically pulls from the data that Valve puts out through their API. It's basically just game data, and a really awesome guy called Martin puts together this website called Dota. And like here we have all the heroes that have been picked at the international, how many times they've been picked, wins, loss, other data. But what we can also do is more in depth. So we just watched Orange play, and we've seen how Extinct has been really good on Visage. So I can just go in here, I can select Visage, I can go down here, and I can go to Extinct if I can actually find him. There he is, and at the international, and I can look and I can see how his performance has been. Here, when it actually loads up. When it actually loads up. But basically, I take this data and I see where it works in the games. Like I see things that are interesting. I see trends, and I like to put them in and like let the viewers know, like, hey, this is cool, this is interesting. Because a lot of commentators will say like, oh, well, he's been really good on Visage so far. So it's really cool to be able to go and look and point, and it's not currently loading. But this is how I would basically do it when it would be working. And it would come back and tell me his numbers, and I would relay that to the viewers.
So you're basically having to listen to the game, watch the game, decide what's interesting, what is necessary, and where to put it.
Yeah, like a lot of people said, well, oh man, that job must be easy. You just pull up things on the internet and it's like search. It's like, no, I have to really be paying attention. I have a headset on, like cocked on my head half the time so I can listen. And know what the commentators are saying. I want to be able to drop the stats at a time that the commentators are talking about what's going on, so it's relevant. So it takes a lot of work because it's kind of like digging through hay to find needles. You got to know exactly what to look for because otherwise you'll just get buried in the mountains of data that's there.
You're getting a little bit of help. Tell us what's going on over here as well.
So I've got like a 3-man crew working here. Basically, when I research the stats and get them up, these guys help me out and they relay it. We have a nice little Skype going while I'll type in the statistic I want to use, and they'll translate it over to their native languages in Chinese and Russian with my friends Rob and an inmate here that have been doing that. And they do more than that. They've been watching through games. Like when we've had those Dindy Pudge games, they've been keeping track of the hooks for me. So it's been a team effort over here. So.
You must be exhausted.
I am exhausted. I've done every game for the tournament so far and like half the matches of the prelims as well. But I've been set up here, so it's been a lot of fun and I've really enjoyed it.
Well, I know everybody watching appreciates what you're doing, so thank you for showing us how it's done.
No problem.
All right, back to you guys.
Thank you, Casey. K-Poptosis has been a bit of a star, hasn't he? Some of those little tidbits have been fantastic. And I just want to bring up again, Naga Siren. Do Na'Vi get rid of it? Do they ban it?
I personally don't think so. I think they're going to go with the sort of the same bans as we just saw with the removing the visits, because I think they feel Visage is harder to play against than Naga Siren, and I don't think they're going to credit this loss of theirs to the Naga Siren the same way you just analyzed it to be. Not because you were wrong in what you said, but just because I don't think Naga Siren is the biggest of their concerns right now.
I don't know. I think that Mushi plays so many heroes that you can't ban any Mushi hero because, I mean, you ban 2, he got 16 others. It's going to be okay. And also Orange is one of those teams that do not pick Wisp at all. Do not pick Tree at all, one of the other very strong picks that sometimes we see. Do not pick OD. They do not seem to care much about some of the strongest picks. So maybe you can use one of the first bans for that. Of course, you want to get rid of the Bad Rider, because that's a hero that's strong no matter what. But if you can get rid of the Naga Siren, well, that's one less problem for you.
Yeah, Ben, we're about to go into the game in just a moment, so before we do, any kind of predictions? What do Na'Vi need to do to shut down Orange and stay in the tournament? Because if they lose this, they'll be going home.
I just don't think they can get outdrafted like that. The Shadow Fiend just really put a crutch in whatever they wanted to do. They snowball off early aggression, and if they lose their lanes from the get-go, they're playing from behind, and that's not where Na'Vi shines.
Jacob, can they come back, or is it Orange to the grand finals?
No, Na'Vi's definitely going to come back. I think this game is going to be Na'Vi's, and then we have a nail-biting third game. I think Na'Vi might get the Chen pick right now. I hope so. And then with the success that Chen has had in this tournament, I expect Poppy to show us why he's one of the greatest Chens in the world.
He's 8-1 so far. And yeah, I think it's all about, during the draft stage, the players are looking at the crowd. It's all about the crowd making some noise. If you're cheering for Na'Vi, if you're cheering for Orange, just show your support. It does count. When you're here, the players see that, and that can be the life-changing factor.
Yeah, and Jacob, Orange are very aware of the Chen, apparently, because I'm going to send it back to game, but a bit of a spoiler. Chen has been first banned from Orange. So
well done.
This is going to be tough for Na'Vi. It's going to be a very difficult game for them to bring it back to a 1-1. We're going to send it over to the hall to Toby and Wagamama to take it away. Best of luck to both teams.
While tuning in, we are back for game number 2. Orange going up against Na'Vi in the lower bracket final. Waga, game number 1. Orange, I kind of want to say, controlled. Amazing.
They had amazing control, and they used the Furion, the Nature's Prophet, so well in that game. And I want to just head over straight into a draft for this game. Last game we just saw it, and we're all excited for this one. And we see first ban on the Chen, as James mentioned there. Also, they still ban out Visage, as Melk predicted, and now Nature's Prophet goes the way of Ohio again.
See, I was wondering about that. I know, I realized too our mics are live inside of Dota TV before they're live here. But it's like, where is the Darkseer? Was he going to be picked up? Because Orange, like, they got these amazing combinations with the Darkseer. We saw it with the Visage, just with this extra kind of stunner kind of combination. But they want to have this split push. And I'm not surprised by it. Like, I've cast a lot of Na'Vi games in my time. And I know Na'Vi's one of the biggest problems is they love to team fight. They love to push, and they hate to go backwards. And going backwards is something that Nature's Prophet makes you do so damn well. And that's what happened in the last game. Na'Vi had to make a choice. They came out, they lost so much life on their Tier 3 towers. When the time came, Tier 3 towers and racks just crumbled beneath them.
Ohio is an insane Nature's Prophet player, and the way he forced Na'Vi around in the last game was just crazy. But that was also mainly attributed to the fact that they were winning the fights. Like, Orange were already controlling the fights, and then it's easier to push your enemy around. Maybe now Na'Vi, now with a lifesteal puck combination, they can come out a little bit ahead in the fights, and it's also really scary to split push against puck and lifestealer.
Yep.
So we see Bane being picked up, Darkseer being banned out by Orange, and the band's heading over to Na'Vi.
I'm wondering if Puppy should look to just make sure Denny gets a good start too. Like, you're talking about the Lifestealer and Puck combination. It's great for catching out Prophet, but you're going to need a Blink Dagger, and Orb isn't enough to get yourself in there. But if you do get that silence off, then you'll have the damage with the Lifestealer, and you can catch Prophet out, at least make him fear to TP around that map. But he needs that Blink Dagger, which means he needs a very good start to his lane. Not an easy thing if you ever get a Bane walk past, just enfeeble you while he's just roaming past you. Like, this is something which they've got to be careful about. I kind of almost wished like they didn't pick up their Puck this early on and reveal their mid-solo, because right now you got Lifestealer and Puck on the field.
They have
if we go with what's last, that should be a Vorse on the Lifestealer, but we know that Funnick has played the Lifestealer before. Even Funnick's played Puck in the past as well in a safe lane while they run an aggressive tri-lane.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Na'Vi are thinking so long right now, because the first ban, maybe they just want to use the entire time of their first ban here, but they're already into reserve time. They should ban out the TA. In one of these two bans, they need to remove a TA. So they might as well just do it in the first, because it's obvious that they will. Yeah. I really feel that they're not going to give Mushi a TA against Puck scenario mid. No, it's not going to happen.
That would just turn Puck into food if that's going to be their scenario.
Yeah, and that's a weakness that Orange would exploit if Puppy would show it.
Yep. But Puppy's taking a lot of time, including his extra time, to get this ban out. Like, there's still a lot of discussion going on inside the box. He's only got like 11 seconds more, and now, okay, so Nyx Assassin will be the ban out. Orange did really make a lot of use of him, especially in spy characters. That really screwed around with Na'Vi's team fights.
They played nice. They played really nice, and solo mid or support, it doesn't matter. These guys know how to use that Nyx very well. And we see the entire of Orange standing and talking around Mushi as well.
10 seconds remaining.
And we already waiting for the next pickup. So they have one supporter and they have their offlaner. They need a mid, they need a carry, and they need a second support.
Yep.
That's for certain. Those are the heroes that they need. And there we see Ohio, the Nature's Prophet himself.
That he is, man. That he is.
He plays it to equal strength as Bulldog, I would say. He plays it amazingly.
Turn to ban.
I love this ban out by Orange. We talk about Poppy's Chem, and I know there was a talk about it. I think Malk actually said that there hasn't been a single game in the International so far where Enchantress has played up against a Chen, but you could be using Enchantress as maybe a substitute for it, and it's not going to happen. And okay, so with that pickup,
it's fully possible now. If Orange wanted, they could play TA. There is one disable on Na'Vi, and that is Puck's ulti. There's always the silence as well, which is amazing. But in terms of laning, Puck gets so shut down that his impact against the TA is not that strong in the game.
Yep.
And I know that I'm kind of coming back towards this all the time, but it's very, very, almost extremely rare to see a Puck pick up that early and then not remove it. So
but
Na'Vi,
you can understand it a little bit with the Magnus ban after what KYXY did yesterday.
Oh yeah.
Like, it's understandable, but as far as like basic logic of a draft goes, you're right. It's
high respect for sure, but maybe Na'Vi have something up their sleeve. Maybe they have some solution towards this. Maybe they even gonna go for something like a Venomancer and roam around a lot with it. Venomancer lifesteal being a very nice combination. Of course, Veno shutting down that TA. Lesh, look at that combination.
Nightmare into stun into Prophet to come in. You got a lot of damage from Prophet as well with the ultimate. And that's just with the offlaner and two supports. And Orange have kept their two cores completely secret.
They have. And against Puck, against Weaver, these heroes, if you get your Bane close enough to Nightmare them, and then you follow up with the Leshrac stun, if anyone else is there as well, that hero will be dead. And that's a scary, scary thing. Same thing goes for Lifesteal even. Of course, all of these heroes have good escape mechanisms that can be used before they get slept, but they always got to be very, very on the edge and ready.
And now Na'Vi will take the Naga Siren. Orange, because they went for a different support route. So they get the Naga Siren, they get a lot of sleep. That's going to work nicely with the Puck for the Dream Call. As far as the perfect synergy between the Weaver, the Lifestealer as well, I'm not 100% sure about that one. And the secondary support as well from Na'Vi. It kind of feels that with their lineup, they don't know what's coming. They may just go greedy. They may just go greedy. They've already taken out 2 of the junglers. If Mushi just abandoned, I'm pretty sure they're going to pick it, but the Enigma is the first thing that flags in my head right now.
Yeah, I'm looking over to Na'Vi and I'm thinking, it's a very nice pickup. Naga Siren's a strong hero in general, and we also have the fact that Naga or Tidehunter being picked up. So the big 5-man team fight is always there for Orange, and they have Nature's Prophet. It's a scary thing when they go together. But coming back to
pick this up as well before you're going to be seeing like Rubik as well as now Enigma are both available when you got like a good team fight set up from Na'Vi.
That's very true. And
Oranges
Na'Vi, they have a good team fight setup, but they have Weaver and Lifestealer who are not really team fighters before they have a lot of items. Of course, they are right clickers and carries with, you know, no little weaknesses, I would say, in general, being so strong at both fighting and escaping.
Yep.
But in terms of team fight, they cannot contest Orange at this moment.
Orange are on the same path as me. They do not want that Tide Ravage stolen. Rubik is out, and Puppey, well, he didn't leave himself a lot of time with this because of that very delayed ban on the Nyx Assassin. He's only got 13 seconds of extra time, so he's under pressure for this last pickup. And just remember, if Na'Vi lose this game, they take 3rd position at the International. They missed their first ever grand final of the International.
Yeah, and this is make or break for Na'Vi, being 1 game down against Orange.
Yep.
And their last pickup, we'll see it in 10 seconds. There it is.
It's going to be Crystal Maiden as their last one. So it does give another team fight element, not the one I was thinking about, but it's definitely going to be just as strong. It's going to be the big ultimate of the Crystal Maiden, not to mention her Nova in lockdown with a Frostbite. She can control every single hero here, and very few of these heroes from Orange will be looking for BKBs, so all the stuns can be used.
Yeah, Crystal Maiden with some good positioning, she can be so lethal. We've seen it several times in a tournament played by Ake, or even we've seen it in several games, and we see Alchemist now being picked up by Mushi.
This is a very aggressive line with Mushi. Like, you got Leshrac, Bane, and Alchemist together. That's almost aggressive tri-lane in itself. It's like, you've got already with 1 set up and then 2 follow-up stuns to give you the time to do that kind of damage. And then you got Ohio's for Nature's Prophet, as well as KYXY on that Tidehunter. I mean, it's still interesting to see how the lanes are going to end up being, because who do they really want to go out? Is Dendy on the Puck, so he's going to be in the solo mid. Funnick to be a long lane Weaver or a safe lane with Naga, CM and Lifestealer, the possibility of aggressive tri-lanes. These teams have so many options as far as laning.
They do. I really like the fact that against the Weaver, they decide to go for such a stun-heavy lineup, and also Tidehunter is an amazing hero in terms of that ulti.
All right, let's run through our lineups, as we always do at the very, very start. So, starting on the safe lane on the bottom, it will be Havorst as the Lifestealer. Heading up north, Puppey is currently moving up there as the Crystal Maiden. Down through the middle lane, it will be Dendy playing up the role as Puck. Funnick will be on the role as the Weaver, who is also heading up towards that top lane. And that leaves our last one, Kuro, who is still back at base, basically giving company towards the Na'Vi Pharaoh. So over towards Orange, we will have KYXY taking up the role as Tidehunter. And looks like Bottle is definitely on his mind very early on. We'll have Net as the Bane, Extinct as the Leshrac, and that gives Mushi the hard farming role as the Alchemist. Already up with the Magic Stick and 6 tangos, so he's expecting a rough time on the lane. And that leaves our last one for Orange, who's back at base, Ohio, which will be the Nature's Prophet. And now that they think, the trees are scattered out, that there will be an aggressive tri-lane up on top. They're going to run him on that bottom lane. He will not abandon the lane.
Interesting Magic Stick there. I mean, against Funnick on the Weaver, it's always nice to force out many invises, getting those charges going, but
I think they read that Na'Vi are going aggressive here, and so far they're right.
Yep. They were checking it to start with. You saw Nature's Prophet sitting back in the fountain. They waited till the trees moved out, and then they saw who was going to be up there and said, okay, now we're going to buy the items for it. They want to protect that 0-minute room, but it's going to be a haste room for Revorce. So free experience if you can bring down one of these trees, and you really should as well before they block up camps.
Haste rune and Culling Blade, he's going to kill off this tree. Off before he blocks anything, probably gonna get the second one to it before he heads into a lane. So very nice start for Revorce, getting a little bit extra gold here.
40 points of experience.
Amazing.
Oh, game changing. Puppey, however, around the side. Oh, we're gonna go Nightmare. Extinct's not gonna get there in time to get the stun off. In fact, Funnick stole it. Mushy, long channel on the stun, holds Puppey back, but look at the damage from Funnick. Extinct, he goes down. Puppey stunned twice, but draws first blood. And Koro with the body block, the Riptide, they need more damage. They've got him. Puppey is gonna be a double kill for the captain.
It's a huge start for Na'Vi.
Possibly the best start they could have asked for an aggressive trial lane. Level 2 up for Koro, level 2 up for Puppey, and Funnick at level 2 as well. And Mushy, he cannot touch that lane with a 10-foot pole.
Nope, you cannot find any form of farm here. And Puppey has his boots upgraded courier as well, so he's looking so happy on this Crystal Maiden. Did decide to go for Arcanora, just let everyone spam across the lanes.
I want to give such props to Funnick just then. When he stole that Nightmare, Leshrac basically waffed the stun. Couldn't see it coming as far as the seal of the Nightmare, threw out the stun, and then Na'Vi just said, well, wait, they've used Nightmare, they've used Leshrac stun, they got nothing left to control us. Let's just dive and go.
Full by Funnick because he didn't even steal it immediately. He waited a little bit till he saw the Leshrac come close enough to start up that stun, and then he stole it and allowed his teammate to just get away a little bit. Really beautiful.
Stun from Mushy, like both those stuns were focused on Puppey, the man who not only lived through it, but also got the double kill from it.
Puppey, strong.
He's got another friend he doesn't want. Got to get rid of it out of the river.
It's the last hit. He's a carry now.
Koro's going to snipe out this Dark Troll Warlord, even use Riptide, but Nightmare. This time the stun. Oh, Funnick! He just did it twice, and now it's there. Mushy, quick stun on Koro, but look at Funnick, straight up on the other side. Puppey, he doesn't, well, he's just going to right-click it. Crystal Maiden, Puppey now, 3 kills on the captain, and he's going in for Mushy. Koro, this time Extinct can connect the stun.
Really amazing start for Na'Vi here.
Parry support.
Over to outer lanes just for a quick bit with team mid, 13 for 1, up on KYXY against Dandy, 10 for 3. So a little bit of an advantage going, top, checking so they don't dive.
They're going to be okay, man. And
safe laning against the Nature's Prophet as Lifesteer is not something he's in trouble with, so he has 20 last hits, popping that bottom lane really hard.
He's destroyed the farm of the Nature's Prophet. Nature's Prophet at one point might be able to zone him out. If he's looking at phase boost, then it'll just be the physical DPS that will push him off the lane. And not to mention that he could also chase. But in this scenario right now, is Revorce is being the aggressor. Like, you don't even be an aggressor with an ultimate orb. He's just walking in close and saying, just remember I'm here. I'm going to get every single last hit against you. Quelling Blade, of course, definitely helps with that.
And also, we will probably have phase boots on Lifesteer so much before finishes them up on Fury, and I'm just going to keep my eyes on top lane really carefully.
Are they coming in closer again?
Standing close, so.
Funny thing is, though, it's not Na'Vi who's initiating up on this top lane. Na'Vi
are just beautiful.
They counter-initiate. They wait for the Bane to use the Nightmare, because if Na'Vi initiate in first, if they throw down like that Naga net, then you've got Orange there, so look, we got Nightmare that's going to either protect somebody from a follow-up bit of damage, or we could just Nightmare use so you can't keep on coming in. They almost wanted to that Orange initiate, and then Na'Vi say, now's our time to go. They're not under pressure to be the aggressors in this lane. In fact, even with an aggressive tri lane, the ultimate irony, they are, in fact, the defenders in this lane, just wanting to counter-initiate on Orange.
The counter initiate is beautiful. Taking off the sleep and then chasing down, they have a lot of good spells to do so. This time trying a little bit to go aggressive with the Naga Siren. Very fast hero.
That's just mind games. That's trying to zone him out right now. Oh, Dendy. He's in really close on KYXY. And then Agash as well. Dendy's already used his silence. He's got phase shift as well as orb available. He's really got to be careful with that damage.
Regen for KYXY as well in his bottle, so he can just regen up now after going like that.
Moya started spamming everything. Nightmare. This time Kuro doesn't have help. Leshrac stumbled in. Mushi starts to channel his up too, and Kuro gets a riptide, but gets stunned up pretty heavily here. But in comes Funnick. He wants to kill on net. He should be successful. Puppy's actually going to TP himself out to safety. No, he's not. Leshrac got the stun, and Ohio comes in to bring some help. Funnick's on the run here. He gets a double kill with the Shikuchi, and he runs east when Orange gets west.
And that was 4 heroes coming out from Orange just to bring that 2-for-2 trade.
KYY, he's got the Ravage. Kuro's TPing in. Puck throws the ulti. Phase shift's already down, and Kuro wants to try and fight up against this. Not quite sure. He's going to be careful on the edge of that. But KYX is going to bottle up instead.
Danger for Kuro to try and fight against that tide. Wrong. Boots now finished up on Mushi, so the safe lane starting to go just a little bit better, but Funnick is looking really happy on this Weaver as well. 2-0 for free.
He's going to be ecstatic for his start. The fact that he can zone out Mushi like this, love it. Even his bugs managed to latch on Extinct at the same time. Once that time lapse is up, he'll be unstoppable. And then you'll see Puppy, as well as Kuro, rotate a lot more. Even if Kuro did TP in towards that middle lane, they want to find blood. They've got to move themselves around the map and make sure that these the middle lane does get locked down, because Thailander, with that Ravage, like, you can never 100% know you're going to kill him off. It's very, very difficult to... So, Avorst, well, they don't need to help him. He's fine. They find him. TP out in time. Silence won't stop it.
Good TP. That wasted a little bit of skills and time committed, Navi. But with that mana regen from... and even having a clarity, get back to full very fast.
They already handled stun. They've popped at the concoction. Nightmare. They want to get on Puppy. He's with a lot of, well, actually no profit. Ultimate bounces through. Mushi takes a lot of damage. You got the acid spray down on Funnick. Being brain zapped up. Ohio. The damage. He did 2 hits on Kuro and he stopped. He stopped attacking.
Didn't have face boots yet, so could not commit to that.
Commit to this top tower. And Kuro, he can pull the aggro down. He used the salve, so now if he wants to, he can pull the aggro down. And Orange will back themselves up. They already got themselves a good couple of kills.
It's true. Nice kills going the way of Orange, but still losing their Alchemist. He's not looking happy. 21 CS, we're 7 minutes in, and 52 on the safe lane free farm now. He missed a little bit by Furion being down there, missed about, I don't know, 10 or something like that. He's farming really amazingly, and since Furion left the lane, he's been farming it out.
YXY. Gotta be a little bit careful. Puppy's rotated. Is Kuro? Oh, yep, they're making a move here. Funnick, is he just trying to get himself in range of the lane? Looked to be the case. Every single move that Kuro's been making on this top lane just makes me feel aggressive. Orange is just, they have to back themselves up. They have to look for the double pulse. They have to look for the control to slowly get themselves back into this. But then again, the advantage isn't too high. It's 2,000 to Na'Vi for gold as well as experience. When you got a hero like an Alchemist, that's not the be-all end-all of Alakazam. And Ned, well, there he does. He gets ensnared up. Funnick wants to attack. Leshrac stun. Holds Funnick in position. Thrains up. There's no mana for it. And now Alchemist loses the stun up Funnick, and he gets it too. That Dire Observer Ward. Sentry Ward allows him to do so. Naga pops the ultimate. Prophet Almond comes through before the time limit is possible, and Kuro, I don't think he's quite sure how to get out of here because he's got support. Ohio's in around the side, and now Tide, oh, you can see him. He thought maybe the Ravage range would have been enough, but he didn't do it.
I probably would not have sit cancel there because there's boots on that Naga Siren. 370. Very, very fast. She gets away. Furion does have his entire Hand of Midas finished up now.
They picked up Weaver. They're going to be happy. They're going to be very, very happy. Might not be happy if KYXY is going to get silenced. He can't throw off the Ravage and the Coil. Well, it's going to hold him there. Now the Ravage will pop. He gets hit by the Coil as well. Wants to get back in range of the tower. Funnick gets enough damage.
KYXY getting killed off there. Wasting the Ravage as well, so doesn't get anything. Of course, there was no counter gank available really right then. Big kill. Nice rotation by Funnick going in and ganking mid. It's not often you see a Weaver do something like that.
Roaming Weaver. It's nice. It's nice, and it's a good combination for him. Puppy coming up towards the top lane. He's going to find Net, or I should say Net finds him. Mushi preps the stun. Hits it on Puppy. Leshrac follow-up stun. Puppy will go down right now, but Funnick damage over towards Net. Helps with the Riptide from Kuro. It's a 1-for-1 right now, and Prophet wants to TB himself in. Mushi, no real mana for him in Ohio. They won't find any kind of opening, and again, Prophet TPs for no advantage. Then he's going to come back in again, and instantly Orange bail, and this is the reason why. Observer Ward will scout him out coming in.
Yeah.
First time a Vorce comes off his lane.
Nice little backing, and yeah, as you said, that's the first time he comes off his lane, and they've been forcing around this Furion so much. Last game, Ohio was controlling Na'Vi. This time, Na'Vi are forcing Ohio to come to his safe lane. Not finding too much, but he's doing good still. 2-0 for 2.
Dire's top tower
On top of his game.
Rotation. He won't stop until he finds a kill. He might get a little bit more than he bargained for if he wants to jump in on that middle lane though. And he does, he pings it. He wants to go mushy. He's trying to go for Puppy. Now the overcommitment. Where's that stun? Denny on low life already. And life stealer Kuro, very low life. In fact, Denny just jorted himself to the other side of the river. Now Avors comes out. Open moves on Mushy. Nightmare makes it impossible for Avors. Now he does. Turns around. The 600 Mushy does go down. X6 from as long as he possibly can to get that stun up on Avors. They've already thrown out the gush as well. Dendy, he wants to kill, and now with the orb damage, Rift, knife stealer. Lays into him with the claws, and gets a double kill for Avors.
Meanwhile on bottom, we just saw Funnick force back Nature's Prophet to TP to his base. So saving that tier 1 tower on bottom as well. It's pretty low HP. Nice job, Na'Vi. Really fantastic job the first 10 minutes.
They're really rotating nicely. Of course, that trial lane with the kills that happened with the double kill for them, that really gave them such momentum. But they've got to hold this. 4,000 in the experience, just over 3,000 in the gold. Mushy, though, he is going to approach the point where he can finally start leveling up that Greevil's Creed and get himself some big items. But if Na'Vi keep with the momentum, if they keep with their confidence, they push through tier 1 towers. Because still, I want to point out, like, they still haven't claimed a single tier 1 tower. And entire best of 3 matchup here in game number 2. So, in fact, I think last game, K-Pop Tosis put it out as a stat just at the very end of the game. It was the first game that Na'Vi didn't take out a single tower that first game. And now, well,
rotation towards the top lane
is dead.
They will get this bottom tower, so Na'Vi not gonna have the same thing happen to him again.
Heal is a hero as well as a tower. It's just not worth it. TB comes in. Lashrak stun. They already throw off the stun. And Mushy, he brings in Avors. And Avors wants to go. And it will be enough. Well, KYXY. Mushy's going to finally get stunned. Funnick will come in to help out. Naga ball back so we can be part of this. And now KYXY frostbitten up by Puppy. And the Ravage will pop. Hitting on a lot of them. In fact, Dandy getting stunned up by that Lashrak. The Tide will kick over. And then down to Extinct as well. It's a double kill for Dandy. And Na'Vi are now picking up the momentum in this game.
Yeah, also holding the tier 1 tower as well. Only losing out a little bit there.
So they claim a tower, they claim return kills. They did have a buyback by the Naga, but
buyback by Kuro is basically like losing nothing at this point in the game. So Na'Vi are in a very firm lead ahead by more than 5,000, both gold and experience.
Bottom tower. Ohio will TP himself back to base, and Avors will deny this bottom tower now. Na'Vi will lose a tier 1 tower, but it will be a deny. Got to clean up the rest of the creepway before he can do so. The pings are also coming out, thinking about going on that top lane with Mushy, and there's the deny by Avors. Dendy also, that's danger zone time. With a Blink Dagger now up on him. This combination, he's quite happy to show it too. He wants Orange to know that he has this Blink Dagger. And you're right, top lane, there's your... Got to the Chemical Rage, gonna look for a good stun, but Mushy holding as long as possible. He will go down here, KYXY comes in, there's no Ravage. There's a lot of damage to Kuro, but they already got what they wanted, they picked up the Alchemist.
So far, this Tidehunter pick has not worked out at all for Orange, and we're gonna see Na'Vi swing around a little bit here as well.
Bottom tower is under attack.
They're gonna come in through the rear of him, and Extinct, he's free gold right there. Higher though, he might be even freer. Sprouts up, is there gonna be something to give him any kind of vision? Naga just throws the ulti to stop him from TPing out. There's one close by, Extinct wants to stun. In comes Will of Fiend's Grip, up on Funnick, the Puppy, no mana, he can't stop this. Kuro as well, Extinct, that eating damage was doing a lot of damage, but Kuro will go down. Funnick able to time-lapse out his damage. And Puppy running as a Crystal Maiden. Mushy will see him. Acid spray into the stun. Avors coming in to help Puppy. Alive on 48. Mushy can't get the kill. Held in position. Nev will pick him up though. Double kill for him. Will there be a kill on KYXY? Yes, you're right. Blink in for Dendy. Picking up the Tide. Oh, wow. Dive. They're gonna go on next. The bugs come up. They get another one. And Extinct Funnick. You don't have a time lapse, but they got the damage and they kick him off. Diving past the tier 3 tower in a lane where the tier 1 is still standing.
They gotta go on him as well.
Oh no. Oh wow. Another kill. Full team wipe. Na'Vi, after losing game number 1, they kicked back in game number 2, and they kicked back strong.
Yeah, they came back with a vengeance in this game. Looking ever so strong and just getting kills all over the place.
Well, not over yet. They've like with we got 30 kills in 15 minutes. We're going 2 kills a minute right now. But Na'Vi, like they're diving in past through tier 3 towers when they have taken only 1 tier 1 tower on the entire map. Both teams have only taken that.
That is Na'Vi right now.
Synced and Net, you know they want a bit of a crack of something, but so do Dendi and Puppy. Rotating around. Ohio will be the one they would like to try and find. Tier 1 tower will now go down the top lane. Of course, find that cash. Oh, they found Ohio. Dendi, Dream Coil, gonna cancel the team. They need more. Puppy comes in. So with the rift damage, Dendi finds another kill here.
And Dendi, we were talking about in the start of the game, if they secure a good start for Dendi, how is the game gonna go? Dendi is 6-0 and 5. Havost is 4-0 and 4. None of them have died a single time this game.
Weaver, man, like 2 deaths is fine when he has 11 assists on the Weaver, involved in 17 out of the 21. That is just a very, very active Weaver. None of this, let's just sit back and wait for Lincoln Sphere. He's actually going straight into a BKB and only 100 gold away from it too.
Stellar performance so far by the entire of Na'Vi. Playing so well, especially Puppy on that tri-lane, or I should say Funnick even on that tri-lane in the early game, taking off the sleep and just playing back as Orange initiated. They get a second, or a third tower.
All the tier 1 towers now lost for Orange. Now they want to try and fight, but then again, so does Dendi. And now with the smoke reveal, they realize who's coming up. Blinks in, goes for Net, and Net's gone. With Avors jumping out, the burst damage is just too much, and Avors wants to go for more. Chasing after KYXY, right behind him. Dendi's coming in front. Maybe he wants to go for more. Ravage will pop by KYXY, and Avors will stay with him. Funnick as well, Chikuchi through. Puck will get the kill. Dendi with another one. It's a chicken. Oh!
Look at Weaver, look at Weaver.
Oh, no, 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 no! That's just not humane. Decoria is a TI3.
TI3, man.
The tier 2 tower will now go down in the middle lane. Now, it's all going down, man. It's all going down. I never saw this bloodshed of small, cute little things during TI2.
Radiant's top tower has
KB fully done up, and I wasn't surprised. Yeah, up to another like 1,200 gold. Is this really going to be a 17-minute and 30-second push inside the base? They're losing out on the towers though. Ohio, we know how great he was in the last game, split pushing, but a tier 1 tower for a tier 2 and damage to a tier 3 tower. That's not a worthwhile trade. Profit, no ultimate to hold him out just yet. They'll have to use the fortification instead. At the same time, Avors raged up.
Na'Vi, they're so far ahead right now. They have a Mystic Staff on Puck. Like, he's looking really strong on Dendi. The HP is not too high, but that's because he's running Mystic Staff and Power Thread's intelligence. He knows
tower is under attack.
side. He's feeling very confident.
Basically racking up the mana pool. See, look at that, man.
He won. Something happened in 2013 that just made everyone want to kill those couriers.
So much more adorable that everybody wanted to look at them, and then, well, it's just like cats on YouTube. You love them, but you hate them at the same time. I really hate them. You can't hate cats on YouTube.
One thing that's going the way Na'Vi is the fact that there's no farm at all. Or basically anyone. Like, they don't even have mech yet on Orange. Only Tide who hasn't even managed to get up a mech. Na'Vi are just controlling this game so perfectly.
It's such a long way too, and I say a long way because like there's not a lot of money on the field. Speaking of money, like K-pop Toes put the stat up before. It's like you look over towards Mushi, and like Mushi's only now got 1 point up in Greevil's greed.
Havost gonna try and go for him. Fiend Script.
Of course, there's a lot of heroes there, man. And Dendi with a dream call, caught 3 out. Of course, he should go down right now. Armlet Toggle, he gets away. He actually gonna come back in again? No, no, no. Havost, be happy with the fact you live.
Dendi saves him. Havost.
Prophet! Ohio! He's TPing out! What? He could have one-hit him! Oh! He just instantly said overcommitment. Overcommitment.
Yeah.
That's possibly the quickest withdrawal I've seen. And will now attack the tier 2 tower in the bottom lane with the creep wave already there. It's not going to be enough. I think now Na'Vi want to look towards Roshan instead. But tier 2 tower is easy enough to pick up when they got all 5 players down there. So they may as well. But Orange, with no Fiend's Grip available, no mech yet, they won't want to fight yet.
They can't contest this. Like, they need mech because everyone simply dies to spells of Puck and Riptide. Everyone just dies by the area of effect by Na'Vi. Na'Vi gonna head in to this Roshan. It's probably no secret at all as they take the bottom tier 2. Very, very normal as Radiant to just head in towards this.
Yep.
If it's up at this point in the game.
When they got as much damage as they do. We also see a Force with a full S&Y. Not on himself just yet. That courier is sitting in, well, a ravine, or perched in a tree right now. Yeah, he's just resting, pining for the fields. There's Roshan, Aegis the Immortal will be claimed, and it goes the way of Vorst. And then they call the line. The line's drawn straight away by Koro. Go top lane, push it out, and get that tier 2 tower. Then he came up here, but he came up inside of a smoke, and now he's going to realize that no one's left here on the top lane. They might see if they can find someone on top of the tier 2 tower, but they won't be successful.
And with Na'Vi pulling so far ahead, you see Dandy now up to 1900 gold. I want to see if he's going to go for a full Hex or if he just realizes that he's going to go for a Shivas as they're so far ahead. The AoE damage is already almost killing off an entire of Orange. He might just go into that.
Yep. Yeah, I wouldn't mind a Shivas.
That would also mean that he would have 20 armor. Picks that up.
Gotta be really careful. Funnick, they're actually bringing a surprise inside, but that Sentry Ward sees him. And that's why Mushy getting back. The bugs will fly and they'll latch up on both Mushy, not KYXY as well though. They're not going in. Yeah, they want to, but what they want to do and what is practical is two very different things with Na'Vi.
Sometimes, but they make it work in this game.
Be back up in the mid. Well, almost everybody. Denny's just taking that tier 2 tower solo on the top lane. Prophet Ultimate will slow him down a little bit, but there's a new creep wave coming in anyway. In fact, Denny should be taking up that tower a little bit more so he can keep that catapult alive.
Some help just taking on this tower, so he's gonna get help from Kuroki, it would seem, or he's just gonna stand around, watch him.
Kuro, he just picked up his mech.
Entire mech now finished up for Na'Vi as well. That's gonna help them a lot in this push if they want to crack base against Orange. But we're looking at almost a 20,000 experience lead now. 22 minutes.
Aya's trying to intercept the creep wave. He's feeling a push to the tier 3 tower coming on this top lane. That's why he's just grabbing it halfway through, and then you see how quickly again.
That's a Hex. Completely finished up on Puck.
That's a lockdown now. We were talking about the possibility of the fact like Puck needed a good start, needed a Blink Dagger to make Prophet fear, even just TPing outside of his base. Like, Prophet split push is great, but he can't TP onto the lanes themselves because Na'Vi's all over them. So the only place he like TP is like halfway down here where no one's going to be looking for you and intercept the creep wave.
100 out of 10 Tribes is playing.
Hearing something, yeah, it's Funnick's BKB, and Ned just realized Fiend's Grip is completely useless then, and a Vorst comes in, open wounds on Ned, Nightmare tries to save him from the damage, Prophet goes through, Brains up quickly, couldn't do it in time, and now a Vorst wants to go deeper, but with Rage wearing off, he can't come into the range of the Tide Ravage.
Infest available, and Aegis still up on lifesteal. They're gonna push on this tower, I feel. They Infest, gonna try and go for a kill if anyone from Orange come near.
Got no Fiend's Grip anyway. They know BKB's at least down for Funnick, and the Rage, if they get the timing right, they won't have to deal with that one. But with this Aegis up on the lifesteal, like, even if they do get the kill, it won't be enough. Funnick, whoa, low on life. He doesn't have himself an Aegis the Immortal, let alone a Lincoln Sphere to protect himself from the damage coming his way.
To be on cooldown still as well. Nice deny by KYXY.
Right under their noses. And in the meantime, Ohio's been pushing out that top lane as far out as he can possibly get it. Na'Vi haven't taken a ranks yet, they've just taken the towers, but you know what's going to happen. This. High ground, then he's trying to, well.
And he goes.
Oh! You think he's going to jump out, and then he dream calls and jumps in. Takes out the Lustraka Force, just basically piggybacking and enjoying the ride.
Sitting in there saying, yeah, you go, Dandy.
Moral support, Vorst is now the mascot of Na'Vi. There's their little pom-poms and all. And Dendy's going to go in again. Blink Dagger, well, there's your Hex. Up on that, and Vorst. Goes down, KYY silenced up as well. He's got the Ravage, now he's going to pop, but the ball still raced up, and the beacon be up on Funnick. Latrak, even as he comes out of his base, will die almost instantly. GG is the call. 24 minutes, 30 seconds. Na'Vi hit back very, very strongly up against Orange, taking out game number 2 and forcing us to a third game and final decider to see who will face up against Alliance in the grand final.
And fast games it is. We don't even see heading into the late game, and so aggressive. All these kills, 39 kills in 24 minutes.
That's is that the most amount of kills we've actually seen in a game here, or as far as like time goes?
At least very high.
Either way, it's the most.
39 kills in 24 minutes.
Yeah, that's is that the most amount of kills we've actually seen in a game here, or as far as like time goes?
At least very high.
Either way, it's the most we've been seeing, and it's been an amazing game so far. Of course, I cannot wait for game number 3. What I can't actually wait for is going to be the panel members to see what they had to say about this as well. We haven't actually been told they're good to go just yet, so we assume they're like, yeah, there'll be tons of time.
They probably
left.
don't want the mic or the camera.
No, because James hates appearing on camera.
He does. He's kind of shy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's James.
He tries to stay in the background.
That he does,
That's
man.
why he's in the back.
Yeah,
You know?
that's true. We keep at the front, at the back. Yeah, man.
In the back. This is the front.
Yeah, that it is. Man, Na'Vi, I can't believe though. I cannot believe that you.
They're so strong.
Yeah.
They lose the first game and then they just go crush the second game. And now we're going to see in third game, does Orange have what it takes? Does Na'Vi have what it takes? First game, I thought that, okay, Orange, they have a really strong commanding lead.
Yep.
But now Na'Vi with this game, it's about whether Orange can keep it up and do what they did in the first game.
Man, I hope they do. For me, like I love watching Orange play. I love their coordination. I'm kind of wanting them to see go down a different line though, like the Tide under Solo. I haven't seen it being that successful so far throughout this competition. Maybe game 3, we'll find out. Now we go to the panel.
So then, Na'Vi come out swinging in game number 2 and take the victory, taking us up to a 1-1. I've got lots of notes about the game, but I think also Na'Vi played great, but I have to say, Orange were very kind of stuttery and hesitant in some of their team fights and decision-making. They hurt themselves a lot more than Na'Vi sometimes beat them.
And I think it started right from the get-go. We've been praising Extinct a lot, especially for his Chen and his Visage play, but his Lesrek was really not up to par this game. They lost the first blood and another kill because he missed a stun. And again, when they got back in the lane, he missed yet another stun, and that really cost him big time. I think that was the most grave mistake that just formed the game from there.
Yeah, the tri-lane was hugely important for both teams, and as you mentioned, that did happen. Ben, what was relevant to you?
I don't particularly like Mushi in the carry role. I think he really sets the pace of the game for Orange. If he's on a farmer hero like Alchemist, they don't really have too many heroes moving around, making plays happen. And here we get a look at the triple lane. I think when Mushi is in mid instead of the Tide Hunter, then he put out so much pressure on Dendi from level 1, from level 2, but Alchemist, he needs a Midas or Battle Fury, that's usually the typical build, or Shadow Blade until they start fighting. And you don't want to start taking fights 15-20 minutes in against Na'Vi. They need to do what they did in game 1 and just constantly take a lot of fights. Also, they were really ultimate dependent. They had KYXY with the Ravage, really long cooldown, the Fiend's Grip on the Vayne, but a hero like Lifestealer and Crystal Maiden, they're just good to go. Weaver too, they can just constantly throw out pressure, and that's why we saw so many kills. And Na'Vi really abused the fact that they were so, their team fight was so dependent on the Ravage.
Yeah, and Bruno, I want to come to you. I've got my rambles in a bit.
Mm-hmm. Rambles?
I got rambles, yeah, because you know I made notes and stuff. I've not got a stat book. I've got a strat book.
Oh wow!
It's gonna publish it.
Can I get a copy?
Yes.
Thank you. I feel this is kind of a revenge for Kuroki. He also picked Naga Siren only once in this tournament so far. That was in the loss versus Orange in the quarterfinals of the upper bracket. That was the game where nothing was working for Na'Vi at all. They had also Mirana on Funnick, and Hvos was playing the the Weaver. Didn't work for them. Right now they got the Naga Siren, but they adjusted their picks. I think there were a few, I would say, premature ravages from Tide Hunter, a little bit of panic from the side of Orange. KYXY. I'd rather see him in heroes that have a little bit more impact. Again, the Weaver, we saw the Slardar. Maybe this initiator role is more suited for someone like Net or Extinct. And
are you serious though? Because who was playing the Magnus last night?
Yeah, it was KYXY.
So I mean, he's either hit or miss with that hero, because we saw him whiff an RP yesterday as well.
But you can compare a hero like Tidehunter and the Magnus because, yeah, they both have a very good ultimate. But with Tidehunter, you just walk in and pass.
It wasn't that good of a pick, though, I don't think.
Yeah,
like,
I think
Lifestealer doesn't care about Ravage, and Puck, we saw Denny face shift a couple of them, too.
It was for the Weaver, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Because the Tidehunter, if you do manage to hit a decent Ravage on the Weaver, he's pretty low HP throughout the whole, up until the mid-stage of the game anyway. You can actually pick him off pretty
Why
quickly.
didn't they just use something like Slardar, like they used early in the tournament, though?
I think that could have been great, but
yeah.
It was actually what they did in the game one. They won against Na'Vi in the upper bracket, was that they had the Tidehunter against Na'Vi's Weaver, and they won that game. But in this game, I still feel the draft wasn't as equal as it was in that game. They had a Puck and a Lifestealer, and there's nothing better than a Puck Nags Bomb. It's just one of the best combos in the game early on.
And yeah, you're right. It was Na'Vi actually had a Tidehunter, and they went up against Orange Esports Weaver, and they did beat Orange. So maybe Orange were looking to kind of
and the other way around.
Their way. Yeah,
it doesn't work versus Lifestealer, though. Lifestealer just, absolutely not.
So, I mean, in terms of what I felt was happening, KYXY mid lane did fantastically. In terms of his CS was great. The biggest problem he had, he needed to get his mech before Puck got Blink Dagger and needed to contribute to the top lane of the fights. The fact that he wasn't able to contribute to the tri-lane when it needed help and he actually got picked off mid, it delayed his mech and he didn't get it until the end. And you need that mech when you go up against a Puck Lifestealer bomb because it just nullifies a certain amount of damage when you're silenced and allows you to hit the Ravage, which I think was important. So the mid lane was quite unfortunate that he had a lot of pressure on him. But it all spawned from the top lane. The Alchemist, Bane and Leshrac versus the Weaver, Crystal Maiden and Naga. Naga's a fantastic pickup as a support. I spoke to Purge about this. He said, you know, Naga has like 6 base armor. If you put a Stout Shield on, he's one of the tankiest supports in the game. But also, just because of Riptide, he's able to lower the armor of the opposing carry, and Alchemist starts with a very low armor count. So it was a really nice kind of lane. Crystal Maiden's very strong. And as soon as that went bad, despite Alk, Bane and Leshrac should be very powerful with being able to set up stuns and combos, they needed to pull the Nature's Prophet over Ohio. And that's, to me, that's where it just kind of fell down because the mid and the off lane, because of what happened on the tri lane, they really did need to rotate round. And I felt like the Nature's Prophet, I don't like not going Midas, but even if you just get like phase boots or something, when you join the tri lane with phase boots, you can destroy a Crystal Maiden. Like you should be able to take that Crystal Maiden out of every tri lane fight if you actually have someone else coming in. But the start was so good. It was a nightmare for Orange, and it just fell apart. Like, it could have gone so differently. If Tide got his mech, tri-lane was even, Nature's Prophet had farm, that could have been an even game, because I personally think it was a great lineup from both teams. They were my rambles. That make sense? Rate me out of 10.
It makes sense. Have you taken some extra good medicine this morning, or what?
I'm still sick. This is like the biggest tournament for me in esports, and it's like I had to host the whole thing sick. I'm sorry I sound like DJ Wheat, by the way. But I'll be better. I'll be better soon. So game number 3, Na'Vi still have a chance to go in the grand finals as well as Orange. Orange are the ones that I feel are taking the pressure like too much. Like, I don't feel they're playing as confident just from that last game.
I hope they don't repeat what happened in the match between them in the winner bracket, because then they're completely going to lose it now and go into game 3 and just completely mess up the draft and just have Na'Vi storm all over them if we see a rerun of that game. So I hope Orange is going to bring the same game we saw in game 1 and throughout yesterday, and I think they're capable of doing so. I think maybe Mushi realized this draft wasn't as good as it could be. I gave them Puck and Lifestealer. Now they have the Weaver and the Siren as well. I'm just going to go with Alchemist and see if I can salvage this game, or we just take it into game 3.
Yeah. I mean, this pretty much is playing out almost exactly like game 1 or the first series that we had. And I hope that Orange doesn't mess up their draft like before. They had Weaver, Windrunner, Sand King, Lone Druid, and Bounty Hunter. And just from the get-go, that lineup sounds awful. And I don't know whether it was just Orange taken out of their game, but I hope it doesn't happen to them today. They really need a solid draft if they want to take down Na'Vi.
Yeah, all those heroes, they just didn't work together, like in terms of Orange's last pickup. And speaking of heroes, here's one. His name's Pyrian Flax, and he's looking at other heroes on cards.
Hey, what's up? This is Pyrian Flax. I managed to acquire an attendee pass today, which means I get a barcode that's attached to my Steam account. Sorry, I'm going to get Cyborg Matt. Other way, Blitz. Matt, could you beat me? And now we're going to go find a computer that's got Steam, and I'm going to activate this, and it'll create an in-game item, and I'm going to sign my Shagbark Courier, Cyborg Matt. I've got my card beeped by Puppy and by Cyborg Matt, so now I'm going to get the items created by Ben. So here are the passes, Ben.
Man, pressure's on.
Go beep. The Kill Stealer, a rare sniper's gun. Go on then. The Sharpshooter's Pauldrons, yeah. And Skins of the Incubus. Okay, this is Perion Flax again in the secret shop with Arsenio. Arsenio, how's it going?
Pretty good. We got a busy day here.
Yeah, I can see it. Always seems to be busy in the secret shop. Now, I spent a load of money here, as you well know, but I didn't get any beeps because I only just had a card activated. Can we see what happens when I get beeped?
Sure thing. Here we go.
Fluted Guard of the Moonrider. One. Bone Slayer. Is that for Skeleton King? Oh, I hope so. Mask of Inscrutable Zeal. Tasty. That's good.
Here's the last one.
Okay. Last one. Sparrowhawk Bow. Rare. Nice. Good beeping, dude. That was awesome. And I also got some cards, right?
Navi's
1, 2,
turn to pick.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7. So let me check out my items here. Let's see. I think you get 2 trading cards and an
Navi's
item. I've got
turn
3
to pick.
Oski Dragons. Oh man, I'm starting to sense a pattern here.
Orange's turn to pick.
Well, guys, right. This one will be different. Volvo, please fix. This is the RNG screwing me over. This is like when you're axing, you get no spins, and then you get 5 at once when it doesn't matter. Okay.
10
Oh yes,
seconds
we've got a
remaining.
Meepo and a Rubik. It's Oski. Okay, so now we've got into the other
5
the other
seconds
batch.
remaining.
Oh, 2 Oskis. Oh wait, no. I'm going crazy. This is another blooming
Reserve
Meepo.
time.
Right. We're gonna go find people upstairs who've got trading cards to
Orange's
swap
turn
and
to
swap
ban.
because I have a ton of Elder Titans, a ton of Centaurs, and just all the Oskis you could ever need. And I want
Navi's
there's a
turn
Greevil
to
on a
ban.
flying carpet that I really want. I'm willing to trade quite a bit to get one. So yeah, wish me luck.
It's hard to imagine. He's a grown man. He seems very excited about those, but we're excited as well because we're going back into game number 3. They're already in the Bantam picks, guys. Just quickly, all your
10
rares, who are they on and why?
I think Navi will take this again. They're going to go to the finals. They know how to get into the finals at TI, so they're going to make it.
I'm with Bruno on this. I definitely think
Reserve
of the
time.
experience and of coming off this win. I think Navi has the mentality to go into the grand finals now.
I think Navi, because their support players are way stronger without Extinct on the Visit or Chen.
Oh, I'm going to say it's Navi's series to lose, to kind of agree with you, but not predict who's going to win. It really is. And this game means so much. It means you're in the grand finals, and it's also one map, which is a difference. It's going to earn you $300,000. I can't even imagine playing for that much money. So let's send it back to the hall. Best of luck to both teams. Game 3, Navi versus Orange.
Game number 3, Navi going up against Orange. And man, this is down to the wire. The winner of this game, everything you've done through the preliminaries, everything that happened through the playoffs, it comes down to one game to put you into the grand final.
One game, all that pressure now being applied. It comes down to one single game. Either team to take it will be the winner and gonna head in to the grand final. And we see the draft. And looking over to what Orange did, they banned out the Wisp as well as the Chen in the first phase. Not gonna give the Chen towards Puppy this game either. And then banning out Enchantress in second phase as well. They picked up Darkseer and OD.
And just that Darkseer and OD together. The Darkseer, you know, we're hoping for it. Through game 1, through game 2, I was really hoping that Orange would take up that Darkseer. It's just been absolutely superb in their lineup. It gave us the highlights from yesterday as well. And then you're going to do it with an OD. We're looking at mass team fight here already from Orange Esports. If we get another big team fight controller, you add a Jakiro in the mix of all of this, you could just obliterate anybody. Of course, Puck and Lifestealer, very hard heroes to lock down. That's the reason why they picked him up in the last game, and probably the reason why we see him picked up now.
That's true, but I want to see more from Orange than only the Brute teamfight lineup, because we see them play so amazing as soon as they get some stun combinations going. They don't have a single stun yet. Of course, Darkseer is the best hero to combine up with some stunners, but they still have to pick them up. And
surprisingly, Poppy didn't actually ban out those stunners. They ban out the Weaver, they ban out the Naga. There's still the Alchemist quite quite easily in the pool for Orange. Now, if they want to go massively greedy, we get Alchemist, we get a Jungler. They've already banned out Enchantress. You want to add an Enigma into the Darkseer combo as well. You're getting a huge amount of money coming in, and then you've still got a hard carry to put into all of that.
We now see Na'Vi. They have a nice lineup here with Lifesteal, Puck, and the Nyx Assassin. So 2 good heroes for Lifesteal to just go taxi with. And also really good pickoffs with those spells, silence and stuns. And of course the Vendetta coming from Nyx is so strong.
Yep, good initiation, good combinations. That's the way Na'Vi want to roll this. They use their strengths, which is their synergy with their pairs, with their players.
10 seconds remaining.
On screen we see Orange all huddle up and trying to think about what they want to pick up for their next 3 heroes. It's taking it one at a time.
It's probably that time where you're like, well, do we just pick up all of our cores right now? Like, when we know we're missing a carry, they're not really going to ban, like, it's mushy. Like, what are you going to do?
Exactly.
And then you're like, so, oh, we can pick up our supports right now, at least, because there's still 2 of those up to pick up here for Orange. So that keeps it pretty open. And maybe also you say, well, if it is a Jakiro, then Na'Vi might start to worry and say, well, maybe we need a little bit more control when it comes to these team fights.
Maybe, but I would still, even as you say, they need a carry, I would still bet my wares that this is going to be mushy playing the OD. Like, it's not a super,
you're right.
It's not a super flexible hero that can do such awesome plays in the laning stage, but later on into the game, into the team fights, you can really have big impact. And this is a hero that Mushi has played before, of course. Feels like every hero in Dota is a hero that Mushi has played before. He's so very versatile, this player.
He is. Bane will be the selection here from Orange, so we get single focus. They could have gone for the full team fight, but at the end of the day, you also need to make sure you can control up that Lifestealer. If you do see even like the elements of an aggressive tri-lane, you got to make sure you lock it down very early on, or if you want to try it yourself, you got to lock it down very early on.
Yeah, I like the aim pickup here. It's good. They don't have any combination yet. But, I mean, they have the OD and Darkseer, which is okay. You still kind of hit everyone without that vacuum when you play on OD. And Bounty Hunter coming out from Na'Vi, they're looking for kills and kills alone, man.
That gives us our 3 cores, but it gives us a lot of invis as well. You're moving around with Bounty, with Nyx Assassin. I kind of almost want to see Orange pick up that Slider again and go with that combination with the Darkseer. So then they got the invis reveal.
It's decent to reveal Invis with it, but the biggest part is how is it gonna fit and how is it gonna work. Of course, it could work really well. We saw them play Darkseer along with Slardar before, but in that game they had even more lockdown in the AoE. Now, OD and Bane don't have amazing lockdown, but Bane was necessary. Against Puck, against Lifesteal, it's necessary to have that single target lock.
And Mushi's 4th pickup. Do we see Orange's last core? Or do we get to see him go into their last support hero?
Yeah.
Give us our lanes, and as far as Na'Vi goes, like Na'Vi, we got our 3 cores here. They got 1 more support hero to pick up. It could be anything. It could be giving a mana. It could be doing whatever they want. They got a lot of options. They got a lot of options up their sleeve.
Definitely true. Coddle would be decent, but might head into something a little bit more forward up front as well. But fighting Na'Vi head on from Orange is gonna be dangerous.
We're going to get the SK for
Gonna
Orange.
go for the Sand King.
So we're looking for Vac into a Burrow Strike, combining up with the Epicenter and the OD Ultimate. Those 3 abilities just by themselves is scary enough. The level of control to get Na'Vi into that kind of position, I'm not feeling it yet from Orange. Like, you got Lifestealer who's just going to rage and run himself around. You've got Puck as well. Very difficult to hold in one position. Nyx Assassin, you want to hold him. Spike Carapace, Bounty Hunter, got Invis to run away. There's a lot of different things here from the Na'Vi lineup that's going to make Orange's team fight very difficult to execute.
Yeah, I feel the same because we saw them play a beautiful Darkseer, but that was in a game where the enemy was not so well prepared for that combination. Only having a BKB and a Dragon Knight was all they had. But in this game, everyone sort of has an innate survivability against such combinations. Nyx, even with the Carapace, would be amazing. So yeah, definitely I feel it's harder for them in this game. Pressure is on both these teams.
5 seconds remaining.
Pressure's on Mushy right now. He's got 1 last ban to do. He's into his extra time for it, 20 seconds, and he takes out the Rubik. I was a little bit worried, and with all these different things, and straight away, Puppy says, I will take the Enigma.
Enigma it is. So we have Nyx Assassin as the main support and Enigma as the second support coming out from Na'Vi.
It's around this time you kind of wish you didn't ban out the Rubik, but it's also around this time that you kind of wish like you'd have an extra support hero as your last one as opposed to a core, which is what Orange is looking for. They're looking for the number one role hero right now.
Exactly, they pick up their carry to deal the most amount of damage. Of course, OD can be amazing at dealing some nice damage, especially laning up against the puck in the early game is not too hard for him. Later in the game even, like a Nyx Assassin, once we hit late game, that mana burn has really no cooldown and can just be spammed on OD over and over again and deals tremendous amount of damage as well.
Alright, looks like Orange have decided what they want, they agree, and it's going to be Windrunner, our lovely red-headed lady. The last one being played by KYXY as well, which means Ohio will get the Darkseer. Predicted, it is going to be Mushi up on that OD.
Crazy picks, as always, coming out from Orange. Of course, most of it was standard up till we saw this tanking into a Windrunner hero, and not
It's
even as an offlaner.
It's a little bit more old school. I remember it was actually G1 League during the group stages there. It was Invictus Gaming that were running the combination. They ran SK, which was Chuan, and they ran in with a Keeper of the Light as well as a Windrunner. As far as like range damage, ability to dive on towers, it was actually quite effective.
Yeah, it can be quite effective, but we'll see how it works out in this game. One thing that it does provide is some nice long-range disable. Can be really nice against this type of lineup that Na'Vi has, because Na'Vi, they want to run in really close, up and personal on Orange. And if you can just throw out that lockdown from far away, that can really work in your favor.
Well, let's get ourselves into it. So we'll run through our lineups.
Some cheers for the teams that are fighting.
On the rating inside here in the last game of one of these teams, Path of TI3, will go through Na'Vi. So Horvost will be taking up that role as the Live Stealer. Puts Kuro as the Nyx Assassin. Puppy will be taking up the role as the Enigma. And that leaves Funnick on his off lane. One of his most successful heroes here at the International. And then Dendy will be there as the Puck, heading down to the bottom lane. So we're going to mix it up a little bit here. So Horvost will take up that mid role instead. And they have to babysit Puck a lot more. As far as that bottom lane goes, Orange is moving in force. We've got Mushi coming down on that OD. Ohio, here is the Darkseer. Extinct as the SK. KYXY as Windrunner, and then Net as the Bane, and that is our lineup for Orange.
Yeah, that is Orange. We just mind gaming a little bit with the lanes here, but it's a good decision. You don't want to have a solo Puck mid against OD, especially as we saw in game 1 when Dendy got a little bit shut down in the early game. It got so hard for Na'Vi to play out of it. They want to have a good start on this man once again.
Yeah, especially the option they had to go for. Live Stealer had to go middle. And Orange are going to now split themselves out into their lanes, and we will see who ends up where. Orange found absolutely no one. They left no wards behind as well, so it's going to be an abandonment at the bottom lane. Unless, are they actually going to leave?
The battle begins.
KYXY as well as Extinct down here. Looks like KYXY might actually try and stay. He's going to stay for the rune, at least, and maybe more.
It's going to be a double lane down there, possibly.
It's gonna be a dual lane bottom here with Windrunner and SK.
Safe lane Darkseer up against the Gondar, or Bounty Hunter, of course.
I hate that.
One name. He kind of hates it. He has a lot of regen though, and if you get some nice last hits in the first two waves, then he can do okay on that lane.
So Mushi will find a horse here in the middle lane, and there's actually a really good time for Extinct to try and gank him up. He's having a bit of a look around. He blocked up the easy camp, so Puppy doesn't have a straight go for that one. He will be already pulling out in the other lanes, while Ohio puts the Iron Shield up on himself, wants to be as aggressive directly towards Funnick as possible. Extinct, he is really being an absolute frustration for Puppy if he won that easy camp. The Puppy isn't even moving out that far. He's already feeling the fact that they're missing heroes on the top lane. The Darkseer is up there, so they've got to be a little bit more cautious about it, about where he is. So he's back deeper, and Extinct, well, there's a lot of conversions. He's going to be really careful about that. In fact, it's a huge amount of damage you can pull out from conversions.
Stealer walking down, he doesn't have slow, he has it soon. He will skill it up.
He got Feast instead. He has one level, but he decided not to put it into anything.
That big clap, of course, the creeps clap when there's 3 units near them.
The funny thing is, even if he leveled it up, he wouldn't have had mana. He has 104 in his mana pool, and he needed 110 to actually use the open wounds.
Not enough.
The downside about going up against someone like an OD, and this will now be the full tri-lane on the bottom. In fact, Net cuts through the tree line so he can catch up to Dendy. Extinct, got to get himself in range of this Burrow Strike, and then times it up right. There's your... God, Dendy's in trouble. Orb, phase shift, they need to follow him. Windrun's there to do so, and the damage is not enough.
Oh, they don't commit.
They don't. Even with the Windrunner, they didn't want to go in that deep.
Orange could definitely have gone, top lane, just looking at the trade.
Funnick has got to be careful coming in that close. But he's got the south. He knows he can throw the thing out. That's exactly what he'll do.
A little bit too much fear there from the Orange tri-lane. They could definitely have walked in, but they didn't know exactly where the Nyx was, and it could have been so dangerous if Windrunner dive too deep and get stunned.
To completely overcommit. As we've been saying before, this is the last game of one of these teams, and both these teams don't want it to be theirs. Speaking of Ohio now on the top lane, really getting underneath this tower. Like, even Invis is still taking up that damage, but when Ohio can't see him, he won't keep committing like he wants to. So notice there's been a change up, and Puppy has gone into the Dire side jungle, because there's just no way he can stay inside his own jungle.
Gonna farm up the enemy jungle for a while now. Give him easier time just ganking from there.
Be a good gank too when they come for Ohio, because he's going to be the one who's going to get in trouble faster. Because he's sitting low on life every time he rises down. Funny got to wait for the Sal to pop up, but you got Kuro as well as Puppy rotating around looking for the gold. They're going to find it.
Be a target.
That bottle arrived just at the right time too, and now he's backing up. Ohio's getting himself out. Obviously, he's very aware. There's a dire ward already watching him.
The dire ward saw him, so there was no real danger or anything going on there. And bottom lane, we just see KYXY farming quite freely, as Dendi only has 3 for free in CS against 16 and 7. So KYXY getting the better farm down here.
16-11 up on Mushi, up against a Vorst who's got 9 for 3. This is the problem of going up against no D.
Is going the way of Orange on every single lane.
He's playing around with a couple of conversions. Now he's going to come down for Kuro. Extinct. He's going to get that Burrow strike out, and Kuro as well. Still no first blood, but it looks like this should be it. There's maybe the Spike Carapace stun, slowing him down. Conversions trying to block his path. But Kuro, he's still being stunned up by that Malefice, but Ohio gets in close enough. First blood is spilt.
And Ohio picks it up. Some big gold going the way of him. Not Darcy.
So that's the best start. After Orange, like what happened to them on that top lane before, they're going to be so happy that they're the ones that get to claim the first blood. Even if it's not a critical hero, it's still first blood nonetheless.
Yes, it is. And mid, we just see this poor lifestealer never really has the mana to do anything. Can rage, of course, but he doesn't have mana enough to slow off Ushi. Now he doesn't have enough mana for anything, being down to 1 intelligence.
Obviously not very, very smart if you just chase blood. 13 of the mana pool with that 1 intelligence. Very, very rough
bottom
time.
Lane. Oh, bottom rune. Oh, he gets it.
Mushi will take the DD. Is he just going to try and fight this one up
He
against
will.
Puppy with
And
the DD?
Puppy-
I don't see why not. He's going in to deny himself to Roshan. He's going to move faster. 1 hit from Mushi, and then Roshan hits, and Mushi.
Oh,
Roshan!
Big deny. Big deny.
He's able to basically beat him down before Mushi's orb can hit him in time.
Yeah, of course, OD with double damage is crazy strong in the early game. He doesn't even have a point in the orb, it doesn't matter. Already hits like a truck, that DD.
And Puppy won't be too sad about dying right then. Obviously, he denies himself off, so nothing is really gained by Orange. He didn't lose anything because he spent all of his money on the Soul Ring before he died.
And he just wasted a little bit of time for OD.
Can we get this on the top lane from Orange? They did exactly this in game number 1. They want to push down tower so early. Even if you don't have full tower pushing style heroes, they still want to try and intercept the creep wave and do as much DPS as possible. They're looking to force rotations, and they got it too. Puppy's coming up top. He does not want to do this. He wants to be inside of his own jungle finding farm.
This is a level 3 Enigma. This is not key timing for Enigma to start his
Oh,
movement.
be careful, Funnick. Nightmare. There's going to be a follow-up Burrow strike, and then keep up with the damage. If they've got enough, 16 for 6 gone. No life points left.
And the Surge completely saving here as well. No way that Sanking will die. Bottom lane, meanwhile, Dendi not really finding anything.
16-6 up against a 28-12. Denny's been completely out CS'd on that bottom lane.
Yeah, he has been doing a little bit of catch-up, as he was 3 for 3 when she was up to like 16 CS. The early game, of course, was not easy for Dandy when Orange supporters were down there. Now, look towards KYXY.
But he doesn't have ulti yet. He can't hold KYXY in place. Until that level 6, he can't do it.
Looking over towards Curry and his position.
The only kind of hope he'll have on this bottom lane is the fact that KYXY would overcommit himself into the point where you could rift up the Windrunner, so then he wouldn't be able to Windrun himself away.
And so far, this laning stage just going heavily in the favor of Orange. 3 kills.
Lane, Funnick, you know he wants it. You know he wants it. He's got track now. He wants to find kills anywhere he possibly can.
Have a lot of experience, 18 for 4 as well in CS. It's good for an off-lane bounty hunter, but he was against a solo at the start, so it's pretty much to be expected.
And push happening again. Again, we're going to see Ohio try and, with their Shuri toss. What level is that? That's some good damage. Level 3 up on the Shuri toss. Ohio already being pushed back, and there's more support rotating in. They realize now the bounty hunter's up here on the top lane, which means they need sentry walls, they need movement very, very quickly. Net will cut his way through the tree line, so he can come directly out of the fog of war into a nightmare. That is the plan, at least.
Enigma also moving up here towards the top tower to defend it. Nice little ward place by Net. He auto-attacks him.
Oh,
that's probably not what he wanted.
No, what he wanted to do was hide inside the tree line, use the ward so he knew who was coming up at what time, and then attack.
When you hide like that, you get a spam click movement all the time, or end up auto-attacking in here.
Got Malva stun up on Extinct right now. Ohio trying to stay close up to Dendy Shackles, just a mini stun, and then with a 4-man Dream Call, but there's no follow-up to it. It's an oldie for nothing else. Dendy actually jumped to the other side of the fight, in fact. And Mushi, well, he's just waiting for the 8-minute rune.
Being scouted out, but he still gets away safely.
It's more Mushi's, so he's fine.
And Horvorst, of course, still down to 65 mana. Not doing good for himself on the mid lane. He has decent farm, but can't really contribute in terms of kills. Big tower.
Another early tower for Orange. And they're the ones that do take the first tower as well, so they push their advantage even further here.
Like the experience that Net just TP down to claim here. It's just so nice whenever support can just go and take some alone time on the lane and get that experience going.
Important as well to get his level 6. That Fiend's grip, such a huge thing. When you look at like the control during the team fight, you get a Nightmare up on the Enigma, so there'll be no Black Hole to come out from Puppey. Then you also have like a Fiend's grip up on Live Sealer or on the Puck, two of the biggest ones to control.
Same thing actually for Nyx, and look at bottom lane. This might be dangerous.
Yeah, stays out too far, which he does. There's your stun and track gold as well, so good money coming in Na'Vi.
Big kill for Na'Vi.
They get themselves the board finally, but they do it with bonus gold.
Bonus gold from that track, of course. And it's really nice just shutting down the Bane. As we were talking about, hitting level 6 is very important on Bane.
Oh yeah, they catch him short, so KOAXY rotate the bottom lane to try and defend it instead. Meanwhile in the middle lane, Mushi is still continuously farming, now sitting at 2150 gold. We should be seeing his mech.
4-staff. It might be a really early 4-staff as well, but I agree, mech would probably be better. 4-staffing...
I'd like to see 4-staff up on the Windrunner instead, so she can be that initiator.
4-staff, I still feel they should go for 4-staff as well. It's more about the order of things, but going mech first is more reliable. If you get ganked by a puck, 4-staffing away won't save you because you break the stun anyway, and they will catch up to you.
Yep.
The mech might just save your life. And it's nice ward mid. Many pings coming out from Groki. He goes for a 4-staff after all. It's the build for the big flashy plays after all, and that
means the Windrunner's going to go into the more kind of supporting kind of role. Look towards that mech up on her and that. Well, let's see if they even want to go it.
We might still see Mushi just build into. It's not weird at all to go for both the mech and the 4-staff on a hero like OD.
I'll almost ask the question too then, what should we be seeing up on Na'Vi? Because you got an Enigma inside the jungle right now that will have to get the mech at one point of his time, but does he get it first? Does he look for the Blink Dagger? Or do they just look to also find some kills? Because I'm looking at some movement from Orange, and they are definitely on the hunt.
They have the entire mech actually on Ohio. Didn't see that, so...
that was, yeah, it's very good.
The Darks here, and minute 11 now.
Allows them to dive back past the towers, but they're going to find someone else. They find Dendy, they Burrow Strike, and they catch him out. That Iron Shell damage. Huge amount of damage, and then OD already put off that imprisonment. Koro doesn't get shackled up properly, but there gets one son out in net. They're still extinct with the Burrow Strike coming off. Cooldown, back through Puppey, back through Koro. Buyback comes out from the Puck, but Avos trying to fight inside this one. The orb will fly down, and Avos running through the tree line. Puck goalie, but Fiend Strip will hold Dendy in position. Power shot, gets the kill. Only through Johnny. There's your Black Hole. For the catch out, but there's just no follow through. Avos can't do anything, was imprisoned up, so they nightmare up the Puppey, and the shackle through the tree line latches up both the remaining Na'Vi players. Funny comes in, will pick up KOAXY with a double kill, but the orb damage, Avos is forced back. The OD will quickly imprison up Koro, but now Mush, all of Orange, They retreat.
And in this, we actually see as well double damage on Funnick. He got 2 kills in that fight, so he got a lot of gold going as well. But that was Orange taking a huge lead.
This man, that was perfectly executed. The lines were right. They really weighted out their abilities properly, and they got lucky at the very start. They picked off Dendy very quickly. And notice too in the buybacks, it was both Puck and Enigma who bought back during that fight.
That was, man, that was, and that shuts them down a lot in terms of item progression. Looking over towards Dendy, doesn't even have the magic wand, just 600 gold, boots and bottle. That's it. Enigma not close to anything. So Orange, the items and the item progression shows even more how well Orange are doing for themselves.
Mushy with full treads up. He's just going to start hitting hard and fast. All of Orange will. They can even just 5-man through Na'Vi right now. Avos doesn't have, like, they got nothing. They don't have enough of the key items available to fight. And Orange, they know that. Every single time they fight now, Na'Vi won't have anything they need to actually win the fight against them, and they must fall back.
And now we see a little bit of movement as well coming out here, and we see some nice pinks. Actually predicting complete. Puppy knows what Orange are up to.
Well, everyone's missing bar one person, and then the, well, there goes your smoke. Being revealed, surged down by Ohio, but he won't find Dendy, who even just phase shifts out from the power shot damage. But Orange get what they came here for, and that's the mid-tier 1 tower. Well, they
yep, just come right to that tower. They will be taking it. We see a nice split push movement from Na'Vi.
Radiant's middle tower.
And Vavos pushing that top. Kuro, level 7 on that bottom. Mana boots now up on Nyx.
OD just TP straight to that top lane. They have to back themselves off. Nick gonna get spotted out by a couple of conversions.
Still not a single point in Enfeeble, by the way, on Bane. A little bit unusual.
Was Puppy wanting to fight this?
Yeah,
one of a Malibus for Extinct, but Extinct got a Burrow Strike down into the river. Funnick, he's already lit up that track. Shuri Toss as well is going to hit. Kura can't get close enough for the damage, but Dendy maybe can. He's coming in. Dream Call, look for the orb. Extinct able to evade very quickly, and Dendy doesn't jump. In fact, he's 9-man. Puppy will take it off him, so now Dendy can actually fight. Funnick comes in, infest damage. Avors goes for the move, and then the wall goes down. Power shot as well, but Avors feed script up. He's on the wrong side of the wall, and Na'Vi, they can't go through. They've got to leave Avors for dead. The shackle from KYXY holds him there. Avors, is he really? He's gonna go back through the wall again. Brainstap almost killing off. Power shot. It's Kuro on the way out. The Na'Vi will retreat, and Kuro went up north. He's almost a sacrifice. He throws a stun with a TP out with a spike carry. Got him just in time. He threw everything he could. He thought actually Orange were faster than that.
Yeah, so Orange fighting beautifully there. 4 on 5. Coming out on top, getting a kill on the support. It may not seem like much, but that was Mushy free farming during that duration on the top lane. So Orange actually making a really nice play there.
More nice players to add to that list, and you see the advantage really starting to stretch down. 4,000 is the gold. Experience though, there's basically nothing in it.
The experience is very even for sure, but as for the gold, it's starting to pull more and more ahead, and we all know what happens when you start to get a nice little advantage when you're on the dire side. Then you have that easy, accessible Roshan with all your tier 1 towers up, and look at Puppy.
There goes Puppy down. Orb once, orb twice, and well, probably orb the wrong target to start with, but still, they'll pick up the rest of the conversions and focus on the tier 1 tower. Orange systematically fighting their way into the grand final.
Bit by bit, they're looking strong, but Na'Vi, of course, they're not dead yet. And now the pressure on the bottom tower, Na'Vi seems like they will just sack it and go for a trade.
Looks like a tier 1 tower in the mid is where they'd like to go, but they don't have enough pushing power to actually bring that down.
Full HP tower, like, it will take some time to bring that down.
You already see Orange, like they know that Na'Vi won't contest on this tier 1 tower, so they move themselves in towards the middle lane. They try and find themselves a kill, so they look for Kuro, they look for Dendy, and now, well, it's going to be pretty obvious. Look down that bottom lane, and Mushy's the only one left. Someone is hunting for gold. Here goes a tier 1 tower in the bottom lane, so Orange claim all the outer tier 1 towers, and they haven't lost a single one yet. But Funnick will do some considerable damage to this top tier 1.
Yeah, someone has the TP there almost. Running there will take some time, and there's a lot of people there actually. Kuro sitting behind.
Funnick's bailing. He doesn't know how far away they are. They haven't seen him in a while.
Yeah, Outworld Destroyer, OD, building in towards... Oh, yeah, try on Puppy.
Got a shot, he's got a DD room, but with a Malefice, OD ulti, oh!
Look at that damage.
He's got help coming in, Dendy, don't go in, man.
Go in, Dandy, that is not safe. Not safe at all.
This is just like Malaysian power fighting through Na'Vi. And Na'Vi have no answer to this. Like, how are they trying to answer this? Kuro's up here on the top lane. I know he's trying to leech up a little bit of experience up here, but right now, there's just, okay, so he's waiting. He's waiting. The same time as Orange smoke, so they're going to realize that someone's around here, and they throw down a sentry looking for someone. That was meant to be Funnick trying to gank up that top lane.
Oh, Kuro, they see him now.
Around, Virus Strike on him, and Brain Sap him down. Oh, Funnick, is he really going to try and fight this? They've still got Fiend's Grip available, so Avos, Fiend's Grip up, but now he's going to be stunned up. Malefice from Puppey, but they're going to walk through this wall to the Surge, you're right. How to get the kill on the Bane. 1-for-1 trade on the supports, but Mushy still free farming bottom lane.
Nice kill though, going the way of Na'Vi, but they had a lot of people committed there, and as you say, Mushy just farming while everything is going down. To 1700 gold after that ultimate orb, he's looking so strong. Top, see Puppey.
Again, a Surge into a Burrow Strike, able to reach, gonna go epicenter on Puppey as well. Vac back in to make sure he stays in close. And then they clean up not only the conversions, but the creep wave as well with the Iron Shells and the rest of the epicenter.
This is a really big kill. Getting both the Enigma and all his summons, 180 gold to boot that kill as well. We got the entire omelet finished up for Vorst, but we are 18 minutes in, and that's a good timing for Lifesteal to get his items. We now have Blink and Mech on the darks here, and strong combinations coming out of the Sand King, the OD. Windrunner as well, looking strong with a Force Staff.
That's a really scary combination. Just having the blink on the Darkseer, let alone everything else is going to combine up with it. And before items are still up, like, Horse hasn't got his armlet done just yet, unless that's on the courier, so there it is. Armlet comes up, it's 18 minutes and 45 seconds before he gets that armlet. Like, this is a Horse, like, a Horse who we've seen in the past who, at 18 minutes and 45 seconds, would have a full heart and an armlet with treads. Like, that's what he's bought in the past. And Funnick, well, I'm not liking his chances on this top lane. I'm seeing Sentry Wards go down, no way to go invis, no reason for a shackle, just a power shot through from KYXY.
Playing so beautiful Dota in this game, and Na'Vi, they're finding themselves 4-14. They're struggling really, really hard here, and they're not finding any new item progression on the Enigma. So, I don't see how they can turn this. They need a Blink, they need a BKB, they need something so they can actually drop it. But even with a BKB, there would be a Bane.
Yep. Without items, they can't change it. The only thing they can do is hope Orange screw up a little bit. That's their only hope right now, unless they can get time to farm up key items. And, well, that's some serious commitment. Gonna TP to that lane, the bottom lane, and then they surge up. There's already a Burrow Strike, a Vorce inside the rage. He just wants this tower. He's gonna finish it off, or is he? He's gonna infest. He takes the creep to freedom.
Will be a chase after that creep, I believe. They do not want to let Havost live, and that Iron Shell actually kind of helps Havost.
Havost jumps out, he wants to go, there's a ball coming in, Denny jumps in, he got a big coil, big silence, there will go down, even a Burrow Strike into the back corner with a follow-up stun. Ohio's low on life, and now in comes Puppey, Black Hole's available, oh, BGG! KYXY, now will be Midnight Pulse up, a Vorce shackled towards a tree, Kuro went through the rear, the Force Staff down, Kuro had stun, he couldn't stop him. Orange is out. They lost 2. And that's when they make a mistake, but maybe Puppey. Malefice done Burrow Strike here from KYXY, and Mushy now joins the fight. Drops the hammer on Na'Vi. And Kuro will retreat, but KYXY will find him. He wants to shackle, Force Staff down. Shackle will power shot. KYXY, flawless play. And now Funnick imprisoned up, and they just bail.
They can't go for him.
They want Mushy to have that full side of the vice, 21 minutes in. Orange, like, they lost that fight badly on the bottom lane. That was the mistake that Na'Vi were looking for on that bottom lane. That Orange fell for the trap, but then Na'Vi overcommitted. They chased in deeper, and Orange turned it perfectly.
Na'Vi, both these teams, of course, have a really aggressive nature, but as Na'Vi got a little, they tried to bite free even more, and then in came the hammer of Mushy and just dropped on them. So, Na'Vi not really pulling back too much there. A little bit of gold is going their way, but still the experience spiking down even further.
The Vorce, no, he's not thinking about this bottom lane, and he really shouldn't either. The surprise factor of Na'Vi now goes out the window. with the gem already being picked up, coming out, KYXY purchased it.
Getting a lot closer to the mech though. Need 400 gold, but before this Roshan, they will not have a mech, so they want to contest. They will have to do it without Black Hole, without mech, and I don't see them do it.
At least not successfully.
They're moving there, but with the infest on Dandy, he has a Blink Dagger. I think
He's going to give her a shot. They're going to look for the snatch. The snatch.
They'll try. They have to.
Snatch will be the key here, but they need to know. All flyers in. Does Denny go with it? No, but KYXY is taking a lot of damage in here. He 4-staffs out. They blink him out too. Odie's already got an imprisonment over on the side. Denny silences up on Mushi. But it comes out. But here comes your epicenter. Back in a wall. Puppy's got no hole whatsoever. The Fiends grip very short channeling right now. They move back over towards Ned. And now it's Na'Vi that take 2 kills. Kuro's right behind KYXY. Vendetta here. Stun as well. The ball's coming in. The wind run's going to wear off right now. And Open Wounds tracked off for everybody. And the gem on the deck. Na'Vi will now go back in and finish the job that Orange started. And Orange just made their biggest mistake here at the lower bracket final.
They got caught out really hard, not standing together there, OD being too far away, and this will probably be... Yeah,
how big are your balls right now? Do you want to give this a shot? No, is the answer. Aegis will go to a Vorst.
It is tremendously hard to just predict when he will die, when you have no vision in there at all. And yeah, Na'Vi starting to go back into its game.
How is this even feeling possible? Orange, they couldn't commit to Roshan. And Na'Vi, they had a moment on bottom. We thought that moment turned sour when they ran up to the Rosh pit.
Yeah, but things are starting to look up much more for Na'Vi now, having that mech finished up and having a gem on the Bounty Hunter as well.
4.6k gold up on Livestealer. This AC will come up quickly as well. Oh, yeah. This is now Na'Vi's game to win. One more fight.
Not wasting any time, going for smoke now, trying up towards the top rune.
They've got Black Hole, they know the Darkseer. Well, his ult is coming off cooldown in a moment, but Fiend's Grip also 8 seconds. Enigma SK has got his epicenter off cooldown in 40 seconds time. And Funnick, he's going to find one. Ohio be the one. Net's in here as well. Where's your Nightmare? Up on one. Holds him out. Black Hole misses everything again. They don't need it by the looks of it. Puck with the ulti. Support comes in. Buyback back into the wall. Burrow strike as well. Through Denny and OG. Morshi destroys Na'Vi. The Aegis will pop. And now Fiend's Grip have also been held in position. And now Malaysia fight back.
And
maybe more.
As well on Nyx.
All heroes lost for Na'Vi.
And Aegis, and Black Hole whiffed completely.
Second time in a row now for Puppy.
Yeah.
I said they didn't need it after that Dream Call went with that quick buyback from the Darkseer. Orange instantly regained the momentum.
Darkseer was so strong as he blinked in, it's vacuumed, and then the perfect combination with a Sand King blinking in after and just burrow striking. They are good combo players. Play really well together with these stun combinations.
And that experience graph going up and down.
It is.
Yeah, she managed to get. They managed to get their advantage back, and then lost it after that fight. But you can understand the reason why they wanted to do it. Like, everything of theirs was off cooldown again. They wanted to get in there and be aggressive, make most of these items which came out.
Yeah, they did, and it didn't work out for him. And we see now Orange back in the lead. So strong. The damage, the raw damage that comes out from this OD, it's just completely mind-blowing when you see it happen.
Yep. They need to lock OD out. They need to lock OD out. And that's the reason why you see Mushi now building into a BKB. He realizes if Puck silences him up, his presence in that fight is gone. And he could be killed off very, very quickly, especially with Livestealer now walking around with a Basher. Even now, like, he needs that Abyssal Blade up to know when Mushi finishes the BKB up, then he'll have that Abyssal Blade to lock down the OD and stop his damage. Of course, it's not always the biggest problem when you got such a great team fight through both the SK as well as the Darkseer combo as well. A back into a 4-man Burrow Strike in Epicenter, that's a rough ride.
Looking over to Na'Vi, I don't think that a big black hole is what they need to just win this game, but they need chaotic fights more than that, because big black hole is going to be really hard to land. We laugh a little bit as he lands them on 0 target, but looking over, look at what Orange have. They have 2 ways to cancel it from their OD. They have Burrow Strike, they have Bane with 2 ways to cancel it, they have Shackle Shot, and they have Vacuum. There's too many ways for him to just shut down. Without BKB, Puppy won't land amazing black hole. I say that now and I might regret
You
it.
can probably understand the reasoning of Puppy as well when he does it. Like, he's like, one black hole for one person is still worth it. It gives us our advantage. And that's what he threw it for. He just didn't realize his teammates had that much damage that they'll kill him all straight away.
Yeah.
Lane push now coming up from Orange, and well, Funnick will need to get a bit of a track up right now. He's going to do it first on Mushy. But Mushy's got forced up as well as Scythe of Ice, so he's going to be very careful as Puppy cuts a line through the trees, but they're being watched. There is a perfect observer wall here from Orange, and they smoke right on top of it.
And of course, Gem was reclaimed by Darkseid as well, so they couldn't even for that.
The only thing Orange don't know is now where they are. They know the smoke happened, but Orange, they still want to push this bottom tower.
It's down to Dandy and how he's going to take this initiation along with Kuro.
Wow.
Want to fight this.
Look at the double blink. They already got one. Force. Funnick in closer. Mushy right-clicking at Shackle. Need a follow-up. Back in. Three on the stun. And then the big orb for the mech shot. Puppy in for the hole. They got Mushy. Puppy being feed scripted up there, but never loses life for it. They keep on going. They're going to go deeper. The track is up. Of course. Where's the bash? Where's the sun? They say screw it. We're going to go up. Blink up from Ohio. He's out to safety. Windrunner forced to fight. No TP out of this one.
Lifesteal goes down. Havorst picked off. And also Funnick caught out by Windrunner.
I mean, not over yet. Dendy's still on the run out here. No, there's too many buildings on cooldown. Na'Vi lost 3 out of that then.
He did buyback, so it was a good start on the fight for OD, or for Na'Vi, but now the pressure is back, and they just simply lost too many heroes to keep defending this.
Yep, this is going to be the death of the tier 2 tower on the bottom lane.
Yeah, Windrunner now has enough gold to buy the ultimate orb. Does he do so? He actually bought the ultimate orb in a TP. Yeah. And into a second hex as well. Of course, it's still far away. His BKB is delayed a little bit as he bought back there. Doesn't have anything really now, so he has to start over with only the Ogre Club.
Life is hard, but when you're Orange, life isn't really that hard.
Look at Doxy though. Say life is hard, but he's 8-2 for 11. Ohio, we talk about how good he plays Nature's Prophet, but his performance on this Darkseid has been stellar. Like,
yep,
absolutely brilliant.
It's not just him, like, man, it's the synergy that goes with him into like Extinct Spyro Strike, or Mushy being in the right place at the right time as well for his hit.
Oh yeah,
it's
definitely.
Yeah. It's been perfect, and also props to Bane in that last fight, able to keep his distance away from the black hole. You were right, Puppy got a great black hole, but it did not last long.
It did not last long because still Bane was standing outside of it. He got, I believe, 3 heroes, or maybe even 4, I think 3 heroes in that black hole, and it was amazing, but it was cancelled within a second of Bane. So that's what I'm talking about. Too many ways to cancel the black hole. Been landing 3 out of 4 people inside of it, gets still cancelled. We saw Darkseid now picked up a nice little item here on that BKB. So he has BKB Blink, his initiation. It should be completely uninterruptible from Na'Vi. You can't predict the initiation from a Darkseid and just black hole him. Yep. That's asking for too much.
Find yourself blinking over the top of each other if you try and predict that kind of stuff. You got Roshan up in 4 minutes time. Might be the key point for both these teams. Na'Vi like fighting in a close quarters area because of the Enigma black hole, but at the same time, Orange, when you have Epicenter, you have Darkseid Ultimate as well as OD Ultimate, you really enjoy the close combat areas too.
I give the close combat definitely towards Orange. Seeing their combinations, they do every single fight, just vacuum into 3-man stuns, something like that with Sanking, it's just beautiful.
How many TPs do Orange just want to pop then? Nothing but a Funnick illusion.
Look at what Bane, actually Net playing the Bane, has been skilling up in this game. He has 2 points into a Nightmare, 1 point into a Feeble, 2 points into Stats. That's a very unorthodox build, especially against a Lifestealer. Even Bounty Hunter, because normally we would see high level and Feeble, just looking at bottom. He's posing a little bit.
Was waiting inside the Vendetta with a Blink Dagger. He wants a kill. In fact, I don't know if both teams just basically sending each other a message saying, I'll meet you on bottom lane at 31 minutes, but that's where they both ended up now. And Na'Vi's out. Na'Vi doesn't want to stay around here. In fact, there's already farm to be had on the top lane, and Funnick will be taking that.
And bottom lane will be free farm for the OD, farming it up. If they can push out the lanes now, Orange will be in a good position to take next Roche.
Gonna move down, surge up, Extinct, who's gonna find, he finds Avorst, Spyro Strike, Rage very quickly from Avorst. Also very lucky for Extinct, he didn't get bashed up just then.
Oh yeah.
And Puppey leaves one conversion behind, which scattered out the rest of Orange rotating towards the bottom lane.
About that bash, always dangerous if you get caught out in a weird position. Of course, it's RNG gaming, man. It's scary when it happens. Not being pushed out by Orange mid, though being pushed really hard by Dandy, getting some nice farm as well. 2,200 gold now with that blink dagger.
Getting up to items where he could probably live during fights, especially when he picks himself up a haste rune as well.
To live through the combo that is smacked down, and of course Puck does have really good intelligence, but he's nowhere close to the intelligence of Mushi in this game, so needs to pick up that ultimate, or maybe as he did in the last game, pick up the Mystic Staff first. Could also be a really good choice.
Boss is about to pick up his money for an Abyssal.
He gets revealed up here on the top lane as they walk by an observer ward, and see Orange just reacting. Thinking about
Orange aren't really splitting themselves up much at all. Like, so 5 go bottom, like Mushi was the furthest one out just then, but he's only a short hop, skip, and a jump away for the rest of the Orange players.
Yeah.
They just want 5-man Dota right now.
Positioning. They put down a center ward and just stand like this, trying to reveal any form of smoke attempt, but of course they see Lifesteer farming top lane. Be a gang.
Nope.
And even now seeing Enigma coming in towards them.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Puppey, he just wants his money. He wants his BKB. Surprising he still wants the BKB, because I suppose it restricts it to only one ability that can stop you.
It's totally worth it. Like, sure, Bane can still cancel it, but then you have an Abyssal Blade now finished up on Lifesteer, so if they can go on the Bane, then Puppey has free reign.
This is not the time yet. They have to go in here with 5. Kuro's coming up to scout, but the Sentry Ward again. Great vision here from Orange. Na'Vi are not going to walk under it just yet, not at least not where they have vision of a KOA Ace White. Kuro, close you can get to it, blinks in, looks for the stun, picked up, cost the stun, out jumps Dandy as well as Avos, but already the epicenter comes in, but Avos bashes up on Mushi, feeds script up, he's on the other side there, Ned, but that means Puppey can walk in, Malava stun will cancel off a Puppey, Shackle towards the tree line, they won't bring him down, Mushi with a double kill, further down south, Denny with the orb, he's not going to join out to that one, he's going to stay with Avos, Varus right, misses from Extinct, so Denny with his haste moving in, moving out, Mushi trying to bring down Denny. Oh! There's the hit, but Avos gets the bash. There's going to be a back to trying to keep Funnick and Avos control. Barris striking Avos, and he will go down now. Windrunner with a kill. Dendy brought back. He's trying to come back in time, but it won't happen. And Funnick gets a good regen rune.
It's a tight fight, but in the end, Orange just pulling ahead so hard, and especially with that buyback from Dandy.
Commitment from Enigma to go to the other side of the tree line to get the stun on the Bane.
Yeah, he had to.
Yeah, he had to, but it lost his life for it.
Lost life, and it's more important. It's kind of how you have to play sometimes as a supporter, but it's not something you want to do when you're Enigma.
Especially an Enigma who's still trying to get towards his BKB, but looks like Puppey did buy his Mithril Hammer in time, so he's just a recipe away now. But this fight happened at the same time as Roshan respawns, and Lifestealer won't be back in time. And Mushi doesn't really care anyway. He'll bring down Roshan very, very quickly.
He has no way of being here. They can tank up a little bit with Windrunner, and see Roshan just RNG gaming. She bringing him down to almost half life.
No way to stop it. They may as well just go back into their lanes and continue to farm up, and then just deal with this Aegis when it comes out. Should be on the hands of Mushi, and in fact goes to the hands of Windrunner. Nope. What?
Denial. They denied it. They failed.
Oh! Oh!
See a lot of rares being given out for witnessing.
Oh.
Of an Aegis. That's not really what you want to do, KYXY. They are not too happy right now. Of course, at this point, when you have disadvantage, you don't really kill Roshan for the experience and gold. You kill it for that Aegis.
It must have been like attack moving there or something like that. It's definitely an accident. It is most definitely an accident. This isn't the ultimate diss up against Na'Vi saying we don't need no Aegis to win.
That's an accident. That's an accident. You don't try and troll someone when you're playing for this much money. The pressure, even though all these players are trying not to think about it when they're in the game, but when you're up and one game is what makes the difference between going to grand finals or not, it's always there. Block that out.
Oh man. And when I saw Windrunner's name, I was like, there's no way they'll give Windrunner the Aegis. It's like, nope.
Mushi really close to finishing up an entire Shivas now. Just needs 600 more gold. Say that, he is shooting up in his gold economy, doing really well.
Nice way for SK to scout out. Use an illusion, put an iron shell on the back of it. Not a bad way of doing it. Enigma now does have that BKB up for Puppey, so during the next team fight, we have to watch that position of the Bane. If he wants to hold Livestealer in position, Puppey may be okay with that now.
We see movement from Na'Vi. They want to take a fight.
Too early, too early. Puppey's not there in time. And already BKB from Funnick. He is so scared of that Scythe device and being popped instantly.
It's now down to a 7-second BKB next time he wants to use it. So that duration on Bounty Hunter, he won't be able to chase for too long. And that's really, really a big thing. Having a short BKB means he can't really go in and just target down the Bane, for example. That's what Puppey needs. He needs his team to do something about Bane so that he can land the amazing black holes.
Nice item now coming up on the Bounty Hunter, so we've got a Vladimir's offering for him. That's going to make Livestealer a lot more powerful during these team fights.
Yeah, but now with that Shivas as well, kind of has the counteraction with the minus 40% attack speed.
A full Shivas for Mushi. He may as well be playing an Outcast with the money he's getting right now. He must be looking so good on his gold per minute. 567. Looking very, very good on the gold per minute.
Yeah.
Let's try and check out the high ground and see if they're visible from the observer ward, but there is no vision for Na'Vi. They don't have a single ward on the map right now, anywhere. They have a tier 2 tower in mid. In fact, the only outside vision apart from the creep waves, which, by the way, is pushing top lane pretty heavily. So, TB back, and Mushi will take the farm.
So, both teams playing pretty close to the base right now. Looking over to the fantasy points, actually Extinct is as high as Mushi on a supporter.
Unfortunately, man, the fantasy points don't count today. Fantasy points don't count for finals day. Nope, they ended yesterday.
That's horrible.
Bright side, I still thank Burning.
That is horrible.
Me a lot of points. All those wonderful people out there that had all their bets in for the compendiums, they will finally get them all tallied up later on this evening. So, yeah, shout out to all the guys too, that because by buying the compendiums, you guys at home as well as right here at the event. It's an event as big as it is. 0.6 sounds awesome, but I think it almost hit 2.9 million. That's the biggest thing. And almost 6 million unique players as well in Dota 2, just for the last month, and that's like. The game is getting bigger. The game is getting bigger, and this whole event has just showcased the reason why it does.
Yeah. Looking at Orange now, they're playing very safe and not really pressing the issue, but we should remember there was a mistake in denying that Aegis, and they're not gonna throw this game. Of course, they're not gonna push if they don't have that advantage that they were supposed to have with Aegis. They're just playing it a little bit more safe. They have seen the BKB on Enigma because he has shown himself once. But
well, he had no other choice, man. You got a BKB on cooldown and bounty for another 60 seconds. You can't go into a fight, so he has to be inside the creep wave somewhere. And Mushi, well, he loves farming conversions. They're worth good money as well. Even using the Shooter's Guard for it. He's got all the mana in the world as well too. He doesn't really care about that.
No way he's gonna drop low on mana as that's too much. Every time he has a chance, 40% chance to restore 25% of his mana pool, and when you run around with 2,500 mana, yeah, that's pretty decent.
You can see what Na'Vi was trying to do just then. They were thinking about trying to loop around and come in behind Orange as they pushed in that bottom. But then they realized that Orange, the momentum was already too fast. They wouldn't be able to loop around in time without losing their tier 3 tower. So they back up, and it looks like Na'Vi actually want to fight on top of their tier 2 tower here.
I'm surprised that Orange are willing to push and force the issue a little bit here. But taking that tier 2 tower, they have to pretty much get in position and just start right-clicking it. If they can't, then real push.
Their trust, man. They can see the guys in the back lines, but they cannot see the Bane, and that's their biggest problem. Net, he's got no items really. Like, he's got magic wand, he's got boots, and a TP scroll. It's nothing, but they've got to kill him off, and that's why Denny jumps in. Silent Stream call on 2. Net, there's the Fiend Script used on the force, and Puppey, well, he's got the black hold, he got 3 in it. Mushi inside the BKB as well. He's going to waste that timing and Funnick. The attack, Denny through the tree line, Avon's going to kill him off. Mushi falls, tapped away. Denny wants to chase. The orb goes the wrong way. Does he join? Hell yes, he does. Rips it up, chases Mushi, the damage is gonna be enough! Chivas got on the edge! Mushi! He's alive! He's alive! He's dead!
Top lane.
Back to Ohio as well, running away from Puppey. Funnick's chasing down KYXY. Ohio, he's being stunned up by the Spike Carapace. It was actually his own Iron Shield turning against him. Now the Malphus up from Puppey, all from Dendy. Will hit, connect. And Gems on the deck.
And top. We get a kill as well on the Windrunner. as the Funnick and Hervorst chased her down all the way. So a big win for Na'Vi there.
So Orange don't claim the tower, and they lose so much again. The advantage of 12,000 experience, not enough. Of what was basically 7,000 gold is now turning around in favor of Na'Vi.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Is Extinct going to try and stop this? Again, he finds himself being one of the last ones left alive.
Dire's structures are fortified.
And hold this. Oh, here, wait. He's going to go in. Burrow strike, it might slow him down. Ned's coming in as well. Look for the brain sap. They couldn't get anything. They're all coming back in this fight. And T being in, Mushy. He wants Funnick. They actually get him away. No one ends up dying from Na'Vi after a triple buyback. They got the tower and they bailed. And they bailed quick.
And they got out. That's so sick. Getting out and 3 buybacks wasted on Orange.
And it's a lot of money just thrown down the drain. Even with this advantage, it's going to just change even harder now.
Yeah, the kills still looking the way for Orange, but never mind the numbers on the kills now, because I really feel Na'Vi, they're starting to claim an advantage in this game.
Oh yeah, these items are coming their way. Even Funnick, man, because remember all these kills which keep happening, there's track through it all. The bonus gold coming in, and it's Na'Vi moving as 5 because Orange want to play 5v5, and that's what Bounty Hunters love.
BKB on Puppy.
Oh wow.
And every single person on Na'Vi, I just see item progression everywhere. We have Dandy working towards that Shive of Vice. We have 4,000 gold on Hervorst and Blink on Kuroki with 1,600 gold to go. That Desolator is not far off on Funnick.
This is just going to get really rough for Orange, but at the same time, they still have a lot of power behind them. That fight which happened in the middle lane, not the one with the buybacks, but the one that happened back on the Radiant side of the river, that's one of those things where Enigma gets a 3-man black hole and your entire fight changes. He misses everything, and then all of a sudden, nothing goes right. And Hervorst, move yourself back. Maybe he wants, maybe he does.
Black hole off cooldown 5 seconds.
Mushy's going to jump in, forced up, look for the side of the vice, not going to work. Mushy's in, now Denny with the stuns, Kuro with the stun, back in again, and Poppy! Free on the hole for the Fiend's Grip, cancels it off, then tries to stop Ned, so Poppy is free again. Neckchun keeps him alive, Orange lost 2, Orange lost 3, Orange has lost 4, and they're going to lose 5. KYXY on the retreat, the drag will keep him there, Denny's swallowing it in, and KYXY will fight from inside his own base. Huge counter initiation from Na'Vi.
And there's no buybacks. There are 3 buybacks on cooldown.
This is Rax.
This is at least
This is going to be Rax. They're going to go in and bring down this tier 3 tower. They were so far behind. And they are roping the Malaysians in. You can see the expressions on their faces. They are not happy. There's nothing they can do. Merely spectators inside their own game, and Na'Vi are going to go for a second Rax as well. They cannot overcommit this though. At least the tier 3 tower. SK's back, Bane's coming back as well. OD still down for a while.
Long time this Rax should be possible to claim both the mid Raxes.
To be the case, they can't take through the tier 2 tower still alive, and maybe Extinct tries to force them back out again. It's too late, there's no point wasting the epicenter. Double Rax. Mid and bottom go down.
And Na'Vi, they back out, and right now they have 25,000 gold on their heroes combined. Buying up items all around.
This is out of control now. This is completely out of control for Orange. And saying that after they were the ones that were in control.
Look at Funnick, he buys up Demon Edge along with his Desolator. The damage is now completely insane on this Bounty Hunter.
Even Bounty can just one hit down heroes like Windrunner before they can get into the Windrun, and Orange is making a beeline, but what are they making a beeline for? Are they trying to get into the Rosh pit? Thinking Na'Vi are in there, and they're like, wait, they're not. But who do they find? They find one. They find Dendy. They need to finish him off. Blink Burrow strike. They're going to pick up on Dendy. Buys back instantly. Hervorst looking for the fight as well. The BKB on Mushy will be on cooldown. And Na'Vi, they don't want to give it a shot.
Fast kill on. But does it really make that difference? Now having CD on the BKB.
Is under attack.
I do when that top lane's being pressured, but Na'Vi won't care about tier 3 tower. There's still 2 racks up. You're right, I hear an infest. It's into Dendi. But Dendi can still die very quickly. In Orange, they're just waiting for Na'Vi to show themselves. But look at the line being drawn by Puppy. Up through mid. Rotate yourself around. But Orange...
It's obvious.
They hang in the tree line.
Na'Vi knows something is up because the entire base of Orange is filled with enemy creeps.
B, Puppy, the smoke goes, they would have seen it over the tree line. Dendy get a phase shift, and then with the Shiva's guard, they're going to jump in. Koro! Double shot, feature cancel, Black Hole, won't go, he actually gets 2, KYX wide Ohio, locked in position, reverse with a double kill, Mushy, almost dead, instead, Mushy down, SK will buy back, and GG! Na'Vi, they come back from what looked like oblivion to get into their 3rd international grand final. A rematch.
They celebrated so happily in that booth. They're going completely crazy over that win.
And they have done what no other team has in Dota 2. A 3rd international final. Orange, all props to them for their game, but the crowd is on their feet. For the defending champions of TI1.
We see both the teams hugging it out. Na'Vi, big smiles, but both these teams played completely amazing, making it all the way here. And Na'Vi gonna be going up.
Oh, look at the respect given to Mushy as well. It's the wonderful thing. While we play at the top quality Dota, these guys can still remain friends. But when they're inside those boxes, when they play Dota, it's all about the win. It's all about the win. Na'Vi, with that comeback, they deserve it. But Orange, they deserve their 3rd place as well. They have played amazing Dota throughout the entire playoff series.
And I've said it throughout the game, or throughout the tournament, that the best games that I've seen, it has been Orange games. And let's see.
It's been wonderful, man. It's been wonderful. I want to say big shout out to them. Big props to Na'Vi now. They get their rematch up against Alliance. How's that going to turn out? Well, we'll leave it to the experts to tell you. We'll be. It's been wonderful. I want to say big shout out to them. Big props to Na'Vi now. They get their rematch up against Alliance. How's that going to turn out? Well, we'll leave it to the experts to tell you. We'll be back over the panel.
Thank you, Toby and Wagger. And if you're in the auditorium, give it up for Toby and Wagger for all their commentary they've done. I believe with the finals we'll be joined by LD and Lumi, and of course that will happen in roughly an hour from now. So if you need to take a break from Awesome Dota, you've got an hour till the game starts. If you want to stay with us, you're more than welcome. Na'Vi did what I felt was almost impossible, but it was like, I was so happy they had a bounty. If they did not have a bounty, I was like, this game was over. Because even backstage, a lot of people were like, okay, Orange going to the finals. I was like, well, one team fight, it almost can bring them even, and then the next one. But what do you make of the game overall? And I guess we should talk about also the Aegis deny.
Yeah, exactly. So even in the team fights that Orange actually won pretty handedly, Na'Vi still had a few heroes that got the track goal off, so the difference wasn't as big as you'd expect it to be. When they were up 22-10, Orange was like at a 3k gold lead, nothing like you would expect, a much bigger lead, but because of that track that really kept them in the game. Then we had, of course, the Aegis denied by KYXY. I think we just saw it right here. And that's like, there's $400,000 and a spot in the grand final on the line, and then that happens. I had to leave out of, like, I couldn't watch the game for a good 5 minutes because I was just like completely mind blown over the fact that he had just denied an Aegis in such an important game.
And the team fight as well afterwards, the big team fight where Mushi was actually the main target of every fight. If he had an Aegis, the whole team could have stayed, but they had to scatter. But either way, we'll talk about that in a little moment. But what we do want to talk about is Na'Vi making to the finals, and to do so, it's Casey with an interview with Puppy.
That's right, Puppy's here. Congratulations. How are you feeling right now?
I feel exhausted, I feel scared, I feel everything.
Well, tell me about feeling scared. You guys really came back, and I mean, we were going nuts in here, and I could even hear through the walls how people were cheering for you out there.
Well, we kind of, you know, we always keep our cool, but we know that we're losing, and we know that we're losing. But at that time, you know, Orange likes to do the triple lanes, and they might end up with not a single carry. Okay, the Outworld Destroyer and stuff is pretty good, but in the end of the day, the Nakes will eat him. So all we had to do was win the fight. Shut down the Bane, shut down the Obsidian. don't care about anybody else. Of course, they will kill like our supports or something like that. But if we take down their carry constantly, it's going to end up on our win. So that's pretty much what we try to do. Just fight better.
And I'm hearing from the fans who are watching the stream and, of course, people out in the lobby right now, a lot of people, tons of respect for Orange, but from the very beginning have talked about what an amazing final Na'Vi versus Alliance would be. Are you looking forward to it as much as everyone else?
Yeah, I am.
Are you scared a little bit?
No,
the hype?
of course. I went to sleep today and all I dreamt about was Dota. So, well, what you gonna do, man? I just thought about how will we play against Alliance and how will I lose or win or whatever. All those situations went through my head and stuff. But we first needed to beat Orange. We started out sloppy and we kind of did mistakes which made us play bad. Also, we didn't get to be as 5 most of the times because somebody gets picked off. But somebody gets picked off, it's already demoralizing for the team because we can't, fight, and it kind of screws up your head, and so you do mistakes like I black hole nothing or something like that, or I use it too fast or something like that. But overall, yeah, it was a pretty intense game.
I'll let you get some rest and relaxation. Yeah, I can let you get some air. We're going to see you again in an hour. We'll send it back to you, James.
Thank you, Casey and Papi, and congratulations to the whole of Na'Vi teams. And also some celebrations with Na'Vi fans as well. You could see the crowd really enjoying their comeback, and that was one of the biggest comebacks in the tournament thus far, if not the biggest, I think. Not sure about the gold or the XP graph, but certainly in terms of emotions, it was like something magical about Na'Vi at the international. This is their third international finals.
And I think like experience and mentality played an important role here, because if you saw Poppy and his Enigma in the early game and the mid-game stages of it, he actually whiffed a lot of black holes, and then this happens. Yeah. He does 2 of the most amazing black holes in international history. This one and another one at the near the Radiant base, and those black holes just landed Na'Vi a decisive victory.
Yeah,
so he really overcame his own like shortcomings and then proved to be a world-class player immediately after.
And I really like what he said, Ben. Focus the Outworld Devourer, sorry. He changes his name more than Prince. And also the Bane. That really worked out for him. Was that the right thing to do?
Yeah, absolutely. The fight that they showed just before this, Mushi actually tried to force that in and then sheep Havos, but Havos got the rage off. I think that if he got a blink, then they could have just killed Havos. Havos was such a nuisance for the Outworld Devourer. He was just constantly on him, BKB or not, he's still latching on him, trying to bash him, just trying to take his HP down, so when the BKB finally ends, they can just kill him. If no Mushi, they can't win the team fight. And along with the Aegis tonight, they just didn't have enough support around him. Perhaps he should have gotten a Ghost Scepter, a Blink Dagger, but he really couldn't do anything with the items that he had to live.
And I think in 2 of the fights they took early on, they could have extended their lead had they just waited for that Black King Bar on Mushi. Instead, they chose to fight, something I heavily disagreed with. They actually came out on top in one of the fights, but we also saw the first Roshan fight where Mushi just got singled out and was sort of divided from his team.
Yep.
And they instantly lost that fight just because he died.
Yeah, Dendi did a great job in terms of being able to get into position to shut down Mushi. It seemed like they just wanted to silence, make sure the Lifestealer was healing onto Mushi, and then from there on, someone else afterwards would quickly try and handle the Bane as fast as possible. So really impressive play by Na'Vi, and again, congratulations to them. But also Orange, a fantastic performance. They can't be, they're obviously going to be upset now with how the game kind of played out. You know, they've had a few moments where I felt like they should have won, and then they actually lost. But what a great performance overall, what a great team.
Definitely, I definitely feel they could have been a deserving grand finalist. The way they played this game, and especially all the matches they played yesterday, it was just such an incredible team to see, and we saw the development of them throughout the tournament. They just went from being sort of mediocre in the group stages, going in against Na'Vi, taking a game off of Na'Vi, but then in the loser bracket is where the transformation really happened, and they just started looking so certain in their playstyle. It was an absolute joy to watch and follow them.
Right, Bruno, how are you doing?
I want to point out something. Good, I'm good. I'm happy being here. I'm kind of happy for all the people that are here because the atmosphere was really rooting for Na'Vi. So it's contagious. And now that we were looking at the Orange's lineup, I have to say, not to take anything away from Na'Vi, but the draft was favoring Na'Vi a lot. I mean, Orange did get to things going their way, but when you look at this, their hardest carry is an Outworld Devourer. When you have a Lifestealer in your own team, that guy is not going to do much at all later in the game. And then you have the Enigma, which is this great initiation tool. Of course, you do have the Darkseer here, but the Bounty Hunter, the Enigma, the way Na'Vi was designed to fight, if they had gotten a little better early game, they would have stomped this game. The fact is that Orange is such a great team that they managed to overcome those odds, and with this lineup, pull almost an upset, and they were this close to taking it. But Na'Vi is Na'Vi. They have this mystic of being at the international.
Yeah, they can convince people to run into fountain hooks, deny their own Aegis.
Speaking of the Aegis, I mean, what? Honestly, is it A-clicking? Someone A-click the Aegis? Was it someone being just, I denied because I can?
No, it had to be an A-click.
Because, I mean, do you actually A-click Roche when?
Yeah, because it's kind of like
it's hard. I mean, you have to try to deny.
It's habit to A-click everywhere, though.
Yeah. Like when you get to a level, it's like, you know, just right-clicking stuff is too easy. It's the A and click, and you know, you have to kind of just, you know, it's like a twitch muscle.
Yeah,
thing.
I mean the Roshan flights were kind of sloppy in general. I thought that X Team could have stolen it with the Sand King when he was sitting at the secret shop.
Did
I was
they
thinking
actually
the same thing.
Did they have any vision?
I don't think they have vision, but all he needs to do is just stand right up the clip, and then as soon as you hear the Roshan has been slain, you stun in, get the Aegis, and then blink out. And Havos actually took like a good 1.5 seconds to sell his items, and there was a lot of shenanigans going on at the Roshan. You really want to be prepared. Just sell your items beforehand so you have no chance of accidentally denying the Aegis. It was just a lot of sloppy plays around there.
Maybe Orange just felt bad that Mushi stole the Aegis in a previous game.
Right.
And said that wasn't really ours, so we've decided we're going to get rid of this one. Okay, we'll talk more about the teams and, of course, Orange as well. But I'm going to take you guys down a trip down memory lane. I'm going to ask you, what do you remember from day one? Is it all become a blur?
No, I still remember the rematch of Na'Vi versus Orange.
Yep, that was in day one. All right, we've got one. Well, to refresh your memories, here's a highlight of how it all started at day one at the Bennett Royal Hall.
Bringing down Na'Vi, game number 1. Playing to Ravage and the silence. Na'Vi are into the winners bracket semi-final.
Out of nowhere, Dignitas aren't going for the jugular. And it's a GG. Rattlesnake, the first team knocked out of the International 3 main event. Sports just didn't have it in them in the end. LGDN knew exactly what they wanted to do, and they were ready.
The crowd is wanting it. Lorna.
So day one was, of course, where Na'Vi started their tournament here and took the first game over Orange. But also very impressively, in the lower bracket, Orange and Fnatic made some magical moments. Do you want me to just throw it to the video? This is kind of like the halftime show, so we don't really have to do much here, apart from just introduce videos until both teams are ready.
Orange certainly did, James. They did really amazing things that I want to remember right now. Please.
Well, I'll tell you what, Bruno, I'll help you remember, because here's a top 10 from day one.
To see No Tail and Fly. They're going to run right into them. Sansheng sees No Tail. There's going to be the left. Bringing him back. Nova from low ground. There's going to be one net. No Tail's in trouble. Taking a lot of damage. Living armor. Not going to be good enough. Give him first blood. Sansheng draws first blood on No Tail. Puck gets there. Now we're going to have Gyrocopter coming in to engage. Fly's in trouble. Fly making a run for it. That's going to make it 2-0.
Still standing strong. Has the Satanic. BKB cooling down. He'll unload. He's not getting stunned up. Not just yet. There's a Carapace. Finally it's used. The Rats is alive, but they paid the price. They've lost 2 lanes. Paz. No. What? How is he alive? What? How is he alive? Oh my goodness. What a disgusting turn of events.
And they see him send towards on down the ground. And Dreamcore misses.
Oh no. This is bad for Mouse. They need to back, and they need to back fast, because here comes Frank.
Oh my God.
He's caught 2. They're in trouble. the cavalry. The backup's there. Cinderin on the run. Black as well. Dragon Knight picking up Fonts on the backside. 3 dead. No coil. No way out.
Engagement. You don't try to go back in, but here we go.
There's the infest out. We're going to see Moo in trouble. Roach still standing. Banana. Hex down on top. In the meantime, the call down's going to reinitiate. Hand of God. Not enough to keep him alive. Hal now hit with the open wounds. Roach at about 1/5 health. And that's going to be another 2 for 2 trading up. Check that. Going to be 3 for 2 as Trixie tracks down the bait. San Sheng now in some trouble as the body block from Trixie's Treants locked him down just long enough for Fnatic. Connie has had a passenger for a while. Here we go. We're going to jump on Hal. He's silenced out. BKB's there. Lasso trying to bail him out, and he's forced out the way. Haughty now reinitiated upon. Can they get him? Hand of God is not enough. Trixie has the Aegis popped away. And Era trying to retreat will be doing so right into a call down. And now no tail.
Fog now scouting out the pit. Caught by Kabu. Is there a tether available? Tethered AUI.
Shotgun.
Shotgun in your face, but now the song comes. They've caught 3. It could be a bad fight. Call down not available. No mana for it. They're not going to have this slow. Fog, can he get out? He heads north. The chakra comes through. Massive damage. Absolutely ridiculous from Snake King. He fights 2. Now Icy. 3 dead.
One's pushing in and hold the high ground. They throw down another ward. Force. He's going to get caught. He's going to get picked. And he's going to go down. The gem goes on the sidelines. The Naga throws out the ultimate so Puppy can steal the gem and try and TB out under the cover of it too. He gets out. Now in the middle lane. And no, jump in, Dandy. KOXY, silenced up. No raw. The Meg charge did pop off. But Funnick in the back end. He already got Burrow Strike, but they get a double kill here. Triple kill in favor of all of Na'Vi. SD's on the run back, and Prophet didn't even bother to TP in. And Dandy, whoa, not your base. In he goes. Silence on Dandy, reaches hit for towers. Dandy, he does go down. To know where everyone's moving, so he'll see Nyx Assassin, he'll see Bushy, and he already just says hello to Net, and the arrow, it is just combining in. Net was able to move, Extinct actually took the Nightmare, now in we go, Ohio, he TP's in for it, they want Puppy with the stun, they should be able to get him, they're trying to hold him out, Solo Sunstreak gets the first blood, Orange is off the stun, Net caught in the corner, Funnick, they're blocked in almost, they're able to get revenge, 1 for 1, the Boba Funnick, he's locked in the corner of the G-line, Mushy is in here, Koro, Mushy, stunned, arrow, fly straight through him, Mushy still alive, he's almost got a Koro, double kill!
Roach is down. No relocate yet. Are they coming in? There's your song. Snake King finding the solo kill, but might be in trouble. He's got a timber chain. Where's he going to throw it? The song's about to end. Wait, relocate. Into the fight they come. Here's Fog. Saw was stolen. And they're backing off.
Some of their best moments, and even from day one then you can see, even though the teams didn't make it all the way through, because no one can, just Fnatic making some great stuff happen, Team Dignitas making some great stuff happen, and it was so impressive in terms of to be able to get so far in the tournament when you see highlights like that from day one. So, for now though, a bit of bad news. Unfortunately, Casey came up on stage a little bit earlier. She got a little bit too close to Malk and she's fallen sick. But we're going to check in on her as she's found a doctor.
Hello. I've met a friend. I don't know if I'm... Are you the witch doctor?
Yes.
Okay. Wait, do more of your voice. That's a good one. Do it again.
Doctor, who are you looking for?
Nice. Hey-o. So tell me about how you got... Are we just going to keep... Oh, no, keep going. I got it for you. Tell me how you made your costume.
How I made my costume. I sat there and I looked at the screen for way too long and just tried to set up every piece once at a time.
Well, it looks great. Have you been dressed like this all day?
Yes.
So tell me what you were doing. I want kind of a replay of your reaction when you saw that Na'Vi was winning and won that last match. Go for it.
Well, it was a really exciting match. You know, both teams were playing. God. Both teams were playing.
Both teams were playing, yes.
But you know, it was really back and forth, and it was anybody's game up until the very end there. And you know, when Na'Vi finally pulled ahead in the gold and everything, it was incredible. And to hear the crowd just go crazy was insane. It was deafening.
Yeah. Thank you for teaching me the moves. I appreciate you talking to me. And do you want to send it back to James?
Let's go for it, James.
Go for it, James.
Look at it go.
Back to you.
Thank you. I could have got into that a little bit, but it was too mesmerizing for me. Thank you, Casey. Yeah, the spirits are really high in the lobby. Have you noticed that? Like just every single day, in terms of the audience, it just gets better and better.
They're
Yes.
amazing.
Yes.
Yes, Mark, yes, they are. They're amazing. We've seen lots of cosplayers, not only the ones that were in the camera, but since the day one we saw from Windrunners to Witch Doctors going through Enigma. Who doesn't remember the Enigma black hole in the middle of the audience at one point, I think during day 3. It's amazing. The fans are bringing everything, and not only the ones that are in cosplay, but the guys that root for your team, root for your favorite hero. The atmosphere is amazing.
I've seen someone cosplay as you.
I saw that as well.
I've seen 2 people cosplay as you.
Oh, wow. I saw only one.
I saw the 5-year-old.
I saw, yeah.
Yeah. And someone else came in. He just looked pretty silly and said, "Look, I'm Bruno from 2012."
What was he dressed as?
I think it was. I don't really.
I also
he was
saw
just very eccentric.
Team IX Mike. They were all wearing matching shirts with a mustache on it.
Yeah. And speaking of IX Mike, that was kind of the storyline, I guess, of day 2. That's when Team Liquid came into the tournament, and we can take another look at it.
LGD Gaming versus Alliance.
The bait! What's happening? The bait is currently being sacked. Bottom lane, Admiral Bulldog's in here. Siler, he's trying.
So close.
It's GG. Alliance. They are into the winners bracket semi-final.
What can you say about this?
Best game so far. Sick game.
Wow. I mean, it was just as Loda said. Gold doesn't matter. Kills don't matter.
Almost dead. Not yet. Sideline to fall. Liquid are doing it. They're going to take it. LGD China are going home.
Oh my God.
And Bulba is on his feet.
There it is. This is now the longest game in Dota 2 history. Team TK knocks down the defending champions.
This is going to be more destruction, annihilation from IG. Absolutely slaughtering Zenith. It looks like the defending champs are staying alive and will move into the top 8.
So there we have it on day 2. It was Invictus Gaming. The returning champions actually got knocked down to the lower bracket. Team Liquid were upsetting all the way through the lower bracket as well, and Alliance just came in and said, we're here to play, we're here to win. And of course today they're in the grand final. Some of those games were absolutely fantastic, and if you're wondering of some of the highlights, here's top 10 from day 2.
Alliance have to do something.
The Familiars have already done their stun, and Siler wants to open up again. S4, he's going to jump in here. Oh, Siler! Blinding light!
Needs a 4-star.
He's been pushed up. Somebody get him down!
Be bad for them.
Here we go. QQQ. Looking for a target. Poked his nose up. There's the hook. Caught it Familiar. Trying to do what he can. Ferrari's locked down. Black hole gonna catch. Oh! Everyone caught that was down in the river. And now there's a swap from Faith. Ends up giving himself up.
Throw off the Ori with the Nova better, and S4 jumps in but hit himself. Wonderful spy Carapace, and then skewer up. RP drags a man, but RK with the ulti from the tree line. LGD slowed, damage. It's even held in place by RK. Bubble double kill for Admiral Bulldog.
Rockets a fly. Hook's there. Where's the hook?
He cancelled the last second. Boba is hitting it home. BKB coming out from Siler. 4-step out, and Siler just stuck there, hitting cogs like a madman.
He's got no TP. He's got no way out. This is a massive kill if they can get it on the run. Dusted up. All the damage stolen, and Siler just has no way out. Bulba's done it again. Ice, if he gets lifted, he is so dead. Arsar gets poked step under the tower. Now driven back low and dead. Ice, fighting a kill. 1v2, juking in the trees, still alive, standing strong. He's done it. This guy is so hard to kill. Roche is low. Are they going to contest or not?
You gotta do it now. You gotta do it now, Song.
BKB from Korok. Not being used. Caught by the Song. Roche is low. Grand Theft Agents from LGD. Picked up by Yao. Hogan from Bulba. RP catches a few, and it's chaos in the pin. Still standing strong.
Second RP. It's gonna come right now. That also catches 3 Siler with the right clicks. He gets up by X Mike. He's slow. He's gonna get one, but he's dropping Korok. Wins the man fight. Yao comes back in. Hooks back in by Boba. They win the team fight. TC
the other side of the map. Here, though, comes Yamate, rather X-Freedom, surged in, looking for a net, can't find it yet. Now, a beautiful steal! Steals Mirror Image, will it matter? Doesn't look like it. One more hit, yes it does! He's gonna live! Might catch a straggler here, X-Freedom by himself, nets in, held in position, familiar stuns, dropping fast, Ice jumping forward, is he gonna fall? He does! Barely killed off, a great anti-mage ult, picks up a return kill, will Zenith re-engage, where's that call down? Ice is here, no gyrocopter just yet, he's still bottom, now in comes a deafening blast, a few heroes to fall, KSI driven off, these minions are just doing too much damage.
Oh my god, see, Sunstrike, he nukes them down.
Henceforth, being stripped up, the base, what's happening? The base is currently being sacked, bottom lane, Admiral Bulldog's in here, they have to defend, Columbo's back, and now your secondary RP, Familiar finds its space, Sylar beats down Admiral Bulldog, and Loda, nightmared up, concoction, 1 stun, 2 stun, hold, slides, Loda, he's gone!
The mid-racks, the only one standing.
98 seconds, they have to hold the mid-melee, the Familiars will die as well, if they lose its mid-melee, we got mega creeps for Alliance, 61 minutes in, even Beastmaster now buys BTs. LGD must
Travels
push.
on everyone.
It will take the win here. Loader and Bulldog in through the rear. There's just not enough deeps. Sylar, he's trying. Oh! 62 minutes, 46 seconds. 31 to 30 kills mean nothing. Throne means everything. Alliance, this is game 1.
BKB available on Alchemist. He is by far the strongest here. They are going for the throne. They say no more messing around. Will LGD make a great play? Sylar coming in. Invivo goes up a huge long stun. Live on X-Mike.
There's no RPs here. Can they really stop this fight without any RPs? The throne's gonna start dropping soon. Tier 4's to fall. One's down. One to go for Liquid. LGD could be going home. Now another home.
He's gonna delay another 2-man call. And now Sylar needs to fight. Does he have buyback? He got a buyback now. The throne under siege. Tier 4 towers going down. BKBs are all over right now for Team Liquid. And Sylar, this gotta be his last hurrah. Boba, he's looking for more hooks. They find 2 more. Now Sylar, man fight. She's gonna pop on TC. They're going for the kill. We have RP in 20 seconds. Will there be 20 more seconds? I'm not sure. Sylar going for TC. They do get TC, but look at
Throne's low. Throne's almost dead. Not yet. Sylar to fall. Liquid are doing it. They're gonna take it. LGD and China are going home.
Oh my god.
And Bova is on his feet.
Did you ever dream of this happening?
I mean, the tournament's still not over, obviously, but this is a best-of-1 game versus LGD, the team, the players that I've always looked up to, Yao, Xiaowei, and beating them like that. Like, we all played so amazing, and that was the best, one of the best, probably the best time of my life, that game.
Wow.
So that was day 2, and the big storyline, yeah, it was really Team Liquid secured themselves a top 8 spot, and after that they were going to go against Victus Gaming, I believe, on day 3, and we'll take a look at that in a little moment. But before we do, we're joined by Pyrian Flax. Hello, Pyrian. How are you doing?
Hello, guys. How you doing?
Doing fine. You lied to me, by the way.
Sorry?
You lied to me.
I never lie.
Well, you said, I asked what your real name was, and you said it was Pyrian. It's not, is it?
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah.
Wow. I thought that was an overlay, and it was
No,
like
it's
Edward.
it's my actual name. No.
Really?
No.
Okay. No, it's not, is it? You're just worried about me
Who's
internet
called
stalking
Pyrian?
you.
Like, seriously, come on.
All right.
Do your homework.
Yeah, well, obviously, I don't, if you look at my notes. Just lots of drawings over here.
Yep.
So, Pyrian, thanks for joining us on the panel. Just want to say,
My
this
pleasure.
is your first international. How have you been enjoying it?
It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. I mean, just the atmosphere, being in the halls for the games, like the game just now that we just saw, you couldn't imagine it. Like the reaction, the crowd was just, it's moving. It's genuinely moving. There were people like wiping away tears and stuff, just because the drama, the emotion is amazing. It's great to be here.
Yeah, we've been stuck mainly in here. We haven't been able to go down to the auditorium for all the events. Have you watched most of the games in the auditorium? Because I know you've
as many as I can.
Yeah, because I know you've been busy doing a lot of content with Zoe as well. What have you been up to?
Well, we've actually got something planned for today. We're going to go, there's a pub stomp in Seattle happening right now, and the plan is to go there, surprise them. We might have some surprise guests with us if we can get them.
It doesn't really, it's a surprise if you're telling them which are in the pub
You're right.
watching.
It's not a surprise now, but that was the surprise, me announcing it. So yeah, surprise.
You're bad at surprises.
You're going to a pub?
Yeah.
Can you take me with you?
Yes. Come with me, James. They have beer. I checked.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Oh, you've been down there before then. So, the finals, Na'Vi versus Alliance. You've been able to talk to everybody on the floor, all the pro gamers
Yeah.
as well. Is this a general consensus it was going to happen, Na'Vi Alliance?
I think the collective will made it happen, you know? It's like we just wanted it to happen. I think it was the game that everybody wanted. There's no disrespect to any of the other teams, but this is the story. I think this is the game we all wanted, and we get it, so I can't wait.
And how's your interest in Dota these days? Because you're one of the newer members to the community. You found Dota with Dota 2.
Yeah.
And you fell in love with the game. Have
Absolutely.
you been speaking to people who have come in and been like, I didn't get it all, but now it's something else?
I mean, the more you watch, the more you realize you don't know, you know, and that's part of it, I guess. So I've always come at it from an angle of an absolute beginner, amateur, but someone with a real passion for the game, and I think people recognize that and can relate to that, so that's me, really, yeah.
Have you learned anything just from watching games?
Nothing, sadly. I tried playing this morning, I was terrible.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Well, maybe TI4, Pyrion. Maybe TI4.
Yeah.
We'll make it happen. But thanks so much for joining us on the panel.
Thank you for having
and good luck down the pub, I guess,
Yeah.
essentially.
I'll drink 2 pints, one for me, one for you, James. How about that?
Mine's a whiskey. No ladies' drinks for me, please. Thank you, Pyrion. All right then. So yeah, as we mentioned, we're going to recap. We can't go to TI4 recap. That hasn't happened yet. But Pyrion's going to win it. But instead, we're going to go have a look at what happened on day 3 of the international. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Dota 2 Championships for day 3. Everybody has turned up in force to make sure they're here for the Alliance and DK game.
And it looks like the Swedish Giants may yet fall. GG! GG! And DK are going to take game 2 and knock down the undefeated Alliance, their first loss of the International 3. In the end, there is only the Alliance unstoppable. DK will tap out, and the Alliance are guaranteed a top 3 finish.
And Fnatic have been eliminated by the Malaysians. The defending champs keep their hopes alive while taking out the last American one.
Na'Vi versus Tongfu.
Good arrow going to lock down Mu, and the hook brings him back down. He goes. Dindy is indeed godlike. A full 5 wipe puts the cherry on this game for Tongfu. And we're going to a game 3. GG! Na'Vi has snatched a berth in the upper bracket grand finals from the brink of defeat. And they are on their feet here in Seattle.
And that was day 3. And the storyline, I guess, were all eyes were on Na'Vi and Alliance as they were able to qualify for the upper bracket finals. And did you expect, just by day 3, that they would look, at that time, head and shoulders above the rest in terms of just the quality of play?
Yeah, I think after...
I did. I mean, Alliance is no surprise to anyone, but I think Na'Vi was actually the team I expected to win the winner bracket final, because I just felt like this is the strongest version of Na'Vi we have ever seen. And then they went into the Alliance game and didn't really look as good as they can, so I'm expecting great things of this grand final, because I really feel Na'Vi could potentially go and win this.
Yeah, I think looking during the preliminaries, Na'Vi and Alliance just looked head and shoulders way above everybody else. Alliance not even dropping a game, but in day 3, they finally did a Team DK. I talked to a lot of the players, and they said out of all the teams, they thought that DK had the best shot of taking down Alliance in a series. But with DK eliminated, it's up to Na'Vi now.
Yeah, unfortunately, DK ended up dropping into the lower bracket on day 3 and were later eliminated. Bruno, day 3. For you, once you knew Alliance and Na'Vi win the upper bracket finals, did you predict that they could maybe get into the grand finals on day 5?
Well, if you look at the previous competitions, Na'Vi was dominating the European scene, then Alliance came and took it over, then Alliance goes to China, dominates there as well, Na'Vi does the same. It clearly was all about these two teams. If anything, IG was the champion from last year, but they had to prove that they were back in their old form. DK, Tongfu, some of the newcomers in the sense that they wanted to be the elite now. But it was all about these two teams, and it's not surprised that they're here right now and that they were there in the winners bracket finals back in that day.
And of course, it was about the two teams in terms of the storylines, but the plays, of course, were being made across the board. And it was also Orange and Invictus Gaming in the lower bracket to take good victories. And here are some of the plays from day 3.
Grand Theft Agents, here we go.
I'm not sure whether you want to take this fight against 3 Chen creeps over there. Dual Breath gets dropped out here.
Look for S4. Flame breaks in. Lasso's burning, pulling it back. Burning's trapped on the far side of the cliff, but running for dear life. Mech's there from RTK, already used. Burning still alive. Wall deployed. Bulldog low. Bulldog dead. QQQ the trade. Loda standing strong. Burning on the run. Alliance seeming to pull ahead here. 3 dead. Could be 5 soon. Burning will fall. 4 heroes dead. Find him soon. He's stuck around a while. There's a rocket to fly. Bulldog not reacting to it. Now self-sprouting. Will there be cogs? There are. S4's here, but he's lifted up in the middle of his ultimate. Too low. It looks like Alliance might lose more. Maybe not. S4 is doing way too much damage. Now Burning on the run. In comes Loda. EGM as well. Alliance with 5 heroes into the fight. They're going to fight 2. They might fight 3. Die is in trouble, and Die is dead.
Back to life again, and then the Morphling, he's already hard enough to kill. They're going to try it. RP's going to be used. Liquor Spear was triggered. Era and swapped away. Pulled out. Fly taking it for the team. It's not going to happen. They found KYXY. Beats grip up on him and Burning. Slices, dices. 3-man RP. Drag him back and Burning's like, thank you very much. I thank you. Triple kill. Ultra kill for Burning. And they bring him down. Odie had to buy back. Ferrari's outside the base. Ferrari. There goes his ulti. Very ineffective and fluff. He stole the ulti. And he's winding up. And he releases into Ferrari. TC bringing Ferrari down. Aegis will be claimed.
Wrapping around the trees right now.
It's
Bulldog.
so smart to
Oh,
kill
he's
these
in the
trees.
fog. Now he's going to be revealed. Will there be a TP reaction? Self-sprouted. Here comes S4. Are they going to commit for this kill? Bulldog's low. Burning's here as well. It's going to be a 3-on-1. Not a good fight for S4 at all, but more support is coming. Burning lassoed up. Cogs are there. There's still a hook available if S4 chooses to dive. He's going to get stunned again, but Loda's into the fray. Where's that stun going? It's on to Loda. RTK wants to hook and kill him off, but not able to. While that's happening, though, it looks like your Naga dies top. Ake's low, and still S4's chasing.
TK
He's
drops the
gonna pay
cog.
for this.
And it will push back S4, and now the game goes the other way because Burning is doing so much less damage. Oh my god, Burning with the cleaves, with the right clicks, and Burning joining these early game kills, getting a ton of experience.
RTK, low, the Prophet, oh, it didn't actually do enough for an Aegis snipe here from Alliance. Already the song to fly. Roshan comes out of the pit, but the big boy's still pretty tanky. Loda prepping to stun. It could hit 3. It could hit 4. It's gonna hit 3. Oh no! S4 trapped though. Burning strikes first. Everyone in the pit's fine. Now Roar and Loda. Beautiful focus fire. DK are winning this fight. Loda now driven back for the time being. Comes through the wall. 3 to fall. DK overrunning Alliance in the pit, and they might just get rode.
He does not have Carapace. Shackle shot almost perfect. Was perfect, but the impale caught everyone as well. Kuro now with the Carapace counter initiation. Down goes the wall. That's just about chopping wood on Banana though. Gets the kill. Now he's going to have to go to work on King J. Here comes Dindy. Vacuum into the wall once again. He's dismembering. Move. Going to town on him. Havos makes it a double kill. Now they're going to get another one. Na'Vi charging back out at King J. Will make it a full 5-man wipe.
He gets lasted back in the mid lane though. That's a kill going the other way. MNY. Well, the song's stolen. Gotta walk out the fire. MNY says,
What
see
a
ya
player.
later.
Turn
EGM,
around from
thanks.
Super. Here's your stun. He throws it on Ake. Hook in from ROTK. Nails it, but now it's...
I mean, they haven't shed a
Oh, hello!
There we go.
The big man makes an appearance, and there are people on their feet. Good angle, good shot. Kuro locked down. Do they have the fall? That was a double ice bath. And the hook right after the telekinesis. That's what we call an alley-oop, ladies and gentlemen. Will they engage? He's looking for a hook. There it is. Find a target. Look to the post, look to punch. Good arrow, going to lock down Mu. And the hook. Is he going to toss it? There it is! But knew it was a lost fight if he went in. He's going to drop the cogs to cover his escape, and Phonic jumps over them. Pounding away, he's going to hook away, but there's Kuro. Kuro might be in trouble. Hook on Mu! Saving Kuro. Off of him, and nope, going to get Phonic this time. There's a hook. bailing his buddy out. Cliff going to be used, and the hook comes out. What a hook!
Just the effect by Chaz. Oh, the hook.
Boom! Max Rage finds hell! Though in position, they might try something. Dindy's going to try it again. Can he? Got him that time. See you in the base move. Welcome home.
Some amazing plays there, and the story really in the top 10 was, of course, the purge from Na'Vi, but also with the teams. After day 3, we were down to our final 6 teams, and on day 3, we had to say goodbye to 2, which were Team Liquid and Fnatic. But fortunately, we've got someone from Fnatic that's come in to watch the grand finals, as Casey will join Fly on the lobby floor.
Thank you, James. Fly, how you doing?
Hey, I'm doing great.
Are you having fun so far?
Yeah, it's still a lot of fun. Even though we got dropped out, I'm still having fun. It's very special to be here, so I'm good.
You guys had a lot of fans here when we were talking to them the last couple of days. A lot of people sorry to see you go. What are your thoughts on today's games that you've seen so far?
Today's games were really good. I mean, Orange put on a great show, and I'm really glad they did so well, especially after beating us. I feel so much better now that they made it to top 3, so it was great to watch.
What are your predictions for the grand final?
It's gonna be 3-1 for Alliance, I think, but I can't count out Na'Vi completely, but I do think Alliance will win.
I was watching, we have the Twitter feed behind us, and I've been reading a few things, and someone tweeted the fact that Alliance has only lost 1 this entire time, and in order to lose the whole thing, they now have to lose 3. And when you put it in that perspective, how likely is it for them to, for Na'Vi to come back?
It's quite unlikely. Like, Alliance is crazy good. They deserve it the most, I feel like. They put so much work in, and it shows why they're the best, and I feel like they will win the whole thing.
Is there anything you want to say to your Fnatic fans who are out there on the streaming?
I support all the, I want to thank all the fans, and keep watching us, and we're going to continue, and yeah, just thank you very much for supporting us.
And we'll see you next year, hopefully.
Hopefully.
All right, thank you for chatting with us. Back over to you, James.
Thank you, Casey. You've got to remember as well, Fnatic, it was actually their first international, and they came out fantastically well. They kind of, over the season of 2013, they kind of peaked and dropped a little bit, but they turned up here and they really had a strong performance. But also interestingly about Fly, he said Ake is currently playing the best he's like seen anyone play here. He said his warding is on point. Could you pick an MVP so far of the whole tournament without seeing the grand finals, or do we need the grand finals?
I think it's too difficult to just narrow one specific player out, especially because there's such different roles on these teams. I mean, Mushi, how can you not call him an MVP of at least Orange, right? And I mean, Ake is probably to me as well, but I'm a 4 player just like Ake is, so he stands out to me. But I'm sure there's carry players that have a different opinion, and there's off-lane players who has a different opinion, and so forth. But yeah, I agree with him on Ake.
Yeah, I mean, there's no particular MVP for me. I am not a support player, but I still think EGM has been just fantastic. Him playing Naga Siren, you like kind of want to ban it out. They've been mostly targeting Admiral Bulldog with the bans on Alliance, but his Naga Siren play was just phenomenal. We had a top 10 play where he just sleeps the whole entire team while they focus down Vos. Defensive sleeps, offensive sleeps. He's just been playing great.
What about you, Bruno? Anybody you'd lend your fancy clothes
I'm a
to?
little bit torn. Yeah, I'm not sure they would use them, but I will lend them anyways. I'm a little bit torn. I have to go with Loda. As much criticism as he sometimes got in the past, he's been playing amazingly well, and I have to give a shared MVP with a guy that's not playing anymore. I mean, he's been eliminated, and he's not playing anymore really, because that's Burning. He announced it on QQ he's retiring, but his carry play was on top. I think both these guys did an amazing job at carrying their teams. One of them is in the finals, the other one is not, but he will always be in our hearts and in our memories as the best farmer in Dota.
Yeah, that's true. Burning, that was really also the story of day 4, because Burning for Team DK was in there, and they did actually come in with a 1-game advantage from day 3. And day 4, they just had to win 1 more, but they lost out to 2 to Orange, and it was the end, unfortunately, of Burning's career, it seems. So we can check out day 4 as a highlight, but it's more of a sad light to us, or a low light. That makes more sense.
Trying to help him out. Joe will go down to rampage.
What a sick fight.
And IG, will they admit the defeat? I think they have to. GG!
GG.
The flag of IG will have the light turned off it. Orange, they want to squash DK to a bug, and they get the GG! Orange are through! They just brought down DK!
Last year, they fell short, but this time, they cannot be stopped. And GG, Kung Fu have been eliminated, and RG Sports are going to finish in the top 3. The most highly anticipated game of the entire tournament so far. Navi draws first blood, and he does it with a pincer instead of a burrow. Right on top of each other, no longer. That's a full 5-man wipe. 28 minutes, 35 seconds, all the time it took for Alliance to handle Na'Vi here in game 1. Loda, large and in charge. And with these kills, there it is. GG! Alliance punches their ticket to the grand finals.
So on day 4, Na'Vi unfortunately got shown by Alliance what a real complete game of Dota looks like. There's no holes in the Alliance game at all. But also Invictus Gaming got knocked out by Tong Fu there.
I have to interrupt you for a second because people are going to... Apparently Burning is not confirmed to be retired. It was a mistranslation. So we might be able to see more Burning in the
It's not a low light.
No.
It generally still doesn't
work.
Whenever someone retires, they don't actually retire.
Mount retirement plan.
I mean,
saving up.
The players that we played with, all of them still play, which is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Jacob still plays. Brian still plays. Honey.
Ben still plays.
I still plays. Still plays.
you guys never invite me to play.
I've been hanging out with Lumi too much.
Well, I've actually requested your friendship a year ago, and then you were like, you didn't accept it, so I just cancel this fucking friendship.
I mean, you don't want to play with Jacob. He plays Bloodseeker every game. It's like, I'm trying to level up my items. That's his excuse.
Oh dear. That's probably why he requested me, just so I'd lower the MMR, so you'd get more Bloodseeker kills.
Exactly.
You're a smart one, Malk. No wonder you realize you should quit playing competitive. All right then, but also on day 4, some of the big highlights were from Burning, actually, in terms of his play on his AM. So we're going to check out some of the top 10 plays of day 4.
Best bombs here. Rockets will fly. Roche is pretty low. Orange. Do they go or do they stay? No. Mushi caught out, but he's cleaving like a champ. King J low, but How standing strong, and Pale catches 2. KYXY unable to fade shift. Now we'll drop it out. How grip. High ground to low ground, but Moo's going to cancel it. Now the silence from KYXY. Low. Not dead yet. Still alive. Buyback from Moo, and now Banana on the run. Beautiful body block by Ohio. And now RG Sports 5 alive. Still alive. Song Chung to fall.
That if he goes to the Firefly, now he sees it. We'll catch up Banana first though. So Lasuga drag him back down the river. It's a slow movement though. It doesn't get him all the way down. The Astair will go, but Show's up in the high ground too. Hand of God already been popped off. Show with the mech charge as well from King J. Keeps him alive. Show had to use his time left for that one. Now the Black Hole catches out the Weaver. Holds him there. Hal jumps in to play around with him too, and he gets the kill.
Get a little bit of a return kill on the Chen, but not what they wanted.
Oh, they're looking for more. YYF. It was the infest into Hal, which allowed Moo to chase him down. And the rest of IG are also falling back. Disruption up on the Telekinesis target. Moo not going to get that Storm. Long jump in. Looks for King J. Can't find him. But Morphling can. Shotgun neck. He used the cheese. Back to life again. Raw still available. Who's he go on? Joe's the closest target. They're going to bring him down. And IG, here comes the rest. It's Ferrari 430 in the middle of the fight. The Moo, he's just standing and stealing and delivering Moo with an ultra kill. Coming out from the fight, but Show wants to fight. It's a double kill for IG. Moo, he still wants to fight. Show doesn't have enough damage for this one. Faith is trying to help him out. Joe will go down to Rampage.
What a sick fight.
Moo will not stop killing, and Faith, he hasn't died yet, but he's going to.
No.
Huge double Rampage. And Ohio, he's on the run, surging away. Burning, trying to catch up to him in time. And he's got away from this surge. It's level 2. So Burning has to keep going. And Mushi! Winds it up, and Burning, it's a trap!
Worth it for ID losing Joe as well, as he was a little bit too greedy chasing after those creeps.
They have a buyback on him, but they need it right now. Hal is coming in close. Remember, Abyssal Blade is available. Rage. Oh, Ferrari's going to get out in time, and here comes King J. Malibus done with the BKB. Unaffected into the hole, holding Ferrari in position. He'll go down.
King J with the move.
The difference between Loda having a BKB and not having one, he's able to focus whoever he wants, more or less.
Another coil, gonna catch 2. That's Kuro and Puppy. Beautiful phase shift of the shackle shot. Now Puppy and Kuro both blown up. Here comes the call down, but Havost can simply not stand and fight.
Okay, using the mech, and Havo's going to be netted down. There we go. Loda going to town. Beautiful shackle. But EGM isolating Havos and allowing him to be focused because of the BKB, and 2 more right on top of each other. No longer. That's a full 5-man one.
Burning. He wants to go for Extinct. There's a lot of damage. He's still got the living armor up his sleeve. That attack is going to be enough. Snipes off the weave, off the Visage. And Mushi's going to find him as well. Mushi winds up the ultimate.
That's the magic one.
And he holds it. He holds it. Where's the stun? There's a timber chain through Mushi. Now he winds up the mana, obliterates ROTK. And Burning, the Centaur comes in to say hello, but Darkseer's Iron Shell damage will get the kill. They're going to find each other. 5v5 engagement. Mushi comes in, and then BKB's going to pop. Crystal's up on him. Ohio back in to a 4-man stun. And then the follow-up stun is DK being absolutely impaled. And Super will go down to full team-wide GG.
Here comes Banana. Central gets dropped up here. Net has. Oh god, no, misses. But the overman move will get him. Nice self is there, but here we go. The
Net's dropping fast. He'll take a fall. Now Ohio. There's a pull. They've grabbed Mushi. He's taking him back. Stun on 3. They're all dead. Orange Esports. Fantastic teamwork there.
Careful, Blink BKB Black Hole's back up again. And they're very badly grouped right now. There's a jump in up on all of them. Skewer him up. Blink BKB, where is it? There's nothing. It's a double kill for Ohio. Super will go down. Triple kill for Ohio. And QQQ is on the rubber. Mushi says no. Whoa, 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 whoa. Ned's coming down. Have they got Gem? They got Vision. They don't see him there. They're starting up on Mushi. Sentry Ward's going to have a crack. There's a son of Mushi. They're going to bring him down, and Enigma into the hole. Beat stripped though. Cancel it off, but Ohio's losing too much life. RP from KYXY. He's got them all. He got the whole kick caboodle. He'll hold him burning. Low life. Not dead yet though. He's still alive. Ned's losing life quickly. 4 stuff away. He'll live, but Super will not. Mushi's in there. 4 stuff away. Super on the TV. They can't find him. They don't. They do.
Welcome back to the panel, and just a heads up guys, if you're watching at home or if you're in the auditorium, probably roughly 15 minutes away from starting introducing the grand finals, which will be that best of 5. But until we get there, we've got another guest at the panel for you. We've got Zoe from Switzerland. Hello.
Hello. How are you doing?
I'm doing very well. Zoe, you've, I guess, you know, I could ask you a whole host of questions because you've been here the whole event, and actually you were one of the first people from the community to turn up with the pro gamers in the prelims. How was that?
It was really exciting for me. I mean, it was nice to see them in a, well, calm environment. I normally always turn up to events like when the event is starting. So I normally only see them like, you know, stressed out, going from like wherever they've been sitting and practicing to the stage. But this time I just had them like hanging out, talking all to each other. All the players were like sitting in this big like kind of hall thing, watching the games together. So they all mingled with each other and talked strats about the games. I was basically sitting behind them, like taking notes of everything they said. It was great. Learned a lot. It was really interesting.
And now they're all kind of separated, right? Is
yes.
it like they're keeping their notebooks? So you must have all the cool stories. Are you going to the after party then? Because I want some of these stories from what happened in the prelims.
I give them all of them stories.
All right. Okay.
I will make sure.
You've done a lot in esports over a long period of time in terms of you've covered multiple games, you've hosted multiple events, and also commentated. It's your first time at the International, so you're a bit of a veteran coming in here. What's it like, the International, for someone that's done a lot of esports events? How does it compare, like Dota 2 and also the International?
It's very different. I really thought, I mean, being in the industry since 7 years, being a host, a caster, an interviewer, and basically all together, I really thought there's not going to be another event which can like one-up what I already had. But what can I say? The International kind of did that. They really, for some odd reason, the atmosphere here is so much. I wouldn't say, well, it kind of is better. I'll go for that word. It's actually better than the other events I've been at. It's the players mingle around with the common folks, you know, like they're everywhere. That sounded mean, but they're everywhere. You can just go up to them and talk to them, and the fans are really nice. Everyone is very approachable, and and obviously, like the whole setup, having the voice actors, for example, that was just amazing. That was so great.
Did
having
they teach
everyone.
you any voice acting yet?
Unfortunately not. I kind of wanted to push for it, but they were like, go away. Not they really weren't. But I don't know, it was just the whole thing. Everyone is just there. The people from Valve, like you can go up to them, shake their hands, and just go like, I love what you did. Thank you so much. And they actually don't just run away, they actually talk to you. So it's been a great experience so far. Really enjoyed myself.
All right, and about the games as well, because I know you've been watching, you had a few favorites. I think Team DK was one of your favorites, but unfortunately, Ben here has been winning a lot of rares.
I have been. Apparently, you've been losing a lot.
I've been losing so much. I'm normally really good, like, in the betting sense, and I really thought that DK is one of the strongest teams coming into the tournament, together with the Alliance as well as Na'Vi, and I also had high hopes for Tong Fu. Apparently it didn't quite turn out how I thought it would. It didn't feel like DK played like they used to play. For some reason, it just didn't look like them. Whereas Fnatic, for example, I've been so pleasantly surprised. They really seem to be back in, like, you know, the Fnatic state of mind. They've been going for like safe picks at one point, and I've been a bit confused because, you know, I knew Fnatic is always like one for surprises kind of thing, and they came back in that direction again this tournament.
They had a good event because of it.
They really did. So I really enjoyed the Fnatic games, and now my hopes are kind of on Na'Vi for my rares, for the sake of winning at least something now. But yeah, I think they have really good chances. I mean, the games they played on, what was that, day 3, the Pudge games.
Yes, I think you're correct.
That was so nice. I mean, I don't know if you guys knew, but Dendy actually announced he's going to pick Pudge during the D2L finals. I had him on stage, I did an interview with him, and then he said, we're going to pick Pudge, soon TM. And what happened during the group stages, he picked Pudge once, everyone went crazy on Twitter, and now during the tournament, they picked him like more or less twice in a row. And those games were just such a pleasure to watch. So I'm really excited. I can't wait for the Na'Vi and Alliance game today.
Yeah, we'll see what happens with that, of course. Speaking of Na'Vi and their Pudge, will they bring it out for the finals? We don't know yet. But what we do know is they've made it to the grand finals. And if you wondered how they got there, I'm going to say, 1 second, I had a really good intro for Na'Vi. But instead, I'm going to do an intro for Alliance. Hello everybody, welcome back to the panel. Aren't Alliance brilliant? Well, they're in the grand finals, but how did they get there? It looks a little bit like this.
Dota isn't about kills, Dota isn't about gold either. Dota is about winning, taking down the opponent's throne.
Alliance going up against LGDCN. The bait! What's happening? The bait is currently being sacked. Bottom lane, Admiral Bulldog's in here. Sylar, he's trying. Slow. It's GG. Alliance, they are into the winner's bracket semi-final.
It's time for DK versus Alliance. And DK will tap out, and the Alliance are guaranteed a top 3 finish. Unstoppable.
Alliance has just played this game well, and here we go. Taking over this jungle, robbing Na'Vi.
There we go, Loda going to town, beautiful shackle. That's a full 5-man wipe. Beautiful ensnare from EGM coming down from the high ground. Loda with the help of EGM, Admiral Bulldog, and Ake. Alliance puts together a 2-0 blanking of Na'Vi and punches their ticket to the grand finals.
So that's, of course, how Alliance got to the grand finals. The other team, we won't talk about them for the moment. I also forgot in that segment, I forgot to say goodbye to Zoe. That's really rude of me.
That's because you never say goodbye.
And now she's gone, and I'll never get to say goodbye.
I'm done.
How are we doing, gentlemen? We all doing good? Looking forward to the grand finals?
Very much so.
Excited.
You give me absolutely nothing, do you?
No.
You're really not helping me out here.
I'll let you just...
just enjoy in the moment.
I don't know what's going on until someone lies to me, so... But I'll tell you what. We saw Alliance way to the finals. It was amazing, and it was clean. And Na'Vi, you could say they got to the finals sometimes fighting a little bit dirty, in my opinion, in terms of... Malk, you said it with the
It
punch.
was dirty. It felt dirty.
It was a bit dirty, but that's to be expected from Na'Vi, right? Like, if anyone is going to do it, they're going to do the dirty work.
Well, they're the team, if you back them in the corner, are going to come out swinging, and that's exactly what they did to get into the grand finals. And here's how they did it over the course of the tournament.
Na'Vi will force this to a third game. They will not drop the lower bracket yet, but who knows? Game 3, anything is possible here. Na'Vi are into the winners bracket semi-final. And the first team here on the main stage to claim a victory. Not the easiest one in the world, though. It was forced to 3 games.
Can't even call it fish. It's like fishing with dynamite. Dindy is indeed godlike. GG's called, and we're going to a game 3. Na'Vi, he got him. One more. Na'Vi has snatched a berth in the upper bracket grand finals from the brink of defeat. Na'Vi, Na'Vi, Na'Vi. Alliance puts together a 2-0 blanking of Na'Vi in a match that was as highly anticipated as any in the history of Dota 2.
So there you have it. Na'Vi also in the grand finals is the anticipated match, and you can put them down, but you can't put them out of a tournament ever, it seems. It's their 3rd grand finals, but also the team that we really have to celebrate today as well in terms of just how amazing they performed, how well they entertained us, was Orange. What did you guys just make of Orange's whole tournament?
I think they will be remembered as one of the teams that actually brought something different to the table. These guys, when we talk about Mushi, we talk about how he picked, I think, 18 different heroes. I even lost count by the end. 18 different heroes all throughout the tournament. Unfortunately, the odds weren't with him when he picked the Outworld Devourer. That was its 37% win rate. He wasn't able to change that fact. But then after that, you saw KYXY being amazing on the Magnus. We saw him playing the Slardar hero that never ever sees plays at all. I think Orange told us, okay, the meta game is just a word, and we can play whatever we want and get there.
What I like the most is how inspiring Orange really is, because they just went ahead and showed that each and every competitive team in the world can actually make it very, very deep in this tournament, if not all the way to the grand final. And it was very close that they made it into the grand final as well.
They almost had it.
Yeah, I'm still sad I didn't get to see his TA out of his 18 heroes. I think one of the weaker ones was Doom, but everything else was just absolutely phenomenal. And he just, I mean, even in the 1v1 tournament versus ISSI's, unfortunately he didn't take home the Divine Rapier due to ISSI's ridiculous solo play. But still, Mushi has impressed me from day 1 of this tournament.
Yeah, and actually Orange, I don't know if you know this, I think they played the most games in the tournament thus far, because they did drop down to the lower brackets, so they played, I think it's 6 total games. Of course, some of them best of 1, some of them best of 3s, but it really felt like they adapted per game. Is that relevant to their success, or because I felt they were better at the end of the tournament than they were at the beginning? I don't think they came into the main
well, like we've
kind
been
of
saying
arena
all along,
so strong.
they've evolved. They've just increased, like, gotten better and better and better. And then they had one bad game against Na'Vi today, which is sort of a shame, right? But I mean, they made up for it in the 3rd game. They didn't win, but they still put on a hell of a show.
If Orange, I gotta ask, if Orange made it to the finals, what kind of chances would you give the Orange Alliance game?
I have to give them good chances, equally as good as Na'Vi, just because Orange and Alliance are 2 teams that want to play their own game, and in the case of Orange, you can't ban them out, you can't take them out of their game. I think Alliance, when they played with Na'Vi, their strength in that winner brackets final was that they took Na'Vi out of his comfort zone, and I'm not sure they can do that with Orange.
I think that
Unfortunately, we'll not
I think
see
that Navi is more skilled as a team, but they're a little bit more predictable. I think Mushi's really talented individually, but compared to Navi, it doesn't really stand up. But they're really flexible. They really have the gumption to pick heroes when they're one game away from elimination, like the Slardar that I totally did not expect to see, and the Ursa without a Wisp. It was inspiring, to say the least.
Well, they had some great moments, and they really could have been a grand finalist here at the International. But unfortunately, we do say goodbye to Orange today from the tournament. They will finish in 3rd place, and here's some of their moments.
So to wind the ultimate Ohio will hold him in position as well. Are they even going to get one? Era comes up. He wants Ohio. Hardy's going to go down right now. Double kill for Mushi. Buyback by Darkseer. Buyback by the SM for Mushi. He is destroying. Triple. Ultra. Orange, the Malaysians. Bringing down Navi and GG. Orange pop and call the GG. Navi are into the winners bracket semi-final.
Orange guaranteed top 8 finish now.
And Fnatic have been eliminated by the Malaysians. Orange will advance themselves forward. They just brought down DK.
And GG, Kung Fu has been eliminated, and Orange Esports are going to finish in the top 3. Navi is waiting tomorrow.
As you see there, the last thing, Mushi just getting a lot of respect from Dendi out of the last series that they played in the best of 3. And now Na'Vi have to go up against Alliance. That's where we're going now. We are going to be ready for the grand finals in just a moment. So as soon as the interview is ready, we're going to go to that and start introducing the teams. But Alliance versus Na'Vi, it's a best of 5. No advantage for either team coming in here. The winner will take home over $1.4 million. Second place will take home just over $600,000. But more importantly, well, maybe. It depends on your priorities. Being able to say you're the best Dota 2
We
team
have
in the
Puppy
world.
and Dendi of...
And the Aegis of Immortal. And I'm so Casey's also excited that she wants us to talk to her as well. She's ready to go. So maybe the interview's ready. Let's see if Casey's there with Puppy.
We have Puppy and Dendi of Navi joining us now. How are you feeling going into the grand final?
Feel very excited. This is an amazing moment because I've been here for the 3rd time already, and yeah, it's pretty good.
Good.
You've been watching Alliance. They've only lost 1 game this entire tournament. Does that affect your mental state, your mental awareness going into this, or are you just more focused on your game?
We have some strategies to use against them. Yeah, they're very fucking good, and I do want to play against them once more, and this is pretty much what's gonna happen. So they're the best team in the world right now.
Good.
I am never going to engage Dendi in a staring contest in my life.
You can do it.
Really? Oh, I don't think so. I'm watching this happen.
Clement Ivanov, Puppy, Estonia, Tartu.
Alexander Dashkevich, Hvost, Kiev, Ukraine.
Kuro Zalei Takhazomi, Kuroki, Berlin, Germany.
Gleb Lepatnikov, Fanik, Kharkiv, Ukraine.
Danil Shutin, Dendi, Lviv, Ukraine.
Na'Vi's 3rd finals, and still time for fun and games, it seems, there with Dendi. And they are a team that stay in very high spirits, but also because of that, they always believe that they can come back in bad situations and bounce back. And really, that's why they're in the grand finals. They are the bounce back team of the tournament. What do you guys make of them? If someone new is watching Dota 2 right now and doesn't know who Na'Vi is, how would you describe them going into the grand finals?
I mean, as you were saying, they're the most tenacious team, and they're so experienced that they know that if they just have fun with the game, they're still going to win the game. And that's what we saw last year. They had a terrible group stage run. Then they came into the tournament. They were like, how do we counter Naga Siren? They picked up the Juggernaut and started working wonders with that lineup. This tournament, we see them picking Pudge and winning important games with it, very important games. They've picked some very out-of-the-box lineups, and they just seem to enjoy the game much more than some of these disciplined teams do.
They certainly don't like discipline, and I think they're really good at just they lose the first game in the series quite often, but they're really good at just resetting and just focusing on the game, not getting emotionally disturbed and letting their morale get affected.
Bruno, Na'Vi in a nutshell.
Heart. I think that's the only word. These guys play with heart. They do not play with their brains.
All right, well, let's introduce their opponents then, and we'll see what they'll be playing with. It's Alliance to the Grand Finals.
We have Ake and Loda with Alliance joining us now. How are you guys feeling going into the grand final?
It feels great to be in the grand finals, to be able to play this. It's like we couldn't dream of this, so it feels great.
And you guys have played together for so long, so how does that feel coming into this as friends even?
Yeah, it feels very awesome. It's always good to have Ake at your side. It makes me feel comfortable and no pressure and everything like that, so it feels really great.
I'm assuming you've been watching all of the matches. What did you think of Navi's comeback in that last one?
Like it was a pretty sad turn for Orange, but at the same time I was so impressed by Orange's plays like throughout the whole week. They lost the first round in the winner bracket, and then to come all the way that they did, I think they should be so proud of what they have done.
Yeah, all the teams have been so fun to watch. Good luck to both of you, and you've taught me. I know we're not sending it back to James, but this is what I would say in Swedish if I were. Tillbaka till det, James, right?
That's very good.
Sure.
Henrik Amberg, Admiral Bulldog, Trollhättan, Sweden.
Joachim Achterhall, Aki, Gothenburg, Sweden.
Jerry Lundqvist, EGM, Sweden, Västerås.
Jonathan Berg, Loda, Gothenburg, Sweden. Gustav Magnusson, S4, Stockholm, Sweden.
So there we have it, Alliance, the team that have performed, impressed, and still the team to beat going into the grand finals. Admiral Bulldog, S4, Ake, EGM, and Loda. Not a weak link, not a weak play, not a weak strategy. They haven't really shown weakness at all over the tournament, and they can take this. This is theirs to win. This is a big storyline for the boys from Sweden, and it's Na'Vi again that are going to have to try and stop them. So it looks like we're going to be ready to go into the game, guys. So I'm going to have to ask you, who's going to take map 1 and why? Who's going to come out strong straight from the get-go?
I think Navi's going to come out guns blazing and actually take game 1 from Alliance. They're too locked down in their playstyle right now, so and Navi knows how they play, so they're going to come out and maybe take game 1 and surprise Alliance, and then Alliance is going to gain their composure for the following games.
I think it's going to be Alliance. Na'Vi, they lost 2 games with Wiz. They gave EGM Nagasiren twice. It just doesn't seem like their draft is really strong. Maybe as the series progresses, they'll be able to adapt more to how Alliance plays, but they haven't faced them enough, I don't think, to take the first game out strong.
I have one fan from each team trying to bribe me with swag, so that I would say either Na'Vi or Alliance. So I'm going to take both at the same time. So I have from the Alliance guy, this. From the Na'Vi guy, this looks really weird. And I'm going to go with both.
Just setting trends. All right, Bruno. We're going to have to get you off camera for multiple reasons to the quality of the show. But either way, it's about to get good because this is going to be the grand finals, guys. It's going to be map 1 against Alliance and Na'Vi. Losing my words. Bruno, please put your hat back on. It's all good. So over to LD and Lumi. Take it away for the grand finals.
please give a warm welcome to the finest Dota teams in the world. Hailing from Sweden, the only team to go undefeated through group stage, entering the grand finals for the first time, Alliance. Returning to the main stage for the third time, former international champion, second runner-up of last year's tournament, and now fighting to become the first two-time champion, Na'Vi.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the grand finals of the International 3. Na'Vi versus the Alliance. The Alliance yet to drop in a set in the entire main event, undefeated through the group stage, but Na'Vi returning for the third time, looking for their second championship.
This is truly a David versus Goliath situation, and when you say that Na'Vi is the David, nobody will believe that they are the 3 times returning to the grand finals, but I'm not sure they're going to take it.
Alliance looked just undefeatable in that last match against Na'Vi. Took them down 2-0, did it in style. Na'Vi, though, they battled back. They got knocked down to the loser's bracket, and where there was a will, there was a way. Unbelievable performance against Orange, and here they are. They've got another crack at it. It'll be a straight best of 5, no advantage. If anyone can find a way to beat the Alliance, it probably is Puppey.
It's Puppey's been playing some crazy strat. We see what they did in TI2, the Naga Siren, the Enigma, the Darkseer combo. That was it. Nobody broke that strat. Na'Vi was the first team to do it. They rose to the grand final because of it. And now, within the grand final, they need to do something special. Puppey needs to find a way because the Alliance are the heavy favorites right now.
Yeah, I mean, arguably the most creative and innovative captain in the history of Dota 2. He's come up with so many strategies, and we've seen everything from Na'Vi at times in the past. This tournament, they have not
Puppy's actually said they haven't shown their hand. He said they've been hiding strats. So we're going to have to find out if those hidden strats are going to work. Because the Alliance, it's been mostly the same strat every single game. Somewhat times different heroes. They've shown versatility in picks, but if it ain't broken, Lumi, why fix it? Same strat, but can you beat it? You know it's coming.
The scary thing is Alliance, like you said, is playing standard, and if they drop a game or maybe 2 games, they're bringing out their strats.
Yeah, let's not forget, this is the team that did the level 1 Roche. Prophet suicides the Roche, you bait the enemy team in, then you wipe them. They did the fake Roche where they pick her, so they pick Wisp, they wrap around, they smoke gank you from behind. I mean, if anyone can be creative here, it is going to be the Alliance. And Na'Vi likes that Radiant side in general. They've normally been going for it, so if they do get it again, well, then the Alliance maybe pulls something out of the hat.
Very likely, we could see that this entire series, we're going to have Na'Vi's going to play the entire Radiant side, and we're going to see Dire being handled by Alliance. But I really think that, you talked about the Roshan strategy. I think that's going to be huge. Don't forget the level 1 TP Roshan from Alliance.
Yeah, there's so many options, and I think one of the most interesting things about this matchup is the way the last series unfolded, where you saw Alliance not banning Wisp when Na'Vi had first pick. They gave away Wisp, and then they took it down twice. So if Na'Vi have first pick again, they have a tough choice, right? Because if you're not going to pick Wisp with the first pick, generally what we've seen is you ban it out. And that's how Alliance has taken advantage of a lot of the Chinese teams who don't run Wisp particularly well. So if you don't take it with the first pick, then Alliance can get Wisp and another hero with the second pick. So Na'Vi, they have to be a little bit worried about that. Could factor into their mentality coming into this game.
For those you guys are just tuning to the grand finals and wondering what is Wisp, why are we talking so much about the Wisp? Wisp is often considered as the most broken hero in the current Dota game.
She changes the game. She changes the complexion of the game. It's like in professional American football, if you have a Randy Moss, a player who is a threat to score a touchdown from 100 yards out on any given play, you have to play a fundamentally different style of Dota. So whether Wisp is banned or not, whether Na'Vi picks it or not, just the way that last series went, has to have an effect on how Na'Vi chooses to draft.
If it's not strategy, it's definitely confidence. You're giving away the best hero in Dota. You beat them cleanly in a 2-0 sweep. I'm afraid for Na'Vi.
Game 1. We're loading in now. Are you ready, Lumi?
I am, although please refrain from the football jokes, because I'm not following you there.
I ain't joking with you. We're straight up here.
All right, let's go.
All
We're jumping to the draft here. Na'Vi is going to get the Radiant side. Alliance on the Dire. Of course, I am Luminous and joined by my main man, LD. Are you ready?
I am. It's game 1 of a best of 5. Winner takes home $1.4 million. The loser, just a little over 600,000. The bans will now come out. So far, Na'Vi removing the Chen. Puppy definitely plays a good one, but Ake has really been on the ball. They'll ban out the Chen. The Alliance removes the Havos Lifestealer. Still Wisp in the pool, still Batrider in the pool, and let's not forget Alliance is on the Dire side. So if they want to do some either level 1 Roche strats or just make Na'Vi think they are, they definitely have that option.
Well, we'll definitely see level 1 Roshan if we see some kind of awesome weird hero like Ursa, but we'll table that discussion for a bit and focus a little bit about the bans here. Do you give away a Batrider? Do you give away Wisp? Do you leave both of those heroes in the pool? No, Alliance says, sure. You have to pick. We're going to leave some OP heroes here.
Yeah, they're basically saying it's your choice. Let's see what Puppy wants to do, and we're going to react to it. They have the comfort of being able to react. And now, well, it will be first pick Alliance here. Let's see, what are they going to go for with that first pick?
I mean, this is a bold move for both Alliance and Na'Vi. They're saying, you know what, let's leave the broken heroes in the pool, and we'll play full-out Dota.
And the tables have turned. It's Na'Vi's turn to give away the Wisp, and they're going to see if they can defeat it. They now go for a Batrider and a Visage. Now, we have seen Visage so dominant in the laning stage. Wisp, if she gets to level 6, the game changes. But Visage is one of those heroes that can just win the game before anyone gets to level 6. And now the Alliance will pick up the Bulldog Prophet. So they had their choice. They don't go for the Lone Druid. They take the Prophet instead.
Now, the difference between Lone Druid versus the Prophet here, both of Emerald Bulldog's really good heroes that Nature's Prophet will gank alongside with the Wisp. We know that Na'Vi would like to defend their heroes, they like to defend their towers, and when you have a big clash, a chaotic fight going on somewhere on the map, Prophet is the best hero to join that fight with his spells, with his ultimate, of course with his right click. So I really like this pickup over the Lone Druid, who is a little bit less mobile as a hero.
I gotta say, I'm having slight flashbacks to the International too, because right now Dendi and Havos are grinning their heads off. It reminds you of Light of Heaven in that epic game where they defeated the combo, the Naga, Tidehunter, as well as Darkseer. They've got that kind of grit on their faces now, so what's up their sleeve? We're going to find out soon. Now the band's coming forth. Na'Vi removing out Juggernaut, and then on the Alliance's side, a Weaver. What are they going to ban next?
I have no idea, because trying to predict these two masters of Drafter, S4 on one side and Puppey on the other, is going to be extremely hard. So far, all of these bans looks targeted and standard. And of course, Weaver targeting both one of his best heroes. And I think Puppey is planning something.
Yeah, he's at least trying to make us think he's planning something. Let's see if he actually is. It's always the mind games with him. As for S4, you've started with a Prophet as well as a Wisp. Now they're going to need some heroes that can fight. They don't have the S4 hero yet for the solo mid role. We don't know what Load is going to play as a carry. What might they run in combination with this Wisp? Na'Vi ban out Juggernaut. There is still a Gyrocopter. We've seen that a decent amount from Alliance, and it's a pretty good early to mid-game fighting hero in combination with a Wisp. But what do you think, Lumi, Chaos Knight, Tiny, these are your go-tos. What are Alliance going to combo up with it?
I think their favorite go-to hero for Alliance, at least, is going to be the Phantom Assassin. We saw that in the G1 LAN final. You park your PA, you park your Wisp in a safe lane. In fact, you can even go offensive with your Nature's Prophet and a Jungle Enchantress. Backstab ganks all day. So I'm predicting a Phantom Assassin. I'm predicting an Enchantress. But we'll see exactly what Alliance thinks.
I like this ban a lot from Na'Vi, because they remove Keeper of the Light, and Ake, as magnificent as his jungle play is, I think his Keeper of the Light just might be scarier this tournament, especially because
5 seconds remaining.
By pushing, and if you're behind, well, he hangs on while Loda farms up.
The fact that you brought up support heroes, because so far we have not seen the Naga Siren, who Na'Vi has given away 2 games in a row to Alliance, because you don't have a very, ooh.
Uh-oh. Something's fishy here, Lumi.
Let's table that for a bit, and maybe it'll make sense in a bit, but...
Yeah, the Venomancer has been snapped up, and the question is going to be, how does the Alliance look to respond? Does this phase them at all? Because we have seen, I think it has been Na'Vi in the past who've taken Veno early, and sometimes it just doesn't work at all.
It's a hero that doesn't have an innate stun. He sure has damage over time, but it's very, very slow. So it gives you a great slow early on, but mid-game and especially late game, this hero does absolutely next to nothing.
That's very low compared to the other options in the pool. Like, for example, if they wanted a Keeper of the Light later on, he's very useful. In some ways, he even gets better. Venomancer, we have seen Hobos play this as a farmer. I don't know if it's something we'd see this game. We'd probably expect it to be either Kuroki or Puppey's hero, but now Alliance, a third pick Veno could throw you off. So how does S4 respond?
Well, we're going to see a Gyrocopter so far here. Just a very standard and stable hero. Vengeful Spirit immediately snapped up here.
Aggression from Na'Vi.
I just want to point out that we do not see a traditional carry hero on Na'Vi's side just yet. Vengeful Spirit may be that carry hero. Venomancer may be that carry hero. Na'Vi, they've done this in the past. They farmed Venge in the past. They farmed Veno in the past, but I think Alliance has something up their sleeve. I think we might see something like a Spirit Breaker. Well, it's just my guess, but we'll see if they're gonna. No, never mind.
Hold that thought. It's going to be an Ake Enchantress. They expect a lot of aggression from Na'Vi. When you see Venomancer, Visage, and Venge, these are 3 of the strongest level 1 supports in the game, and one of them will be farming. So a lot of burst damage, the potential to go aggressive trying and kill anyone, even a Gyrocopter. If he gets Gelled and the follow-up is there for the Magic Missile, he is going to die. Alliance, though, Ake, I think he is in the world the best jungler to counter aggressive tri-lanes. We've seen Extinct, Puppey, fantastic gankers, fantastic at reacting, but Ake is really good at relieving the pressure on the aggressive tri-lane. So let's see if he can pull it off here. We expect Alliance to go defensive tri-lane, but the book is out now. This is where, like you said, they don't have a carry on Na'Vi, at least not a traditional one, but they do have some good Midas armor from Venge. Are we looking at a Dendi Shadow Fiend?
Shadow Fiend, you so far don't really have a disadvantaged matchup, but at the same time, you're dealing with global TP, so you have to get the BKB as soon as possible. Then the way that he plays the Shadow Fiend, he doesn't go BKB.
Oh, they want someone mid, and they don't want Dendi to lose his lane, so they ban out the OD, arguably the strongest 1v1 mid in the game, definitely in the top 5 there. This does pave the way for a Shadow Fiend, but Alliance have not tipped their hand either, and they're going to get a chance to counterpick if they want whatever Dendi's snapping up. So S4 might be able to match him blow for blow. There is a Queen of Pain in the pool. Looking at the other S4 heroes, does anything else jump out to you?
Queen of Pain gets banned out as well, so S4 is also preparing for a very, very crazy pick for himself. He doesn't want to get countered in a sense by Na'Vi snapping up that Queen of Pain.
Are we going to see the return of the S4 Mag this game? Because that core is so strong if you get through the lanes. Magnus, Prophet, Gyro on the Dire side with the ability that the Alliance has to just get their jungle ultra stacked. It's a bounty hunter for Na'Vi. There is no clear carry on this team, and it's just all offense. They want to face rush the Alliance.
I mean, question marks are up in the air right now. Are we going to see a Vengeful Spirit carry? Are we going to see a Venomancer carry? Traditionally, these two aren't really good at carry. You need a ton of items. You need a ton of farm.
Is it a farming Visage? I mean, to be honest, any three of these heroes could get the farm in that lane.
But what we can expect out of this is a Batrider solo mid, correct?
It's probably a Batrider solo mid, most likely the Funnick Bounty Hunter to the safe lane. Na'Vi, aggressive tri-lane is coming. How will S4 respond?
Could be just a standard defensive tri-lane. I don't know. Like, this Na'Vi lineup is just so strange. We have never seen anything like it.
I feel like they have to go aggressive here. You're giving up. If you don't go aggressive, we've seen what the Alliance do. Because not only are they farming a Wisp and getting a level 6, they'll stack the jungle for Loda on his Gyrocopter. They will even allow Bulldog to pull some camps to secure a really fast Midas. And it's a clockwork for S4. Now complete.
Pulls Vengeful Spirit as he selects a hero, unless we're going to see any swaps.
Game 1, the Alliance versus Na'Vi, two titans from Europe. These guys, they've only met before on land once. And the last time they met, Alliance took care of business. Will Puppey, will Dendi, will the rest of this Na'Vi squad, Kuroki, Havost, Funnick, will they find a way? It's been a miraculous run for them. The Fountain Hooks, we've seen as well in their last match against Orange, a bit of fate going their way. Can things continue to roll for them?
They have to continue to roll because they're not here just to say, you know what, let's go back to the grand finals for 600K.
They have tasted first place, and once you get a taste of it, there is no going back. Nothing else will do. Now complete. It's time to get into it. Game 1 of the International 3 Grand Finals is now underway. $1.4 million and change to the winner, over $600,000 to the loser. On the side of the Alliance, yet to drop a set, we have S4, the captain on the clockwork, Loda, your Gyrocopter. EGM, the EO, will have a very quick pause, I hope. Ake on the Enchantress. And in the base, it'll be Bulldog, your nature's prophet. And on the Radiant side, Team Na'Vi, Kuroki the Visage, Havost, the Vengeful Spirit, looking like we might see a farming Venge. Dendi on the solo mid Batrider, Puppey, the captain on the Venomancer, and that leaves Funnick as your safe lane bounty hunter. The pause is going down now. Here we go. Back into game 1. What are you expecting, Lumi?
I expect a lot of kills coming on this tri-lane. This tri-lane up top is going to decide much of the early game.
Hold that thought. We'll have another pause here. So, I mean, we look at Na'Vi's lineup right now. They have track gold. They have supports that really get out of control if they have a good start, right? You have Solo. You have Familiars if you hit a fast level 6. Venomancer, if he's ahead, can just run anyone down. If Na'Vi gets ahead, it will be very hard for the Alliance to hold on to territory. It will be very hard to get their Wisp level 6, but if it goes the other way, if Alliance get a good start, they have the clearly superior late game.
Clearly superior mid-game as well, because when you see Alliance and they pick up BKB on Gyrocopter, what is the Vengeful Spirit going to do? What is the Visage going to do? There's really lacking physical damage. Now, with that said, Vengeful Spirit is going to give you a physical damage increase aura. She's going to give you minus armor, so there is some weapons, but it's just, I don't think that's enough.
They have some access into late game. Bounty Hunter is a pretty decent semi-carry, Venge a decent semi-carry, but you look at the Alliance, they have a Prophet, one of the strongest heroes in the late game, not in combat directly, but for his ability to farm and split push. They have a great global lineup as well. And Na'Vi, heroes that don't really flash farm. That's the other thing to keep your mind on. Batrider is a great farmer in the jungle, but Venge, Venomancer, Visage do not farm all that quickly. Bounty Hunter doesn't either, unless he decides to go for a Battle Fury, which we don't expect at all. So if Na'Vi fall behind, their ability to farm fairly limited. Alliance talking things over. They've got a moment here. They seem very calm.
Batrider has reconnect. I'm surprised that there is pauses going on. We do have Merlini outside, waiting in the wing.
Ladies, he's had a hard week, buddy. He's taking a nap right now. Put the police cap off, and he's lying down for a snooze.
I don't think any Dota player in the world right now is taking the cap off because this is the grand final of one of the huge. This is the biggest prize pool.
Biggest esports tournament ever.
How do you sleep during this?
Don't. You try to, we're going to wake you up. So game one, soon to fall, underway. So we talked a lot about Navi's draft, and we don't have it on pause yet. So if you look at Alliance, I think for them, all they have to do is withstand the storm early on. Be prepared for ganks, get your wards right, don't get caught at level 1, hang on until Bulldog starts to kick in, gets his level 6. He can bail out the tri-lane. Of course, once you have S4 getting level 6, has access to Hook. If Navi dives that tier 1 top, and already there's a Prophet with his ult coming in, the clockwork rotates, Navi could instantly lose one fight, and on that very one fight, just lose this game.
I completely agree. Although with that said, Vengeful Spirit as well as your Soul Assumption Visage, they have so much burst power that you can get that one kill and get back out. So that I think Navi's going to use the speed of their killing to their advantage. Let's see, but back to your point, Clockwork as well as Prophet, once they make the TP in, that's going to be over. Yeah, it's going to be really hard.
The only team to take a game off of the Alliance this entire tournament was Team DK. And they did it a completely different way. They did it on the back of Burning going out of control in his anti-mage. They did it on the back of a really strong 4 Protect 1 mid-game lineup where once anti-mage gets 4 or 5 slotted, you go and break their base before Alliance's superior late game can kick in while you have basically while you're at the zenith of your economic advantage. But I mean, are we going to see Navi win with a completely different style? This is a radically different approach.
It is different. At the same time, also somewhat similar to Game 2 with, during the Winter Bracket Finals when they ran the Tie Hunter solo mid. Was a pushing shred, got all 6 towers in 15 minutes, but they couldn't do it. So you got to hit your timing very importantly. You got to hit it right on. And this is, to me, a timing kind of base lineup. You got to make sure you knock down towers early. Make sure you get a ton of kills early, and you gotta focus Loda. Loda was able to free farm on Alchemist on both those games, and you just don't beat a free farm Alchemist.
Alliance has, and I think that's really worth talking about, is the contrast in these two teams. And we can start with the carries, because you look at Navi, Havost is fighting from like minute 5 to 8, and he never stops fighting. Constantly infesting Dendy as Lifestealer, constantly diving towers as Weaver, picking up kill after kill after kill. He's a lot of pressure early on. With Alliance, they asked Loda to perform a very different role. They say, Loda, we'll shoulder the burden in the early game. We will fight early, you will farm, and then later you will carry us. So it's a very different style for Navi, and I mean, Loda's be on a hero that doesn't even fight for minute 5, or rather, Havos. He'll be on a hero that doesn't even fight for minute 5. His hero is going to fight for minute 1.
I mean, the big difference in this game, though, also for Loda is that he can fight at minute 5 because he has a Wisp. So look towards that mid game where a chaotic fight breaks out on the other side of the map, and Loda is going to join. And with that said, it means he could farm, he could fight whenever he wants, and that's the power of Wisp. And of course, I just have to remind everybody, Navi gave it away.
Yeah, I mean, maybe again, they knew what they were doing, just like the Alliance knew what they were doing. Now, they knew what they were doing, and for the Alliance it worked. Navi know what they were doing, but will it work? That's the difference here, and that's going to be the question. Ake does have an early smoke here, so don't be surprised if we see him maybe even go for an early gank on that lane if he gets the right creeps. Enchantress, I think in this situation actually is better than Chen, because you can have 2 creeps, you know all you have to do is shut down Navi's tri-lane, and you pretty much win the game. And if he gets the 2 right creeps, he shows up at the right moment. Enchantress she's not one hero, right? She's like 2 or 3 with those creeps, so.
You actually get like 3.
I think for Alliance, my hero to keep an eye on is actually going to be Ake. If Ake is a good laning stage, if he sets up a kill or 2, Alliance could just run away with game 1. But let's remember, it is game 1 of a best of 5, so Navi can experiment here, and if it doesn't work, they can try something different in game 2.
How you're just talking about strat?
And you're just leaving me hanging.
You got this.
This is standard.
Because right now we have a long pause. Can we just toss the strategy out the window for a bit? Because we've been talking about strategy for like the past 5-10 minutes. I want to know who in the crowd is cheering for Navi and who is the crowd cheering for Alliance. So, Navi! Is that okay?
I was lukewarm. On the other side, of course, we have the Alliance.
I think Alliance is...
It was pretty close. I think they're anxious for the game to start. A little anxious. We're only giving away $2 million and change from this one best of 5. No big deal. It's just... It's the biggest Dota games that have ever been played.
Somewhat nostalgic, like going back to your old Dota 1 tournament. Connects, there's nothing but like wait times.
All that training, Lumi, it's prepared you for this moment.
And you know.
I don't know. We're still paused here. Both teams, I imagine, getting a little antsy. They want to get game one underway. So we actually haven't done our predictions, Lumi. I think we can put ourselves on the record here and then be forever flamed and shamed if we're wrong. Predictions? We're actually going to unpause, so real quick.
3-2 Na'Vi.
Oh man, a bold prediction from Lumi. I'm going to go with the safe and stable bet here. I'm going to say Alliance take it 3-1. And on that note, we're back underway. Game 1, Alliance versus Na'Vi. Here we go.
Very, very good defensive warding here coming out all both camps, but of course Wisp got the first ward down, so look towards this one being immediately dewarded, which allows Alliance to actually set up some ganks in mid lane. There you go. Bye-bye ward. You
30 seconds to battle.
Like 5 seconds.
And not so sweet life, and that's actually a big deal. Not having that ward for Na'Vi when you're running the aggressive tri-lane against an Enchantress means if Ake decides to gank without a smoke, they're not going to see it coming. Now, remember that in the old versions of Dota, or even in the previous patch, you could buy 2 sets of wards at level 1. Now you only get 1 set of observer wards before the creeps spawn.
Could just ward this if he wants to do so. Choosing not to do it yet has another ward over here on this side. That is going to be important, but at the same time means you do not have sight in the jungle. And not having sight in the jungle against the Enchantress is almost suicidal. That first D-ward meant so much for Alliance.
Alliance is actually doing something very different here. Looks like they want to dodge that aggressive tri-lane. They're going to send their gyrocopter as well as Wisp to the bottom lane. And early on, that puts Funnick in a 1v2 against a dual lane that, if they have sentries, could definitely kill him. And they've got one on EGM. He's got to be careful here. He does not have boots. Normally, Funnick has boots, but it looks like he was expecting the Prophet versus Bounty Hunter matchup. And if you have that matchup, you really want the Poor Man Shield. Poor Man Shield is not going to help you too much against Wisp and Gyrocopter.
Help a little bit with the harass coming out from Wisp, but for the most part, he's coming right in. There is a sentry war on the ground. If he gets tether stun here, nothing just yet. Funnick coming in, sapping a little bit of experience. Obviously, we expect this lane to go towards Loda and as well as EGM. 2v1 against a melee hero. It should be fairly easy. What about mid here? S4 on his clockwork against one of those most dominant mid hero, Dendy's Bat.
Pretty good against Bat because you have the cogs if he ever really wants to go on you. If he dives you at your tower, sure, there's Firefly, but you have the battery assault. Getting those mini stuns off, maybe you disrupt him for a moment. I think it's an okay match for S4. He's going to lose the lane, but his goal is just to get level 6, hang on, and angle for mid-game dominance. If Bulldog's not dying here in the top lane, I think that's pretty much what they're looking for. Havost does, or rather Funnick, has to be very careful bottom. So early on, look at this tri-lane Lumi. Do you think we're going to see any unusual skill builds from Na'Vi? Because these are generally support heroes, all 3 that they're running here. Or is it possible they get aggressive and just play sort of your standard kill early on support style builds?
From get-go here, if you look at Puppy's skill build, he has selected his passive Poison Sting. Generally, you always go Venomous Scale as it is one of those strongest early game spell. And I think the reason that he has gone for Poison Sting, as we do see a gank on the Centaur. Nice stomp here. Any gonna be killed? Deny here. Looking for Ake, and they are gonna get denied. No early game XP go for you guys. And the reason you go for Poison Sting is it actually helps you for a push. It gives you like 5 extra damage-ish. I mean, there's no other reason to really go.
Basically, you can hit each creep once, and then they'll slowly tick down. Whereas if you go for the Gale, you're not going to spam it. Gale, very expensive in terms of mana at the early levels. We'll see Funnick pick up a nice regen rune. I'll head back to the bottom lane. So if you're Alliance, your goal is to not fall too far behind in the laning stage. You have the mid game to fall back on, and so far they're not dying. We see Ake getting good levels out of the jungle. You look at Navi's tri-lane, and their supports are both level 1. S4, in terms of the middle lane, sitting 11-1 to the 12-3 of Dendy. I think everything's going quite well here for the Alliance. The pressure is on Na'Vi, not on the Alliance.
In offensive tri-lane, you need to get things done quick and early. And of course, there's a ticking time bomb on the bot lane here, Alliance, with EGM on the Wisp. Once he hits a level 6, suddenly this game transforms to something completely different. Of course, Gyrocopter is one of those early game carry heroes that could get into these team fights. So look towards Loda as well as EGM playing very close to each other throughout this game and looking to set up kills all of them now.
All right, Ake smoked up, heading towards the middle lane. Dendi, no mana right now. The courier's about to come in. It should have his boots as well as his bottle. And this might be an opening, but he's head up to the high ground. And it looks like the moment may have passed. Rocket coming in, canceling Dendi's bottle charge. Ake will decide that's not a good gank. He'll back off, and he's going to head back into his own jungle. Does he actually want to make it go on top? Because this is not a very strong ganking combo. I think he's just going to sit back here.
Get Kuroki somewhat out of position with the Centaur Stomp. He does have a clap creep now as well here.
He's really playing well in this middle lane, just constantly using the cogs, burning Dendi's mana, preventing him from being aggressive, but it's bottom lane where they've gone in on Funnick. He's dropping pretty low. There's another Rocket Barrage. There's still a Dust here. It's First Blood, and it goes to the Alliance!
Very, very early. Oh, Loda?
Oh!
Gonna survive. That was
oh
pretty
man,
close.
that Tango, that salve, making the difference here. And it's what we talked about. I mean, Wisp, Gyro do have the power to kill a bounty early on.
And of course, second one here. As the creep wave is pushing in, there's another dust available. That's going to be called down for about 30 more seconds. So look towards Alliance making yet another play under the tower very soon.
Now they killed off Funnick in the bottom lane, the mid lane they're trading evenly. The Prophet top lane for Bulldog has not died. They're running a jungler. The supports of Na'Vi are only level 2 to the 3 and 4 of Alliance. Alliance is already pretty damn far ahead on the better late game lineup.
So far, it seems like this Na'Vi early game kind of rush strat on the top lane has not really been panning out. Of course, Funnick's got to be very, very careful on the bot lane. Dust's ready to go right now, and if Funnick's not careful enough, a single Dust will be the death of him. Keep in mind that he cannot windwalk away. In fact, if he decides to windwalk away, he'll be slowed down by the Dust, 10% slow on the newest patch.
We're 5 minutes in, golden experience is even, and Funnick is getting close to level 6, but now the phase boots coming out for Loda. A very slow, a very deliberate start for both teams. There is so much on the line. You drop game 1, all of a sudden, the series gets a whole lot harder for you. Na'Vi, they've gone for something very unconventional with their picks. Can they make it work? So far, we're not seeing it, but we do have to remember their ability to find kills in the mid game is outstanding. So much burst, so much lockdown. But for the time being, they need a few items and a few levels to make it happen.
A very interesting adjustment of skill build up on
Round two, wrapping around, Dendi in a bit of trouble here. There's 2 Hellbear Smashers, but he's gonna head north, hooked and caught out by S4, but he heads north again, juking here, jiving there, and he's gonna dodge it. Up to the tree line he goes. He's got no TP, but he's got stick charges and a salve. He'll head back into the river. The Hellbears are there, clap number 1, but it looks like he should live. No, double clap, but he's got boots, he's still got the stick charges, should be fine. Meanwhile,
Rocket's gonna hit, cancels the salve, Dendi dropping precariously low, but
meanwhile on the top lane, it looks like they made a go on Bulldog. He's forced back to base, but now gets his boots and has 600 gold. He's against an aggressive tri-lane. He has not died, he hasn't lost his tower, and he's not that far off of a Midas. Could have won by like the 8 to 10 minute mark.
It's one of the strangest pushing tri-lane I've ever seen. I mean, if you look at their skill build here, you have 1 point into play war, so if they are going to get a tower here, Ake trying to deny it with the creep. You also have Kuroki getting a point in early Gravekeeper's Cloak, expecting some kind of early game dive, but with a tier 1 tower going up down, I think we are going to see Puppey as well as Kuroki starting to make some rotation towards the mid lane.
Meanwhile, the ticking time bomb you spoke about, EGM in an aggressive dual lane as a Wisp is already 1 level from 6. And then you have to look at Na'Vi. Havost pretty survivable with his phase boots, but Puppey 560 HP at max with just basic boots, Kuroki 682 and the Gravekeeper's Cloak to help keep him alive. These heroes, if they get caught by relocate, they're just dead. I mean, they are flat out not going to live through that.
To get basically 4 stabs or blink daggers, any kind of instant mobility item to get you away from those.
In order to do that, you need to farm, and you look at their supports, they're not getting a whole lot.
They're not getting too much ganks off, they're not getting too many tower kills, and because of that, under level, under farmed, Na'Vi struggling on this early game. When DK beat Alliance, they were doing quite well. They were winning every single lane, so Na'Vi definitely not going down that route to secure a win. Let's see how they can do it.
Very kind of classic Na'Vi lineup in the sense that it can snowball really hard, and that's what Na'Vi's always been about. Aggression in the first 10 to 20 minutes of the game, sometimes even in the first 5. So far, the aggression yet to come. 8 minutes in, but you gotta know it's only the calm before the storm. And here comes S4, level 3 battery assault, the more aggressive killing build. He wants to find a pick. He's up in the Na'Vi jungle, hunting, heading towards the bottom lane. A Funnick, level 6. There's some TPs on Na'Vi. Oh. Funnick gonna be spotted out, but there's no gem here. And now, the rotation coming in from Ake. He'll pick up a creep as well. They're gonna rotate Puppey off the top lane. Both teams, now Ake healing up, Funnick driven back. They're not going to find any kills yet, but with the dust that should be on the Wisp, yeah, there still is a dust charge. If they try to go again, it could go south, but here they go. On to Ake, DD for S4. Ake dropping fast, he's going to fall, but S4, he's found Funnick, now tethered, blown up by the Ake creep, fighting from beyond the grave. Now Kuroki, sprouted, locked in place, but here comes Big, bad Dendi, but no, it's too much damage from Loda. 3-1. Already Na'Vi on the back foot.
Just talked about Loda generally not liking to join early game fights because he wants to farm, but this game making the quick rotation, helping out his allies. Of course, EG game came first, and of course, even though there was a track kill that went the way of Na'Vi, it was like a 1 or 2 person track kill, so Alliance coming out ahead, and they are staying ahead because they are winning every single lane.
And you look at Alliance, they don't need gold nearly as much as they need experience, and they are leading in terms of experience. Every single hero level 5 or higher. That Wisp for EGM, 1 creep wave most likely off of level 6, and once he hits level 6, Na'Vi, a lineup that wants to push early, a lineup that wants to find a lot of kills. When you are ganking, you'd better be ganking the Wisp or the Prophet, and ideally both, because if not, then they're just going to counter gank the crap out of you.
Like Funnick is scouted, if this one...
The orb's going to start splashing, and Funnick will rotate back for the time being. EGM, he knows how close to level 6 he is. He needs that 1 creep, and now he's got it. So the threat of relocate, it's on the board, the Alliance. Lumi, they've weathered the storm through the laning stage, and you got to say, although to a new fan of Dota, this might look like a dead even game, strategically, it's a huge advantage for the Alliance.
Of course, if you look at Navi's, the way they're playing right now, all 4 or 5 are hovering very close to the mid lane. They are losing out in terms of farm and experience. Meanwhile, on the other side, you have EGM and Ake in the jungle just getting some tiny bit of a go experience. You have Loda just straight up farming up top. So I think Alliance is getting a ton more out of the map. And it's really hard to make a dive on S4 in the mid lane. He is so tanky, almost at 1200 HP with a full magic wand charge. There is no way they're going to get a kill on S4 without committing 4 or 5 onto him.
Yeah, they have to blow a lot, and I think it's worth it to blow a lot if you can secure a kill, but if you go on S4, then that's where relocate comes. The Prophet ult now online for Bulldog. They have to dive those counter gankers, and even S4 is a counter ganker because all the towers are up, aside from the tier 1 top. Na'Vi, they need to find a gank fairly soon, in the next 3 to 5 minutes, I would say, for sure. They don't have the Dendi Blink yet. It's a key item for the ganks to work. But while they sit back, Loda's rushing a BKB, and if he gets one, you look at Na'Vi, and you talked about physical damage and their lack of it, and that hasn't changed for me. Funnick just has a bottle, boots, a poor man shield. He doesn't have any damage items. Nobody really does. There's a little bit of damage coming from Havost, but if he gets a BKB on this gyro, Na'Vi are going to have a very hard time killing Loda.
Almost only gets that physical damage when he levels up and max both his smaller spells, the Wave of Terror as well as Vengeful Aura, but she's nowhere near the levels that she needs to be.
While Bulldog just chilling bottom lane. Funnick though, he's going to start here with the Janata now, applying the right clicks, but there's a Sprout on Funnick. He might be in trouble. S4's rotated in. No detection yet. Here's your relocate. They really want this pesky bounty hunter, and they'll find him. The Alliance, they got poked, and they bit back hard.
A free kill basically on the bot lane and not losing any kind of momentum anywhere else. There's no push in the mid lane. Perhaps
right into mid. Here we go. They're
oh,
looking for 2. Hook to fly. They've caught Puppy as well. Callouts coming in. Dendi's down. 6-1. Alliance already out of control, barreling down the middle lane. This is looking bad for Na'Vi.
Said in the early game drafting stage that if Alliance wins, just come out even. In the early game phase, they will just be unstoppable during the mid game. Not only have they came out even, they've done so much more. They're winning by the kills, they're winning by experience, they're winning by gold. Alliance is about to take a tier 1 tower. And how do you stop this? Gonna go on S4 on the mid lane. Tower is already dead and looks with a tether stun. Oh, Swap coming back in here. Can they get a kill on S4? They're blowing everything onto him, and they are gonna get the kill. That was very important. A 4-man track kill. Funnick doing his work, and well, Na'Vi finds something.
One guy that really would have liked that extra 50 gold is Dendi, of course. He's getting closer to his Blink Dagger. He will have it soon. Na'Vi definitely have a few more runs of aggression in them. And every time that a gank works, every time they get a couple of heroes with a track kill, they extend their lease on life in this game. They're not out of it yet, but they're the ones who have to force the fights. And if you're Alliance, you can take fights, but you don't have to. If you're Alliance, you want to be careful, though. Track Gold has a way of sneaking up on you. All of a sudden, Funnick shows up with drums, with phase boots. The next few fights later, he's got a BK BKB, Dendy's got a 4-staff, then Boots of Travel. It creeps up on you, and then all of a sudden you're like, man, where did all those items come from? I thought we were winning this game. So for now, Alliance ahead, but they will want to play it safe. And one of the big items that will allow them to play it safe is going to be this BKB on Gyro. It's coming very, very soon.
Yeah, because of that, I feel like Na'Vi basically have about 1 minute or 1 minute 30 seconds make something happen on the map. Because once BKB's up on Gyrocopter, and now because of there's a mech up on the Emerald Bulldog as well, there is just nearly non-adaptive on Na'Vi to do anything. How do you kill Loda? And meanwhile, of course, when you're not killing him, he's killing everybody else with the call down on max flat cannons.
Yeah, and then the other thing is, a lot of these heroes really don't do much against that BKB. You look at Visage, he has Familiar Shore, he's got a mech to help keep his own team alive, but most of his damage is the Soul Assumption in the early to mid game, and he's not going to be hitting that hard. Puppey, virtually useless against BKB heroes unless he gets off a Gale and advance. Here they go though. Habost, easy pickings for S4, brought down by a hook, jams it in, and now it's 7-2. Habost, he's their one position player this game. I mean, you look at some of these other heroes, maybe they can carry the load, but he's really the only physical damage dealer, and that death, not going to help too much.
I was going for SMY, and I had to give just a little bit of something in all categories.
It could be an Ag Scepter, that's the other possibility. But the SNY,
it does look like an Ag Scepter.
If it's an Ags, I mean, the nice thing with an Ags Venge is that you have Nether Swap constantly available for fights. The cooldown is only 10, but that doesn't necessarily help you if the Alliance just have the superior 5-man.
Yeah, of course, what does Ag Scepter do for you?
Against Loda, for example.
Right, when you swap in and then you die, because there's so much focus fire on Alliance's part, but they will try to make something happen. That swap was what gave them the kill on S4 on the mid lane, but if you look at the Alliance, when they could Roche, they will Roche, and there's just no way that Na'Vi could stop this.
The Roche is stopping fast, but Dendy wants to contest. He's coming in with Firefly. Are we going to see an Aegis steal? Roche is low, not dead yet. They're backing off, they're going in. He can't make up his mind, and now it's too late. Firefly's over, S4 back into the pit, covering his team. Roche to fall, it goes to the Alliance, the Aegis on the Loda, and now a hook on a boast. He's overstayed his welcome here, swapping in Kuroki. Kuroki says, get me out of here, man, and he can't. He'll fall. It's a headlong retreat now. Bulldog teleporting forward, creating another base of attack. Now a call down to Fly. They've lassoed Bulldog. He's still alive though. He's not even dying. 3 dead. No track kills for Na'Vi, and they're not going to get any. Make it 4. Na'Vi down 2-11, and they're going to GG.
Oh my
God.
GG. 16-minute GG, and they're going to get that final last kill. Alliance just dominating Na'Vi. 3-time finalists, but it does not matter at all.
Alliance not even slightly phased. Na'Vi went for a very unorthodox strat. Very little access to late game. Heavy pressure on the laning stage, and the Alliance weathered the storm, took the advantage early, and they never looked back.
Alliance have never looked this strong, winning a game for one of the biggest and strongest Western team out there. What can Na'Vi do for game 2? What can they pull out?
It was, I don't know if I call it a pocket strat, but a very unusual draft from them. So obviously, Na'Vi, we don't expect them to do something similar again. It's not.
Can Na'Vi do for game 2? What can they pull out?
That was, I don't know if I call it a pocket strat, but a very unusual draft from them. So obviously, Na'Vi, we don't expect them to do something similar again. It's not like they brought their bread and butter and then Alliance just destroyed it. They brought something unusual. It didn't work. Now we're gonna have to see what they do though, because when they got Wisp, they couldn't win with it. When they give it away, they lose to it. Granted, with an unusual draft, Wisp is gonna be an interesting problem for them in these drafts because they really shouldn't be giving away to Alliance. At least it feels that way now. And if they're not, then they're forced to waste a ban on it. And you open up Bulldog's hero pool, you open up EGM's hero pool, Ake's, everybody on this team, they're in a bind.
Na'Vi is losing with the standard game. Has whiffs, can't win. Na'Vi is losing on non-standard games. Picking offensive trialing Venge, not working out. I'm not sure what they could do, but hopefully Puppey's got something in mind because this series could be quite over quite quickly.
And, I mean, we're going to have to see. Game 2's coming up. Alliance leading 1-0 in a best of 5. There's $2 million in change at stake. My goodness. They can taste it, man. They have come so far. And I mean, you look at this team, they had an undefeated run at the G1 League Land Finals. They traveled to China, they came, they saw, and they conquered. And here they are, again, not on their home turf. They're in Seattle. They're from Sweden, and all they're doing is winning games.
They are winning games and winning it very, very convincingly.
Absolutely. And it looks like, I guess we're going to be getting into game 2 pretty soon. So you look at the draft for this game, and it was very unconventional from Na'Vi, I think, to say the least.
I'm waiting for a voice in my head to tell me.
Sorry about that, LD and Lumi. We kept you on camera for a little longer there because we didn't think it was going to be a 16-minute GG. We saw Alliance ahead, but they were like, after a couple of team fights, Na'Vi were like, you know what? We're just going to cut it here. We're not going to let you destroy us for the rest of the game. Stop it now. We'll take you in game 2. But in game 1, it was all about Alliance.
I mean, they had the bounty hunter. I thought they could have potentially came back if Alliance messed up, but how often does Alliance throw away their lead like that?
I completely agree with that tap out. That escalated so quickly, you might as well just call it GG, not be demoralized any further, and just go straight into game 2. What a performance by Alliance. I was a bit surprised by Na'Vi, because when I saw their lineup, I thought to myself, this team is going to put on so much aggression now that Alliance won't know what hit them. And then they did nothing. They picked the Venomancer and they didn't go for any kills whatsoever. They had a Visage, they didn't rotate their lanes. It was just, what are you doing, Na'Vi? They didn't seem to have the game plan. They had the picks to sort of upset them, but no plan behind it.
What did you want them to do with this lineup? What is this lineup meant to do here?
Hunt for kills from the get-go. I realized they need the level 6 on the Bounty Hunter, so putting him on the safe lane was an obvious. And Alliance saw it right from the get-go. They put their Wisp and their Gyrocopter down there. Na'Vi needed to rotate the Veno and the Visage down there to help him out and just make sure that Alliance was pushed back in their lanes and couldn't really farm as much as they did. And from level 6 and onwards, they should have just kept on fighting with the Bounty Hunter, but it was as if they had no actual plan, and S4 just went about his business with his clockwork and did whatever he damn well pleased.
So we've seen Na'Vi lose twice with Wisp, and now once with Batrider. Obviously consider most of the overpowered heroes in this tournament. How do you think they need a draft in order to take one game down versus Alliance?
I think Poppy is completely puzzled right now. His plan was to ban Siren and Chen in all of the games, except for maybe when he has first pick and then go for a Chen first pick. And now he needs to actually ban Wisp and Siren and Holy Knight when they don't have first pick. I don't want to be in his shoes right now because I don't have an answer on how to beat Alliance. They're just too good.
Mm-hmm. Hey Ben. Sorry, I came a little bit closer there. There was a shining light. I thought it was Bruno's shirt, but it wasn't. It was actually the light coming in on my face. So Bruno, what did you make of game 1?
Close enough. For people who are new to the game, maybe probably this is the grand finals and there must be lots of viewers that are not so used to Dota. You might be watching Navi's lineup and you'll say, well, is this common? Well, this is completely not common. The Vengeful Spirit played as a carry. The composition in general is quite rare. Navi used to do this. I tried to find games in the past where they did this, and the most recent time they did in a professional tournament was on October 2012. So this is a lineup they did a long time ago when the metagame was different. You could roam about, you could get a lot more pickoffs. I think they did very well when they used that. They didn't use that for a long time, about 1 month, and then they changed for something different. It makes a lot of sense to go for it if you have the proper metagame for that. But against the play style that Alliance has, where they can move everyone next to everyone at the same time with the Wisp, with the Nature's Prophet rotation, and the Clockwork that can be just halfway through the map and just jump with a hook, that just doesn't work.
What I expected to happen and what I was talking to people in the back room about before I had to run up to the States because suddenly the game was over, was the fact that I thought they'd put a dual lane mid with the Vengeful Spirit the way we saw Na'Vi do over a year ago.
Right.
And then put a dual lane on the safe lane as well and farm up either a fast pink on the Batrider or just make sure the Bounty Hunter gets his levels for his track. And then, of course, sack the other of the two on the off lane. And they didn't do that. They went for an aggressive tri lane. They wanted to push down the tower. And Alliance just did a great job at stalling, basically. It took them 6 minutes to take down a tier 1 tower with no actual opposition but a Furion and his Treants.
Yeah, Alliance knows exactly what to do given the lineup, though. If they have a push lineup, they'll just avoid fights until they desperately need to defend the T3. Not that they ever were in that sort of desperation mode, but against a really early game lineup versus Na'Vi, they can just prolong the game until Gyrocopter gets his items and shines. Whereas Vengeful Spirit, what item are you going to get that's really going to change the game around in that 10 to 20 minute mark.
And I could already tell from like 10 minutes into the game when Poppy started farming ancient spots with his Venomancer, that's when you know the game has just gone south for Na'Vi. Because you don't want to sit and farm with a Venomancer 10 minutes into the game. You want to go around and
hit
game
kills and get kills with the Bounty Hunter.
Exactly.
Yeah, the kill score was so low, and I felt like the Bounty Hunter has kind of been a turn 2 hero for a couple of teams, Na'Vi in a couple of games, just because of the ability to be able to come back. But Alliance, they seem to know what their advantage is, and they will hold on to it so well. And this is really scary, because going into game number 2, if you're Puppy, you have to be like, okay, this didn't work at all. And this just sets Alliance up to be so confident, because if you were the captain, you know, you said, like in Puppy's shoes, you're like, well, I don't know what to do, but surely S4 as the drafter and the other team is going to be sat there going, well, this guy doesn't know what to do. So
I talked to some of the players yesterday, and these teams...
Sorry, guys, I'm going to have to interrupt you. We'll get back on that point in just a moment. We're actually going to go to Casey with an interview.
Well, we have many interviews. Look out, can you hear me? Hey! Hello, there we are. And now it got quiet. All right, I want to show you my friends from earlier. I met you 2 days ago, 3 days ago. Do you even remember?
Oh, first day.
One of you nods, one of you shakes your heads. You got to work on that coordination, my friend. So how is this costuming going now that we're into it many hours and you've become super best friends?
It's gotten a bit better. We don't like walk separate ways as much anymore.
Okay. What did you think of that first game?
Na'Vi went for a really risky draft, but I think they still got it in them.
Still think? What's your prediction? I got to talk to this head first.
Yeah, it was a really aggressive, ambitious draft. It ended up not winning the early game, which it had to do. So I think Na'Vi is someone who are a team that plays super well from behind. They don't lose their composure by taking a loss. So I think they have what it takes to come back from this.
But you're right. It was an interesting draft, and I want to come over to another Na'Vi fan. But I need some Alliance fans too, so we can keep this even. Yeah. All right. What, come on, is this real or fake? What is that?
Real.
It's real?
Real Na'Vi tattoo.
How long did it take?
2 hours.
Was the pain worth it?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
All right, I'm going to send it back to James. See, the pain is worth it when you are a true fan.
Thank you, Casey. Some great comments there. We should get Ogre Magi up on the panel. That was good. Yeah, they did have to make something happen early game. But with the Bounty Hunter, in terms of seeing Funnick on it, how is his playstyle? Is he too easy to shut down when his team falls behind? Because he's normally just outstanding.
I actually feel like Funnick did all that he could do. He relied on his team helping him out, and they really didn't. He was standing, at one point he was standing on the bottom lane all alone. He was ready with the track. He went on the hero instantly. TP from Wisp, TP on the tower as well. 4 heroes gathers around him. They dust, they kill him. There's nothing he can do. He relies on going 5-on-5 when they have the Wisp, and there was no team to be found because they were farming Ancients.
All right, well, we'll see what they can change. Guys, what do Na'Vi need to change going into game number 2? What kind of mindset or suggestions would you have?
Well, I'm kind of at a loss because game 1 they tried, or the first game that they played against Alliance, they tried to counter their early game aggression with more early game aggression, and they just got completely rolled in that. The second game they tried to push strat, that didn't work. This time they tried something completely different. I think Puppy may be at a loss, and I'm at a loss as to what they should draft and what playstyle they should go into game 2.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. I personally think, you know, when you're against a very tough team, you look for what you can win and what you're okay losing. And, you know, if it's just, if you can take the tri-lane, but you're okay having, you know, a weaker kind of off lane, it can sometimes kind of come round in a good way. So maybe Na'Vi can't win on all fronts. Bruno, what do you think?
Navi's
Big
turn
Chen
to
and
pick.
Patch. I think that could work.
Well, we'll see if that's going to be the case. Might be a last resort, but they're not down and out yet, Na'Vi. They're only 1 game down, but it's Alliance who have taken the first map. This is a best of 5, and we're getting ready to go into game number 2. So back to the hall.
Alliance last time in game 1. We have Alliance just smacking them around. It was an easy 16-minute victory.
Absolutely. They gave away the Wisp. They ran a super risky strat. I mean, like one of the people in the audience said, it was very ambitious. They had to win the lanes. They had to find early kills. They had to push towers fast. They didn't do any of that. They got crushed. But in game 2, Na'Vi have done what Melk said Puppy wanted to do coming into the draft. They've banned out the Naga, they've banned out the Chen, and with the first pick of this game, Alliance ignored the Wisp, and they went for Visage. So they are basically saying, we can win with Wisp, we can win without it, we can give it away a second pick, it doesn't matter. Come at us, Na'Vi, come at us, that's what they're saying. And Na'Vi, well, then in response, they'll pick up an EO, they'll pick up a Batrider. I mean, you never see teams get these two heroes in the same draft. It just doesn't happen, Lumi. They've gotten both. Alliance now get a Bulldog Nature's Prophet. Is Alliance just this good? Can they really beat anything?
That's scary. That's scary because Na'Vi says, all right, we'll trade. We'll get the Batrider, you get the Wisp, or one way or the other. But now they get both. I don't think any teams in the past, outside of a joke fun game, have ever got both of these heroes at the same time.
I'm sure Bruno will feed us some stats, or maybe K-Pop toast us later on, but it's very unusual. I mean, very, very unusual. And in this tournament, I don't think it's happened a single time. Now the Alliance into the second stage will ban out a puck. If you look at this game, I actually want to flash back a few months ago to a game that was played between Invictus Gaming and Zenith. And this was when IG was still, if not completely undefeated, they were just coming off of that 8-month stretch of not dropping any games, your former TI2 champions. They played a game against Zenith where they got every hero that they wanted. This was back when Magnus was a top pick, I believe. They got the Magnus. They got the Batrider. They got everything they wanted, and then Zenith punished them for their greed. It was basically like the fable of King Midas. They got everything, and it turned out to be too much for them to handle. Zenith ran away with that game. Is that what Alliance is trying to bait Na'Vi into, perhaps?
Maybe, perhaps. I think this is a confidence shaker. I mean, saying if Alliance wins this game, where does Na'Vi go? There's nowhere else to go because you're giving away their best heroes. And if this is not even a close game, if Alliance, let's say, it's in 25 minutes, I think Na'Vi's confidence is going to be shattered.
Nobody has been in this position, in those booths on the big stage, or over at Gamescom in Cologne, Germany, more than this core of Na'Vi. I mean, they've been here 3 times now. They took home 1 championship. They fell short last year, although they had the most impressive run in some ways with some big plays, some flashy moments. Now they're here again, so if anyone could withstand losing this game and still bounce back, it's probably them, simply for their experience. But now we're really getting into it. The bans continue to come out. Alliance, they remove a puck, a gyro. Na'Vi's quick reply. Na'Vi's quick reply is going to be a Keeper of the Light and an anti-nid. So Na'Vi goes Alk. It's a go-to for a Vos, although I think his Lifestore's Weaver are generally the heroes they prefer. And Alliance now pick up Venomancer. So, I mean, they're sending a message, right? Like, they're saying, we're going to beat you with the heroes you can't beat us with. We're going to give you the best heroes in the game, or at least what people think. No matter what you do, you can't take us. That's got to be the message, right?
That's the message, and Venomancer on Dire also means a ton of things. Level 1 Roshan, because Venomancer wards Scout. Venomancer Gale is really, really good at backstab. This is a combo. This is what they picked against during the group stage, where they just bait with Treants and then got a 4-man Gales and just win with the early game 2-hit KO kind of stuff. Na'Vi just doesn't have any level 1 Batrider. He's going to napalm a level 1. That does nothing. Wisp is going to tether at level 1. That does nothing. And against, so far, Alchemist Stun is something okay in the level 1 strategy, but if Alliance storms down to the Roshan pit and decides to do some crazy level 1 Roshan strat, Na'Vi so far has nothing to stop it.
Yeah, now if you go back to the G1 LAN finals, the first time that Alliance showed kind of their next level Roshan strat, it was not just a level 1 Rosh strat, it was a 5-man TP into a level 1 Rosh. They all TP'd to the tier 1 mid, and then they went straight into the pit, and their opponents in DK actually couldn't even get to the pit in time to stop it. And actually, if you look at it, I mean, they will, if they're really worried about it, depending on how the rest of this draft unfolds, Na'Vi may be forced to make a choice. Do we just hope they don't do Rosh? Do we run there the normal way and just hope they decide not to, or that they can't do it in time? Do we take a risk, a gamble, and spend our gold on TP scrolls to contest? Or do we just sack it and say, they're going to do it, it's better for us not to lose a fight at Rosh and give away an Aegis? There's going to be a lot of possibilities here for Na'Vi, but it's a very uncomfortable choice to make.
But that's the problem. Listen to yourself. You have the 2 best hero in the entire game, and you are uncomfortable with the draft. What message does that send from Alliance? They have a Venomancer, which is not even a 3rd tier support, and they're just sending fear down in Na'Vi's heart. another hero that does not do anything against a level 1 Roshan. I don't know about Na'Vi because I'm shaking right now. I'm so scared for them.
I mean, as much as a level 1 Roche would suck, I'm just looking at Navi's draft right now, and I feel like they could actually give away a level 1 Roche and still win this game. I mean, they have Batrider, Alchemist, Wisp, and Bounty Hunter track gold. This team has so many ways to catch up, whether it's the relocate ganks, just stacking and farming for Havos, Shadowblade ganks for him, Blink Dagger ganks for Denny. I actually think this Na'Vi lineup, as the draft stands now, can give away level 1 Roche and win the game. That could change with these next 2 picks, though.
Right, LD, if you can find anybody else in this room that agrees with your Na'Vi hopes, they better be coming out right now. Spectre coming out from Alliance.
Okay, now giving away level 1 Roche is a lot scarier, although Spectre is not particularly good at doing
What
it.
is going on with this draft? Have Loda played Spectre in this tournament at all?
I think he's played it a handful of times in the past, but we've really seen them go to the Coddle PL if they want to go for a really late game oriented strat. The Anti-Mage was banned out. If there's no Keeper of the Light, Phantom Lancer is pretty underwhelming. I mean, Keeper of the Light is the real heavy lifter in that pairing. PL just farms and wins the game eventually. So where do they go from here? When we've seen Spectre, he often is with Visage, and now I think the Venomancer pick seems maybe a little bit less of a psychological one, although that's a nice bonus. It's a very strong laning support, and you want a really strong pair of supports in the laning stage to make up for how weak Spectre is. So maybe it's not a level 1 Roche, maybe they're not trying to send a huge message, just securing their safe lane, securing Lotus Farm, and angling for the late game.
Yeah, we still have not figured out exactly what this Venomancer will do. Is he a defensive support? Is he an early game ancient stacker? We'll see what Alliance pulls out of their hats or sleeves or whatever they're hiding their tricks from.
I mean, we have seen solo mid Venomancer very rarely, but in the past, he used to be
S4 hero,
yeah, I mean, if you even go back to Fnatic, they used to run Fly as a solo Venomancer at times. He'd build an early Vanguard. This was even in Heroes of Newerth, but I mean, we'll have to see. We'll have to see. Their options are still pretty open, but it looks like a support, looks like a defensive tri-lane, off-lane Bulldog Prophet, or into the jungle, and then S4's here still to be picked up. That is how it looks.
Well, Alliance, one band to go here. Let's see what they are thinking that Na'Vi will pick up. Of course, they haven't really picked up their solo mid hero just yet. You talked about the Venomancer solo mid, but that's like a stretch,
really
right? Out there.
That's just a remote possibility.
If Alliance S4 picks Pudge, I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna just walk out because, like, I don't know.
That's the ultimate message, right?
Like, that is like, yeah, we're gonna beat you with everything and anything.
I've never seen S4 play Pudge, so they'll respect the CK Wiz combo here. They're gonna ban out a CK. It looks to me like a mid lane Batrider for Dendi, and then probably a Havost Alchemist. That would put Funnick onto the Bounty Hunter, but it looks like they're worried about something different here. Banning out the CK, maybe thinking it's even a Dendi Alch and something weird going on. So now, time to basically reveal your cards, right? You have to put everything on the table here. Na'Vi looking like they need support. Probably something pretty safe and stable for them. Shadow Demon's really nice against Spectre if they want to go for a very, very safe one. Alch could be a support, by the way. Puppey has played him as one. And it's going to be an Enigma now. So great team fight, great push. I mean, Na'Vi's draft is very greedy, but if they get to late game, they are hard to stop.
Yeah, this is Na'Vi's probably their 5 best hero, right? Like, you never really see these Dreams and Nero lineup here. They got pretty much everything they want. They have great lanes, they have great jungle, they have a ton of early game gold, a ton of early game experience, but
you know, I'm even wondering if Alliance might go aggressive tri-lane here. Spectre's not that strong in the tri-lanes, but Navi is an Enigma, right? Either the Enigma or the Batrider is going to be in the jungle. One of them will probably be soloing. So it's going to be a dual lane bottom, most likely. EO +1, most likely the Alch. So if you have a Visage, Veno tri-lane, you can throw any carry here and there, and they can find kills.
Yeah, Spectre is not too bad early game, especially the way that the Western teams are taking Desolates quite early, dealing pair damage. Let's keep in mind that, like you said, Wisp is not exactly her early game all-star. She's very, very squishy, has no base armor. Alchemist not too strong in that department either, so definitely that is a possibility.
It's a remote one again. I mean, it's just, Alliance doesn't show aggressive tri-lanes, right? They always go defensive, they're just more efficient than you, and then they beat you. They're a cold-blooded machine. That's the story of Alliance this tournament. Now, well, it's going to be Beastmaster from them.
Beastmaster on Aura. We could still see a level 1 TP.
It's a threat. The threat is in. Will Na'Vi be scared? Will we see any TPs from them? EO can scout the pit with their orb, so if they want to
they don't give vision anymore. You cannot
hit a hero.
Yes, that's the thing.
So you can expand the orbs. They can at least get some idea if not Alliance is doing it, but it's not necessarily going to be enough to stop it.
Again, how do you stop it? Wisp has Tether at 1. Andy has Napalm at 1. Funnick has nothing at 1. Puppey has Malefice, Conversion at 1. Like, there's just no level 1 good spells, but the fact that they're taking quite a long time to pick their hero, perhaps still strategizing.
You got to figure their game planning for whatever might happen as soon as the creeps spawn. The player's about to hit the world of Dota. They're about to land. We're about to begin. Na'Vi trailing 0-1 in a best of 5. This is tense.
5 seconds.
We're waiting with bated breath.
Both teams is just like purposely not picking the last hero, so they get like extra thinking time.
It's strategic, and here we go. Game 2 of the International 3 Grand Finals. Alliance versus Na'Vi. Alliance leading 1-0 and already heading down to the bottom lane. We'll introduce them quickly. S4, your Beastmaster. Ake, your Venomancer. EGM on the Visage. Loda on the Spectre. Admiral Bulldog on that Nature's Prophet. Nothing spent for him yet as far as gold goes. And on the Radiant side, we have Team Na'Vi. Dendi on the Batrider, rushing the bottle. Havos will be your Alk. Bringing up the rear, Kuroki, your support EO, Puppy, the Enigma, and then Funnick onto his Bounty Hunter. This game starting with the boots.
We've seen this in the past, Alliance not going for the level 1 Roshan, but using it as a bait. So they're hiding here to the right side of the tree line. They want to scout things out with trees. They are trying to bait Na'Vi to go inside the Roshan pit. Funnick does have the skeletal walk, so he's checking an S4. Not exactly the best person to lead a gank because he does not have any disables.
Meanwhile, the pole camp has been warded off. You'll see a sentry ward deployed here. And one of the best ways to punish this kind of Na'Vi draft, oh, we'll see another ward, so, is to basically slow them down. Because Na'Vi need a lot of things, right? They need a Wisp level 6, they need a Dendi Blink Dagger. Your Alchemist, you want Havos to get his Shadow Blade or his Battle Fury, probably a Shadow Blade knowing Havos, up as quickly as possible. Enigma, you'll want to farm towards the mech, he'll want to get his levels in the jungle. So early on, they'll use maybe the threat of that Rosh or just the threat of an early engagement to head into the enemy jungle. They do place 2 wards here, an Observer and a Sentry, and this is really clever from Alliance because now Na'Vi are going to have a very hard time de-warding this camp at level 1, especially since it's such a greedy draft, and most are going to have 1 set of Sentry wards, and is there a single Sentry that can de-ward both of these? I don't think so.
There isn't. You got to spend both, you got to guess perfectly. Rotation has been made to make that de-ward just yet.
For the time being, S4 sitting mid, Ake rotating back to the top lane. That puts Funnick into your offlane Bounty Hunter, manually blocking the camp with his body. And he'll try and do some economic damage of his own. The Loda's going to get free farm early on. The mid lane will be a Dendi Bat versus an S4 Beastmaster. Again, Dendi with what should be an advantaged matchup for him. Now, Funnick, continuous jungle harassment. We saw that he looked to do this in the past. We actually saw that Bulldog did this to Na'Vi, where Funnick was farming the level 1 Ancients, and he just used Bounty Hunter to constantly harass, slow down their jungle game, deny their economy, so that your other teammates can get ahead.
At best though, Funnick has 1 skeletal walk left here. I think he's trying to pick off a courier, maybe he's trying to bait this creep wave going this direction. That's exactly what he's doing, but he's got to run through a Venomancer that has a Sentry Ward and a Venomancer Gale. If he gets Galed, he is dead. He's running, I think, maybe journeying across the world.
I do want to point out the pole camp is still warded off, and again, it's because they put down an Observer and a Sentry. Very hard for Na'Vi to fully de-ward that. Puppy can still jungle, Kuroki can hang around him, but that does slow down your Enigma jungle game a bit. So Na'Vi's not completely screwed by this, but they are slowed down. Right now...
Oh, mid lane here, looks like we have a tethering against S4. He's dropping low, couple more hits gonna do it. Magic stick up, and he's gonna, no! He does
First
not
blood to
survive.
Na'Vi! They're not done yet! Kuroki's gonna fall! 1 for 1, Bulldog standing strong. But Na'Vi, they needed a good start after that last game. Now a Gale.
Gale's gonna hit, and they're gonna right kick some, but nobody's gonna come in.
He should be fine.
Wow,
this
Axis,
is too
though,
far to die.
No,
maybe not.
Oh, it's gonna
not
hit.
enough. Not nearly enough.
Definitely scared.
It's a great start for Na'Vi,
yeah,
you gotta say.
I really like the fact that they made a rotation to the mid lane. Look at Funnick though. He has pulled all the way from top lane to his own jungle, and he's farming 2 camps at once. This is some next level stuff.
Yeah. Have we ever seen this before?
I've never seen anything like this. This is amazing.
Yeah, I mean, it's nothing too crazy in terms of kills, but innovation, we're seeing it here from Funnick. He has shown some really magnificent movement.
Farming his entire jungle.
Mid lane, but mid lane is S4 on the run. Dendi looking to turn 2, and he will. Another kill for Na'Vi. Alliance, they had an unbeatable start in game 1. They lead 1-0 in the best of 5. But Na'Vi, they were given a lot of very strong, very fearsome heroes that are usually banned, and already they're making it work.
It's not the fact that they have really strong heroes. Obviously, Wisp and Batrider are powerful, heroes at their own right, but it's the fact they're rotating. It's the fact that they're creative, and of course, Bounty Hunter is just He's winning me over. I cannot help but fall in love with his play.
Yeah, Funnick just farmed his own jungle with the enemy neutrals. That is probably a first in competitive Dota, at least for me. Haven't seen that too often. Now, he's level 2. He's heading into the mid lane. S4 has a Sentry Ward prepared. It is going to run out soon. S4 sees him. Not much he can do. Now, Na'Vi do know there's a Sentry there. Of course, they are getting free farm on Spectre. That's always going to be scary to deal with, but it's being matched by Havos's farm as well. And he's going for the greedy build. He's rushing a Midas. It's actually pretty much what we see from Loda all the time. You gotta say right now, Na'Vi on all counts are definitely winning.
Yeah, and because Dendy's got the first blood in the mid lane, and because he's got the second blood there as well, he's gonna get his Blink Dagger very, very early. Whereas last game we saw Na'Vi Dendy didn't even get the Blink Dagger until that fight before the GG, so Dendy's gonna have a huge impact this game.
And once he hits 6, he can even go for a solo kill in S4. That's where you need to have a TP on your Venomancer. You do have a Nature's Prophet, but he's not that good at counter-ganking Batrider because of Firefly. So S4, he'll have to play this one very cautiously. The Napalm stacks come through. He's also got to be worried about those Wisp rotations. For now, the Wisp is just sitting mid, waiting for a long-range tether. As soon as Dendy hits 6, he could go. Not yet. Clearing the wave. The 4-minute rune is going to be picked up bottom lane. It's going to be on to Puppey. Now top lane. They've dusted up Funnick. Alliance strikes back. They'll take down Funnick, make it 2-2, give Loda some gold, but give a lot more gold to the out because Havos just picked up his Midas. And that's a 4.5-minute Midas on an Alchemist, maxing Greeble's Greed. You say holla holla get dollar?
I mean,
he's gonna be rich.
We've seen Loda just completely go for this build, and he is just unmatched. He has so much gold throughout the game. He has, it seems like, limitless buybacks, limitless items, and we'll see exactly what Havos is gonna do. Keep in mind the playstyle of these two carry players are different. Havos very likely to join fights much, much early on.
Yeah, now we have seen in the past, I mean, not as of late, but if you go back to the International 2, Havos is able to adapt his playstyle. At the International 2, there were quite a few games where they picked him a Faceless Void, an Anti-Mage, and he didn't really fight early. He farmed and he won in more of a traditional 4-Protect-1, a late game oriented strat. So if they want to go late with track gold, with the lineup they have, they most certainly can. We expect Funnick to join fights, and once he gets a Shadow Blade, he'll probably go for pickoffs, but they don't have to fight that much early on.
Funnick trying his best to put on some grubby impression. There you go. Windwalk kills. Warcraft 3.
Stealing the neutrals. Now a Haunt's coming in. There's some sort of engagement about to break out. It's going to be Ake. Up, pulled in. Now in trouble. Dendy pulling him far away. Not dead just yet. And Loda just farming top. They've lost a bat. They could lose a Venom soon, or a Beastmaster soon. S4 on the run. Dendy leading 3-2. He's really diving for this. He will back off. Na'Vi, it's 3-2.
Tether coming in the back line here. Wisp balls in your face, S4, and Funnick picks up yet another kill. I have to remind you, Funnick started on the top lane and had no help. He's level 4, 6 minutes in. This is some impressive long lane play.
They're really digging deep. I mean, they are just pulling everything out. Wisp ganking at level 1, Wisp ganking at level 2, at 3, and now hits 5. Funnick pulling the enemy neutrals to farm his own jungle. They are pulling every possible trick out of the hat, and as a result, they lead already by 2,500 gold, 2,000 experience. Havos free farming. He's going to have his phase boots now, or he could rush the Shadow Blade soon. He's going to have one by the 10-minute mark at the latest. Alliance in huge trouble.
He's looking for a stun. Keep in mind that if he gets a hit in,
Sentry here, he's been revealed. Loda joins the fray. Now looking for a fight. Do they have any dust? No dust yet. No, there is some on EGM, but looks like Funnick is going to dodge a bullet and hunt a courier.
He's not going to get the
You
kill.
can't get that this early. You really need the phase boots, the leveled up Janata to make it happen.
The fact that he just rotated in and drew 5 people's attention for a good 15 seconds, that means people are free farming elsewhere. If you look at the top lane here, we have Batrider working towards his Blink Dagger. Havos has never actually seen a hero this game so far because all he does is PvE on the ball lane. He's got his power treads, Midas, and Quelling Blade running, and 600 gold. I mean, has he?
It's even possible he could go Battle Fury this game. When you're ahead like this and Alliance are reluctant to take fights when they're playing catch-up, I mean, if you do go Battle Fury Midas and they don't contest you immediately and constantly, you are going to be so far ahead. You could be 10k gold ahead of that Spectre at 20, 25, 30 minutes, and you could just go win the game on one big push. So Shadow Blade is what we expect because of aggression, but with treads are the better jungling item, so we'll have to see.
Going back in the jungle, definitely want to pick up a big creep. That'll hit himself to level 9 there. Well, not exactly, not big enough.
Yeah, still playing defensively for now. He could also buy a Claymore and leave his options open. So Havos, a lot of options for him now. Funnick, his job is to secure level 6, and Dendy the Blink Dagger, which by the way, he's got. It's an 8-minute blink for Dendy, and as soon as they get track and relocate, which they're about to have relocate, it really is go time. Look at Alliance. Last game, it was Na'Vi who had the supports that were food. This game, it's Alliance who do. Ake has no boots. He is level 3 with 560 health. You look at this Visage, 4 EGM, no boots. I think they're coming out now. Yeah, he's got his boots, but still, anyone is food as far as these supports go to a relocate gang.
I wonder where that first gank is going to come from. Of course, the element of surprise is really, really important. So Dendy is fresh, shiny new mid. Is it going to be S4? He smokes himself as well so that people don't really. And is it going to be top, mid, bot? I mean, anywhere he goes is fine because he knows that he has relocate. It's going to be mid, but he TP's right under a creep.
He's been spotted out here, but he is smoked up. Let's see if they stay far enough back. He's going for S4. Blake, Lasso, he's found him anyway. They need this Tetherstone, and they're going to get it. S4 down to the low ground, gets off the roar, will fall, however. Loda, though, on the fight, bottling up his Dendy. Can't touch this, he says. Not dead yet, and he is going to live.
He's thinking of jumping back in. Emerald Bulldog down to about half HP. Here comes EGM on his Visage. Puppy's in there as well.
There's a black hole
yes,
here. He's
is.
level 7.
Yes,
Alliance in huge trouble. They have almost nothing to cancel it. Dendy's alive. Loda desperate for the kill, but cannot find it. And Lumi, this is normally what we see out of Alliance. Loda just farming, but this game, it's Havos just farming. Na'Vi are winning this game 4v5, and there is a huge taking time bomb on their side. Havos, 1,200 gold, whatever he wants. Shadow Blade, if he wants it, just about ready to go. And the tier 1 mid now falls. The safe zone for Alliance, it now gets even smaller.
There's going to be a Shadow Blade up, like you said, and now
they have track. I mean, if Havos starts finding kills, he is not going to stop.
You see Puppy setting up very offensive wards deep into the enemy jungle. When you have the Hero Wisp, you want to have perfect vision on the enemy camps. You want to make sure that if you you see the Prophet TP in, oh yeah, that's a freebie. We have a relocate.
Wait for the relocate. Kuroki trying to find a partner in crime here. Puppy's still lurking on the low ground. If they knew he was here, they would have already come for him, so he knows they don't. In comes Funnick. They've got track. It could be a 4-hero track kill. No. Funnick, he's got the scent. Bulldog's been greedy, and his greed will be punished. No relocate yet. Are they not going to use it? Don't even need it. Now a smoke. They're spreading to the winds. They've gone in mid as well. Last one, S4. This is getting totally out of control. Hastrun or not, S4 will fall. Na'Vi are rolling through the Alliance. Another track kill. EGM on the run. He's going to fall 8-2. It's a good old-fashioned beatdown.
Na'Vi setting up shop in front of the tier 2 tower. They are just rolling so hard. The goal advantage, massive. The experience advantage, massive. Can they get this tier 2 tower? S4 generally one of the best solo mid Europe. He is 0, 5, and 0. He is not doing a single thing in this game so far.
And now, already Havos is in combat shape. He's got the treads, he's got Midas as well as Shadow Blade. He can farm and he can fight. Kuroki gives him that option. I mean, they are so far ahead. It can't be stressed enough. Alliance do have some access to late game. They have a Prophet, they have a Spectre, but they really need to find pickoffs and slow Na'Vi down. It looks like that's what they want. They're smoked up, but they're heading the wrong way. Narrowly, Na'Vi is going to dodge a bit of a bullet here. They still have relocate, by the way. They still have Black Hole. We haven't even seen them use their full arsenal.
They head to the right way, because if they engage now, they lose. There's no way.
We'll have to see. They've got a roar, but you can't really go on Kuroki. Now the gank revealed. Meanwhile, Alliance, 4 heroes, grouped up near mid. Puppy and Kuroki heading towards the top lane, tethered up. Havos is there as well. The mech is almost out for Puppy. Their ability to fight is going to get a whole lot scarier. They can split push. They can gank. It's really pressure on the Alliance. Are they going to smoke again? What are they doing? They're all sitting in the jungle. 3 heroes. We've never seen this tournament from the Alliance. I don't think, even that game they lost to DK, they look befuddled. They look flummoxed right now. They don't know what to do.
Normally they're off to a beautiful start in terms of experience or goal. They are never really playing from behind, and during the mid game where they falter a little bit, their team play just brings them back. But to me, Alliance really their success always come through S4. But if you look at S4, because he has such a poor start, the fact that his hero is not really that strong without a key 1 or 2 items, S4 is going to have a tough time changing this game around by himself.
Yeah, as much as Alliance do have fantastic late game, Na'Vi can match that to a large extent. extend. Track goal,
Oh,
here we go! Relocate! Hello, Mr. S4! Say hello to Slapchop! Host is here! S4, roar! Is he gonna live? He's still alive! Unbelievable! Still he stands. He's not dead yet. EGM might fall one more swipe. He gets the kill. Meanwhile, on the middle lane, they're diving boat out. That's a track kill. That's for 3.
Funnick's gonna get picked up by Loda here, and Alliance
Loda, he's looking for the turnaround, but Puppy's got Black Hole. He's got Malefice. Is he gonna unload? Not yet. Oh, I think they could have gone there, but maybe a little bit too far to risk it.
Definitely a little bit too far. You don't know where the Venomancer is. Loda very tanky with 7 wand charges as well as the drums available. So good thing that they did not dive. But again, Black Hole is not being used. This is the next level Puppy strat. They always don't have Black Hole, so they can never come next to me, so I don't use it.
The only thing better than using Black Hole is not
using
Black Hole. Now it drums up for Funnick. Navi going for a lot of early to mid game items, the mechs, the treads. We see even the Shadow Blade coming out. They know that once they get a certain level of farm, they can just keep on fighting. And now they've got a huge item for Dendy. There's your 4-step. If they isolate Loda, they can certainly kill him off, and Dendy's on the prowl.
Always going to be on the prowl this game. Just anything. His mana is dropping somewhat low. He will see a...
Bottles up. So if you're Alliance now, you are very far behind. I mean, very far behind. You're down 14,000 gold, 10,000 experience to a Wisp, to a Bounty Hunter, to an Alk who went Midas, who Max Greebles Greed. So what's your plan?
Just on a perspective, Navi is out farming Alliance. Every minute they're getting a tower worth of gold over Alliance.
They are their advantage increases by 1,000 gold per minute this game.
What will Alliance do? Well, stacking is generally their way of coming back, but it's very dangerous to stack against a Navi who could just roll into your jungle, kill 2 or 3, and then take your stack. I mean,
and their lineup is very mediocre for farming stacks. You look at these heroes, they don't have AoE, there's no Magnus in power, Beastmaster's okay, but that's really where it ends. I mean, they don't have a Gyrocopter, they don't have a Phantom Lancer with Empower. They have some late game, sure, but they got to farm the items to get there. And with the pressure that Navi's putting on them, you can see they're sort of they're locked into this. Look at that GPM, 15 minutes in. Havosh, like you said, PvE Dota. He's yet to really join a fight, 1-0 and 2, and yet he is so fat.
Comes Alliance. I mean, this smoke. Whoa, can they get
Gotta
out
relocate
there?
Here if they really need to. They're still
fine.
running. The tier 1's up. If they fight this, this is
turn.
gonna be bad. Here comes the turnaround. Stun on the EGM. Where's the follow-up? Nothing yet. There's a few heroes here. Familiars coming out, and Alliance is gonna back off. But that's a lot of wasted time. Meanwhile, middle lane. Here comes the relocate. You gank up. And gank you twice as hard. Bulldog will fall. And Navi in full control of game 2.
Drops a Beastmaster Roar, but he has no backup here. 10 movement speed forward here. Couple more rides, it's gonna do it. Havosh finds himself a double kill. A Soulkiller is finished in 16 minutes. What is this farm?
He is richer than God. He's hardly had to fight, but now if he wants to, he most certainly can. Dendy forcing forward, really wanting to dive a 2-hero kill, but I don't think it's enough. In comes the stun. EGM, 1 stun, 3 swipes, and he's down.
My God, Navi is rolling so hard. And when you have a carry like Havosh, they're so fortunate to have Havosh, who never really forces to trouble, who dives, but make sure they get kills. The fortitude of this carry player. I mean, why does he have a 4 there either? Like, I'm not sure what that's about.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at a game now where game 1 was a complete stomp in favor of the Alliance. Game 2, a complete stomp in favor of Navi. If you looked at the way the Alliance was playing heading into this match, a lot of their games were going 40+ minutes. And if they were waiting sooner, it was still with the late game strat, with Keeper of the Light, Phantom Lancer, Lone Druid, Nature's Prophet, a lot of late game heroes. Both games have been very quick. Game 2's not over, but man, it sure feels like it right now. Roshan, next in line, slapping and chopping. Havosh, he'll have Roche. Then if he wants his BKB, he's nearly got it. The gold strat is really paying off, and here we go.
Relocates up, and they're gonna find Loda, the last hope. He's just getting melted by Havosh. Oh, Havosh, by the way, up to 3,200 gold. Didn't he just finish Assault Curse?
Yeah, BKB's coming soon, and if he wants it, and once he gets it, good luck to Alliance stopping what's coming their way. There's a freight train rolling down the tracks, and it's about to run into a car, and let me tell you, Lumi, the car gives way, not the freight train.
I mean, he doesn't even need BKB this game. In fact, he's going for a heart. Yeah, BKB, sure, it's going to block a couple of stuns, blocks a couple of nukes, but at this point, he doesn't care. He has so much frontline tank, he's going to go for a heart. It's a great sieging item. And when you're hit by this much, when you're hit by, what is it, 20,000 gold now? They have over Eclipse 1,000 gold per minute. I've never actually seen this in professional
I've seen close to it, but this is, I mean, it's like 1,100, 1,200 gold per minute. That's the rate they're gaining an advantage. That's not their lead, that's the rate they're gaining an advantage. It's not even how fast they're farming. Oh my goodness, the tier 2 falls top. There's one outer tower, Na'Vi. Soon they're gonna kick down the front door. Alliance, their last standing game 2. Might be coming soon. Na'Vi, full map control. Vlad's probably on the way for Funix soon. Everybody's rich. Puppy's now got a mech. He's got 2.5k gold. They can just A-click towards the enemy base. 5-man and just death ball. And if Alliance try to leave to catch up, if they try to farm, Loda, what we saw to Burning happen in that game 3 against Alliance, where he died at his tier 3, could easily happen to Loda Spectre this game.
And you see that right now, Alliance is trying to set up a bait with Loda. In fact, when you asked me what they need to do about 5-10 minutes ago, Alliance, I think if they could get some bait going, maybe bait in a relocate and then just wipe them, that might be a beginning of a comeback. But right now, that's just a far cry. They're so far behind. Yet another tower goes down, and more advantage goes to Na'Vi.
Now is the time to break the base. Kuroki already has a vitality booster. Na'Vi, BKB coming soon for Puppy. They're not going to wait. Havost in the front lines. To the lines he goes. He'll start hitting the tower. The pressure is here. They will have to respond. The Familiars try to stun. One falls in doing so, and they just don't stop. They'll back off. They'll reset. They'll reload. Denny with a Yule Scepter. Whenever Na'Vi wants to pick a fight, they can, and if Alliance does not defend now, they will start losing their first lane of racks.
Oh, big jump in against S4. He gets pulled back out, and S4 is going to get focused so hard that he does not know what him. Meanwhile, Havost 1v4 deep in the base. He does not care. Immediate buyback. Yule Scepter back up. Can we get a Black Hole? Yeah, no Black Hole. S4 drops his war first. They want Bulldog. Bulldog chasing in. Yeah, Bulldog.
Alliance, they just can't stand against this level of damage. Puppy's still hunting. Stun on Ake. They don't even need the Black Hole. It's a rout. It's a retreat to the fountain. They'll find S4. S4's dead in a matter of seconds. 4 to fall. They're farming Alliance in their own base. This is the most one-sided game that the Alliance has lost in this entire tournament. 20 minutes in, 20 kills. The gold lead 30,000, and it's GG! What was once a best of 5 is now resetting to a best of 3. It's all tied up. Na'Vi has struck back with a vengeance.
They've struck back with a sledgehammer. I have never, ever seen in a professional game where we had such high goal lead. This is the grand finals of the International, but before we send it back to the analysts, we have to remind that it was S4 that gave away both Wisp and Bad, and I could tell you that's not going to happen again. This is the grand finals of the International, but before we send it back to the analysts, we have to remind that it was S4 that gave away both Wisp and Bad, and I could tell you that's not going to happen again. Back to you guys.
They tried it.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Back to you guys.
Na'Vi bring back game 2 then, and it seems that both teams are flexing their muscles. Na'Vi had it like pretty hard in the third game, and they were like, well, you know what? If you want to do that, we can do that too. And they did get, as Lumi mentioned, the Wisp and the Bat, and it was just a nightmare for S4, and I think that's a big problem. S4 needs to be in the team fights and needs to have the items, at least for the mid-game, but he just got shut down so hard.
That was the scariest performance we've seen all tournament. I'm so impressed by Na'Vi, and they just made S4 look like this was his first time playing Dota. The Bat Rider and Wisp on the middle lane played by Kuroki and Dendi, they were stomping him into the ground and saying, this is our house. We've been in this final before, and we're going to take it this time around.
So do you think it was overconfidence by Na'Vi, just giving them Bat, giving them Wisp, giving them Alchemist too, and with a third pick Venomancer? Was it just overconfidence, hey, we want to beat you with style because we think we're way better than you?
It certainly smells like that, definitely.
It's interesting because I was trying to find or understand what Alliance was going for here. And a year ago, it would have been impossible to talk about whether another team ran the exact same lineup as someone in the international finals. Actually, Alliance, and I was talking to Melk about this, copied something that EG did before, this combination of, let me remind the full heroes, Nature's Prophet with Spectre for the global gank, and Visage and Venomancer as support. is something that EG did before. They beat Alliance with it at the Defense Season 4, and they were doing successfully. The success rate of this lineup was 4-0. I think they were very convinced with that, but Navi took everything to the next level, and it didn't come to the picks. It came to the amazing plays from everyone. Then the Kuroki, the Wisp was always there. There was not a Wisp that was waiting until level 6 to be active. This Kuroki was rotating way before, and same with the Bounty Hunter. Bounty Hunter was there jumping and getting kills way before he got the truck. And putting that early pressure on Alliance made it so that the rest of the team, especially Bulldog and Loda, became non-factors really, really fast.
Yeah, just the Wisp combo was incredible for every single gank that Dendi wanted to set up on the Batrider. But we'll talk about that in a little moment after the replays. You can see actually S4 does get away. That was a nice little Shadow Blade last hit there from Havost, who's kind of, I mean, he just wasn't scared of anything in the base. There was nothing
look
they
at his
could do.
items. Yeah. Assault Cuirass, harder to rest. We're 10 minutes into the game. Come on.
I wanted him to buy a Rod of Atos when he had for his next item, because he just sat around like 3k gold, but he finished up the heart. I just want to be funny, just not let them run away whatsoever. But a big victory there. So yeah, we'll talk more about the game in just a moment, but I believe that Casey is ready for an interview with some of the fans, so we'd quite like to see what the fans have to say about the match.
Yes, that's right. I've hiked into the middle of the crowd. I'm sorry for anybody I stepped on to find some Alliance fans. We talked to a bunch of Navi fans. Who's here for Alliance? All right. Who is the big fan that you keep pointing to? You? Okay, so why do you think Alliance is going to take it?
Well, quite frankly, they're the best team here, and they are going...
Rough crowd! Rough crowd!
Well, they've got the most reliable team so far, and okay, now I'm nervous.
Don't be nervous. Is it the big shiny light that we have beaming on you right now?
It's the light.
Yeah. A couple of really quick games. Do you guys, and I'll just ask everybody, because you can all hear me, how many people think that, yeah, that's right. I didn't even say anything yet. How many people think that the rest of this match is going to go the same way with some interesting chest hair? No, there is no chest hair, actually. Which is fine. No, it's okay. It's okay. No, don't be mad. No, please, sir. That's not this kind of a tournament. I was going to ask if you think that the rest of these games are going to go the same that we've seen so far, with some interesting drafts and some really quick play. More of the same, yes? Who thinks we're going to get some surprises, though? Yeah, all right. Yeah, you are desperate to say something.
This is awesome.
Wow. And there you have it. More meaty commentary from the hall. We'll send it back to you guys up front.
Thank you, Casey. Some hard-hitting questions there. Going into game number 3, I think like some of the point, like, what are we to expect? You know, the audience, I think, you know, they don't know, we don't know, Casey doesn't know, Navi doesn't know, you know, we don't know what to expect, but I really just hope for a kind of level
solid
game.
long game, so
yeah.
maybe we can grab some dinner, I don't know. This is one-sided displays in both these games. Maybe we should go in to actually have an enjoyable game to watch. Not that these weren't enjoyable, but I want to see a close game. This is a grand final after all.
Yeah, but in a way, it's also impressive that both these teams, like what's impressive, when they get the advantage, either team can actually best their opponent and just not give up the advantage. There's no, you don't release the ability, you know, to continue to beat them down, basically. Give them no room, and it's impressive. And I think Alliance just didn't want to GG because they didn't want to lose as quickly as they beat Na'Vi, even though I think the game was over before the game was over on that one.
I definitely agree. Maybe they just sat back and discussed what to do for the next game. Not entirely sure, but they could be using that downtime because it was obviously over for quite a while there.
Yeah, and we did talk about Funnick, and we said, could we do any more? And you said, well, no, he did a lot. But this game, did you see him moving the creep wave down to the jungle? That was pretty impressive. What do you think, Ben?
I mean, some next level jungling tactics. I'm surprised. I didn't do it myself. I've seen some tricks where you like use you like if top run spawns an illusion, you like bring the top creep wave to the middle lane as a mid lane player, and then you get like a 4-minute level 6, which is a little ridiculous, but that was some pretty next level stuff by Funnick.
Did you notice in the bans anything stand out, Bruno, in terms of, because I'm still looking for a Naga Siren to come in for Alliance here.
Oh, I think they have to run that if they want to win. Actually, it'll be interesting to see how both lineups from Alliance came and what the difference between each other was. Of course, in the first game they got all this global presence from the Nature's Prophet as well as the Wisp, and also the fact that they got the Gyrocopter meant that they have something on a carry that could fight early game, and that's pretty much what led them to victory. If you add here a Naga Siren as well, it's something as disruptive as a Clockwork. If you look at the other lineup, yes, you do have a lot of burst power with the Visage and the Venomancer, but Spectre is more designed to play to the late game, and same with the Beastmaster. Of course, you can gank with Roar, but it's a hero that's designed to be more and more impactful as the game goes about. So I think I agree with you. You have to bring some of these quick level 6 game-changing heroes. Maybe the Chen is not a possibility because Navi seems intent on banning it every single time, but you can't ban the Chen, the Wisp, and the Naga Siren.
Well, they only had one interrupt for Beastmaster Roar, or for Enigma Black Hole, and that was a Beastmaster Roar.
Yeah.
And I thought Navi's draft played really well into that. Usually we see them get a couple more stuns or ways to deal with that sort of team fight and control it a little bit more. Usually with EGMs, Naga Siren, even Enigma with a BKB can't get his hole off, and otherwise you just use Song of the Sirens. So I hope they have more lockdown for their heroes.
Alliance going to address the Batrider bounty, or was it more the fact that there was a Wisp in the game as well? Because they beat the Batrider and bounty in the first game, but the lineup for Na'Vi just didn't really make sense in terms of on a high competitive level, in my opinion.
This was
I hope
definitely
Hubby doesn't hear that.
This was definitely the Wisp pick this time around. I mean, as good as Dendy's Batrider was, all the ganks were set up by him, but with the support of a Wisp TPN. And all the kills they got in the mid lane on the Beastmaster was also because of the Kuroki on the Wisp. I think Na'Vi might have just played a double mind game on Alliance with losing twice with Wisp yesterday, and then now giving it to Alliance, and then in this game picking it themselves and showing just how great Wisp can be.
Yeah, all right. Well, we'll see then if Wisp and Batrider are going to be banned out by Alliance and what they're going to do to bounce back. This is the first time that they've been beaten in this way in the tournament. They've only dropped one map prior to this game. So Na'Vi going to be coming back with a lot of confidence into game number 3. Let's see if Alliance can bounce back as we're going to go back to the tournament floor for game number 3.
Alliance Na'Vi 1-1, третья карта гранд-финала, $2 миллиона разыгрывается в этом матче, и вы просто сейчас увидите, что взяли Na'Vi.
Up, what was once a best of 5 is now a best of 3. It all comes down to this. Your winner takes home $1.4 million and counting. The loser, only $600,000. And I say only, but that's still a lot of money.
And for the first time in this best of 5 series, we're going to see Lone Druid being piloted by Admiral Bulldog, often known as one of his, if not the best hero for him. He has kind of played thousands and thousands of this game in this pub.
This is the hero that he's made a name for himself on. And, you know, it's a really cool storyline because actually Admiral Bulldog was discovered by Na'Vi and specifically by Dendy. His first competitive experience filling in as a stand-in for Na'Vi. Now the apprentice tries to become the master.
I think Navi's kicking themselves, like, why did we play with this guy? Why is this guy now on the other side of the booth and threatening to do a lot? But going back to what we heard from the analysts, it wasn't the Batrider that Na'Vi had big successes with, no disrespect to Dendy at all, but Kuroki was ganks with his relocates, the fact that he was just putting on so much pressure against Alliance. So let's see if with Wisp, whether they could do the same thing.
I think obviously you probably don't want to give away all those heroes in general, but it was more the way they played the heroes, not the heroes themselves. A lot of early pressure, Alliance didn't expect it, caught off guard, and once Na'Vi had a good start, game was over because Alliance just had very little in the way of comeback mechanics. So going into game 2, we'll see the S4 Batrider, the Lone Druid for Admiral Bulldog. It's still a draft that Alliance would normally love to get. They have given away a Wisp, an EO, they have given away an Alchemist to Havost, but I mean, their lineup a lot more stable and solid in the laning stage already.
Yeah, they gotta get some answer to that Batrider. Normally there aren't many, and that's really the issue. S4's Batrider have a 76% win rate, and obviously Alliance wins quite a bit, so I'm not sure how much that statistic means, but his play on Batrider is just absolutely marvelous. He puts so much pressure on your carry, he puts so much pressure on your support. It's hard to stop a hero like Batrider, especially if S4 is piloting it.
Yeah, now one of the better heroes against Batrider in the mid lane is Puck. Are we going to see a Dendy Puck this game?
Could be. I mean, Puck is definitely one of his best heroes. We've seen him pilot it all the way back in TI1 and definitely well before that as well. He knows that hero quite well. And of course, it's, oh, never mind.
I like these fans from Alliance. No more Funnick Bounty Hunter. No more Dendy Puck. You're going to have to pull something new. And now both junglers have been removed, and Na'Vi are going to snap up Visage.
Some are surprised that they have not gone for the Obsidian Devourer. It's a hero.
The Owl Devourer, yeah.
Man of many names.
And many names. OD does match up against Batrider quite well. It's his orbs and his magical damage does quite well against Lone True. So I was fairly certain that we're going to see that particular hero, but so far, nothing just yet.
Yeah, it's still available, and Alliance already having Bat. I mean, when you play Alliance, Bulldog has played Batrider, but they already have Lone Druid. So he's going to play Lone Druid. It means that you don't have to pick up the OD now. You can wait on it. You can get it with the 4th pick here. There's no more bans coming for Na'Vi before for Alliance before that, and they're not going to go for it because they already have their mid, they already have their offlaner. So I like this from Na'Vi. If they want it, they can get it later.
Still expecting a Space Cow. Still expecting a Spirit Breaker. I called it once. It wasn't here. Still going to keep on calling it because this is a hero that they have practiced. They want to bring it up. I want to see them bringing it up.
Yeah, Spirit Breaker is a support that does the damage of a carry in the late 8 stage. He hits like a truck. He's very hard to kill. He's pretty nice against Relocate, right? Because he's got high base armor. He's very tanky with his HP pool. Not an easy kill. But it's a very unconventional pick. The common ones would be, well, there's no Naga, but there is still a Windrunner. That's something EGM plays a lot. Keeper Light's been banned out. What's Ake going to play this? I think that's my big question. What is Ake going to play this game? No Keeper of the Light, no jungle heroes. What's plan B?
No Naga Siren either. It's a hero that,
yeah,
so,
no Naga.
Spirit Breaker is my answer because
That's all
there's
you got.
Rubik. Obviously, that's a hero that he plays quite well. Shadow Demon's not too bad either. These are the more of a standard hero. If they want to go a little bit more AoE based, Jakiro's not bad, but those are boring. We've seen those before.
Yeah, and if you're up against Wisp, there's some common supports that you can turn to. Shadow Demon's great against Relocate ganks. Disruptor can be very potent against them. And no, they'll go Mirana. So they throw out the book. They'll go with something new. Actually, we have seen this before from Loda. When the last time they ran Mirana, they did an aggressive Chine Mirana, Shadow Demon plus Enchantress.
Enchantress didn't even show up. They didn't even need him.
It was just a dual lane.
Yeah, they used it against Weaver, who normally very, very difficult to kill in lane, but you open up with Disrupt, and then you line up the arrows such that the arrow land, when they come out of Disruption, a ton of damage output from these spells, from your right clicks, and definitely from the SD Disruption options as well. Let's see if they're going to follow up here with a Shadow Demon pick.
So in a traditional Dota team, your mid player is normally the 2 role. He's sort of your semi-carry, your ganker in the mid game. The safe lane farmer is normally the carry. But this game, we may see Loda as sort of that utility offlaner role, where he's not getting too much farm, maybe your secondary damage dealer, but it might just be Bulldog who ends up being the hard carry for Alliance, and that's really where their versatility lies. They can put Bulldog in the safe lane 1v1, and he'll beat most players 1v1 with his Lone Druid. I'll be hard-pressed to see Na'Vi taking 1v1, so Alliance looks like an aggressive trial lane from them. Generally, if you don't want to go aggressive, there's better heroes than Mirana, so let's see where they go.
And if you go aggressive trialing with that Shadow Demon Mirana kind of combo, again, what is really your support? Go at Shadow Demon as a early game laner support. The mid game doesn't do too much. Now, with that said, Demonic Purge is also very, very good against Alchemist, so we'll see exactly what Alliance is up to. Meanwhile, for Navi's side, what are we predicting here, especially for Funnick, especially for Dendi, because those heroes have not been drafted so far?
Yeah, for Funnick, his 3 big heroes have been Darkseer, Bounty Hunter, and I would say Windrunner. We used to see him play a lot of Clinks in the safe lane role, but they don't have the kind of draft for that. So I don't expect to see a Clinks this game. That would be really greedy against Alliance. Doesn't match up that great against Lone Druid, especially not against Bulldog. So for Na'Vi, I'm thinking something like the Windrunner, farming the Ancients, as that utility offlaner. Dendi's hero still to be determined this game. We've seen a lot of QoP from him. No, it's going to be a Razor. So what do you make of this?
Yeah, Razor definitely an okay, or actually very decent pick against Lone Druid. If he's sieging your base, for example, and you have some sort of dot on him, he cannot recall it back, and that's when Static Link could just drain every bit of damage from that barrier. And that also means Razor is going to have a huge impact in the mid game. But it really predicates on the fact that you get the damage drain off, because if you don't, Razor is not really that insane of a damaging.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, and so we normally see Dendi on the very aggressive tempo controllers, gankers, snowball heroes. Razor is a snowball hero, but he doesn't have the catch-up potential of some of Dendi's other heroes. Oh man! And Lumi, I gotta remind you, they're on the dire side here.
The Ogre Magi is running through the crowd right now.
They're going wild.
They are. Hopefully they don't separate a costume, but Ogre Magi Alliance in the past have selected.
Round 2. Here we go. What a costume. Unbelievable.
in the past, Alliance have selected this kind of support heroes. He doesn't do too much in the laning stage. He doesn't give you too much in a team fight, but uniquely, he gives you really no other support hero can do is buff up your carries like no other. Attack speed, movement speed, and especially for that lone druid bearer, it is very, very, very scary.
Yeah, Bloodlust is one of the best support abilities in the game for making a carry stronger. Up there with Empower, perhaps even stronger. Attack speed and move speed, two of the most important attributes to have more of in the game. Now the ban's coming out. The Dendi Quap is removed, so it looks like they actually expect Funnick to maybe be playing this Razor. It could be an off-lane Quap, I suppose.
In a 1v1 matchup against the bear, you just walk up to the bear and link his damage. What does the bear actually do? In fact, if Na'Vi has predicted the lanes the way that they have seen it and matches up Razor against Lone Druid, I could see that actually working quite well for Razor.
If you're Alliance, we have seen some other teams, I think Orange Esports the most notable, where KYXY will take his Lone Druid mid. I have not seen Alliance do that before. It is something they could pull out if they want to rejigger the lanes, but now it's time for our final picks, and then we hop into Game 3. Winner of this game is 1 win away from $1.4 million.
Okay, so we have Wisp,
Kuroki,
Visage, and Rubik.
Is this a Dendi Rubik? Dendi Rubik? Is it back?
I mean, Dendi solo mid Wisp is also a thing.
Yeah, actually Dendi has been asking to get that solo mid Wisp from what I've heard from other players.
So then we're going to see a solo mid Wisp?
Potential solo mid Wisp, potential solo mid Rubik. Something different is coming from Na'Vi.
About a solo mid Wisp, actually not bad against Batrider. But we'll talk about it later as we see Lina Inverse being selected here. So this offensive trialing is looking damn scary. You open with Fire Blast, you follow up with Light Strike Array, you follow that up with a Sacred Arrow, and suddenly that person is dead.
Alliance, you look at this draft and they've got great lanes, lots of bursts. The Lone Druid and the S4 Bat. It's a pretty classic Alliance draft when they do go aggressive tri-lane, but Na'Vi have a lot of heroes that feel like they could just counter what Alliance is throwing their way. So now, Lumi, it's about time to get into Game 3. Winner of this, 1 win away from taking home the Aegis of the Immortal.
And they're probably going to get a lot of Aegis this game as well. Hopefully we're not going to see a 16-minute route this game. We're going to see something, a closer game, just echoing what the sentiments of our analysts outside.
Yeah, we've talked a lot about level 1 Roche, so I do want to say this is not a great level 1 Roche lineup. They can't really do it.
They got Light Strike Array.
It's going to take forever.
Bloodlust.
This is not a level 1 Roche lineup, so Na'Vi don't have to worry about that.
All right, let's see who is actually playing what here on the Na'Vi side. 3-time finalist Kuroki will be playing your support Rubik. Dendi has swapped back to his Wisp. And is he going solo mid? We'll have to see. Funnick is going to be on Razor. Havos 4 on Alchemist. And last but not least, Puppy, the drafter, your support player on the Visage.
On the side of Team Alliance, yet to drop a set at the International 3. They lost the game, but this happened to them before, and then they took down DK. Can they do it again? Can they shut the door on Na'Vi? We'll start to answer that question now. Alliance, EGM, your 4-position Lina, Ake, the 5-position Ogre Magi, Loda, normally the hard carry, on the semi-carry, the Mirana. Bulldog will be going mid as the Lone Druid, and that puts S4 into the safe lane on the Batrider. So already it looks like Alliance expecting Na'Vi to do something weird, and they will be right about that, in fact. So these lanes now, I think, looking pretty good for the Alliance, actually.
Yeah, I mean, there's just mind games all over the place. What Na'Vi wanted to do is get a Wisp Batrider matchup on the mid lane, because it's actually somewhat difficult for a Bat to get the kill. You can always tether away to a creep wave that's coming to you and then run away from the Bat. Now, instead, he's going to get a Wisp Lone Druid matchup, and of course, Lone Druid has a ton of early game harassment power, especially coming from that Spirit Bear. And if you look at that Wisp, 0 armor. He is going to be taking a ton of early game harassment.
Arrow to fly, Kuroki calmly dodges it, and from the high ground, Puppy denies the haste. Smooth and polished teamwork from Na'Vi. Alliance now will make a foray into the enemy jungle. They're going to wrap around. You're up against the solo mid Wisp. Generally, you want to ward block the small camp, but right now, Alliance not doing so. So Dendi early access to a whole lot of stacks. Here we go. The creeps have spawned. The players approach their lanes. What are we looking at?
Looking at Dendi's not really having a good time mid. How does this guy win this lane? I mean, he has 50 base damage.
Get level 6. That's how Dendi wins this lane.
I suppose.
Don't die. Get level 6. You're not going to out-farm Admiral Bulldog unless he gets a gank supporting him. He's probably not going to find a kill, but then they've got the mid-game to fall back on. So the other matchup will be the Funnick Razor against S4's Bat. S4 starting with the arena protection, not rusting the boots early on. So far, both teams passive, but that could all change in a heartbeat.
I mean, for Na'Vi, they just want to keep it a passive, because if they ever make a go on this Alliance offensive tri-lane, it's going to be tough to find those kills. Loda with a Sacred Arrow right now, but most likely going to take a leap in level 2, and he's really the only person you're going to be able to initiate on. Both supports staying rather far back.
If you don't catch Kuroki, then he can disrupt your follow-up. So let's say they arrow Puppey or Havos, then when you come in to throw a Light Strike Array, simply Kuroki just lifts you. We'll see if it works though. There's a Light Strike Array. No follow-up yet now. Pulling in EGM, throwing him directly back down. Both teams a bit tentative here. So far, mid lane looking good for Dendi. 2-2 already. Very impressive against Denad, the Admiral Bulldog Lone Druid. He is slightly ahead in CS, but that's to be expected. Early on, blows being traded, but still, nobody really committing. The off-lane Razor 3-0, S4 winning this lane pretty handily.
Actually, Dendi on the mid lane is doing quite an admirable job
really
against
is.
Bulldog, because if you see the Wisp Spirits, he's doing a ton of damage, and he could actually get a bottle. Now, Admiral Bulldog definitely would not have the bottle crow option, so you can see Dendi, he's trying to cancel that south, trying to extend it, trying to get it. Nice shoot backer by Bulldog.
It's worth mentioning, you talked about the zero base armor for Dendi. If he overextends and takes like one tower shot, that's probably a quarter of his HP. There's a regen rune top though. Dendi is about to be very, very happy. Now generally, Lumi, when you're a mid-lone druid, you use your bear to deny the enemy solo runes, but Bulldog, he's using it to last hit, and he's too late. So Dendi, he gets a great rune, and now the lane really going well for him.
Dendi surprisingly.
He's 2-5, Bulldog 6-7, but that's to be expected. Like honestly, this is good for Dendi.
I mean, those deny is going to hurt him a little bit in terms of hitting level 6. This is a lane that we haven't talked about too much. Let's look at top here, as Funnick is on that Razor and S4 is on the bat. I gotta say, this is a fairly bad favor matchup.
Yeah, Funnick, when you look at Razor, he's all about draining the enemy carry's damage, but
there he goes.
The sticky napalm allows you to disengage generally. He's actually going to lose quite a bit here, and he will be driven back for now. Funnick giving chase, really committing to this. He'll tank the creep wave, will back off.
I'm so far surprised that S4 has not skilled Firefly and used it when the chase comes, because you could just Firefly and fly over, and what is... Funnick's not going to chase you through the flames, right?
Holding on to his abilities here, maybe wants a Flame Break to go for an early kill. Take one in Flame Break, then one in Firefly. If you get in range, you can run him down. There's no mobility skills on the Razor, aside from his passive. Now he's going in again. S4 driven back, being lashed by the whip of the Razor. Funnick starting to come back in this lane a little bit. It was hard at first, but now he's zoning out the bat. Still no bottle forthcoming. Both teams very passive on the bottom lane. And if they're passive on this bottom lane, I gotta say that really favors Na'Vi.
It does, because once level 6 is going to happen, we're going to see Kuroki most likely, not Kuroki, Dendi, because Kuroki generally plays the Wisp, but Kuroki most likely making it relocate, maybe even walks top, relocates the Razor bot, and suddenly you have 5-man team fight for Na'Vi on the bot lane.
And then you can bring the Razor back to top lane, so he wastes minimal time. Relocate, such a potent ability. Dendi, already level 4, close to 5. Bulldog leading in terms of experience. You'll notice this time around, sends the bear, checks the top rune. Now it's an invis, and it goes bottom. So they'll get that rune. And the denies that you mentioned are really important here. Like every deny, Wisp is a ranged hero. It delays the level 6. But as you also stated, once he hits 6, this tri-lane could really fall apart for the Alliance. They're all level 2, and a level 6 Wisp can just absolutely dominate supports.
At the same time, Dendi's got to be somewhat careful when he relocates in, because there's nothing but burst damage on this Alliance tri-lane. So we have Arrow, Fire Blast, Bloodlust, interesting second level of from Aki. Of course, EGM has 2 nukes out of zone, so if he comes in and he missteps a bit, he could just get blown up.
Yeah, Bloodlust is really nice early on because auto attacks are pretty important, and I mean, it's such a great chasey ability. We'll see if he levels it up. It synergizes great with the bear, and when you're a support ogre, levels are at a premium. He's not a great flash farmer, he's in the off lane, so going for early Bloodlust, he might not get to level up both of his other skills until much later on. I actually think this is a great build, and it could really accelerate their push and their Roshan attempts if they go for them later on.
Coming on the mid lane here, using those spirits, harassing away at Bulldog. Bulldog dropping to about, they actually going for the kill. He can, but good harass.
18 and 12. Dendi, though, really holding his own. 14 and 8. And he's been saying that Wisp is underrated as a solo mid. I did cast him playing this once. It was not against the Alliance. It was against sort of what we would call a tier 2 or tier 3 team. He crushed. We'll have to see if he can crush them, though. They're going to be a much stauncher opponent here.
6 is coming quite soon. I mean, generally the timing for a level 6 on the mid lane is around this, although oh, the root comes here.
Oh, it gets rooted. No tether. Dendi's in trouble. He's got nowhere to run. He's going to be the first blood. The Bulldog root does it. And now, Alliance in a commanding position.
When you have no base armor and when he gets a lucky root on you like that,
Well, top lane, S4 prepping with the Firefly, but with the damage stolen, does he look to go? He's got a bottle charge here. No, he'll back off.
He can make plays like these, and if it doesn't work out, he has a very safe escape because of Firefly.
Not once Dendy's level 6, though. Not once he's level 6, you make that play, you might just die.
Spirits Ball are coming in again, trying to get the root. If he gets a root, he could get the kill.
There's always a tether for Dendy. The next creep wave's coming. I mean, that situation mid for Bulldog was very unique, right? Because he got the root right after the creep wave was there, and Dendy was next to it. So there was no ally to tether to. It's not a dual lane mid, and there was no creeps to run away from. Sure, you can tether to them, but they're right next to you. You're not getting away. So this time around with full mana, with bottle charges, Bulldog can maybe zone him out, but getting a kill will be a bit tougher.
We're talking about Dendy leaving lanes when he gets level 6 for a relocate. Ganks is making it happen right now on the bot lane. Kuroki, there's a leap. They want Aki first. Toss him back. One-man stand against Loda. Loda dropping low. They're going to focus him down. That 2 kill going to Na'Vi. We expected the rotation. Here it comes, and Dendy strikes fast and hard.
Yeah, solo mid Wisp, lose your lane, gank the other lane. That's the power of this hero. Straight back to mid, back to farming. Bulldog going for early phase boots on his bear. He loves to rush Midas, but this game, he's not doing it. Back when Armlet was something that really worked well on Lone Druid, we saw him always go for it, but phase into boots, in the safe lane, it's almost always the Midas into Radiant. So Bulldog is making an interesting adjustment to his item build.
Not too bad in this game. Again, Wisp is a very, very squishy hero in the early game, so if you kind of hit him a couple of times in lane, eat face boot bear, that's going to do it. But I really want to point out that normal other solo mid heroes, when they make a gank to other lanes, it takes a long time. You know, you walk there, you make the gank, you walk back or you TP back. By that time, the creep wave is working your tower. There's a bearer on your tower. But because you could relocate, spend 10 seconds there, and then you're instantly back, I mean, the creep wave never even got to his tower. So Dendy protecting his tower while putting up pressure on the other side of the map, that's a huge deal.
And the other nice thing is not only does he get the kills, but he drives Alliance off of the offensive tri-lane. Habost has a point in Greeble's Greed. It's not a Greeble's Greed max. Now they're going to mid. Tether's there. They're stealing Bulldog's damage already into big bear form. He's tanky, but is he tanky enough? Funnick taking a lot of damage, but Bulldog more. Thrown from high ground to low ground. Now the chase is on. Funnick dropping fast. S4 chasing. Tether's there. He's too hard to kill. They can't bring him down. Alliance getting outmaneuvered at every corner. The bottom lane in disarray, driven off of that. Now Bulldog falls mid, not rushing on Midas. Nobody's really farming that well. Loda not on a hard carry. They don't have the best split push lineup. This game, Alliance, at pretty much every game, they start ahead and they stay ahead. That's not the case here. Relocate.
Relocate on the back line. EGM trying to protect itself. Tether, and the EGM's going to go down. Kuroki will pick up that one. And Na'Vi, very similar to Game 2, are rolling hard right now.
Alliance yet to drop a set at the International 3, yet they didn't drop a game in the group stage, but here, 4-1, trailing already by 1,500 gold, 1,500 experience. Alliance has to feel like they're on the back foot. Now Loda farming top lane. Dendy relocates down, but that doesn't stop him from going to play some aggressive wards. And this is a cute thing you can do with Wisp is, hey, if you get ganked, you've always got Tether to get out, so not an easy hero to shut down. And as a highly leveled Wisp, not an easy kill. So Dendy, he's transitioning. Not that semi-carry role. He's going to show an additional form here.
Also, very interesting skill build coming out from our Razor player, Funnick. He's gone. Generally, you definitely pick up your ultimate as it's a huge early game damage, but he's just maxing his nuke. He's, you know, static link is his second priority. Very interesting.
Yeah, the nuke's just some nice burst damage, and it synergizes very well with these other supports, which are all about instantly blowing someone up. You look at an Alchemist, that's his goal. It's similar for Dendy. The orbs do an absolute metric ton of damage. So when you max the Razor nuke, if it hits you at max range and does extra damage, you can see there, 370. It really adds up.
Some player on the mid lane, Tether movement speed being granted to Kuro. By the way, relocate's going to be back up in about 5 seconds.
S4's got to be very cautious. If he overextends even slightly and they get a tether stun and a lift, he'll be dead to the follow-up. Here we go. He's overextended perhaps. Firefly's there, heading already to the tree line. S4 juking away. They can't really do much to him here. Habost self-stunning. S4 maybe going back in. He could grab Habost. Not just yet. Waiting for Dendy to go back. Dendy's gone. And now S4. He can't go in. But Batrider, great defensive movement by S4 dodging the game.
Fair? You just go off the map. They can't even kill you.
That's actually off the map. Like, if you're not Firefly, you can't go there. Nothing will get you there. Firefly, though, it knows no boundaries.
Actually, missing that gank and not having reload next 50 seconds or so is going to be somewhat annoying for Na'Vi, because what they want to do right now is keep up pressure, make sure that nobody on the map is farming. You can still load up very confidently, going up forward up top, getting a couple of last hits. Mid lane, they're not really scared too much either, because relocate is down.
I agree, it's a setback for Na'Vi, but I feel like the rhythm of this game is a Na'Vi rhythm. Lots of early clashes, the potential for more, Havost farming not having to join the fights but being able to very soon. Alliance, they're so used to playing from being ahead. They're so used to the defensive tri-lane, stacking the neutrals, stacking the ancients, Bulldog catching up on Prophet, Bulldog going for an early Midas on Lone Druid, S4 getting a very fast tempo controlling item like a Blink. They're not getting those items. It's just a game pace and a style that they're not accustomed to being in. They'll really have to show some versatility here, because this is not their comfort zone.
Na'Vi definitely has shown that versatility. That's why they're always deep in this tournament running, and that's why they're still here fighting on against Alliance, despite Alliance having a great run to tournament.
So now, I mean, the clock's starting to tick. You're seeing big items come out. There's a Shadow Blade for Havost. There's an Urn for your Wisp for Dendi. And that next level of aggression, the second wave, it's going to be a lot scarier. Here we go. It's going to come soon. Don't be surprised if Havost TP's in. He can farm. He's going back to Agreevil's Greed Max, but we know Havost, man. He wants to fight.
Really like the way that Alliance is playing so far right now. They know relocate's up. They got to respect the ganking power of that relocate. But look at the player's position. You have your supports just hiding behind the mid tower, hiding behind the top tower. They are not going to show themselves on the minimap. They're not going to get picked off. Druid just jungling. He's going to slowly rotate back to the other lanes. And of course, Mirana as well as S4 will back up on the mid lane. They could confidently show themselves. So despite having very aggressive hero on Na'Vi side, S4 and the rest of the team not too scared.
The problem though is they're not, I mean, they actually are keeping even in terms of golden experience, but some of these supports are starting to feel a bit underleveled. EGM only level 4, you look at Kuroki, he's already level 6 on his Rubik. Na'Vi just getting ahead in terms of experience on these supports, and that's a big problem. Wisp, all about burst. If supports are squishy, they just melt. They also melt to Alk, and here comes your push bottom lane. Na'Vi looking not only for the first blood, but now for the first tower of the game. No defense mounted by the Alliance. A bit lacking on counter push, to be honest, Lumi. All they've really got is the nukes from Lina, and the first tower of Game 3 will go to Na'Vi. 13 minutes in, Dendi with the last hit.
Great play here by Na'Vi, striking something, getting something off the map, because if you look at the experience graph for the past 2 minutes, it's all Alliance advantage. Nothing is happening. They're a lot more efficient in jungle. They're jungling with Admiral Bulldog, and now Ake's right next to him, giving him Bloodlust. If this goes on and nothing happens, Alliance will come back, and they're definitely already coming back. So Na'Vi need to get something going. Dendi looking for a...
So do you think that Alliance just have this flat out late game, or does it just come down to execution if it goes late?
I feel like there's a ton of chain stun, a ton of tank already on Alliance side. I mean, sure, Havost is going to be scary, he's going to be big, but a single root, right, a single stun against Havost, he can't really lock down. He's a melee carry at the end of the day, so that's going to be a concern. But Na'Vi right now going towards the top lane, trying to get something going, but they are scouted by Observer Ward.
Yeah, they're scouted in their rotation to the top lane. They've got familiars here, and it looks like if they want to pressure this tower, they most certainly can. The Blink Dagger on the Bat Rider for S4, finally about to come out. 14 minutes in, call it a pretty late blink for him, and now Havost duking it out with the bear. He'll take a bit of damage. Blink now secured. Na'Vi, all these early to mid-game items, Shadow Blades, Power Treads, Phase Boots, Drums, Urn. They want to fight. Will they find that fight?
On the mid, I think they will find the fight because S4 just picked up on his Blink Dagger. He's going to be looking to play very aggressive, maybe defend his tower or something. So far, Tier 1 tower dropping a little bit up top. Again, I feel like Alliance is very comfortable giving this early game tower. Here comes the Moonlight Shadow. They're trying to set up some ganks.
Na'Vi, meanwhile, they're heading towards top. Alliance too late in pursuit. They'll back off towards mid. Kuroki is spotted. There's a blink. There's a lasso. He's running. Does he get off a lift? Too late. He's been caught by S4. Now he's dead in an instant. No relocate. Alliance finally getting on the board in the mid game. They'll pick up their second kill. And now the tier 1 mid, it's going to fall fast. Bulldog getting closer and closer to that relic. 2.2k gold. I'd be shocked if he doesn't go for it. He really likes his farm.
And Relic is going to be an issue because if you look at Navi's side, they have a ton of heroes that are very, very low in terms of health. So I think Alliance right now is fully in the advantage. They got a kill in the mid lane. They have got a tier 1 tower. And in fact, I mean, in theory, they should be behind. They should be scared. But as they're roaming as 4 or 5, they're not going to get picked off. Not by Dendi.
And you talked about the tankiness of them, maybe allowing their tanky lineup just withstanding the ganks. They're also very elusive on these heroes. The Blink Bat with Firefly, we saw just with Firefly, he can dodge away from relocate ganks. Your Mirana's got leap. Your Lone Druid's not mobile, but he's very hard to kill. So if the relocate ganks stop and they're not finding them, Havos didn't go Battle Fury, he didn't go Midas, he didn't go for the greedy build, or the more farming-oriented build, I should say, that we saw last game. So they're not just going to win by out-farming their opponents. They're not building for that style. So now, they've oriented themselves to fight. They're not finding fights. Alliance are feeling more comfortable. But now, Navi putting on pressure
Tower
mid.
siege on the mid, but I guess S4, he's got his flaming last one. I got a couple seconds.
Oh, flies the arrow. It lands on Funnick. Too far away, though, is his team. They can't engage. But that was a nice arrow. Here comes your bear. If it gets a root, they might jump. No, not yet.
This bear is already really scary. He's got no item aside from face speed on top, but with Bloodlust, he's running very fast. He's attacking very fast.
In theory, you talked about it, how Razor is a counter to Lone Druid, but that's assuming that Funny can withstand the damage that comes out from Alliance. And to be honest, if he runs in with no BKB, he's in a lot of trouble. The bear starting to take some chip damage. Funny low. Arrow to 5 hits. What a snipe! But is there follow-up? S4 looking to leap, not going yet. Tower's low. Familiar stun. It gets denied by the Bulldog. Now Havos fishing for a stun. He's about to self-stun. Alliance, though, not going yet. Aloda's just sniping them all over the place.
I mean, that denial was absolutely huge. Navi spent 5 members on the mid lane. They're now going back. They don't have too much to farm. If you look at the creep wave, there's a huge wave up top, so Alliance is going to clear that up. In fact, you see Navi farming the jungle as 5 members. They are definitely falling behind in terms of experience, and they will not keep up with Alliance. They don't have an answer for that Lone Druid once he gets a Radiance.
And you're talking about the gold, and it is going Navi's way, but you got to keep in mind that they have 1, 2, 3 towers down. Alliance only have 1. So once Alliance, if they win a fight and they get 2 towers, they maybe get a Roche. That gold graph that looks like it's Navi's favor will instantly go the other direction. Here we go. Leap onto Havos. Trapped in the jungle. Sentry Ward's prepped. They found him, but Dendi wants to bring him home. No, not relocating yet. Turning around, throwing out the stun. It's a trap, and S4 will fall. Navi were ready. They were prepared. Alliance thought they had him. There was no, even with the Laguna Blade, it just wasn't enough damage.
Very important counter gank here, and Dendi now have both traveling as a pack. They're thinking about relocating. If they see anybody, they will see EGM on the mid tower. Oh, EGM, you thought you were safe. You are never safe from Dendi.
Wow, that was a pure anticipation gank. Because you look at it, they have vision now because their heroes are here. This Observer Ward spotted him running back, and they just knew he'd keep on running all the way to the base. Beautiful movement from Navi, leading 6-2. But they got to keep it up. They get the kills. They can't sit back and relax too much. Late game, Lone Druid, very hard for an Alchemist to deal with until he gets to 6-slot status. He can just man fight the Bear. So the mid game going to be tough. In comes an arrow. Hits a creep. Off the mark from Loda, unfortunately. Now the tower falling fast. They'll maybe look for a deny here. They're still defending. Navi are going to back off. I mean, Alliance, they give up a kill. They're hanging on, though.
They're definitely hanging on. Again, it goes back on how the next 5-10 minutes is going to play out. For right now, in these last 2-3 games, Navi's playstyle is actually reminding me, quite frankly, of Orange. I mean, if they are getting kills, they're rolling hard, they're getting everything on the map. They're getting enemy camps, they're getting towers, but when they're not getting kills, it doesn't feel like it's the same team. So on that last 5-6 minutes where they didn't get too much done, we saw Alliance slowly accruing, slowly coming back. And when they do get the kill, obviously gate towers. Back in the mid lane, they're trying to gank that bear, but it's elusive. And by the way, that bear has a sacred relic, so...
He's had it for a little bit now, 100 gold up on Bulldog, Radiance is forthcoming, and once the Radiance is there, Na'Vi, they really want to gank, but they'll have to defend against that split push. The tower low, no defense in sight, the tier 2 mid will fall to Na'Vi. Alliance, they're bending, they have not broken yet, and they're just waiting for some items here. Once those items come though, they'll change their tenor.
At the same time, you can't be too comfortable if you're Alliance. Sure, Radiant Spear is a big deal, but at the same time, your Mirana right now not really doing too much damage. Batrider is more or less just a kind of a great initiation hero. He doesn't doesn't have a Force Staff, for example, doesn't have a Shiva's Guard, so they are very reliant on Bulldog surviving in these team fight, and that really comes down to how well the focus fire is going to come from Na'Vi. So we'll see how Na'Vi plays this. The ball's definitely in their court.
This is yet another game that Alliance has given away the Wisp to Na'Vi. We've seen this quite a few times, and it does force you to play differently, right? Because normally Alliance would be stacking the jungle camps, they'd be maximizing their jungle farm, they'd be stacking the Ancients, and they wouldn't be rotating as 3 or 4. They'd spread out, they'd use their wards and just their predictions, and their map movements, their anticipation, to bait Na'Vi into fights and win those fights. But you can't do that against Wisp. If you're just there like, okay, we'll TP and we'll counter gank, no, too late, you're already going to be dead. The tier 1 bottom, now denied by Funnick. Wisp is really forcing Alliance into a less... They're not farming as much as what they want, and it's because of the Wisp.
Dropping quite low here too, Sec. Really want to finish it. Probably need to pop his ultimate.
He's got 4.2k gold. You get an AC, and it won't help you against Radiance Burn, but it will help you kill off the bear, and it helps you 5-man. It really helps you push.
No favor to AC here or the BKB, because there's also a ton of Suns and it's coming on the other side.
It's a tough call. There's a lot of stuff that goes through BKB. We'll just have to see which direction he wants to go. I think AC is a bit better as far as the death ball item. It makes your whole team stronger, and no, Reaper. Oh, he's going hard.
Yeah, so
pure tank from Havost.
I mean, we saw in that last engagement where they used the lasso to initiate on him. They didn't even really kill him, so now with the heart, he is really safe on the front line.
That's a 21-minute heart on Havost.
That's bad farm. I mean, last game he had like a 10-minute AC and like 20 minutes the game was over, right?
He's probably very disappointed in his 21-minute heart.
I'm disappointed
Havost, though, he didn't go for the Midas this game. His farm has been delayed a little bit. Didn't max Greevil's Greed. Remember as well, this farm, he's up against aggressive tri-lane early on. So Havost right now, 2-0-2, weathered the storm. Dendi really blew the lane open with that early relocate, and since then, he's been farming. Now, though, set the clock, because Bulldog just got his Radiance. 22 minutes. We've seen him get one at 14 minutes along with a Midas. So it's late by Bulldog standards, but he's got it now, and now he can work towards those next big items. It's game 3 of a best of 5. Whoever wins this is 1 win away from claiming the Aegis of the Immortal and being the International 2013 champions. Still, though, the game very much in the balance.
Again, for the past 5-6 minutes, we see Na'Vi not really do too much over the map. Again, the experience slowly down to Alliance side. Go definitely still going towards Na'Vi though, because they're a little bit more efficient. They're farming the ancient camps.
And they have 4 towers to 2, so they have the tower advantage here. Here comes a smoke though. They've got Radiance. Na'Vi, will they be caught out? If they 5-man smoke gank into you, relocate will be pretty much useless aside from just running. So here comes S4. Firefly up, looking to leap. Is he gonna go? He's still prepping. Now they have Moonlight Shadow, but Navi's on the run. The bear losing damage fast. Havost trying to fight. Everybody from Alliance backing off. No engagement yet. Looks like they're just scared to fight. And in the end, they're gonna be running. Moonlight Shadow blown, initiation, smoke gank, not gonna work. Na'Vi just standing and Alliance run away.
It's very, very important for S4 to find a lasso, get a quick kill, and then you move on, because as a unit of 5, Na'Vi is very difficult to walk into. They have a very, very tanky Alchemist in front line that you cannot ignore because he's doing a ton of damage. And now Na'Vi deciding to go into the Roshan pit. I mean, Firefly is down, but he's back up now, and you gotta expect the power. Here we go. Havost being pulled out here, and there's nobody helping him out except for relocate. Can Dendi bring him home? He's not doing anything just yet. Havost still very tanky. Oh,
Dendi!
He walks into him. Oh no.
They're still raging on. Kuroki to fall. 2 dead. Now they're on the run for the backside. Comes Fronic. Laguna Blade as well. That's 3 for 1. Alliance, where there's a will, there's a way. 4 for 2. And haunting Havost. He's gonna be a tough kill. But there's your arrow. Loda is sniping them all. Cannot miss. Will not stop. That's a team wipe. Give them 5-4-1. And now directly into the Roche pit. Actually 5 for 2, but here we go.
That was a huge advantage won here by Alliance. And I mean, it just begs the question of Na'Vi going into that Roshan pit despite having Flaming Lasso up on S4.
That's just really confident. I mean, to the point of, you could even call it cocky.
And well, they definitely now understand why they can't do that.
Now, if Roche goes to the Alliance, they have so much more confidence to move around this map. Puppey, he's sending in his familiars, they'll stun, they'll slow this Roche down, but when you have a bear that's hitting this hard, can they actually go?
Well, they got relocate. Dendi's thinking about relocating in.
Roche is low, it's about to fall. Relocate comes. Roche not dead yet. Aegis to Loda though, he grabs it. Now Havos trapped in the pit. Bulldog will fall. They lose the bear, they get the Aegis, and they get out with it. So all in all, pretty close there. Slight advantage maybe to Alliance.
I know it was really crazy down in that pit. I'm not sure whether it benefits Alliance a little bit more by having Bulldog pick it up, for example.
I think you really want Bulldog to pick it up, but they do hold on to it, and Loda's going to be a credible damage threat. He's got a Yasha, drums, as well as phase boots. Now he goes towards the Manta, or just the next damage item.
It doesn't seem like it's actually a lot of damage because he's only hitting for like, 125 damage. Keep in mind with the drums activated, with the attack speed that Yasha grants, and of course Bloodlust, like he is going to be hitting quite fast, so there is some legitimate damage coming out from Loda, but Tier 2 now goes to Na'Vi as they're securing more and more advantage, but this gold graph and experience graph, it's not really leaning on any team side. Again, Alliance getting more experience is a concern for Na'Vi because this team, they always have to roam as 3 or 4, especially Dendi, right? He's always sitting with Havos. That means his experience gain is not going to be too impressive.
Alliance has just shown remarkable resilience this game. I mean, you look at the way the game developed. The lone druid mid got picked off. The tri-lane fell apart. They were forced to abandon it. They were farming a Mirana, not the hardest carry. Na'Vi, early success with tower pushing as well. They once led by, I believe, 3 or 4 towers to 1. Then it was 4 to 2. Then Alliance finds a huge fight near the Roshan pit. It's been a topsy-turvy game, but if you want to be a champion, this is how you're going to have to do it, the tough way. Alliance standing strong, Bulldog, now a Hyperstone up, working towards an AC. He's keeping up decently with Havost. I mean, he's still behind, but Lone Druid only 3k gold down to a Grievel's Greed max is pretty decent.
It's actually very, very impressive, and see how Alliance takes this game. Again, they'll keep playing on defensive. Need to react. So far, I still believe that they have the later game, but let's revisit that question again. You asked me earlier. Who does have the better late game? Is it going to be your Mirana as well as Admiral Bulldog's Lone Druid, especially with Bloodlust as a big buff?
I think that's a big thing to mention. Bloodlusting the bear means if it comes down to a base race, you're going to have a huge advantage there. You also have to look at Na'Vi and say, well, it can't just be one fat carry, because if it's only Avost who's farmed, there is Flaming Lasso on the other side. And if he does get caught by arrow, by lasso, if he gets rooted, if there's bashing coming out from the bear, I mean, one fat carry against disables doesn't matter how many items he has. So this is where they want Funnick to get items. Funnick, however, is a bit poor. 7k net worth. Razor, one of his weaknesses is he's not the greatest flash farmer.
He's got a Mithril hammer, so...
The BKB soon, but Razor, he tends to fall off in the late game. He can be a nuisance if he gets the Ags, the Refresher. He's a great pusher in his own right, but can he keep up to me? That's the big question.
Yeah, I think right now going with the BKB is not too poor of a choice. Like, he could just pop the BKB, run towards Alina, run towards the Ogre Magi, and basically zone them out because there's no way that these two support can handle him. In fact, he could do that against the Mirana as well, but eventually there comes a stage where you just cannot ignore the bear that's mauling on you, not ignore the damage that's coming out from Mirana. So eventually I think the Razor is going to fall, but for now, he's definitely king.
Yeah, Mirana has the big mobility advantage over Razor in fights. Bloodlust, phase, drums build, now Manta. Loda can find anyone who's alone and kill them, and he can run really effectively. So if he doesn't die to burst, he's going to be around in the fights. Razor, not very mobile, can be caught for the most part, doesn't have access to leap, doesn't have Bloodlust on his side. Sure, he's got his passive, but Alliance has the more reliable lockdown here. So they'll take a tier 1 top. The Alliance answer back. 9-7 the score. Na'Vi going for tier 2 bottom. It looks like Alliance will try and turn 2. Glyphs down. Tower falling fast. Na'Vi, tier 2 bottom to fall. It's a trade from both teams. Nobody fighting. I think Alliance... No, they've got Bloodlust here. Na'Vi cannot go for this.
Base trade. In fact, it's not really even trade. They traded a tier...
There's no glyph. This tower might just die before they get back.
Like, you cannot... Look at Spear with the Bloodlust. Tier 3 is going to go down for free.
Tower's going to fall. Now they're just going to back off. Havos launching a stun. Does hit Bulldog, 4-staffed away. Now a Moonlight Shadow. Is there a gem? There is on Havos, but Na'Vi forced to back off. They can't trade like that. They just can't. Not against the Bloodlust Bear.
They did not respect the power of a Radiance, Bloodlust Bear. I mean, they got a tier 2, which is nice, but they gave up 3 towers on the top lane for it. I mean, if you look at this gold graph, well, we haven't registered yet, but it will be a spike downwards.
Yeah, right now it's basically just like a 3k gold difference for these teams, and again, that's where having a gold advantage that comes from tower gold is easily recovered if you can push them down. So Alliance now coming back. They've got a haste rune up on S4. And now Loda can work on his next item. We don't see too much Mirana Lumi, and generally she's not thought of as a hard carry. She doesn't have a steroid skill aside from Leap, which gives her a little bit of move speed and attack speed, not a whole lot, but she's a very mobile carry, and if she gets enough items, she is an agility hero, she can pack a punch.
Yeah, she doesn't really get there very quickly. She needs like 2, 3, sometimes even 4 items to start dealing out, very respectable damage. But as an early game semi carry, she gives a ton of utility. We saw the random arrow that hit Dendi when he tethered in during the team fight. We've seen great usage of Moonlight Shadow so far. So Loda is not really a big deal just yet, but he definitely will grow into a carry that you cannot ignore.
Living legend, he just hasn't revealed it yet, so we're gonna see his big deal come out soon. And now I just gotta say, I gotta take my hat off to Alliance right now, no matter how this game turns out, because a lesser team just would have broken after the way that tri-lane went, after Bulldog dying mid. This is resilience at its finest. It's patience from them. Now Navi farming a stack of Ancients. They're gonna try and get Havos even fatter. He is still ahead by about 3.5k gold. He's still leading that lone druid. He continues to farm. The other heroes are somewhat struggling. There's a mech up on Puppey, that's about it. Kuroki, it's 31 minutes in, and how often do we see him not having Blink Force, not having more mobility items on his Rubik, but he does in this game. He's just not getting the farm. It's all Havost, and normally with Navi, I feel like it's a more balanced split than this.
It's a little bit of everybody. S4, thinking about jump, he's got the haste rune, so here we go, he's scouting over everybody.
This could be a disaster if Navi get caught, but they're in the enemy jungle. There's no dire vision of this. Not going to be an easy engage, and now it's that dance before Rocher respawns. It's just good positioning from the Alliance. Loda tucked away to the right. If he gets relocated on, I mean, basically it's a big bait right here. They want them to go on Loda, and then they'll all turn it around. But Navi not taking the bait.
Speaking of relocate, when's the last time we've seen it? If you go like 5-10 minutes without using a single relocate, last time it was during the Roshan fight, right? That's when we saw it last. That was 6-7 minutes ago. If Alliance is dodging relocate ganks for 6-7 minutes, you have done well. Support, again, always hiding in fog. Nobody exposing themselves to the danger of that Wisp.
Look at this. They're just going to keep on taking trades because they have the Lone Druid Bear, which hits like a truck. The tier 2 bottom's going to fall. Now they have to defend mid, but S4, he's got a Blink Force. He's got a lasso as well. Dendi will be essential to keep him safe. The tier 3 mid falls. There's no glyph available. In comes the bear. They're looking for a root on Havos. The bear's damaged. Being stolen. S4 leaps in. Grabs Funnick, but can't kill him off. He's low. He's not dead. No damage to bring him down. BKB from Funnick. Navi standing strong, but they lose him. Loda snipes the kill. The bear's dead. Soon to be resummoned. Puppey falling fast. Loda with a DD. Blinking. He's starting to hurt. That's 2 down. The Alliance not dead, turning it around. Havos in trouble. Chain stun City, but he gets the 2-arrow stun. He's gonna turn it back the other way.
Havos right-clicking force look. He's gonna get EGM as well. That's a triple kill, but Aki says skill cast, baby.
Team White for Alliance. They completely win the fight.
How often do we see Havos get a triple kill on the other side, and it's Alliance winning it back? How many buyback were used that team fight was just so chaotic.
Just 2 buybacks from the Alliance, so they lost 3, but they got 5. And the Alliance right now can barrel down the middle lane, will be able to take a tier 2. They'll set up for the next Roche. Their position on this map on the back of that fight just got a whole lot stronger. And I gotta say, man, Loda, these DD runs coming at just the right moment. And you can see, you kill the bear once, you focus the Lone Druid Bear. That's great. Bulldog resummons it, and he goes right back to work.
Gotta kill the actual bear back in the mid lane here. S4 gets dragged, and Funnick, he's gonna get blown up. No BKB being activated. The familiar drops a little bit too slow, and with 2-3 heroes still dead, I think they're gonna try their high ground look.
There's no relocate right now. It is cooling down very soon. I do want to mention Kuroki stole Lasso, but doesn't have a Blink Dagger or a Force Staff, so can he actually use it? That'll be a lot tougher. Now gets hit by an arrow. Uh-oh, here comes the bear. No, they just want the tower. Look at it melt. Now Glyph forced out again. You know, Navi,
Havos self-stun.
Navi keep on having to use Glyph just for these casual pushes. Like, Alliance aren't even committing to a fight, and Navi have to Glyph for that. So if they lose another fight, that could just be Rax and maybe even game on one bad fight.
Basher's coming now, so if you think you could run away spare.
Arrow to fly, completely off the mark, but yeah, the bear, one good bash on Havost and he's probably dead.
Again, Basher, it's a very standard item, but we have not seen Basher with Bloodlust. Like, this guy's attack speed is just so far off the chart that, what do you do? I guess the best thing to do is to focus and finish Admiral Bulldog, but so far Navi has not been making that play because you cannot ignore Mirana, you cannot ignore the 2 support that could, in theory, blow you up with things like Laguna Blade and a multicast. So right now Navi has a ton of stuff to worry about and not nearly enough DPS to actually get all those hook kills.
Though they did take a tier 3 mid, they defend their base for now, so in terms of the tier 3s we're even, the tier 2s were even. Gold experience really close, 7.5k gold. This is really a slugfest. The analysts wanted a closer game and we're getting one, and here we go. Havost in the front line. They found Aki, but they relocated forward. Kind of wasted, but they will get the kill. Not really ideal. Now Ake just says, okay, I'm buying back. Lasso though, stolen by Kuroki. He'll find S4. S4's dead. Now they relocate a few steps away. Dendy's low. Dendy's not dead. And Havost is on the hunt. No, stunned. Isolated, can't finish the job. Bulldog cleaning up on the backside. He's not been focused yet, and now he might find Funnick. Where's that bear gonna go? Nothing just yet. Now he's on the run. Oh, there's a haste run on Dendy. Uh-oh, Lumi. Uh-oh. Bear's gonna drop. He's gotta resummon. Are they gonna fight? No, another bear death. More gold into Navi's pockets.
Navi's gotta try to get something done right now. Gotta focus at Rex. That Rider dead for about 20 seconds. S4, does he have buyback?
No
Yes,
buyback.
Yes,
No, he already used it.
Yes.
Already used it. Cannot buy back. There's no glyph here either. It's all up to the bear, and if the bear dies, it's dead for a good minute and a half. But an arrow nails Havost. Where's the follow-up? There's a Dendy relocate soon, and he just can't really be damaged here. That overcharge starting to kick in, and in the end...
Ash, Roots, oh my god! Funnick's just gonna melt. Here comes S4. He finds Havost. Havost is gonna get focused as well. Dendy does not get the relocate out. They want more. The arrow! Oh no, it does not hit. S4 says, I'll clean up, no problem. And that's yet another base defense. This Rax is just immortal for Alliance.
Sweden's finest are standing strong. The Alliance, 17-14, leading in gold. The experience now heavily their way, gold even. But this Roche will break the game open. Alliance, now we're going to see Loda, another damage item. The MKB's on the way. And this game, it does start to feel like if Alliance gets a lasso, Navi just can't fight. Alliance seem to be gaining momentum, seizing control of this game. Aegis, this time, no, it's on to Loda again, and one step closer they are. One more good fight, and Alliance could easily win.
Thinking about setting up shop on the mid lane, maybe starting that stage. Kuroki picks up a very important item. We saw what he did without the blink on using a flaming lasso against S4. That was beautiful play, but see what he could do for his team, because his team definitely needs him right now to make some huge plays.
37 minutes in, it's been a very back and forth game. Nobody with a clear edge, but Alliance gaining steam, looking for a pick. One good lasso could just spell dooms. Only buyback on Havost and Funnick. In comes Havost, looking for a stun. It's gonna hit, but it's very far away. S4 not an easy target now. Still chasing, arrow to fly. Loda nails it again. Where's that lasso? Baiting out the BKB. Havost slapping and chopping, but not finishing a hero off. And now his BKB ends. He's on his own. Lassoed and pulled back into 4, but tethered up. It's up to the bear. He's gonna self-stun. Oh no, Havost is gonna fall.
Oh no, Havost getting caught out. Now Dendy being chased as well. They're not gonna get the kills, just a buyback coming out from Host. Dendy tethers backward here. We'll reset and reload here, but Alliance getting every advantage right now.
They just forced out a double buyback for absolutely nothing. Didn't lose their Aegis, did not use a buyback on their own. That is so big.
I mean, there's no Aegis on the Admiral Bulldog. They're absolutely confident that he is not going to die. Every time that Havost is diving in, going for kill, it's Admiral Bulldog that finds the kill faster because his bear's attacking faster. He's chasing a lot more effectively with things like Phase Speed and Bloodlust. This is why you do not give Admiral Bulldog his lone drips. It's just amazing. Like, how do you stop this guy?
He always finds a way. And I mean, it goes back to the Ogre Magi of Ake as well. Without Bloodlust, I think this bear could be dealt with. But with it, it's just too much right now. It's a max Bloodlust. 16% move speed, 50% attack speed on a hero that's got very low base attack time. He hits really hard, really fast. And now Loda, close to an MKB. Already we see a BKB coming out for S4. There is only one way to cancel a lasso initiation. That is to steal the lasso and use it the other way, or get a very lucky bash. And Havost does not have a basher, so Navi smoke up. They're heading to the top lane, looking for a pick, but maybe not expecting Loda. Throws out the arrow, hits Kuroki, so they jump this. This is dangerous. They didn't see a hero. They just saw the stun, now a sentry deployed, still diving, Havos, long range stun, EGM gets caught, he forces up, he's on the high ground, he's gonna fall, but I think it might be too late. S4 held in position, no BKB, now
EGM
on the run.
TP's out! He survives!
Actually, there was a BKB, and S4 is gonna live. Na'Vi, they force something out, another arrow, another one, he keeps on fishing. Sooner or later, you're gonna get a bite.
Na'Vi just have to back off right now. They use both their BKBs. Theirs is on cooldown. Meanwhile, nobody's actually dead on Alliance, and of course they have their BKB available, so they have their spells available. Excuse me. Alliance now look something themselves. S4 smoked. Ace did it.
He didn't use lasso there, so keep that in mind. If they find someone, they're gonna go. And Na'Vi, very confidently, will head in. They do have an observer ward here, but right now, Alliance are smoked, no sentries up on the map. We might just see a pick. In comes S4, wrapping around towards mid. Na'Vi scurrying to retreat. Kroki's got blink, but no, it's too late. They found a boast, the worst here ever could die.
Back here, and they want to bring Funnick back in the fight. Double damage on Dendy. Let's see how much you do. Zap, and Lina's dead, and now they're gonna go for Aki. Arrow's gonna miss. They find Aki. Aki just fell. Gank the bear. Don't let the bear go. He's running fast. He's running hard, and nobody could chase it down. Havos blink, and there's a recall. That bear is amazing.
No buyback here on Ogre, no buyback on Lina. Is there a glyph? Alliance does have one. They're gonna need to blow it now. They might have to forfeit this Rax. They're strong, but I don't think they're 3v5 strong. Glyph is out. Havos will keep on swiping. They're gonna lose a lane of Rax here. They'll have to decide if they want to contest. It's not an easy go. S4, he wasn't sure. He didn't jump yet. He gets lifted. Chain stunned and brought down. Now Funnick duking it out. Havos smacking the bear, but it's living. It's winning the fight. Loda, MKB up, standing and delivering. They get the Rex, they lose a Razor, and they get a bat as well. Na'Vi, big win for them there, but their work is not done yet.
Definitely not. The Na'Vi will make their retreat. But huge plays from Na'Vi, because if they didn't get that Rex, they were not going to win this game. They needed that Rex.
Crowd now cheering for Na'Vi. 17-20 your score. 42 minutes in. Gold experience. Heavily in Alliance's favor, sure, but we're at a point in the game where that experience starts to trail off in terms of how much it matters. Everyone's got their level 11. 16 still elusive for a few, but now items, gold, they matter less. Positioning, buybacks, Roshan matter more. Roshan, 5 minutes off coming up. Loda, he's still got Aegis here, but the other big thing about that fight for Na'Vi is the timing window to use Aegis to win a fight and take Rex off of it. Well, it's about to close because the Aegis is about to expire. I think there's 1 minute to go.
They come. They could storm down the mid lane definitely, but they're going to have to do it. Basically, huge creep wave.
They really have to stay together though, because you're up against Wisp. If they're off on their own, if they spread out, then relocate will just ruin you in these fights.
I don't think they will make the push. In fact, they want to get a gank team right up top here. Of course, with Moonlight Shadow, you definitely have the element of surprise on your hand, but smoked up here from Na'Vi. They want to go.
To fly, not sure where it is right now. It looks like Na'Vi coming in. Havos channeling a stun. We'll see the bear, but he wants a hero. Relocate as well. Nope, Lasso's gonna be there for now. S4, no, BKB. He gets caught yet again. The stun's there. Loda, Aegis soon to expire. No Manta driven back. No buyback on the Batrider. Very far away. Is this 2 lanes of Rax, Lumi? Could this even be game?
Oh man, it's gonna be.
Mid lane is pushing though.
Quickly check on buyback status. There is no buyback on anybody. This could be game.
There's no glyph here. Alliance are gonna have to find. They're gonna have to really muster their courage. They have to find a good fight. It's tough. Remember Havosta's overcharge. This ain't your average Alchemist. This is a very buff one. And in they go. Hard to kill. Kuroki with the blink, the lift. Ake caught. Na'Vi finding the pickles. This could be game. 2 lanes of Rex. Soon to fall. Loda though, driving them back. Starfall's there. Something stolen. The bear, man fighting out with a boast. Loda locked in position. Does not give 2 hosts. Then the arrow comes. Another blink.
Again, Kuroki just connecting. Lina melts. The Rax melts. Loda trying his best to hold off whatever he can, but Havos just does not care on the front line. That second lane of Rax. S4's back, and I think that's time to get the hell out for Na'Vi. They got exactly what they wanted. Havos says, no, I want more. I'm going to just storm down and get the mid-Rax.
Near range Rax as well. If you're not buying back, you must not have it, he says. And in they go. Kuroki, another leap. This time a BKB from S4, but he's not using it to fight. Now, they grab Loda. He gets 4 stats into the fray. Lifts it up. Drops down and dead. Loda has fallen. and the Swedes are in a headlong state of disarray. Na'Vi on the brink of being one game away from taking the entire tournament.
Make a safe retreat, that's a big question right now. S4, big chase, but if you see the Na'Vi S5, they're rotating, they're moving bot. They don't want to chase, they don't want to go back, they just want to win the game right now. They have about 48 seconds without buyback on Loda. This is a go time.
Remember, if Na'Vi do die, they've got a buyback relocate available. So they really have 7 heroes here. They really do have an Aegis in this fight. And in they go. It could be 3 lanes of Rex. It could very well be game. Alliance might be trailing for the first time ever in this series. Here we go. Funnick falling fast. The tether stun's there. S4 lassoing Funnick. Funnick will fall, but EGM's been caught, and EGM is dead. Havos is merciless. That's 3 lanes of Rex. That's probably game. He's got the buyback. He's still alive, and Alliance are on their very last play.
And the overcharging, blocking damage, earning himself. Havos is if so they disarm, and they're gonna keep on right-clicking. Havos still alive. How is this man alive?
Finally, he'll die, but he buys back. Dendy will too. They're coming right back in. Actually, no relocate. They do lose a few. They lose 4, but that's Mega Creeps. And Alliance now, good luck leaving your base. Na'Vi pulling this game out of the hat. It felt like the momentum was tipping against them, but they found the fights. They found the pickoffs, and all of a sudden, this is their game.
Alliance has 1 minute to prove themselves. They have to just storm down the mid lane and go for the throne right now because they will not win extended game. You can see the entire team is just trying to A-collect down mid. Let's see if they can do it.
Remember, they do have the bear. Remember, they do have extra attack speed on him. Remember how hard Demolish hits. If Na'Vi screw up here, they did use a buyback on Avost. If somehow he dies, if they mess up this defense, it could very well go the other way. But here comes. This is the last fight for Alliance.
It's going to be really hard. The one thing that we have not talked about at all is that Dendy's got a Heaven's Halberd. That is disarm against the bear. When you rely so much on a single target, deal that damage, and obviously...
And it's a bind. They're going for it. I love it. Alliance showing some real cojones in this match. They've got to win this fight. Loda has a DD as well. This bear will absolutely murder anything. Bears win games. Will it win this one? There's a glyph on Na'Vi. There's a buyback on the Wisp. Arrow not going to accomplish anything. In comes the bear. In comes S4. He's found Funnick. In comes the Havos as well.
Disarm against the bear. He's not doing anything. Funnick survived initiation. Havos says, I want the bear.
Rapier.
I want your Aegis. Thank you very much.
Fine Rapier is now on Funnick, and Na'Vi are going to cut Alliance's head off down the middle lane. GG! Started this series off 0-1. They started this series off looking like they had no idea what they were doing, and yet here they are, leading 2-1. The defending International 1 champions. Fell short last year, but this year it might be their chance to return to their former glory.
Do we count out Na'Vi, or do we say 3-2 Na'Vi? Are they making a comeback, or will Alliance have something?
Be their chance to return to their former glory.
Do we count out Na'Vi, or do we say 3-2 Na'Vi? Are they making a comeback, or will Alliance?
We'll find out. And on that note, we throw it back to the analysts. Guys, Navi's close. They can taste it.
Na'Vi then on match point, guys. It's pretty intense in terms of, I don't know how Alliance held on so long after their offensive tri-lane. I have to say, that offensive tri-lane in terms of the Mirana, Ogre Magi, and Lino is designed to get picks and kill and be aggressive, but you can't do anything against an Alchemist that has a Rubik and a Visage sat behind, and I almost felt it maybe was a mistake to even offensively ward the pulling spot, because you almost wanted Na'Vi to pull so they would separate it, and from there, the whole game was on the bear and the bat for Alliance.
I definitely agree. I'm surprised they, as you were saying, held on for this long. But every fight just turned out in Alliance's favor up until the fact, or the point where Na'Vi pushed in and took the middle Raxes. Here we see the fight at the top tower or the top Raxes, and Havos is just going at it. Look at how much damage it takes from them. When they go for the last set of Raxes on the bottom lane, he just tanks 3 heroes without even losing HP because of that Wisp. It was just ridiculous how much he could tank at the end, and maybe they should start considering banning out the Alchemist against him, because he seems way too strong for them to handle.
I mean, Alchemist is already a strong hero, and combine that with a Wisp, we haven't really seen it that often because Wisp is typically banned, but this is the big bad Havos, and he was unstoppable. I thought there were 3 key points that Alliance actually got a pretty good lead. One was a Roshan fight where
S4 came in.
Yeah, S4 came in, dragged Alchemist like up the hill. They had no way to save him. Even though he had a heart, he just was completely out of position there, and that is one of the strengths of Batrider. Also, Havos going heart first, I wasn't completely sold on idea. I think AC may have been a better choice. I thought that Alliance took a couple of team fights that they shouldn't have because of that heart. And then the trade on the top lane, they had Alliance actually got the T3 tower, and it was just a T2 trade. They got a T2 and a T3 for T2, and I thought they could have pressured that because Alliance is just so good at split pushing. I thought they could try and avoid fights, but with the mobility of Wisp and with Havos just being ridiculously strong.
I actually think the heart was a great item choice, simply because the way to bring him down was through Ogre and Lina combos, and if he just had the HP to survive their spell combo, there was no way they could bring him down, because Potom didn't really do much damage at the time being, so the heart was just an overall great item choice. We saw them trying to gank him on the top rune at the ancient spot, and they didn't deal any damage to him whatsoever, and Lina and Ogre died, and they just pushed on middle lane instead.
I mean, normally with a heart, you don't consider the Alchemist to have very much effective HP out of it just because of how low armor, but the heart was done, and just like literally straight after you had a plate mail. So in terms, yeah, I think it actually kind of did work out in a way for him, that heart pickup. Bruno, what did you make of the match?
Well, this is not the first time Alliance tried to run this Ogre Magi and Lone Druid combo. It actually works very well for them in general. They are 6-1 before this game, now they're 6-2. The whole idea of this lineup is, of course, trying to get overpowered when it gets to late game, and that bear becomes super threatening because all of your Raxes melt immediately. Now, one of the reasons why maybe it didn't work, it was not because of the bear in particular.
It was the Batrider, man. The Batrider, okay, you do it.
No, please. No, please.
As far as I could tell, there was too much pressure on S4 to actually get the picks. You saw when he got a good pick, they got a kill over by Roshan. And after that, Kurokai was picking him up if he had the potential chance, but it was also the Wisp Tether stun. There were a few times when that S4 went in and just couldn't pull what he wanted, or he got picked off. And him getting picked off twice, I think it was, twice in a row,
maybe
that kind of led Na'Vi to be able to get the racks. But Bruno, you can prove me wrong.
No, it's perfect because you worded that and you served it perfectly to me. This strategy of the Lone Druid and Ogre Magi actually is a very good strategy. It's been tried 19 times and it has a 58% win rate, which is more than acceptable. But when it's played with the Batrider, 0%. It's 0-4. It never works for some reason. Maybe it's all about the Batrider being pressured, maybe it's just coincidence. But I think you're perfectly right when you said used all the pressure on this guy. And there's also, let's not forget about not the primary carries of the game, which were the Lone Druid and the Alchemist, but also Funnick on the Mirana, and Funnick on the Razor and Loda on the Mirana. Because Loda at this time was not playing the main carry. He was a secondary role. And these two guys, they had some responsibility as well. Mirana had to land their arrows, and Funnick had to make sure that the static link worked perfectly so that at least the Druid becomes a non-factor or someone on the other team becomes a non-factor. And I think the different performance of these two heroes made the difference in the end because Razor just got a little bit more than what Loda could get in the Mirana.
Yeah. And also, if you look at Loda's start in that tri-lane, no farm whatsoever. There was no farm available. Havos was playing amazing. He just, deny-wise and just kept him out the lane, and the Ogre Magi and Lina just didn't really know what to do. And the trouble is, when you've got those two heroes, Ogre Magi and Lina, in an offensive tri-lane, how do you rotate without being obvious? You can't smoke and go to mid. It's like, well, they're missing, and it's like, you can't do anything with them, so you have to make that tri-lane work, and they fell behind pretty early. But I was impressed. Admiral Bulldog had a great time mid. S4 did do well top, but unfortunately it wasn't enough. But not to say that, Alliance were the guys under pressure making mistakes. Na'Vi as well. I think they could have taken the mid-racks a little bit sooner. There was a point where they were chasing Admiral Bulldog instead of just, going straight on to the racks.
Definitely, they didn't really have their eyes on the prize, but if there's anything this series shows, it's that aggressive tri-lane just doesn't seem to work out for these teams. The other team is simply too good at countering and just optimizing their lane against it. We saw it in the first game where they didn't do anything at all with their tri-lane, and Na'Vi just got completely humiliated by Alliance. And now in this game, the game was a lot closer, but the tri lane definitely lost big time.
Yeah, it's interesting as well because Na'Vi have banned out Naga Siren both games, I believe. The two bans are Naga Siren and is it a Chen who's being?
Chen and Naga Siren from Na'Vi.
They're banning them out all the time, and I think it's crucial that Alliance are able to get some supports that are able to kind of contribute in mid-game and support the carries, the mid, and the offlane a little bit better. What do you think they should consider, Ben, into the drafting phase?
I'm not really sure. Most of the times it seems like they get one really key hero for them, whether it be Batrider for S4, which didn't actually work out too well, or EGM on the Naga Siren. I think those are really crucial, or Aki on the Chen. We've talked about the support players of Alliance and how deep of a team they are, and I don't want to say that the supports aren't pulling their weight, they just aren't making as much of an impact as they usually are.
Sorry.
You go ahead.
It's just a question. Do you think it's maybe time for S4 Magnus, the hero he became really, really popular for?
I think it depends. I think it might be too ulti dependent. I think one of the games earlier was just like they had Tidehunter and Bane, and then whenever those two ultimates weren't up, they just completely got taken advantage of. I think they may run into that problem. It really depends on what Navi's playstyle is. But they've been picking Wisp. They've been picking pretty low ultimate cooldowns and just bringing all the pressure. I don't think Magnus fares so well against that.
I don't want to say that Alliance isn't a diverse team in terms of strategies, but it seems to me as if they don't stick to this one distinct playstyle, they have a lot of weak points, and Navi is definitely taking advantage of that right now. We've seen two lineups from Alliance come out, and none of them is something we've seen a lot of earlier in the tournament. We've always seen this typical style of play where EGM and Arcane especially has been sitting on the same rotation of support heroes. Suddenly in a grand final for $1.4 million we see Ogre and Lina being picked up, or we see them running a Spectral lineup. I think they need to stick to their guns and just admit that they're best with Cuddle PL or a farming anti-mage, or when they have the Gyrocopter in conjunction with the Chen. They need to just stick to their best strategies right now.
One extra question for all of you. International 1, the finals were IG versus Navi. Navi had one game advantage, but IG won one game, and Navi brings the patch. Then International 2, Navi was on the rope. They tried to bring the Nyx, a pick that was not at all existing at the moment. Do you think it's time for Alliance being on the ropes to do the same and maybe bring something, hopefully Spirit Breaker, but something different, something just to try and break the metagame, or just stick to your rules?
It didn't work for Navi last year, and I don't think it's going to work for Alliance this time. They, as boring as it may sound, they need to just do what they're good at and play their own strategies.
3 games that they won was just the same thing that it was on the 2-0 in the upper bracket, and then the first game it was just their own typical strat. And I think Puppy may have figured them out with the Banzo. Without the Chen, without the Naga Siren, Alliance just doesn't seem as strong as they usually are.
Yeah, because you said Alliance seems to have a lot of weaknesses right now in their game. It's not that they're, of course, weak. It's just that Puppy, I feel, has really kind of figured them out a little bit more. So they've had about 10 minutes between game 3 going into game 4. It seems like they're ready. So, guys, we can do a prediction. Do you think it's Na'Vi going to take this? They're on match point, or Alliance? Can they bounce back? Because they're capable, but are they going to figure it out?
I think Alliance is going to take this game. At this point, there's so much on the line, and these guys, if anything, have proven that they're very calm and collected. So when I said that Navi had heart and they were super emotional, Alliance is the brain, and they will focus and just get a proper draft this time and win the game.
I think if Alliance can get Chen or Enchantress right now, they're going to get either Wisp or Visage, and that's going to lead them to victory, because they just need one solid support to win the game.
Yeah, I'm with Milk on this one. I'm going to pick Alliance. My rares are on them. That's all that matters.
All right, well, rares, or, of course, you could win $1.4 million. Either way, we're going back into the next game. Na'Vi are on match point. Are they able to close it up in this game, or will Alliance tie us up? We'll find out in just a moment as we go back to the tournament floor.
Navi's turn to ban.
Number 3, what could be the final match of this entire tournament? Navi is on match point.
Alliance on the back foot. They started off hot, 1-0. They won that game before the 20-minute mark, yet in games 2 and 3, Navi had all the answers. The winner of this set takes home $1.4 million. And right now, for me, Lumi, it's been the match of the Wisp, because every game we seem to see something different. Navi's giving away the Wisp. Alliance is giving away the Wisp. And here we go. This time around, the Alliance get it with the first pick.
The bans of games 2 through 4 so far has been exactly the same. Navi says, don't want to deal with Chen, don't want to deal with Naga Siren, and Lion says, we don't want to play against Convulse's Life Stealer, of course, not against the Darkseer either. So both teams is throwing OP stuff against each other, and a lot of it is sticking on the wall.
They've been banning out the supports, and I mean, it's been effective so far. Removing the junglers, removing EGM's go-to heroes. Now, he can, of course, play Windrunner, but generally when he's on Windrunner, they like to put Ake on Chen or Enchanter, so...
Look at this ban. 4 supports being banned out. Have we seen anything like this in the past?
I mean, I think this is the kind of strategy that works well against Orange esports as well, because to me, Alliance and Orange are very similar in the respect that they both have incredible support duos. Extinct and Net, and then you've got Ake and EGM, and these teams, sure, they might not rack up the kills in every game, but we see the importance of the supports, and it's been a tournament about supports. We're seeing that again here, and now Navi get a Dendi Puck. So it looks like a Funnick Batrider, a Havost Alchemist, a Dendi Puck. It seems pretty clear how they want to play these. They don't have any supports. Alliance, a Wisp, a Prophet. We know the Wisp should be going to one of those 2 supports. We know the Prophet's going to be going to Admiral Bulldog. What's Loda going to play? What's S4 going to play?
And these 2 players are so versatile that you don't have to worry about it so much right now. I think what Lions need to figure out is their central strategy, predict the lanes coming from Navi, and hopefully counter from there. But, I mean, what we saw out of Lions last game, and to me, last game was a big lesson for all of us, why they could comfortably leave Wisp in the draft. Their supports were never caught out, always in the fogs, never got picked off at relocate. We saw over 6-7 minutes where a single relocate wasn't even used because they did not see anybody. So for this game, we gotta ask the question to Navi, are they as vigilant? Are they going to get picked off by relocate? Because I know Alliance is going to come out guns blazing looking for...
In theory, Wisp Prophet is incredible late game. It's very hard to play against, but if you weather the storm and you don't get picked off, you look at what these heroes actually bring you, and they're squishy, they don't have much team fight directly, they more rely on their allies to set things up, so it puts a lot of pressure on S4, and if Navi do dodge those ganks, if the relocates aren't coming, if Bulldog isn't able to apply a lot of split push, if he's getting caught by lassos, if they don't get off to a hot start, if they're not finding many kills, I mean, ultimately Navi's got the much better 5-man, the much better death ball right now.
And also, you know, you were talking about supports. What about Kuroki's play last game on the...
That Rubik. He didn't even have a blink dagger, and he's still using the lasso.
He was literally like a Batrider for the team, right? Just blink in, lift, toss back, and suddenly that hero just died.
When he stole lasso, he was Batrider.
Right,
when he didn't steal lasso, he just blinks and he lifts, and he set up like 3 or 4 kills in a row, which won them the game. Immaculate support play. He had virtually no farm that game, which I was even mentioning in the cast is very unusual for him. But the Alliance now, they'll go to their staple. We saw it in game 1. It's when they get Wisp, they really like this Gyro. Great team fight carry, great BKB carrier, and against Navi, you need BKB.
Actually, I think Gyro and Wisp work quite well together. We saw Loda in game 1 using the exact same synergy, and obviously right back to Kuroki's Rubik. But Gyrocopter is one of those carry heroes early on that could dish out a ton of damage, but he doesn't necessarily get into the fight, right? You have to teleport there, and by the time that he gets there, he doesn't have a good cooldown drop on. But when you are in the middle and thick of things, and when you have things like damage block from Overcharge Wisp, when you have attack speed increase from Overcharge Wisp, you are going crazy with your flat cannons, rocket barrage, and cooldown, obviously.
So I'm really starting to wonder what S4 is going to play. I mean, you mentioned he's a very versatile player. We used to see the son of Magnus playing that Magnus quite a bit. But, I mean, Magnus doesn't match up well against Bat. They're not going to go for his hero now. They go for the Crystal Maiden for Ake. So you've got an EGM Wisp and Ake Crystal Maiden. I want to know what S4 is going to play, because if they go Mag, which seems like the most common alliance here we've seen, he's not going to do well against Bat, he's not going to do particularly well against Puck, and he could get picked off early. And if you go Mag versus Rubik, you're asking for Kuroki to steal RP. And if he doesn't go Mag, then what does he go? I mean, Dragon Knight, Beastmaster, these heroes are going to lose the lane to Navi.
Just OD is still in the pool, and OD just absolutely shuts down.
But it's so much. It's not an S4 hero. Like we don't see him play it at all.
That's right. I mean, it's not your Puck. It's not a Queen of Pain. It's not a mobile hero that has a huge impact on the team fight. All he does is perhaps Astral somebody or Force Staff somebody. So it's not an S4 hero, but in the sense.
I'm leaning towards the Mag, but I just feel like Navi have the answers for it. Clockwork would have been the other one, and it's banned.
It's not here anymore, so yeah, it begs the question, what will S4 play? He is generally, like when Alliance win games, a lot of times it's through S4 kind of facilitating the team fight. He, to me, is kind of like the Xiao A of the West. He really direct how the battle goes. He's very survivable in the front line, but gotta give him a hero that allows him to do that.
Now Alliance will wait on Navi's final pick of the draft. They've got a lot of signatures here. Funnick Batrider haven't seen as much, but certainly have seen it in the past. The puck mid for Dendi, one of his very best heroes. Alchemist for Havost has been the go-to. They get it again. So now everything's been set except, well, this last support. Puppey has Enigma denied to him. What's plan B?
I think right now, if you're looking against Alliance, despite the fact that they have a Wisp, you have to respect the power or threat of a offensive tri lane. Gyrocopter, Crystal Maiden, and Wisp has what it takes to kind of blow things open on that offensive try. So I think you pick up a sort of a defensive part.
There is a twin-headed dragon. Normally when Navi go for it, it's with a Darkseer, so not entirely sure what the choice would be. I mean, if they want to go really defensive, there's things like Shadow Demon, but generally Shadow Demon and Rubik don't work well together. They're both setup heroes, they don't have much damage, so Navi really waiting on that last pick.
I'll have to wait and see. Now, Puppey does have a wide range of jungle heroes. See him go Lycan jungle in the past.
But they're all banned. Like, he banned most of them. He banned the Chen, he banned...
No, not the standard one. I'm talking like out there jungle hero. Lycanthrope jungle. Seen him jungle Shadow Demon in the past. So if he feels like his lane is okay, maybe he wants to get a little bit greedy.
I think that's too greedy versus Alliance, because they will punish that. They've got, like you said, the great aggressive tri-lane. I think, like you said, he needs a safe, stable laning support. Jakiro's an option. I mean, Alina's decent with Rubik, Leshrac if they want to push the tower early. If he goes for something greedy, that's something Alliance could just pick apart.
Possibility where S4 just says, Andy, I saw you go Wisp last game mid. I'm going to take you right back in the same lane.
Slight possibility, I suppose. I just feel like that means that Alliance really is too reliant on ganking. Like, if they go Wisp mid, then they're probably getting another support, and that puts so much pressure on their ganks, because as good of a carry as Gyro is and Prophet, well, Bane's the choice. There you go. Safe, stable, defensive support. They are lacking AoE from these supports, and they both are highly dependent on level 6, but it'll be hard to find a kill in this tri-lane. Either Rubik or Bane can help you to disengage.
I mean, keep in mind that Rubik does give you AoE in the sense of Fable, as more importantly, you can still easily Nova, you can easily steal Call Down. There's a ton of great spells that you can kind of pick at.
But he needs the levels, and that could be dangerous against Crystal Maiden.
Yeah, it depends on how the lanes lined up. I mean, if Navi gets a defensive tri-lane that is uncontested, you know Havost is going to get insane farm. You know that Rubik as well as Bane's going to get a little bit of jungle farm as well. I really like to see Alliance go back to their standard, kind of your ancient stacking, just slow it down, use the efficiency of the jungle, the fact that they are so on top of every single pool and stack, and just slowly beat Navi.
And it's a Night Stalker. There's your tempo controller. There's your aggressive solo mid. A great ganker. Very hard to kill. The silence fantastic against Batrider as well. BKBs are now essential for Navi or Yule Scepter, at least for Dendi. And game 4 is about to get underway. Navi dropped game 1, took 2 in a row. They now find themselves 1 win away from $1.4 million. Alliance, well, they'll have to battle back. They got to win 2 in a row.
They win 2 in a row.
Absolutely, they definitely can. You win this game, you go into the final match point with the momentum, with the advantage, and with the confidence to take the series.
Right now, Navi has all of that because it's their match point. They have a very, very stable draft. They have great heroes. They have Batrider, who, I mean, has been on and off depending who's playing what, but he's still a huge hero. I think we're going to have to look towards EGM, see what's going to happen this game.
EGM on the Wisp. Game 4 now underway. Here we go. Navi so close. They can taste it. They can smell it. But they have not yet secured that Aegis for themselves. And on we go to introduce the players. S4 on the Alliance. The captain, the drafter. Heading towards mid is the Night Stalker. Rushing the bottle. Ake, support Crystal Maiden. Alliance, they've been denied in the aggressive tri-lane in the past. They won't go for it here. They'll go defensive. Loda on the Gyro. EGM, your support Wisp. Bulldog, the Nature's Prophet. And on the Radiant side, Navi, a lot of momentum riding on them for right now. Havost, your Alchemist. Funnick, your Jungle Batrider perhaps. Dendi can be playing the puck. Faroki on the Rubik, that puts Puppey onto the Bane. We'll have to see where Navi go, but it looks like both teams want to go defensive, so expect a very fat Alchemist right now.
At the same time, though, keep in mind that the way that Admiral Bulldog likes to play on the spot lane is send a couple of Treants, block the 2 camps early on, block the second spawn of that camp by 1 minute, and then go back to the jungle. So I think Kuroki as well as Puppey is going to have a little bit of difficult time finding an early level.
Yeah, and these are two very level-dependent supports. Bane, Rubik, they need level 6 a lot more than other heroes like Shadow Demon, Earthshaker, Jakiro, who is somewhat level-dependent, but they still offer you AoE. They still offer you a lot of control with minimal levels. So if Bulldog is able to slow them down early, it could really limit their ability to impact the mid-game, put more pressure on the carries. And now Bulldog, he's going for his very standard build. Gloves of Haste, double clarity. He'll send his first 2 trance into the jungle, 1 each direction, and then he'll simply look to block the camp. He'll do this again before the 1-minute spawn, and then since at that point the camps only spawn once every minute instead of 30 seconds in a row, he'll head into the jungle and he'll rush the Midas.
Funnick's gonna not want any camps to be blocked off, but these treants are really annoying.
Yeah, we'll send 1 to block the camp, we'll send 1 to pull the lane back. So the lane is going to push a little bit, at least now. The camp is blocked. This camp, however, is not. And Funnick's jungling is not going to be denied. So he's slowing down the supports, but Funnick should have an easy time of it.
Emerald Bulldog's one of the best players. You can do these like jungle shenanigans, and so far he is effective. Look at this creep wave with 8 creeps. It's slowly Emerald Bulldog eventually.
He'll be resummoning Treants in just a second, 50 seconds in. He may actually miss this second block though. No, he should just get it in time. Puppy can't sleep on both. So this camp has been blocked twice, and generally he goes right back into the jungle now, and that's what we're going to see. No, staying at the tower.
He knows a big creep wave is coming. He knows.
And Na'Vi have had enough already. They're going for him.
This is actually very smart because you know that's going to be 8 creep on the tower, and it's going to be a very, very easy. So you have things like Nightmare, you have things like Lift to set it up, and let's see if Admiral Bulldog senses it coming. They don't have ward, they don't have vision. Oh, he's going to go check.
Early boots for Havos. He's got to push this wave in. Doesn't have acid spray.
These treants are coming up the hill. They will see the Na'Vi supports. Just expert micro. He knows what Na'Vi wants to do against him.
Yeah, he scouts them out, he'll back off. Bulldog playing cat and mouse here. So the trades elsewhere, it's a free farm, Alchemist, maxing Greevil's Greed for a Boast. Not rushing the Midas fully though. When Loda rushes it, he skips Boots. Havos going for the more aggressive killing build. Might be able to run Bulldog down, but right now Bulldog very defensive. He's getting experience off this lane. Yeah. You compare that to Funnick, he's not, but he is farming faster. He'll stack the jungle, he'll rush the blink, so a very different approach from these two offlaners.
So you see a little bit of a tower damage on the tier 1, but it's not going to be significant in any sense. Havos struggling to find a little bit of farm as between 2 towers, so in fact he's being harassed here by
yeah, he's taking tower shots as well. We'll have to wait for this next wave. From both directions, the tower's really working against him. He has a Salve here. He'll be okay, but he's being forced to use his regen early. Meanwhile, top lane, you're getting Wisp a lot of levels. EGM already hitting 2, so his level's not being denied. And actually, I think overall, I'd give Alliance a slight edge here, because if you have underleveled supports against Wisp, I mean, we know what happens. They just melt.
The thing is, if you see them, right? Again, last game from Alliance, they dodged most of the relocate gank. Let's see if Na'Vi support's going to do the same. Back in the mid lane, it's a lane that we haven't really talked about too much. It's going to be, ooh, Roku's here.
In for a kill, but S4, Night Stalker, one of the hardest heroes to gank. He's got incredibly high base armor, already 6 and a lot of HP. Not going to be an easy nut to crack. They'll go in now though. They hit him. Funnick's coming as well. Could be a first blood to Na'Vi. S4 falling fast. Not going to have a fast start. He is going to drop. Na'Vi once again a first blood going their way.
It's always on the mid lane here.
And they force a Bulldog TP. That's pretty huge.
He's going to get a ton of EXP on the mid. Should be okay. But I really like what Na'Vi's been doing in this entire series. They just have a vendetta against S4 saying, we know you're a great player. We know you can facilitate a teamfight in the mid game, but we'll shut you down hard. Remember the first game on Beastmaster? 0-5-0. They have made so many ganks against S4, and this game, it's the exact same thing. S4 not getting too much done here, so far at least.
S4 is so accustomed as of late to playing these tempo controllers mid that dominate the lane. The Puck, the Bat Rider. Lately in this series, we've seen him on the Beastmaster, we've seen him on the Night Stalker, we've seen him on heroes that aren't really as good at winning the lane, and Na'Vi are not only recognizing that and punishing him, but in terms of winning the lane, because Denny was already winning the lane, but they're also ganking him a lot, so it's really a two-pronged assault. Ban out the supports and gank S4, and on the back of that, already, gold, experience, I mean, it could be much farther in Alliance's favor, but instead it's pretty close.
Again, Na'Vi has made the adjustment in this series. They have changed up their picks and bans, they have targeted different players, and Alliance need to answer. So far, they are doing the absolute standard, and it seems like the standard game is not good enough.
So far, S4 though does have his basic items. He's farming okay. He's got Bottle, Magic Wand. The tier 1 mid did fall earlier, so he got some gold and gold off of that. And ultimately, Night Stalker isn't as item dependent as other heroes. Night Stalker doesn't really need a Blink Dagger. He doesn't need big items to initiate, and he can still have an impact simply by running around and threatening to gank. Remember, they do have relocate. They've got the global lineup. Here we go mid.
Command gank. All you need is a Dream Coil. Ooh, Orb's gonna be used.
Oh, they can't get in range yet. 4 heroes. That's some hate on S4.
Actually, lift him, toss him back. No Nightmare, nothing. TPC's being coming from Wisp, and they'll back off.
We'll tether up EGM, ushering them away, slapping down Dendy with some orbs. A lot of deaths, and, well, Alliance have the Wisp, so I suppose they should feel pretty good.
Should we go to game 5 now, or?
I think we'll play it out, Lumi. I think we'll play it out.
The thing to point out here is Loda's skill build. If you can see that he's actually maxing Rocket Barrage, and that goes back to the playstyle of Wisp and Gyrocopter. He knows he's going to be in the middle of the fight. Back in the mid lane though, Dendy dropping low, but at Gyrocopter, he knows he's going to be in the middle of the team fight. He knows his magical damage is going to be 10, so that's a spell that you definitely do want to max when you have Gyrocopter in your team.
Havost is free farming. Havost is up to 2k gold. We've seen him normally, he likes the treads into straight Shadow Blade. He's been opting to skip the Midas most games. If he wanted a Midas, he'd already have it, so we'll just have to wait and see what he goes for. There is always that Battle Fury build, but against such an aggressive ganking lineup, it seems pretty greedy.
Maybe I think he's straight rushing. That seems like overly defensive for Havost.
Yeah, I don't think so. If he wants to go for that, I imagine he'll stop off at the treads, the phase boots, and to me, it's most likely a Shadow Blade, but it's interesting to see that he's holding on to his gold. Seems like he wants to keep his options open and isn't really sure what kind of game we have in front of us yet.
At the same time, Dendy has been pretty active on that bottle crawling on the mid lane, so maybe he just haven't picked it up. But we'll see exactly how it's going to go. But it's nighttime now, so Night Stalker, it is his time to shine. The first Nightfall, it is so important for the NS. We'll see whether he's going to get his moves.
You can already see Night Stalker in the nighttime, as you might expect, has superpowers, right? He's got great vision, whereas a lot of other heroes can barely see at night. So S4 will see you, and you might not see him coming. No one on Na'Vi, well, actually Puck, I believe, does have pretty good night vision, but overall, S4 could get the jump here. One way to deal with the Night Stalker, though, is simply to group. If you're all together, then there's no one to gank, and he can't do much to stop pushes. He's not particularly dangerous with farm compared to other mids, so Na'Vi, they'll say, great, you pick Night Stalker. Come stop our push now. Good luck with that. The tier 1 falls bottom. Na'Vi, first blood, second tower, and now, well, golds. Got heading their way. Experience, though, still very much in Alliance's favor.
Despite the fact that Na'Vi has pushed down tier 1 tower, keep in mind that they're doing it with 4 or 5 heroes on the bot lane. Meanwhile, up top here, we see Loda pushing in. While mid lane, we see S4 pressuring the tower. So, despite losing at tier 1, I think Alliance is actually ahead. But if they successfully get this tier 2 without spending too much time, then all of what I said goes out the window.
Mike now using Firefly to clear out the creep wave. Na'Vi continuing to keep the pressure up here. And the time being, S4 sitting back. He's rotating into the lane. We'll see some additional support coming soon. It's coming from Ake. He's jumping in, looking to go. He's got a Nova. Not cast it yet. S4 on the prowl, but lifted up, thrown in. Coil as well. Here's your call down. Loda unloading the damage. 2 to fall. Make it 3. And Na'Vi in a headlong retreat.
And Night Stalker's still alive right now, trying to get the slow. He does find it, and Funnick trying to fly off the cliff. Not going to be as we see EGM picks up a triple kill on the Wisp. Well, that's its level 6 if he ever needed one.
Meanwhile, Dendy, though, he can make a play here on S4. The silence is there. Can't
Double
use.
Damage,
no, Dendy's going to go down. It's a team wipe.
Get out of here, says S4. I have a DD. I'm Night Stalker, and I'm moonwalking all over the bot river. And now they're going to be pushing the bot lane.
I mean, this game was 1-0. Na'Vi had the first blood. They took tower for tower. They were free farming their Alk, and in one fell swoop, Alliance is now leading 5-1. My goodness.
They're not done. They're gonna get the tier 1 tower, and you gotta keep in mind, Night Stalker nighttime. I mean, he's only strong half the time, right? In theory, but.
Mid lane, Bulldog's in trouble. Now an Alk stun. They're really diving for this. They've got a lift. Kuroki coming in. It's 4 heroes mid. They do get Bulldog, but Ake's TP'd in. He's got a Frostbite, holding Havost in position. Hello, S4 coming in. Tether's there. Relocate from EGM, and Dendy's on the run. S4, how far will he go for this? How deep will he dive? He finds another kill. Dendy did not port to his orb and will fall.
How did he not go to his orb? Gets stunned.
Got picked off.
Yes, so.
S4 able to run him down now. S4, now he's starting to demolish these towers. Treads up. Remember how poorly his lane went? He wasn't farming well. He got shut down. They ganked him, but all of a sudden, 3-1 and 2. Your Wisp 4-0 and 1. Earn and Arcane Boots for EGM. And now Loda's in his comfort zone. He's a one-position carry. He can go stack the Ancients if he likes. His team is map control. The one piece of good news for Na'Vi is that this aggression will end at a certain point. Nighttime will end. S4 will have his ult on cooldown, and the Alliance will be forced to play a bit more defensively. But that time is not now. This time is Alliance's. And here they go again. Smoked up. Na'Vi, no blink on Funnick. Puppey only level 4. Supports that are liabilities about to get caught.
He is so dead. Puppey not gonna make it back home. Dendy trying to do whatever he can for his ally, but you see how dangerous it is to actually go into the jungle. That's the Prophet not teleporting. That is the Wisp not relocating. It's just S4 with the Crystal Maid and ganking. So this has got to get really, really dangerous very quickly for Na'Vi.
Yeah, the kills are really important, but I actually think the fact that they took down that tower.
Oh, here we Silence go. Is going to be nukes. The rotation from Dendy. He's got to cancel it.
That's going to free up Loda. That's going to free up Bulldog. They can farm Na'Vi's jungle. Na'Vi are really getting constricted. This is how Alliance were winning all their games throughout the group stage, throughout the main event. S4, he finds a few kills, and the game just breaks wide open. They starve you. They put you on a diet. Relocate mid.
They see KuroKy, and he is so dead. KuroKy, no chance. Back on the bot. We see Admiral Bulldog trying to stop the TP. Can Puppey make it home? Yes, but barely makes it home.
Lost by the skin of his teeth. There's treads coming soon. The Alliance right now, S4, he's looking for more. He's hunting Dendy. No blink for him. In fact, they'll back off. They'll head back towards mid. But another tower falls for the Alliance, mustering their courage.
And they're pinging Roche.
And look at this map right now. Na'Vi, their map control, they're in the dark, and you do not want to be in the dark against any of these Alliance heroes. Not Night Stalker, not Prophet, and most certainly not Wisp. Na'Vi way farther behind than any graph could ever show you.
Yeah, I mean, it's just spectacular play. Alliance recognizing when they're strong, when they could snowball out of control. And here comes a Roshan. Will not be able to defend this. Orb already thrown out, so Puppey or Dendy's not going to have it for quite a bit. I think the H just goes freely to Alliance.
I mean, normally you look at Na'Vi's lineup and you say, oh, they can easily contest Roche. They've got Blink on Vet. They've got a Puck with Blink, but no, they don't have any Blinks. They don't have level 6 on Rubik. And Puppey, well, he's walking around right now, level 4. So that Roshan falls, and Alliance, 10-2. They're really hanging on here, turning this series around perhaps. They need this win. Then we go to a decisive game 5. And Lumi, I gotta say, if they win this game, are we gonna see a Wisp ban?
No, I don't think.
No,
Puppey's gonna say, I'm gonna stick to my guns here.
Okay, well, maybe he'll get the Wisp. We'll see who gets that first pick.
Well, Alliance haven't won it yet. Do not count on Na'Vi. This is a team that has a ton of resilience.
Watch out though, Na'Vi, 5 heroes top.
S4.
Oh, S4. He's not the best hero to go on generally. He's got Aegis, he's got Armlet. And actually, this is it looks like Na'Vi's going to back off. So we can talk about S4's Night Stalker because he plays it a lot differently. The old Night Stalker builds, I mean, we've seen a lot. Synderen love to go for Yule Scepter. You can Yule's one hero while you focus another. We've seen other Night Stalkers. The standard build is Earn into BKB. Here we go, though. They found a Boast. It's nighttime of Boast, and Night Stalker's on you. Relocate comes. A Boast to fall. Instantly a melt. Down again. Still no Shadow Blade. Not having that free farm he had previously.
We were talking about the build that S4 has gone for. He's going for armlets, he's going for treads. That is a ton of HP on the front line. And a lot of teams like to just blow up, or at least try to blow up S4 on the front lines when he initiates. You're not going to do it against Night Stalker.
It's a semi-carry build. The armlet toggling as well, just really hard to deal with if you're not able to fully chain stun him. And you look at Na'Vi and you say they should be able to fully chain stun him. They have so much lockdown, but a lot of it's hard to get into the fights and use it. Like this Bane doesn't have his grip, and even if he did, it's tough for him to jump in. Same for KuroKy, level 5. I still think the key to this game is that Na'Vi supports have been shut down. Alliance's supports are on a roll. There's a Crystal Maiden with a friggin' Ogre Club. If she gets off her ult, which by the way, Ake has skilled, Ake has used with great effect, that freezing field. Previous matches, I just feel like Na'Vi, their supports are too poor and too under level to have an impact, and their 3 cores are not equipped to fight this game 5v3.
I absolutely agree. And earlier you were talking about the lack of vision for Na'Vi. It's not like the Na'Vi support don't want to ward, they just have no goal to ward. So you see Puppey kind of walking around with a new sets of wards. Can't really ward by himself. He doesn't know where the enemy wards are. He could get relocated upon, he could get teleported upon by Prophet, so can't actually ward unless you go into the jungle as 4 or 5. Think of that. Like, what does Puppy do? His warding gonna be very defensive.
We were casting a game earlier with Havos where he had a Midas, a phase boots, or actually it was treads, a Lothar's Edge, or rather a Shadow Blade, and more gold at this stage in the game. He doesn't even have upgraded boots. He doesn't even have a Shadow Blade. He went Greevil's Green Max, and his net worth is sitting 3k gold behind that of Loda's. And it's not because Havos is missing last hits or can't farm. It's because it's not safe to farm. If he goes to farm, he dies. The map control of Alliance is allowing them to do what they do best, which is once they get ahead, to pull farther and farther ahead. At the same time, Na'Vi have a lot of lockdown, a lot of heroes that can go late. I don't feel they're 100% out of it, but it's like right now, Alliance probably 80-20, 90-10 that they take this.
It's definitely not looking too good. At the same time, keep in mind that Night Stalker, again, only efficient like half the time, not counting his ultimate, obviously. So right now, we don't see too much aggression from Alliance because of that. I think right now, Na'Vi needs to get something done. Think of a gank where they're just passively farming. It seems like they have chosen the latter.
Loda now has a BKB, and now if you're Na'Vi, you need to start worrying about your physical damage. They'll need to secure some, but here we go. It's a smoke gank. Ake, EGM, S4, they're all here. Remember, the night everyone can get here quickly too. Kuroki right into the middle of them. Look at him melt! No chance, no way out. He'll take a spill. That was too easy. That was way too easy. I mean, how is Kuroki going to make the spectacular plays of last game when he dies that fast? It's nearly impossible to do anything as that Rubik.
We're talking about Na'Vi needing some physical damage. I mean, there is none, aside from Havos, who has some, but if you look at...
He's got 900 HP. Like, even in Chemical Rage, he's got 3 armor. He is not going to last long.
I mean, you imagine, when the fights are coming out, he's going to have something like a BKB, maybe if he's going to have an AC, but look at the build that Loda's going for. He has a ton of tank. Once he finished the Helm of Dominator, he's gonna have like things like 18 armor, magical immune, he's gonna be shooting with lifesteal, and of course, let's not forget about Overcharge. That thing blocks a ton of damage as well.
Nighttime is available for S4. He's level 11. They took the tier 2 top. Na'Vi, the map feels really claustrophobic right now. They've got their blink on Funnick. The blink's out on Dendi. They have a smoke. They want to be fighting with these heroes. They want to be finding kills. So much aggression in this hero composition, but the way they're playing, very passive. As they roam around, they're spotted by dire observer wards. Alliance know where Na'Vi are, and if they do want to fight, they still have this Aegis. It is going to expire pretty soon, but with 1 minute to go and a BKB up on Loda, I think it's go time for the Alliance. Na'Vi, their backs are against the wall here.
See a deep roam. I mean, a Crystal Maiden solo roaming in enemy secret shop. Yeah.
This doesn't happen. Like,
I'm not afraid because if she gets jumped, there is relocate, there's TP. So this Crystal Maiden's actually running with 4 of her allies, and here we go. They want Havos up top. He's got the Shadow Blade and Azure Detection on the Dire.
This is like watching a Cocker Spaniel run up to a Doberman and just say, "I got you, man." Here we go. Havos, he Shadow Bladed up. Aegis soon to be reclaimed. They have Sentry Wards, but Havos juking in the trees. He's got a TP. He's Quelling Blading through. Not TPing out yet. He'll dodge the gank, so nice movement by him. But again, Alliance aren't investing too much in that. They smoked, but Bulldog's farming. They always have relocates, so Loda's farming during this time. When they go for ganks, they don't have to invest as much as Na'Vi.
And even if those ganks fail, that's okay, because you know Na'Vi's constantly farming as 4 or 5, so they're definitely losing out in terms of, the charts are just not favoring Na'Vi right now.
Still, Na'Vi withstands the storm. They hold on to their tier 2 mid. The Aegis now expires, so they'll have a respite. But Nighttime number 2 is coming, and let me tell you, Night Stalker, it really is a nightmare playing against this guy when he's winning, because that second Nighttime lasts a whole lot longer than the first.
Also got 2,600 gold in Spank. Any guesses on what item he might have? I mean,
BKB would be the obvious choice, but I mean, a Basher is a possibility.
Even
Heaven's Halberd is a possibility. Yeah. Hell, a straight heart for S4 wouldn't surprise me too much.
Scepter is also not bad either.
On a map control, I think Ags and then get a gem is the single best build you can go for. And the reason for that is, for those who don't know, Night Stalker's ultimate Darkness, when he's got an Aghanim Scepter and it's, or when it's nighttime period, he gets flying vision around him. So if you have a gem, there is no way to ward the map. Everything will get dewarded.
being forced back. He's getting farmed, but his farm is coming very slowly. He is forced to go a beat. Needs a tank on the front line. Not exactly sure how much that is going to be effective.
Farmer too. Like there's a lot of physical damage on Alliance. I mean, Bulldog now, he's got his Shadow Blade up. He's working towards the site. Sure, he's got a BKB, but that's only the start. There's so much physical DPS from Alliance that he needs AC, and he might even need the start makings of his next item to live through that next team fight.
S4, he's roaming again by himself, but if he finds a good one, expecting a reload, expecting all the obvious kind of neutral one. But again, Na'Vi forced to rotate as 4 or 5. They're smoked up as well, and if that smoke breaks, they heroes near.
And I just want to point out that every time it's nighttime, Na'Vi are playing differently. When it's nighttime, they roam as a pack, they don't farm on their own, they're playing more defensively, and if they go for aggression, it's as 5. Whereas Alliance have that option, or they can just farm. So Na'Vi all grouped up farming one creep camp, while Alliance spread to the winds, farm the entire enemy jungle, also push the lane. They've got a mech now on EGM. He's level 11, he's not an easy kill, and I think we're going to see a tower trade. It's a tier 2 for Alliance, a tier 1 for Na'Vi. Taking this tier 2 for Alliance, the Roshan control for Na'Vi, already weak on the Radiant, gets a lot weaker.
In fact, Alliance could even defend their tier 1 up top because all they have to do is TP S4 in, and then just relocate, and then...
And already he's TPing. They're going to defend, and they're going to take the tier 2 bottom, and Na'Vi either back or they might just get wiped.
They have to back now. Like, they don't see Night Stalker on the bot lane.
There is an Observer Ward here, but S4 is so far back that even if they want to go on him, there's just no way.
But they see S4, right? So they just have to back. They can't even take that tier 1 tower as 5 players. That is how far Na'Vi's behind.
Yeah, again, it's one of those games where if you don't know how Wisp and Prophet work, you look at it and you just think, why are Na'Vi afraid of one hero? But it's not one, it's really their entire team. Between Relocate, the Prophet TP, suddenly it's 4, one more TP's in, it's your entire squad. Now the tier 2 falls bottom, they defend their tier 1, they take a tier 2, it's been all Alliance all the way since about the 6-minute mark, 20 minutes in, leaving 12-2, striking back in game 4, and well on their way to forcing a decisive game 5.
That just speaks to the power of one single engagement. Normally we think, oh, early game engagement, you lose a fight, you have a lot of time to make a comeback, you only lose like your outer tower, but it was a 1-0 start in favor of Na'Vi. In fact, first blood against S4 in the mid. Suddenly, after a 5-man wipe, game just changed, right? Now Na'Vi have to play defensively.
Uproot you.
Yeah, just look at where their heroes are. They're usually at the base. If they're leaving the base, it's S5. Alliance, they can farm, they can split push, they can gank, or they can do this. 30 seconds before Roche is up, say, we're not going to wait for the Roche. We're going to force the fight mid now. Glyph is up for Na'Vi. They've got a blink on Dendi. They've got Kuroki with his level 7. So Puppey has Fiend's Grip. They've got the makings of a team fight, but is it really enough? Tough to say.
Yeah, Loda's got a BKB. S4's got his BKB being delivered, and with these two on the front line dishing out a ton of damage.
You can't go on these guys and you can't ignore them. Rock in a hard place right now. Na'Vi caught between them. BKB now complete. Alliance really forcing this mid fight. The Roche, they'll go back for it. Once this tier 2 falls, the way lies open, and it will be denied. Great play by Dendi, but I mean the bigger thing is the tier 2's now down mid. He's got a BKB. There's actually no way to cancel it. So if he just TP's out in time, he should be okay.
Oh, Shadow Blade. He's got a BKB. He's got a TP right now. He did not. Oh, the right clicks. Oh God. Oh God.
Yeah, not popping Chemical Rage. The extra HP and regen. It almost cost it, and that's what I'm talking about. That physical damage. Right. You can see it right there.
That was too close for comfort.
Scary. That's what S4 not having any big damage item. Just Armlet, which is big, but he hasn't gone for like the pure damage item that comes next. Be it the Basher, the Abyssal Blade, the Desolator, I mean, whatever he wants to go for. Then he really packs a punch. And into the Roche Pit the Alliance go. Eagle Horn up on Loda. Feeling like an Alliance tempo. Feeling like an Alliance game. Not over just yet, but this Aegis, it's big, and they're about to get it.
Na'Vi knows they can't really do anything about the Roshan.
But I don't think they can push either.
Aki just TP's in, and if you see Aki, or they do see it, can't push. A single like Crystal Maiden is defending against 4.
Crystal Maiden is scaring off all these.
Obviously it's a relocate, it's the follow-up TPs.
Right, but at face value, it's Ake scaring off the entirety of Na'Vi. Roshan will fall. Aegis on the Loda, and now Alliance one big step closer to taking this game. So if you're Alliance, you're close, you have your BKBs, Butterfly's coming soon on Loda. Do you just sit back and farm? You force the fights now. How much more do you think they want to wait?
A lot of it is being dictated by the Nightfall. I mean, generally don't say something like that in a lot of professional games, but you have Night Stalker, so you definitely need to plan something around that. And obviously, you have to kind of intertwine with your Aegis timing as well. I think they have enough items to go right now, because if you look at Na'Vi, sure they have decent team fight with a, let's say, good Alchemist stun, with a Puck Dream Coil. With so many BKBs available on Alliance, they don't really have to be afraid of anything. They could just charge right in.
Yeah, Firefly just used Alliance. If they wait this out, S4, or rather Funnick, is going to have a hard time getting into the fight. We'll see if they actually commit. S4 onto the high guard he goes, toggling the armlet. Now he turns it off. No leap yet. Funnick, Firefly will soon fall. He has managed to delay the creep wave, but Alliance will just wait it out. They haven't even brought Bulldog to the fight. Ultimate Orb up, now he'll TP in. Could pressure bottom. He's pressuring top though. He's looking to force this. I think Alliance, if they just get a buyback out from Na'Vi, you just back off and you keep on farming.
Well, the one thing that they have to be careful about is Funnick. If Funnick gets a Blink, Lasso, and then Force Staff, there is
There
no
you go.
way.
Pavo's coming in. Alliance, they don't have a gem. Actually, they do have a gem on EGM. S4 just doesn't care. He gets stunned and he keeps on rolling. There's no glyph. This tower's falling soon. Kuroki, something stolen. There's a blink.
Force that backwards. You gotta kill EGM quick, and they will not. The mech coming out, the call down comes out. Pavo's trying to right click, but he just does not do any damage. S4 melting.
Double kill for Loda. 3 on the deck. Pavos not gonna win this fight. Not against Alliance. Their full might unveiled. They take 4. They only lose 1. This is Rex. This might well be game. 16-4. 25 minutes in. Na'Vi getting smashed.
They lost to Crystal Maiden, they lost to Wiz. Wiz popped back and relocated back in the fight, but immediate Rex. In fact, Dendy trying to make some play. Dreamco used Lotus dropping low, but lifesteal and armor, as well as HP from BKB says, no problem.
Yeah, that was a really nice play by Denny, because if you can at least pop the Aegis there, it's a pretty safe play. He's going to be able to jump out, but not able to do it. So the top Rex will fall. Ranged and melee. Alliance are really on a roll. They're feeling hot.
Na'Vi, I'm not exactly sure how they're going to make it back, but it's got to come through from dying these team fights, and not picking up any kills is an issue. In fact, in that most of the team fight, he tried to focus on the Ake. The Crystal Maiden could not get the kill. And by the way, Crystal Maiden's going for a BKB. And when she gets a BKB, I'm going to lose it. You're going to see some fireworks.
I mean, actually, they did kill her there, but it took so
that's
long.
right.
It's
Yeah.
just like, is it really worth it? Probably not. S4 in the front lines. He's got the gem now. BKB on cooldown. He's got a haste as well. If Na'Vi got to run, they're screwed. They already are. But here we go. There's 3 minutes to go on this Aegis. Silence thrown out. Funnick jumping in. Does catch EGM. EGM, no buyback. If he gets caught, could be bad. Low. The mech's up. Puppy just gets smacked down. This puppy will fall. Dendy next. S4 out of control. And it looks like possibly the end. 3 dead. Double buyback from Na'Vi. Just giving too much ground here. Dendy leaping in, jumping out. Still no reward.
Got some chain stuns, they got some lift. He's trying to fight against everybody. Kuroki though can't tank enough. Lotus dropping low as well. That's a 2-man coil. They want Admiral Bulldog, but Lotus gonna get dropped.
They spent a lot to defend this. A lot of buybacks
Another
here.
buyback coming out here. Admiral Bulldog gonna get focused. Na'Vi's gonna make a successful
Oh
defense.
no! Loda's alive! Can they lock him down? They need a stun. Nothing there. He slept. They prep. And they wait. And they get the gem as well. If Na'Vi hold, now it becomes a big fight. But Havos falling fast. Not dead yet. There's no Fiend's Grip. Now Loda tries to run. Oh wow. I think they might actually do this. There's a Wisp relocate. Too late. Loda's dead. 21-9. Na'Vi hanging on for dear life. But Lumi, they spent a lot there.
Spent a lot, but it's definitely a ray of hope as Na'Vi wins. That is their first team fight they won in 27 minutes. So buyback be damned, they got to get something going their way. Let's quickly check out what they have made out of that team fight. Funnick up to about 1,600 gold. Puppy spending buybacks got nothing. Then he's picked up an enemy gem and has an ultimate orb. So if he ever picks up a hex, perhaps maybe we're gonna see some signs of life. Kuroki obviously has a support and also dying quite a bit. Not gonna have too many.
I think Alliance just got a bit overconfident there. Na'Vi didn't spend their buybacks right away, and they felt like we can just force this fight and win the game right now. You know, they're anxious to get to that game 5. They're anxious to have match point for themselves, and Na'Vi held their buybacks for a while, used them when they knew they could secure kills. Na'Vi played it really well, but for Alliance, they're normally such a patient team. I mean, you can tell. This is the grand finals, man. Everything's on the line.
Right. there is a gaping hole in the Alliance strategy, and Funnick has kind of exploited it twice, which is if he jumps in, lassos one, and force that backwards, there's no stopping it, right? There's really no real stuns that could actually stop that movement. He's been focusing on EGM every single time because he gives his team so much. He gives his team overcharge, which is 20% damage reduction. He gives them mech, he gives them a ton of healing. So Wisp is the person that you gotta focus, but at the same time, you have to have enough burst damage. He's been surviving these team fights. He's been meching, and once he gets his off his mech, you have wasted way too many nukes, you have wasted way too much right click. So the focus fire on EGM has to be perfect.
It's been great. Funnick's found a lot with minimal farm, with a hero that is a bit squishy at this point. His timing's been impeccable. Still though, Alliance, that next Roche is coming, and this next one's gonna matter a whole lot more. Because now Loda is one item away from being God in these fights. Once he gets Satanic, there's just no killing him. I mean, I just don't think they have the damage yet. Maybe if they lock him down before he BKBs, maybe if there's no Wisp relocate to save his life and turn around, but then you give him an Aegis and they gotta kill him twice, and that is very difficult.
And take back what I said about Flaming Lasso. That is not an option anymore because Admiral Bulldog's got a Cypher Vice. So he blinks in, you lasso the Wisp, yeah, he's gonna get hexed, and Bat's gonna get focused. And like you said, he's not tanky at this point, so Admiral Bulldog and the rest of Alliance is just closing the gap, and I don't know where Navi's gonna find some wiggle room, but they need to find something.
I think we're going to see them just settle down, maybe go for relocate gank, but if there's no easy, safe kills, they'll just farm until the next Roche. They've got the positional advantage for it. They have a lane of Rex down. You can see that right now they see most of the map. Navi sees maybe a quarter of it or so, and a lot of their jungle is completely dark. Alliance, map control solid. Roche should be advantage to you, and with the BKB on Loda, it's hard to actually go in on him. If you go in with Bat, like you said, you just get scythed up. Alliance, patience from them. Now, a BKB coming for Ake, and we've seen him have some amazing freezing fields, so don't be surprised if Ake is the secret MVP in the next team fight.
Expecting 3 cheers for Ake once he picks up the BKB, because we don't see BKB Crystal Maiden a lot in pro game.
It's a rare treat.
Yeah.
And the thing is, you cannot blow Fiend's Grip or Lasso on Ake in a team, not in a team fight. If you find a pickoff, that's fine, but if you blow that on him in a team fight, that means that the Night Stalker, the Prophet, the Gyro, the real damage dealers, or usually the real damage dealers, are just going nuts.
So very, very huge item pickup here. Assault Cuirass really allows Alchemist to tank at least respectably up in the front line. Still can't really deal. Clicks coming out eventually from the Admiral Bulldog, and definitely now from. Once he gets his Basher, or maybe he should go MK at this point. Whatever item he goes next, it's going to help him to stay in the front line and start killing EGM, because I imagine the Bat Rider Initiate will still go to him.
I'm really curious to see what S4's next item is. He's up to 3,000 gold, and there's a lot of different ways to take Night Stalker. If you want to go for more of a carry build, then you can go Assault Caress, you can go Basher. Desolator is a decent, but I think something that helps him tank and dish out damage is probably ideal here, since Navi are going to go on him if they can. So
something like a Heaven's Halberd. You're dealing with a one. Yeah, there you go.
That's 3 cheers and then some for Ake. Give the Crystal Maiden a big BKB. The little Crystal Maiden that could. Here we go.
Back to the good stuff, right? I mean, what about something like Heaven's Halberd? Because you're dealing with a 1-row carry lineup,
He's got BKB though, so
sure.
Disarm not going to help you
against
against
him. All right, forget the. I know you got BKB. I will raise you with the Basher.
I think this is the better choice because there's no evasion on Havost right now. All they really need is 1 bash in the team fight. And Havost, if he dies, I'm sure you can buy back, but you're probably buying back without Chemical Rage. You're buying back when your team's on the run. Fight's going to fall apart. So you get the Basher, you pray for 1 good bash, and that could very well be all she wrote. I just want to point out that Navi have actually managed to stem the dipping on the gold graph. It's a close to a 20k gold lead, but it's not getting worse for them. It's plateaued a bit. Perhaps the makings of an epic comeback. If they come on to win this game.
What are your thoughts on that one? Well, no.
There's a lot ahead of them. They've probably got to win 2 or 3 good team fights, but this is a lineup that can really scale. Dendi could get his Scythe Device, Havost can get his Super Basher, his Abyssal Blade, your Rubik for Krogi, Blink Dagger, Force that. If they do win fights, they've got a lot of room to grow. It's not like they're running out of options in terms of late game.
The reason that way we don't see the graph dipping as much is because, first of all, Alliance is really taking over the enemy jungle just yet, so Navi is still finding some tiny bit of farm there. Other thing to talk about is that top lane, the fact that this is Rax, we see 20 gold creeps being pushed towards Navi's side, and that's.
They're really not 20 gold creeps because you have Greevil's
Exactly, so that's keeping him up as well. And you got to keep in mind, Alliance is never going to see this particular creep because other side are bigger, so always going towards Navi's side. I mean, this is like digging deep, but Navi Bongo has the advantage in terms of farm because of losing a Rex up top.
In theory, we'll see though. With the next Aegis, with Wisp relocates, I mean, you're still looking at a lot of heroes who don't have much. And now Roshan will fall. Navi never intended to contest, and this is already Aegis and Cheese. Give it to Alliance. They're close. They need one good push, one good fight. If they take 2 lanes of Rax, Navi pretty much out of this game.
Yeah, right now Navi simply just do not have enough damage output. In fact, everybody from Alliance could just like right-click with their BKBs on, and they probably would just straight up out-damage Navi. And yeah, that's the tactics they do. They will glyph and they will TP for this Rex. Havols, you need to get the hell out of there.
Gets the tower, now can he get out? Relocate comes, he's got a BKB. They head the wrong way, they're not gonna find him. Great juke by Havost. He takes a tier 1 top and keeps his team alive. He's also, by the way, got a Demon Edge. Are we looking at MKB here?
No, there's a butterfly up, so...
Should be MKB. We can always pray for a rapier,
Sorry, I thought you meant Divine.
We can always pray for one, but not gonna happen.
They do
lane,
see...
mid lane, Havost. He shadow bladed up. It's not gonna wear off too soon. Oh, they knew.
How did they saw me? Like, how did they know that he was there?
Oh, they thought he was close. Uh-oh. Ake's got a DD. And the thing is, he's got an Aegis. BKB does remove the double damage, but he doesn't need to use it.
BKB. It's go time.
Okay, yeah, they're going down mid now. Navi, they're going to have to really force this. If they don't, Rex is down.
How do you stop Loda?
They don't have buybacks, by the way, just the Batrider buyback for Funnick. So maybe he jumps in, dies to slow this down, and then buys back, but we'll have to see. Here comes Loda. He's going to start chipping away. He's very hard to deal with the Rax, the tier 3, all in jeopardy as the tier 3 melts. Still, there's Cheese on S4. Can they really bring him from 0 to none? If not, he's got 2 lives. Loda's got 2 lives. Bulldog's got buybacks, so give him 8 heroes in this push. And now, well, a leap away by our bat. Funnick not ready to go. They lift S4. Very hard to go on him. Remember, he's got Cheese. And still Alliance standing strong. The glyph's been used. The tower's about to fall. They nuke and then silence Funnick. Now the tier 3's down. Funnick out of this fight for quite a few seconds. The tier 2, the Rax is gonna fall. Loda's taking it. Now Havost, backstab on Bulldog. He's gonna drop. On to Funnick, last way up Loda, but Loda is still alive. He's still got a Satanic. Havost is hexed, and Havost will fall.
S4 and the rest of the team triple buyback coming up from now. Quad buyback. They need to make something of this happen. Dandy finds a 2-man coil and they can go right in Funnick. Oh, he silenced
There's
up.
a relocate here. Loda still got BKB. Bulldog will fall though. I think low. Not dead yet. Havost buyback into death again. And S4, he's gonna chase. Another dead. Alliance, the Swedish monsters. They force a game 5.
Credit to Havost making something out of nothing because that backstab took Alliance out of their comfort zone. Was able to get a ton of done in that team fight, but they were just out-itemed. They were outgunned.
Way too far behind. If it was close, that could have made the difference, but Alliance, give it to them. They went for a Night Stalker mid. They pulled something out of the hat and they crushed virtually from start to finish.
This is the first time in TI history that we're going to a game 5. And
is it really? Wow.
I think so.
I believe you're right. And on that note, over $2 million hang on one more game. We'll throw it back to James and the analysts. It's close. Hang on one more game. We'll throw it back to James and the analysts. It's close.
What a great game for their Alliance, coming out strong and really putting some good focus on their support players and getting it ahead early with the Night Stalker. And of course now we will be going to a final match. Pretty amazing stuff. What did you make of it?
I will actually be handing in my resignation after this, because I did not think they could come through with those picks against what lineup Navi had.
Really?
I was sitting here thinking, wow, Navi really got a dream of a lineup. And Alliance, when they picked that Night Stalker, I was so torn on it. I was like, they need a gank a lot, but it's not going to happen. I thought their last hope was picking a Magnus now that they banned out the clockwork, but they made it work, and they made it work big time.
Yeah, I was very surprised that they could come back. I think, didn't S4 get first blood, and then they...
Well,
I don't,
okay, yeah, go on. Yeah, he did. S4 got first blood versus the Night Stalker. That's right. But like, I just think that Okay. No, I just think like S4 in terms of shutting him down early, like wasn't the big deal of the early stages. Sorry. Go on. Continue.
Jacob and I are still confused.
You're confused. What did I do?
Nothing. Continue.
Oh no, I just said S4 got the first blood against Night Stalker. Yeah. Sorry. S4 didn't kill himself.
Yeah,
He's not
generally,
into
Night
that.
Stalker, if you get behind, and especially after first night, it's just over.
Yeah.
Like, it's such a risky hero to pick, and I didn't think that they would utilize it, especially against this powerhouse lineup that Na'Vi showed.
I think this is one of the first times we can actually say high risk, high reward in this tournament, because that's exactly what that pick was about. Getting the Night Stalker, they had to do everything in their power to just gank and keep Na'Vi contained, and they did exactly that.
Okay, I know you're a great commentator and all, but let me interrupt you right here.
Okay, here we go.
Night Stalker versus Puck is actually very, very favored to the Night Stalker mid, to the point where if you go all the way to the past and you look at the last 20 games where Night Stalker faced Puck, the Night Stalker won 18 of those 20 games. The reason why, I mean, it's very easy to say, Puck has phase shift, but that does nothing against the Night Stalker. The void still goes through because you can't phase shift something that's instant, and the silence is kind of the same. Whether to say if it's only because of that mid matchup that you win games, I'm inclined to say there's a big chance that it kind of is, because Puck is one of those heroes that needs to get something out of the beginning of the game. And Night Stalker, as he did in this game, denied him so much that it became so hard for the rest of the team to catch up. Without Dandy playing, Na'Vi is not the same team. And I think the Night Stalker pick was brilliant. And it's the first time it was picked this tournament as well.
That's a great analysis by the stats man. He completely stumped me on that as well. As I said earlier, my resignation. Here you go, Val.
Well, I actually think a lot of what Alliance did in the early stages of the game was crucial to their victory, which was they put a very kind of greedy role onto their supports. Think of it this way, right? I don't think Puck and Batrider needed to be played together, because as soon as you pick those two heroes, if you're going to put the Batrider in jungle, it basically means that your safe lane farming gyrocopter is essentially going to be as strong as the Alchemist when it gets level 6, because the ultimate's so good. It's going to be maybe a little bit behind in gold, but let's put it on the other emphasis. EGM playing the Wisp is going to be able to pull every single wave and get gold. He actually got a mech and an urn as his first 2 core items, but the Crystal Maiden, Ake, is going to be able to jungle. Now, he jungled, and I've been telling people that
I knew it was coming. I just knew this was coming.
But it's so right. He's right. I believe in you, James.
It's so good because the Crystal Maiden jungle just got him the levels that he needed, it got him the gold that he needed, and it also meant that the Alchemist, which is a very scary factor because you're not going to have a Blink Dagger so quickly on your Puck when he's up against a Night Stalker. You will necessarily on your Batrider, but you won't see him for a little bit. It means that the team fights, the support stand up. The Wisp is going to get levels, like they were about a level and a half higher than any other supports really early on. By about level 5, the supports from Na'Vi were level about 3. And, you know, Ake, I'm a Crystal Maiden specialist in jungling. He didn't actually jungle that efficiently. He could have actually done it a little bit better, but it was really effective because when it came to those team fights, the supports were awesome.
And that's exactly what seems to put Alliance ahead of every other team in the tournament, that they're so good at optimizing and utilizing their supports. Efficiency, exactly.
And so that's why I wasn't really worried when the Night Stalker got ganked middle once, because as soon as it gets nighttime and you've got 2 supports that can back you up in terms of team fights with a gyrocopter that's easily going to hit level 6 and a Nature's Prophet that can TP in, you're so dangerous. The Bane and the Rubik do not stand up to a Wisp who had decent levels over the other supports, and a Crystal Maiden. She's so dangerous when she gets early levels compared to other supports, and even dangerous to the Alchemist. He went for the 1-3-1 build, so the Alchemist was, frozen. Frostbite.
I want to ask you something, James. We know Alliance won, and they won pretty convincingly. But I was watching the game with you, and there was this moment at one fight when Alliance was pushing the mid lane, where you had something to say about it.
Well, yeah, Alliance got pretty cocky going into this fight. EGM does a great job pulling Havost off, and you can see everyone's like dead. But S4, he wants to chase Havost, and then he's like, his team's not with him. They could actually just be hitting on mid-racks, and they should have bailed on this fight a long time ago. Or all of them actually chased Havost to the right-hand side and got the kill and moved away from the base. But the fact is, the buybacks and the positioning of where they were, it actually was Na'Vi's big chance to come back in, because after that team fight, they were able to get crucial items like just an ultimate orb and start going into, you know, finishing a Cypher Vice. That could have been a big slip up from Alliance. The fact that they weren't disciplined enough in that one team fight. They had racks down. After they killed everybody apart from Hervost, they had a choice. Take the racks, kill Hervost. They did neither, and they stood too near the tier 3 towers, and Na'Vi could have come back in that game. And I actually think if they didn't have the Batrider and picked up a bounty on an offlane, they would have been able to do a lot more, because that would have forced the CM out of the jungle and also EGM to play on the lane, which would have bought more time for your Alchemist and given your mid an easier time.
Yeah,
so
you can't pass up Batrider, though.
Yeah, huh?
You can't pass up Batrider, though.
Yeah, well, maybe then take the Batrider, but not the puck. I don't think they needed both.
That's true.
Batrider and Bounty, Batrider and Clinks, for me, would have been really nice, because Alliance took advantage of it. They got their supports fat, and it was brilliant.
Yeah, I agree. So Alliance, have they been dire this whole entire time? I feel like this Roshan advantage for them is playing a pretty big factor into this. I know Na'Vi favors Radiant.
The way it works is that it alternates the team who has selection priority, and selection priority means that you can pick either the side or if you got first pick or second pick. Both Alliance and Na'Vi seem to favor side over who gets first pick or second pick. So that's why we normally see them playing the side they actually desire to play.
I think this is like the 15th time in the tournament that Na'Vi is actually playing Radiant.
Yeah.
I also think that Wisp has won every game.
Yeah,
in the grand final
that's
so far.
something
MVP
really interesting.
Wisp.
Wisp has been in every single game so far, and we're going to see some clips from game 1 to 5, to 4 or 5. I can't see the future without my crystal ball, but Wisp was everywhere. Every time there was a Wisp there, that meant the ganks were there, the rotation, the map control, and how important is to have map control when you have teams like Na'Vi and Alliance that when you give them just a little bit, they get ahead and ahead.
Yeah, Wisp went 0-2 yesterday, but how did Alliance deal with it so much better yesterday than today? I think it's mostly because they had Naga Siren in both the games, but what do you guys think?
Well, I definitely agree. Wisp just seems to be in a completely different setup today. What was wrong with Na'Vi's lineup yesterday when they had Wisp was there was no real synergy to be found. They had some iffy kind of lineups with it, and nothing we regularly see with Wisp. But this time around, they have Nature's Prophet in some of the lineups to back it up with, or they have a Batrider to back it up with, and there just seems to be a lot more emphasis on the synergy with the Wisp pick, rather than just picking it because it's available.
Yeah, well, we'll see what they're going to do in game number 5. But before we go there, just want to say you guys have been great watching on Twitch TV. Hopefully everybody in the auditorium is awesome too, but that's not the only way you can watch. Apparently you can go down a pub with Pyrian flags.
Hey guys, this is Zoe and Pyrian. We're joined by TC and Syndran, and we're about to crash a pop stunt here in Seattle.
Let's do it!
All right, people are apparently in a good mood.
Alliances turn to ban.
But that was easy. All right, let's ask the people how they're enjoying themselves so far. How is the pop stomp going here in Seattle?
Alliances.
Pop stomp is incredible. Luna, I like your costume. You a big Dota fan?
Yes.
Everyone's excited. It's awesome.
Who are you rooting for? Who are you rooting for?
Navi. Yeah.
Who are you rooting for?
I'm actually going for Alliance, but don't tell anybody here.
Okay, this is a more quiet area. You guys chose a quiet area. How's it going over here?
Oh, it's going great. Alliance is winning. Woo!
Are you guys cheering for Alliance? All of you? All of you? So has there been any hostility between the Na'Vi and Alliance fans?
Yeah, not yet. Not yet.
Are you planning to make it escalate?
I'm not. We're heavily outnumbered here, so...
Oh, is that why you're sitting in the quiet area to not keep it?
Can you guys let me know who's cheering for Na'Vi? Okay, and who's cheering for Alliance?
5 seconds. Reserve time.
Okay, hey guys, can we get a USA cheer for Liquid? USA! There we go.
So I bought this monster. It looks super good, but we can't eat in the taxi, so I have to wait. Yeah, but everyone was in a really good mood, excited about the games, excited to meet us, so it was a cool experience. Everyone just seemed...
I'm going to finish this sentence and say awesome, because that's what it was. So, speaking of awesome, we're getting ready to go into our final match, and before we do, let's get the last predictions. Who's going to take it all? Who's going to be the champion here of the International, guys?
I'll go first. I think the King of the North is going to lead his team to victory, and Alliance is going to take the last game.
I think Alliance is going to win.
I'm going to go with Navi. The mystique of that team is incredible, and I think they can take it.
All right. I'm going to say that Na'Vi, if they get a Batrider and Alchemist, they need an offlaner. You do not need a Batrider.
Draft, James. That's not how it works.
And Alliance, pick a Shadow Demon. It's so good. And then if they both do that, it's a draw. And we go to another game.
You're not going to go with the better team's going to win?
Of course the better team's going to win, Ben. All right, let's send it back. The last time we're sending it back to the auditorium, to the tournament floor for a game. It's the final match between Na'Vi and Alliance. Winner will be taking home the championship. Best of luck to both teams, and enjoy the games.
Comes down to this. One more game. $2 million on the table. Winner. First place at the International. The aegis and the prestige of being the best Dota 2 team in the world. The loser, second place, and only 600,000. And here we go, Lumi. And it wouldn't be appropriate if we didn't have another Wisp.
Well, Wisp has 100% win rate in the grand finals. And Lions takes it. So by statistics, can we just go home, or are we?
If we were Bruno, we'd just say show's over, folks. But we're casters, we're gonna stick with it. So they get a Wisp. They actually, the reply from Na'Vi was identical this game. They pick up Bat, then they pick up Alk, same draft that we saw before. Alliance, the reply, same from them as well. They go for Profit. It has an eerie feeling about it. They're on the same sides. It's the same draft thus far. Will these paths diverge? I think they already have, actually.
I feel like we're watching a scrim. Like, you know how teams practice against each other and say, you know what, we want to practice one strategy, you want to practice other strategy, let's keep everything the same and let the play decide itself. But
hell of a scrim.
Hell of a scrim.
Hell of a friggin' scrim.
$1.4 million on the line.
First, and then $2 million total if you factor in second. It's a lot of money. But Na'Vi have already broken the mold. Last game, they went third pick Puck. This game, they go Rubik. And then the reply, Ake's Crystal Maiden. Now Na'Vi, in the last phase of the previous draft, Enigma was banned. Puppy could not get his hands on it. This time around, he will not be denied. He's got his Enigma.
Enigma pickup here on fourth is not a bad order to go about it, because Alliance has shown their support, so you know exactly what you get away with, whether he needs a BKB, whether he wants to go Blink. So Alliance need to pick up something that could actually pierce through a BKB. And I gotta say, S4 played the Beastmaster in game number 1 wasn't the best play because so much actually focused onto him, but why not? I think Beastmaster is a pickup here, but no, he wants to go with the Puck.
Oh, this is looking good, Lumi. On one side, we've got what looks to be a Dendi Bat, and on the other, we've got the S4 Puck. At long last, we're gonna get a real showdown in the mid lane. Two heroes that can snowball. Two heroes that can find early kills. Two of the best gankers in the game. Oh, get excited for this.
Right, so a couple of things real fast. Na'Vi need to pick up a little bit more burst damage. Last game, Alliance, you saw the Wisp surviving for quite a bit, even with the Flaming Lasso. So I think they need to get burst damage to actually pierce through the Wisp and kill him immediately. At the same time, Alliance for the last draft need to get some damage output, because if BKB ends up being on the Alchemist and on Enigma, there is just no damage output at all coming out from Alliance.
And Puck does not transition as well into a semi-carry role as a Night Stalker.
Now, Nature's Prophet does give you some damage, but he gets it much later.
There is an anti-mage in the pool here. We have seen a lot of teams in the past, when they really need a win, they turn to anti-mage. Gyro's been banned out. Loda doesn't normally play PL without a coddle. What are they going to pick for Loda?
Anti-mage, PA.
There is a CK, there's a Tiny, there's the classic Witch partners, but they don't farm that well, generally speaking. Tiny does eventually, but CK not so much.
Yeah, with the wide hero pool that Loda has, it's really, really hard to predict. Meanwhile, Na'Vi, of course, needing Funix hero, although it's not set just yet. Batrider was played by Funix last game, and maybe they pick up Dendy's. Wow!
Dendi!
Assassin!
Opa Dendi! We're gonna see a Dendi TA mid, and TA, by the way, does very well against Puck. This is a tough matchup. This is going to be hard for S4. That puts Funnick into the jungle as Bat, and now Alliance, their final chip on the table. It's all in on this Loda last pick. What's it gonna be?
I have no freaking clue. I have no freaking clue.
Loda, what's he thinking of here? Is it a Sven? Is it a Tiny? Is it a CK? Is it an anti-mage? They're showing his max kills, his max GPM. Can't go out. That's not an option. What's he gonna do?
Against Templar Assassin, of the heroes that you listed, Tiny's probably the best. But no, they're gonna go with Chaos Knight. So Wisp Chaos Knight for the final game of the International number 3. Both teams trying to go home with $1.4 million, and of course the lovely Aegis.
That one matters. To these players, in some ways, it may matter more than the money. Not that the money isn't nice, but they want to be known as the best. Not second best, not close, but the best. And to be the best, you gotta win this game. It's game 5 of a best of 5 Alliance versus Na'Vi. $2 million at stake. There's no more games to fall back on. There's no more second chances. You win or you finish second. And here we go. Tense. There's a palpable air in this crowd.
But he's just waiting ref. And I mean, obviously, they're just strategizing. We're going to see Dendi on the Templar Assassin. We're definitely going to see Puppey on the Enigma. Kuroki going to handle his world-famous Rubik. Bat Rider, it's going to go to Funnick. And last but not least, Havos. He's been playing Alchemist all day long, hasn't he?
Prepare for battle.
Yeah, he's been playing a lot of Alchemist. Of course, this is another game of Dota, right? It's still Dota in the end. $2 million on the table, but it's a very big game of Dota. Na'Vi, the International 1 champions, they've attended now 3 grand finals. Can they make a second championship theirs? Can they take another home? Havos the Alp, Funnick the Bat, Kuroki on the Rubik, Dendi the TA mid, and last but not least, Puppey on the Jungle Enigma. Our first ever Game 5 at the International. On the side of the Alliance, the Kings in the North, yet to lose a series at this tournament. They've lost a few games in a row here, but they battled back to force this game. S4 on his signature puck, EGM, the EO, the Wisp, Ake the Crystal Maiden, Loda on the Chaos Knight, and they're heading to the bottom lane. Last but not least, it's Admiral Bulldog expecting to go 1v1 against the Funnick Bat, starting with a magic stick, heading to the top lane.
So Loda and his team decides to go offensive trialing with the Wisp. Now Wisp generally considered very weak on the offensive trialing because he has 0 armor, but I think they're definitely on the offensive. And let's see if Havos, and of course with Kuroki's backup, whether he could handle it. Back in the mid lane, Dendi is going to have a little bit of assistance. Puppey will destroy the first creep with the mana conversion, and that should be a tiny kind of assistance there. And of course, he is going to be matched up against S4's puck. By the way, no polling here, so this is as true of a 1v1 as it possibly gets.
Nice work by Bulldog here, sends a trance to the top rune, will deny the creep, and meanwhile bottom lane, they're hunting Havost, but unable to pick him off. He's way off. So aggressive tri-lane, and the reason this really could work is because Na'Vi are running a jungle Enigma. So at best it's a dual lane bottom, and in fact it won't be a dual lane bottom. Kuroki's gone top.
Get a first split top. I don't think Admiral Bulldog was expecting this at all.
Yeah, this lane could get first blood, but really not until level 2, I feel. Let's see though. Maybe you can run him down with napalm.
If you get like 4 stacks on him, just with napalms and right clicks, it could do it. 1 stack.
There's not many stacks now. They're gonna have to really wait for this.
Stacks.
Well, Alliance, they didn't ward the pull camp. It seems like they want Na'Vi to go for the pulls, expecting Kuroki to be there and then kill him, but he's not. That vision. The Havost sitting back. Both teams, it's a tense moment. A first blood could very well decide this game. Such snowball-oriented lineups on both sides.
Lane here, Dendi dropping out a ton of harass with the side blades. Last hit, denies, and of course, a ton of harassment. Now S4.
This is a very hard matchup for Puck. TA is going to have the better damage as you level up the refraction, and ultimately S4 cannot kill a TA by himself unless he gets a big rune, and Dendi gets ganked, overextends hugely unless there's another hero in support. So Dendi's going to have an edge mid in the mid lane. That could be huge. They're trying to force this first blood top. It's not going to happen, though Kuroki in the end will back off. Bottom lane, Havost on the run, gets pulled into a tether.
Oh, no.
He's channeling a stun, but he's been locked in position. Dropping fast, not dead yet. Loda's low. Loda is gonna die.
Havos drops the first blood. Admiral Bulldog going for the kill right now. Tether to break the trees. Tango up here by Havos. He's got it.
EGM's low. Ake's low. Havos, is he really gonna do it? He might get two.
Going for the kill. Is he gonna get it? Havos gets the double kill. My God, Havos is simply too damn good.
1v4. He finds 2. He does fall, but man, Na'Vi, talk about a clutch play there. That is so huge. That could just win them the game. That one moment right there.
I'm shaking my head in disbelief.
They're tri-laning against an Alchemist. Alchemist is not good at the early levels. He's got 2 armor. He's got 700 HP. Just great juking. Now they're going again. Once more. They'll go for a boast. A 1-second stun. The luck not with them. Another TP.
Magic Stick, 4 charges. Can he get to the trees? He will. He's going to be saved.
He's going to live. They're still going for this. Bulldog tanking the tower.
Oh god, the jukes. So much jukes, but the tree's being destroyed. One more stun. He's still juking to the right side. Tower. EGM's low. Can you get the kill on EGM? Oh my god.
He's got
oh,
another
Acid
tether
Spray!
here.
Acid Spray gets the kill. Havos.
So they're quad laning bottom. Let's just call it what it is. It's a quad lane. That's 2 Bulldog TPs to the bottom lane. They have 4 heroes bottom, and he is leading 3-2. And meanwhile, Dendy's 1v1 mid. He's winning his lane handily, 11 and 10 already. And Funnick, free farm top lane. There's nobody here. Puppy, he's got the jungle to himself. He's just rubbing his palms together. Alliance is really shooting themselves in the foot, and Havost is putting them in a horrible position.
They gotta keep up the aggression right now. I mean, Hiroki is pretty much a free kill if you get that tether in. Before they don't find it. Meanwhile, Hopeful just picking him items after items. The boots and speed pickup, as well as the magic pickup after his death, was absolutely huge and allowed him to survive long enough so that tower could do the rest. But let's quickly check out the mid lane. You were saying that Dendy was leading quite a bit, and look at the CS difference, 15 and 13.
He's crushing this lane. He's got 14 denies against the ranged hero. Look at the level disparity already. Dendy versus the Puck. He's a full level ahead. He's halfway to 6. S4, not even halfway to 5. And once that, here we go.
One more time on the bot lane. Havos down to about half HP. Pops a magic wand quite early. Drops the stun. Needs to get a lift. There's a lift. Defensive toss back. And Na'Vi stays step once again.
Havos lives yet again. They keep on trying to find kills. When you run an aggressive tri-lane Wisp, when you run an aggressive tri-lane in general, you need to get those kills. They were up against nothing but an Alk. It felt like it should have been easy, but Havos just outplayed them. Absolutely outplayed them. And now Alliance, it's still close in terms of gold experience. It's not out of reach by any means, but this lineup really does rely on getting ahead, and they're behind. Na'Vi is looking so masterful right now.
You know when they're ahead, they definitely want to apply pressure, and the pressing question is, when is that pressure going to come? Is it going to come from Dendy? Is it going to come from Funnick? Or is it going to come from Enigma, from his pushes? As well, Jungle Havos says, all right, I had it all on the bot lane. I'm rotating. I'm ganking Havos?
He does have 2 CS. I guess that's the one good piece of news, but that's about it, Luby. And it's not a 4 protect 1. They have Dendy mid on TA. They have plenty of other damage. So they don't need Havos to be the hard carry. Simply dropping acid spray, throwing out stuns, Dendy can carry this game. He's going for the phase boots. He's got his magic wand coming soon. And with this kind of start, 26 and 17, they need to gank him. But their lineup isn't that good at ganking TA. The refraction charges are going to be a real pain for them to deal with.
Crystal Maiden's Frostbite, it's going to be their best spell to get that gank off, but she is so slow that if she makes a gank at TA kills her. So yeah, I think Alliance is definitely out of options. Now, we've seen Alliance in this position in the past where early game they struggle, but mid game they always come back, and it's going to be on the back of an S4 Puck. I have absolute confidence that we're going to see a lot more better fights out of S4.
He's losing his lane. He's 19 and 3. Dendy's 29 and 18.
Lane's overrated. S4's S4.
He is really losing his lane, though. This is going to be tough for him. Not yet level 6. Nowhere near a blink. He can't even get the runes because Havos is denying him at every corner. More things going Navi's way. Funnick, level 6 as well. He's got 900 gold. Once he gets a blink, you look at Alliance and let's look at these heroes. Ake, no Ogre Club for him, no Tranquil Boots, sitting with 500 HP. The Wisp, nothing.
Loda. They want Loda. Loda's gonna get lifted, he's gonna get tossed back. We're gonna see a stun to the face. Malefice on top as well. And Loda being left alone. 4 seconds stun, trying to get the kill. He's not gonna do it. Oh, Havos! Oh, nice pickoff by Alliance. Nice pickoff.
A pick up by them, but Loda dies as a Chaos Knight. This hero does not flash farm. This hero does not really catch up from farm. So dying there, a huge loss nonetheless. Havos falls, but Dendy's still farming. Funnick's still farming. Puppy still farming. And we're so used to when Alliance is winning, Loda gets off to a hot start and never looks back. He's being shut down right now. 30-8, but his net worth
Top lane, they
underwhelming.
want Funnick. Funnick gets relocated back here, and Funnick just melts to the pressure. Can he make
Not
it
yet.
out alive?
He's
Magic's no.
dead. Big kill for the Alliance. All of a sudden, EGM's level 5. He's close to level 6. That was an off-lane bat who was level 7. I mean, getting that, the gold is nice, but the experience, the big thing there.
Unfortunately, he did not have a magic stick or a point into his flame break, so he basically had no defense mechanism against that.
Going in on S4. He's not killing him, but again, continue to zone him off the lane. Winning in terms of farm. He's prepping with the traps. S4, got to be careful here.
Have we ever seen S4 be this pressure in a true 1v1? There's no polling, there's no ganks. It's just standing straight up 1v1ing and outplaying S4.
It's the matchup.
Yeah.
I mean, TA really does crush Puck 1v1. You have no way to remove refraction. You don't have as much damage as the TA, and he's not getting ganked. So without that, I mean, they'll need the Wisp, they'll need the Prophet to get involved to catch up.
Out trying to push the lane back. Then he's going to blind check top here. Hopefully he finds himself a rune, and it's going to be a bot lane. Of course, Puppy's already on top of that.
Oh, watch out. Puppy's on the hunt.
Traps.
There's a lot of traps here. S4 heading down the river. He gets Malphus done. Black hole as well! And S4 will fall. Another kill for Na'Vi.
Oh my goodness, every single lane being decimated by Na'Vi. Are we going to see a two-time champion?
It's a little early yet, Lumi. It's close, though. Leading in terms of gold, leading in terms of experience. Alliance will need to dig deep here. It's a triple gauntlet build from EGM. Pure tank. He wants to live through the burst. He knows it's coming. And now with Black Hole down, they do have Phantasm here on Loda. They will have Relocate soon. Alliance, they'll need to rely on ganks to get back in this game, because when it comes to farm, Havost, he'll get Greevil's Greed very soon, I imagine, and he'll start catching up. The rest of them are out farming Alliance right now.
We have seen how Alliance snowballs. They were behind before. Keep in mind, last game, after one 5-man wipe, they just win the game off that. So Alliance definitely very much so still in the game. EGM gotta get to level 6 though, so he needs to turn back to the jungle with the Crystal Maiden, and hit that 6.
First tower for the Alliance falls top. The tier 1 is down, and now they can go back, continue to pull, get that Wisp a level 6, and go for some ganks. They'll have a Bulldog Midas, so that tower pretty important in that regard. Still though, it does feel like Na'Vi were very comfortable giving that up. Did not force the defense. They're waiting on some next items. Funnick, his Blink Dagger coming soon. Puppy, Mech not too far off. He's about 1,200 gold away. Dendi, close to his next item. And I think this is a BKB game to me. We'll see what Denny wants to go for, but here we go. Relocate on Havost, trapped in position. This time, does he get out? Not that easy. Alliance strikes back with a vengeance, 5-5, and a much-needed kill. They continue to shut the South down.
Momentary lapse in Havost's judgment. Does not see Havost turn level 6, and that was an instant game.
EGM just hit level 6 there. Very quick relocate. Now we'll go for an Urn. And hey, Loda, no time wasted in farming. Chaos Knight's not a great farmer, but when you have Wisp, you spend less time on the ganks.
When you're participating in those kills and you get those kills, yeah, it helps you farm quite a bit. Meanwhile, Kuroki's level 6 as well, so we saw a game where last time he did not get anything done because he was getting paid off. This game, he's got a quick level 6, and what are some of the good spells that he can steal this game?
I think that's the biggest thing to point out is, sure, Havost is getting shut down, but to me, Na'Vi and Alliance both are winning when their supports have the hot start. And right now, Puppy's level 8, Kuroki's level 6, they're both having a hot start. I think after the Arcane Moods, well, Kuroki, maybe just tank up a little bit, get your Magic Wand, work towards your Blink Dagger. Puppy will go Mech, and once they get that next level of items, finding pickoffs gets really easy for
I mean, Kuroki could tank up or he could get a Blink, and I'm more leaning towards a Blink.
He's got a lot of options here. He'll wait, he'll bide his time. There are other heroes to initiate as well. There's Funnick to jump in first. There's nothing that big to steal in Alliance, maybe Dreamcoil or Silence, but I think the big thing is just to stay alive and find a good jump. 5 heroes mid for Na'Vi. They love to fight early. They love to fight constantly, and they're hunting S4. There's a Blake, a lasso as well. Locked in place, and just look at him melt!
Oh, Aki, you're in the wrong neighborhood. One more trap's gonna be a Malphus on top. They're backing off because there's a huge backstab from Loda. Oh, EGM's gonna get, oh, there's the kill. And now Loda in huge trouble. Can they have traps? Can they have stun? Meanwhile, Loda somehow finds a double kill. The stun comes out. Aki,
Ake,
couple
back
more
into
hits.
the fight.
With the 2-second stun, Ake's still alive. Kuroki on the backline, trying to get the right glow. The zap from Kuroki. They're not done just yet. Then he's trying to get the Mel Strike. He finds it. Kuroki
Dendy! Out of his mind right now. In comes S4. There's a stun from Avos with his dying wishes. Dendy, though, will fall. And immediately the Alliance replies. But they do buy back on Loda. A costly defense for them.
Oh my goodness, I thought he was gonna Metal Strike dodge that stun, but of course there was a Sentry Ward down, so Alliance getting some critical kills. Tier 1 tower under siege right now. Funnick will shift Q on the blink, but they are not done defending this.
No lasso here, the orb was stolen.
Kuroki!
What a play! He's caught S4! S4 orbing out, still alive. Even better, he replies. Still standing strong. Funnick, one more hit. Not enough. He will not die. 2 dead for Na'Vi. And S4 is really playing with fire here. How does he live? How does he live?
All these frequent team fights, very, very hard to judge who's actually ahead. If you want to take a stab at it, LD?
So close. I don't think there's a clear advantage. It comes down to the next level of fights. It comes down to the next items. Dead even, both teams going blow for blow. Who's going to win the bigger fights, though? I think the one thing to consider, Na'Vi, very close to key items. Mech on Puppey coming very soon. They've got Black Hole. We didn't see it in that last fight. And then you look at some of these other heroes. Havost is very poor, but Dendy's working towards a BKB. So looking at the items for Na'Vi, I'd say they've got the items to fight now. Whereas Alliance, they're more focused on farming, and the items that they need are going to take longer. You have a lot of gold on Bulldog, and it's going into a Shadow Blade. So if Na'Vi continue to fight with those items, they're ahead. If they don't, then Alliance could easily come back.
And like you said, Na'Vi definitely looking to fight right now, because once the mech is up on Puppey, we saw how close that team fight was in the mid. The mech, that is a 250 HP heal, that's a ton of armor per activation, so I think Na'Vi can take an engagement. They gotta focus down on this tier 1 tower though, because that will open their gank path by quite a bit.
There's your mech on Puppey. That's a big item to pick up. He's actually your lead farmer in terms of CS. Of course, net worth won't be going his way. A lot of them are jungle creeps, but here we go. Havost in the front lines. I don't even need to say that. He's always in the front lines.
Shouldn't be leading the front line because there's no stun on him.
Can't really get the jump. Ideally, it's Funnick, so Smoke ain't gonna fail. That's 5 heroes wasting their time. Meanwhile, Aki and S4. Puppey's gonna find a mid, but is it Puppey who gets caught or Bin? But S4 just walked into a gank party. Here's your relocate. Here we go.
Black Hole still ready to go. The Kuroki's dropping low. Oh my god, hit so hard. Avos trying to find a kill. Meanwhile, Dendy trying to focus on S4. S4 dies again. The relocate goes back out. Loda says, where's my bus home? Where's the bus? Because Dendy is dropping big Mel strikes.
And Na'Vi are pulling away with this game. Bulldog caught. Bulldog will fall. Triple kill for Dendy.
Dendy looking for more. He got Mel Strike Funnick. Oh, want to tether away by EGM, but the trap will hit. No, he will not. EGM will survive.
If Na'Vi win this game, they will be the first team in the history of Dota 2 to win 2 internationals. There's only been 2 winners. Na'Vi could be the team that takes 2 in a row. Well, not 2 in a row, but 2 total. It's looking closer and closer. They're starting to snowball. They've got more pickoff potential. Alliance, they desperately need their next items. Loda's BKB, the blink for S4, the buyback crushing him. And you look at the gold earned, forget this, because with the buybacks, it's a lot worse. With the heroes they have, they need more gold. Alliance, the giants from the north, from Sweden, are in a lot of trouble.
Because Loda, like you said earlier, really used to having a ton of farm. He's on a hero that can't farm that well. But picking out Loda, they're saying, man, he's only got a drums. He really needs his BKB as soon as possible.
Meanwhile, Dendy's got one. There's nothing to stop him. There is not a single ability that can hold him in place. They can slow him down. If he gets off the BKB, all Alliance can do is head for the hills. That is it.
The only thing they have, and this is kind of like a really stretching out there, as a ground targeted Sprout. If you could Sprout Dendy within the BKB, doesn't have anything like a blink to get up. Now with that said, you have things like Midnight Pulse, you have things like Firefly, those will easily break the tree, so I don't count on that one being effective against them.
With a BKB, he doesn't have to fight now. He can continue to farm. And Na'Vi are going to push the bottom lane. The tier 1 bottom trying to trade for the tier 2 top. But Alliance, normally on top of these trades, seems like they're going to be on the losing side. Na'Vi, tier 1 will fall. And if they want to defend top, they most likely can. The tier 1 falls. Na'Vi inching closer. Inching closer. Not there yet. No relocates. But we'll see. There's always the threat, right, of Alliance having a big relocate gank, picking Na'Vi off 1 by 1, and rolling from there. So Na'Vi are doing the right thing. Not overextending, not forcing it.
playing keep ahead. They're not afraid to fight, but they'll take their fights selectively.
Maybe angling for Sean Snipe here, but
Oh, Denny's already on the ball. Traps at the pit. You ain't gonna pull a fast one on him.
about having Alliance having the ability to gank, I really think they need to reserve their relocate and do counter ganks because Navi's definitely quite far ahead. Perhaps they will be a little bit over aggressive, and if you have a good relocate on top, you could take advantage of Navi's over aggression, but that predicates on Navi making mistakes, and so far they're looking pretty good.
Other tower falls. The Alliance, they just kept on rolling in game 4. But now it's Na'Vi who take yet another tower, feeling confident to force fights. When you're up against a superior 5-man, you normally want to gank or split push, but Alliance not going for the ganks, not really split pushing that quickly yet. Bulldog working towards a Shadow Blade, but will he be able to get them creeps going their way? Loda wants to go bottom. And all of a sudden, that Havos that had 2 creeps at like 8 minutes, look at him now. He's got a Shadow Blade, only 1 point in Greeble's Greed. He's catching up. Alk, one of the best in the business for that.
And you continue to farm on the top lane, 1,300 gold in the bank. I imagine it's gotta be a Blink Dagger, one of Dendy's favorite items, and to be honest, a really, really good item in this game. If you could blink on the back line and focus on EGM or focus on Aki, they just melt in like 2 hits.
Dendy can go in 1v5 and make this with the BKB and Blink and make this a 5v3 instantly by himself. They actually can't kill him before he does it. And here we go. Alliance going for Roche, but they're gonna back off. It's very tense here. A terrible fight at Roche is probably GG for Na'Vi. Alliance are not ready to take that risk yet. So much at stake for these teams. So much in Na'Vi. They might even go for it. Remember, they've got Acid Spray Max, they've got Meld, and they've got the Vision superiority with Firefly. So I think Na'Vi can just take this. Alliance are going to have to fight. No Blink on S4, no Aegis shenanigans easily available. It comes down to a relocate gank. It comes down to Vision. Will they get it? Trance into the pit. Na'Vi bringing down Roche fast. S4 prepping to jump. Firefly's there from Funnick. Not going to let him go in easy. Relocate's there. Black Hole!
Loda gets caught here. Where's the physical damage? There's nothing. The Black Hole gets canceled. Where is Dendy? Puppy's dropping low. Puppy's dead, but S4 is dead now. 2-man sprawl on top. Loda still whacking everybody away.
Dendy is still alive. They can't stop him. EGM in a whole world of trouble. He's gonna live, but the way lies open. Bulldog TP's in.
KTP with buyback. CK's here. Dendy, get out of there.
He wants to fight. He wants to fight.
There's no detection. There's no detection. Oh no!
Yeah, no, he came by his lonesome.
Trying to get out to the left, but the sun's gonna hit. And my God, he
Jams
explodes.
it in. Blows him up, and now Roshan. How do they fight it? They've used so much to contest this Roche. The buyback on Wisp, the buyback on CK. Now Funnick wants to go again. Firefly's up. Loda, EGM. If they die again, they've got no buyback. Dendy muscling forward. Will it matter though? Dendy's here, and Dendy is ready to fight. Roche dropping fast. He's not in the pit. Alliance heading on.
Ake trying to do something here. Vol's dropping low. Ake's gonna drop as well. And Dendy, he's doing way too much. Nobody's actually focusing him. Dendy perhaps trying to right click on Loda down to about half HP backline here. Admiral Bulldog getting focused. Meanwhile, Dendy is just cleaning house. EGM comes on the right side, trying to help his ally. Kuroki gets picked off. Flamebreaker on 3. Funnick's trying to survive. Sprout giving vision. And Admiral Bulldog trying to get a kill on Funnick. Firefly on the low ground. He's gonna be fine. He will have a Blink Dagger up very, very soon.
Still Roshan stands. This time, Dendy wants to go in. While that's happening, Batrider's back to the pit. It's low. There's no Black Hole. Is there a way to steal this? S4 looking to leap. Roche is low. Can he grab it in time? Dendy backs off. BKB's up. On the backside, Funnick falls, but EGM will as well. And now, Roshan just with a sliver of HP. If Dendy gets this, if he gets this, they might not be able to stop him.
TP back in here, and he bashes. There's a stun on Dendy. Dendy's dropping low. Roshan!
S4 picks up the Aegis. Alliance is still in game 5.
Back in the mid lane, Loda looking for a chase. Puppy barely gets away. Kuroki barely gets away. 22-19. Dendy just dropped a beyond godlike shriek to S4.
Old, heading Alliance's way. Experience, heading Alliance's way. Is this the makings of one of the biggest comebacks, hell, perhaps the biggest in the history of Dota? on this stage, in this moment. Can they find a way? S4, he got the Aegis, he got his blink, and now he's moving through the jungle. Kuroki stealing the orb, the waning rift actually, and backing off. Gold Dog up to 2.7k gold. Loda, BKB, not that far off. And with no Aegis, can Na'Vi keep on snowballing? There is 3k gold on Dendi. Havos, no item progression at all. Puppy, no BKB. Kuroki, no Blink Dagger, and no Force Staff on Funnick. It seems like Alliance may, just may, have started to turn the tides.
Have to keep playing on perfect until the game ends because I believe that Na'Vi has a better lineup walking into this matchup because once Puppy gets his BKB, what is the answer to him? There is no answer.
The only answer is to avoid Black Hole or catch him and instant tether stun in the Reality Rift. That's about it. Maybe a Scythe. Puppy, sure he's got Black Hole, but Alliance do have the superior split push, and we've seen them win so many games at this very event using that style. Bulldog on his Prophet. Once upon a time, Lone Druid was his go-to hero, but nowadays, it seems Prophet just might be it. Comes Funnick, scouting out through the river. He's Fireflied up, looking to leave. He could go on Bulldog. Bulldog, though, Shadow Blade up and backing off. Na'Vi always wanting to fight. They're going to force one again. Meanwhile, Wisp CK grouped up top. Loda, he's got a BKB recipe now. All he needs is a Mithril Hammer. 1,500 gold, and then he may be able to take some big fights for Alliance.
This is a very important push for Na'Vi. They gotta keep in mind that there is gonna be a relocate coming. Any second they're gonna waste on the bot lane, not getting a tower, is Loda farming up top. So they gotta make it quick. If ganking, make it quick. If they're pushing, make it quick. If not, just back off.
For now, Alliance, as long as they're not getting picked off, Loda is farming, Bulldog is farming, S4 is alive for now and clearing the wave. So they're farming a little bit more than Na'Vi. The gold is dipping their way. It's kind of plateaued for now. Remember though, they've used a lot more buybacks, and S4 getting towards his next item now. He's already got his blink now. We'll see what he works towards. A lot of options available for him. What are you thinking, Lumi? Is this a Scythe of Ice game?
Scythe of Ice is always your go-to option. I don't see anything that could be useful. Things like Force Staff, for example, or things like Yule Scepter, they are just not that useful. Maybe if you truly are afraid of Dendi, you'll go Scepter for yourself. But I think if you want to win this game, maybe you have to go late, and Scythe of Ice is the best option.
Scythe of Ice is also a play-to-win kind of item. You get a Ghost Scepter, that's a play not to lose, and it feels like if you're just trying not to lose against Na'Vi, they're going to punish you for that, they're going to force fights, and sure, you run, but you're not killing anyone, you're not dealing with Puppy. I agree, I lean towards the Scythe here. Now they're pushing bottom, the tower will fall. Alliance, still in this game, 24 minutes in. That Roche fight could have sealed their fate, but somehow, some way, using that dire advantage, they found a way. They're hanging on, and now Na'Vi, such a fast start. Can they keep it up? Can they push the final mile, the last leg of their journey, and take home the trophy?
Yeah, Alliance perhaps had some fate going their way with that Roshan. It was bashing Dendi non-stop, but you know that's how the cookie comes. We see S4 securing that Aegis. Top tower is going to go to Na'Vi as well, and we're going to see a tier 2
strikes
push.
back. They take a tier 1 top, one step closer. The towers are starting to fall in a big way. The territory for both teams that they safely control shrinks, and soon we may have a decisive clash. Dendi up to 2.3k gold. Daedalus will be his next destination. It's coming soon. For now, he saves for buyback, but only for now. And keep an eye on him. By himself, even if Loda uses Phantasm, some well-placed side blades can blow him up. But Loda will get the biggest item for now. It's his BKB. And now, if anyone for Na'Vi tries to fight on their own, a relocate BKB gank, there is no way to deal with it.
Slowly push down the top tower. They're not receiving any response just yet. They do see a TP away from the top lane. Havos has TP away. It's time to run. You cannot fight without Havos. BKB gets activated by Loda.
Thought they were going to relocate, I guess. I heard the BKB and I thought he was coming in, so...
Bot lane here, S4 trying to run. Should be okay.
Dire gets the tier 2, not denied by Na'Vi. That's a 10-second BKB charge. I believe Na'Vi did see it. I'm not 100% sure, but either way, those BKB charges matter. Sure, there's Black Hole, there's Lasso, there's physical damage from Dendi, but there's a lot of other stuns. Now Havos, a BKB of his own. It seems like Na'Vi have said if we get enough BKBs, there is nothing the Alliance can do to stop us.
I do definitely believe that Alliance is right now split pushing a bit better, simply because they have the ability to relocate and join in. If S4, for example, ever got in trouble in that bot lane, so he was able to get a tier 2 tower. And I think Na'Vi don't really want to fight until the Aegis runs out. And guess what? Aegis down about 24 seconds, sorry.
Trap detonated mid. Gem picked up by a Rubik for Kuroki. BKB for Puppey. This next Roche class will be hotly contested by both teams. For Alliance, they're going to have some big items of their own. S4 might manage to farm a scythe device. Bulldog will have his, and Alliance will have their shots on this next clash.
I just want to comment on how well Dendi's made map control his team. If you look at the mini map, all those green dots are just Na'Vi's traps all over the place. It's scouting Roshan, it's scouting the mid lane. It really helps you know where that wisp is to see if the coming. Also, it helps your bat to find those ganks, and so far he's not going to see anyone just yet.
It goes on like this, you have to look at Alliance and say, some of these heroes aren't necessarily that useful in a fight late game. Like they always have the better split push, and we know that. But in a fight, Crystal Maiden, once Na'Vi have mass BKB, she's not going to do anything. Wisp, sure, a fantastic hero to buff up your carry, but if the enemy team is mass BKBs and you're not stunning them, then, well, she's just dying to the mass burst damage of Na'Vi. Even a Nature's Prophet, faster farmer than anyone on Na'Vi's side, but doesn't use the items as well in the clashes. S4, Puck, weak against BKBs, reliant on the scythe. Na'Vi, it seems like their heroes will use the farm a bit better, and right now, the farm is still their way. Now a Daedalus, and now we can really say Open Dendi. Now he's gonna hurt.
It also depends on how these team fights are going. BKB's nice for that 10-second duration or 9-second duration. If the team fight goes longer than that, and we definitely saw team fights going way longer than that. That Crystal Maiden suddenly frostbite, but S4, talk about that later. Trying to blink out, he will make it out alive, and he'll jump to the right side as well. S4 says, not today, not today.
Too fast for now. Now a scythe picked up on your Admiral Bulldog, Nature's Prophet.
That's huge.
And by the way, he's very close to buyback if he doesn't already have it. In fact, he does. Reliable gold 1100, really managing his economy wisely. So Na'Vi, they've got a gem, they've got a BKB Daedalus on Dendi, 4-staff blink on the bat. They've got all these items to fight now. Mass BKBs as well. Do they fight? Should they fight?
BKB Black Hole, Alliance just have to tread carefully. The only thing they have to go against it is an instant stun coming out from a Reality Rift tether stun, so your Wisp and CK's relocate have to be on top. Here you go.
Well, they're forcing the tier 2 bottom, and they're doing it shortly before Roshan respawns. There's only a few minutes to go, 1.5 to 2 at most, and that means that Alliance will have a harder time contesting this. So instead, Alliance says, we don't want to fight against your 5-man. We're going to rely on our split push. The tier 2 bottom falls. Na'Vi, yet another tower for them.
That's
2 remaining for both teams, but S4,
cancel some TPs,
he's on the prowl. Boast maybe in trouble. Boast is going to head the other way. Did spot him. It is daytime and Juke's out.
When the entire Na'Vi team TP's out like that, anybody that S4 could find is an instant easy kill. We have Wisp as well as Loda coming back in, so you can see how Wisp really is turning adding a whole bunch of extra elements in this game.
Absolutely. Now Funnick in the jungle, continuing to farm, but here they go. They spotted him out. He's caught. He will be picked off. Great movement around the map. Alliance, these wards are just every single ward. They had so many earlier, now they've only got one, but this is what when you run Wisp, you don't just pick Wisp and say, okay, we win, Wisp is a good hero, she's too strong. But you run Wisp and you have wards to back it up, you have other gankers to back it up, you move in a way that supports the Wisp, and now, well, they might catch S4. Oh, he's in trouble.
The stun to phase, not
What a player!
Today.
What a friggin' player! But Dendi's on the hunt. He's not giving up that easy. No, he'll back off. Man, by the way, he had no idea that was coming. No vision, no wards to speak of. That was pure reactions from S4. He saw the stun coming and he hit that phase shift key. And it sounds easy, but trust me, it's not.
Earlier kill in the jungle for a Bat Rider, that's actually a huge deal, Na'Vi, because, I mean, if you can't farm your jungle as one of your most survivable hero, a Bat Rider with Blink Staff, that's issue, because where do you find? You have to farm as 3 or 4, and credit to, again, Lions not taking really kind of bad fights. If you look at the experience graph, it's dipped down to 0 at this point. And if there's nothing really happening, Alliance's lineup with Wisp, they can find more efficient farm. Na'Vi's gonna try to take Roshan once again, but got burned there last time. They gotta be careful.
Puppy does have that BKB, but always the scythe could pose trouble for him, and he's on the high ground. He's in a very bold move. Roche dropping fast. No reaction from Alliance, so they just give this up. They're still not committing. Now, they found S4. He's the key to their success in these fights, and he does die. He's got a buyback, but it's too late. Roche is dead. Puppy moving forward. Aegis to Na'Vi, and now it's time to see what they're really made of. They're pushing in mid, and they may just force the high ground.
A split push coming in from Admiral Bulldog trying to pressure top. You see,
I don't know if it's fast enough,
it's
though.
not. Tier 2 is going to drop in the mid lane very quickly. I think Na'Vi, they want to go high ground. They see the victory. They need to claim it. 33 seconds. If they could force out a buyback from Puck, that's an extra. There's a buyback. There you go.
They're sticking around mid. They really want to fight. They're going to stay on the high ground. They pop the mech. There's their trap deployed. Meanwhile, the Alliance pushing the top lane, pushing the bottom lane, but the tier 3 mid falls. Na'Vi going for the mid Rex, dropping it fast. Alliance, no sign of wanting to defend. S4 is here. Ake baits out a stun. Na'Vi not finishing the Rex yet, but they've lifted S4. He just bobbed back. If he dies, that could be game. Blinks away. They take the Rex.
All TP. TP quick right now. S4 is going to try to cancel as many as possible. He'll cancel 3. My God. Funnick's going to try to TP, but he's going to defend against everybody. Meanwhile, Loda working on the melee racks on the bot. Reality Rift. Oh, Funnick, you're getting stopped hard. He's going to get back out, but the Rack's in huge trouble. They will defend.
Alliance outmaneuvering Na'Vi have almost taken
Barrax,
2 lanes.
Loda comes back
That's
in.
2. That's Kuroki. He's dead. Kuroki's down. Loda, Alliance, the
Top
kings
lane,
in the
Admiral
north.
Bulldog hexes on Funnick. Funnick's going to go down as well. Oh my God, Alliance.
They're doing it. The Alliance is doing it. 2 lanes of Rex. It's so hard to come back now. Na'Vi, they've got an Aegis.
Volsi's Loda, can you drop that stun? Oh,
BKB.
TP! Oh my God, EGM's gonna try to TP as well. We need a Malefice, we will get a Malefice.
Na'Vi not 100% out yet, but they're up against Profit. They're up against Relocate. They're down to Rax. The gold, the experience, so even. It comes down to buybacks. It comes down to who pushes faster. You look at the buybacks. Everyone's got one except for S4. He's still dead. He won of a scythe. Man, Lumi, what a play. 3 Hero Dream Coil. Wins them 2 lanes of Rax. Without that, they lose a Rax and they don't get one. This Rax, the tier 3 had just fallen. The Rax was still at full HP. The bottom Rax was sitting at 3/4. S4, despite getting completely crushed mid lane, is showing why he's respected as one of the very best, if not the best solo mids in the world. Not necessarily for winning his lane, but for his mid-game decision making.
Amazing pressure being played on the both side lanes by Alliance. It forces a quick rotation from Na'Vi, and I think Na'Vi perhaps they panic a little bit. They're saying we need to defend our base, and they TP right in front of the Alliance base, and of course they got Dream Coil cancelled, so Na'Vi cannot make any more mistake this game. Havos, Invis on the mid lane, he says, can we get something going here?
They're going on Loda now,
Oh,
Loda.
no BKB this time.
He's dropping fast. There's a black hole from Puppy. No, there's not. It's on cooldown. Unable to use it. Loda low. Armla toggling on. He's still got BKB. He's baiting this with buyback. EGM's low. EGM not dead yet. Loda standing strong. And Blake's Funnick caught by the tether stun. He might end up being in trouble. EGM running, but will get caught. Loda as well. Do Na'Vi go throne? Do they do it right now? Is it all in?
They don't have enough damage to throw him right now. Keep in mind that Admiral Bulldog pressuring in the bot lane as well. Na'Vi, I think they have to back off. No, they said we want to go in. Havos, no BKB. Nice ghost after blocking the stun, but he gets lifted. EGM, oh no, Ake and huge. Oh, what a crit!
Dandy on low, but it's Bulldog going for the throne. There's no glyph. They must defend.
S4 is going to try to jump to the right side. He won't make it there, but again, Bulldog trying to get the Rex. Puppy's here. He's got to drop the Malefice, but he has to respect the Hex as well. Admiral Bulldog could just Hex him and kill him.
GM, he's still alive. He's baiting them all. Bulldog still working on those tier 4 towers. Alliance losing 2, but they get 1. Gem hits the deck. Still, the creep's pushing in. The base might soon fall. It's coming down to the wire. Bulldog, cat and mouse with Puppy. The tier 4's in jeopardy. Na'Vi running out of options. It's a Necro 3. It's all in on the push.
Oh my God, Rax is going to go down. We're going to see a TP from Dendi, and that will drive Admiral Bulldog out of the base. Meanwhile, you see Havos still trying to run. Every buyback being spent on both sides.
Look at the damage he did. That's the last tier 4. The way to the throne is now open. Admiral, Bulldog, Alliance, they find a pick-off as well. They found him both. He beat Beast. Does he get out in time? No Chris. No Chris. He will live. So Na'Vi, they're out of options here. They gotta force a fight and take Rax very soon. They're not gonna win in a war of split push.
You're not going to win in a war of attrition because you have relocate, you have profit TP.
Oh, look at it, look at it. Boots of Travel on Puppey. He's got BKB, he's got Blink, he's got Black Hole.
There's no way you're going to break 2 tier 4 towers before they break the throne because there's just no damage output from Na'Vi.
They've got a lot of damage, but things like Meld don't help you against towers. There's no Desolator on this team. You can't crit on structures. They're not the best lineup to push the base. Alliance, fantastic pushing lineup. Now they're relaxing. They're sitting back. They know the next Roche is coming in a few minutes. Pressure's on Na'Vi. For Alliance, farm your buybacks, wait for the next Roche. If you take the next Roche, you pretty much can just throw bodies at the throne and win the game via that.
Keep in mind that also if you take the Roshan, that will give the Radiant, and they have the glyph already available, so I think perhaps they're trying to angle for a bait. Meanwhile, you see Puppey smoked up in the base. He has a Breach of Travel. He's looking to join his allies, but it has to be a clean sweep. If you leave Admiral Bulldog,
Meanwhile, slow, steady siege, 2 TPs drawn back. This throne.
Oh, one micro! Kills the gem, a little bit of extra gold.
Was there nothing on that courier? The Weasel Crow falls. There was nothing on it, but it's just gold, and it's a courier they don't have. By the way, I do want to point out, Admiral Bulldog bought that Necro 3 from the enemy fountain, so that's some next level stuff. All the little things right now, they matter so much. They're magnified in the big spotlight, in the moment. Na'Vi, backs against the wall. If they can win this game, then they really deserve the title of champions. But right now, Alliance have battled back. It looked to be Na'Vi's game, and yet here they stand. It's not about the kills. It's not about the gold. It's about the throne. And right now, Na'Vi's throne exposed. Alliance is standing strong. Tier 4's up, Glyph is up, and the throne at full HP.
I think what Admiral Bulldog's going for with his Ultimate Orb is going to be a Manta style. Just have as many things as you can to
push as quickly as possible.
Throw at the throne, throw your Necropros, throw your Manta Illusion, make treants. In that one final push that Alliance is going to try to win with, they will try to surround the throne from all sides and siege. But
$2 million hangs in the balance. 1.4 million and then some to the winner. Only 600,000 to the loser. Nobody will settle for second place. Who's gonna claim it? Who's gonna rip it away? We're still waiting. And once this Roche comes, I think we're gonna see it decided. Because if Alliance gets that, Na'Vi have to know the chances of a comeback get virtually impossible.
Also, Na'Vi's definitely running out of resources. There's no Smoke of the Seed available in their shop. Meanwhile, Alliance has 2. So there's a lot of options for Alliance in terms of how they want to angle this. They could take the Roshan, they could force a 5-man team fight in the enemy base. Keep in mind that when you have buyback, you could buyback and relocate in. So if you add buybacks, if you add Aegis, and if you add relocate, and if you add teleport buybacks, that's like 9-10 lives that Na'Vi has to deal with. Do they have enough?
Alliance, like you said, they should have the strategic advantage in a throne race, in a base race. 2 lanes broken down, tier 4's to fall. But if you're a Na'Vi fan, you must believe in miracles now. You can't count them out yet. They've been in these incredible situations before. Can they find a way? Loda now, DD. This is very important in a base race. He's going bottom lane. He's got his Phantasm maxed out now. There's a Glyph on Na'Vi. They've all got TPs. We also should keep an eye on that to make sure. Everyone with TPs. Right now for Alliance, they actually don't have that many, but they've got all the TP abilities. Teleportation, relocate is there.
You also have to keep track of buyback. Hovosa's got 1, we have 1 on Rubik and 1 on Dendi. That's all of Na'Vi's buybacks.
They felt like they had this game in their grasp. You could sense it. They were confident. They pushed in.
If he gets caught here, they see him. They know where he is.
Steps there? No, they don't. No wards. Gem out of range. Speaking of which, Gem's another important resource. And right now, there is a gem on the side of both teams. S4 carrying run, and I believe it is Funnick the other.
Speaking of Breach of Travel as well, that's definitely the item that you want in this stage of the game.
Roshan up in 30 seconds. The clock's ticking right now. Na'Vi, they know they have to fight Rosh, and they also know Bulldog's going to come straight for the throne. He's going to go for the jugular. He wants to chop them off at the knees and end this game. They know Loda can relocate in. If those TPs get canceled, if they get caught, they could lose without ever getting to fight. Will S4 be the hero? Will he play that role yet again? He's already been the hero thus far. Can he do it one more time?
See that Na'Vi is trying to gank 4 3-man parties, 4-man card parties. If they find a pickoff, they have more options to do with what they want to do. Having Smoke at the sea at this stage of the game is a huge deal because those ganks are going to be less efficient. It's going to be less reliable as well. But they are definitely pushing out the base. They also have to keep in mind that relocate gank is always an option with CK Wisp. But here comes a big push down the top lane. I really don't think Alliance need to do this. They could just play it slow and go for the Roshan. And in fact,
that's what they're doing. They push it past the river as a group, then they back off. They've got the wards. They don't necessarily know that Na'Vi don't have smokes.
Treants, damage is damage. Can't let them in.
Every little bit. The throne, it does regen slowly, so it will gain back some HP. Dendi cleaving them through. He says, not today. Meanwhile, there are Eidolons at the pit, and that is worth noting is that they can boots of travel to those Eidolons. So in a throne race, Na'Vi have a much inferior option to try and TP around the map, but they do have some ability to move around the map. It's all these little things.
I think the best possibility of this is perhaps smoking in lane and start a fight there. And if Alliance decides to throw you travel back.
Say though, here we go. Could be a huge clash in the river. Ake, Blake, Malefice as well. He will get caught. He has buyback. It's a Crystal Maiden down, but the push comes top. It's a nice pick for Na'Vi. It's not enough to put this game in their grasp.
They can't roach. They don't have enough damage. They don't have enough time.
Oh,
cancel TP! He canceled the beat. Puppy, he's not going to be back in the base.
He's not BKB, but no boots of travel. Coil up.
Oh! Cancels Dendi's TP as well. They are in huge
now on
trouble.
Funix caught. Now if they go for the throne, it could be game. Funix down. Alliance are doing it. They need a little more of those to fall. Zone in jeopardy. There's a glyph. It could be their last stand.
Dendi's back. He's going to try to focus everybody, but there's so much stuff hitting on the throne. There's no more glyph available. Down to a half HP, a quarter HP. Alliance surrounding from all sides.
KB, they want this throne. They're going to do it.
They're going to do it. Alliance wins. They win TI3.
The Alliance just won $1.4 million. They are your International 3 champions. They have taken home the first ever International for the Swedes.
One more time for your champions! Congratulations! Congratulations! I think I can speak for everyone watching at home and everyone in the audience when I say we were all having heart attacks for that entire last, 20 seconds. How do you feel right now?
It's hard to describe. I just can't believe it. I don't have no words.
Talk to me about the moment you knew you had grabbed the game back.
Oh, sorry.
Tell me about the moment you knew you got the game back.
Oh my God, it's amazing. To beat Navi 3-2, oh my God. We never knew when we got the game back. It was so close. We were, oh my God. Oh, I can't speak.
What do you have to say to these guys who really put up a couple of really great games?
A big thank you to Navi. They are great players and persons. Thanks to all the fans, the audience, all the Dota players for making this possible.
Thank you. Thank you.
James, back to you. One more time for Alliance.
Unbelievable. The Lions grabbed the championship, guys. Just what a game. I couldn't believe it. It was a magical game to a magical tournament, and it was like S4, the whole team, I have to say, was amazing. But I had notes on S4 here, and I was like, Puck, prior 15 minutes, terrible laning phase, terrible engagements. S4 isn't handling the pressure right now. And then all of a sudden, at the end, he just made magical plays. I couldn't believe how different it was and just how they stepped up in the moment.
That was just amazing. The way he just, it's something so simple. He cancels TPs, but it's...
Someone called it the $1 million puck out.
And it really was. That was amazing. He jumped in, I think he got 3 or 4 TPs cancelled.
The first time?
Yeah, the first time. And then the second time around, which was where the throne fell, 2 TPs right on the money. Oh my God, spectacular. I don't know what to say about this game. I'm just I ran in here thinking Navi had it in the bag because I was sitting between the audience. Then S4 happened at Roshan, and
well, that was actually Admiral Bulldog, I have to say, because Admiral Bulldog, he took down the refraction charges with Treant.
That was ridiculous.
That was where I was running into the hall, maybe, because I was oh, Navi just won.
Yeah, it was Admiral Bulldog was, I think, overall that game probably one of the most solid players, solid decision makings. He was so good, and also EGM was absolutely fantastic. Okay, the whole team was amazing, but that moment when that happened, I was like, this is not meant to happen. This is not meant to happen. And S4 gets the Aegis.
And Dendy died in a matter of a second. Dendy actually had over 3,000 gold on him at the time. If he had bought anything, that fight would have gone completely differently. But I mean, I can't fault Dendy for his play. He was 17-2 at one point, totally carrying Na'Vi. And Havos at 1v4 on the bottom.
Oh, wow.
Come on.
Yeah.
Come on.
And just to think about how good you have to be at decision making when you know that Na'Vi are ahead, and when they come to your base, you cannot defend. So you're like, well,
let's base trade.
2 racks for 1.
2
melee racks.
They shouldn't have been able to do that. Na'Vi didn't see it coming, otherwise they would have reacted better.
S4
no
got
one expected.
Picked off. He got picked off before, so Na'Vi had a huge advantage going into that.
Yeah, S4 was just messing with him, man. He was like, look how bad I am. Oh no, I've died. And then they're like, oh, we've just killed S4. Let's just take the... And then he buys back and he's like, only joking.
Yeah. That was
it's amazing.
And how amazing is also Admiral Bulldog when they got the Raxis, just buying that Necro 3, putting all the pressure there, hiding with the Enigma. All the team was amazing.
Well, we have to also give it up to Na'Vi. It takes to have a great champion, you need a great competitor, and that's exactly what they were. And we're going to go to a Casey with an interview. The runners-up, it's Puppy from Na'Vi.
What Puppy requests, I deliver. He wanted to sit down.
We're not going to.
No, we're not. No. How are you doing? That was still such an exciting few games to watch. You guys did an amazing job.
It was quite crazy games, I gotta agree. It was probably the most intense grand final I've ever played. And they showed some crazy games, right? Of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
What was most surprising to you, the way that the games went?
Most of the games had to be most likely a stomp. I think the one that gets the advantage is going to go roll with it. So we lost first game. Second game we won with a stomp. Third game also it was kind of even, but we always had the upper hand somehow. And the fourth game was also a little bit fail of us. They kind of started snowballing us. We thought we were stronger maybe at pushing bottom lane, and then we couldn't, take the game back. Fifth game was pretty much an even Steven, crazy, all around, moves and stuff. We had a lot of luck in this tournament, and that's, Alchemix getting first bloods and double kills and stuff was absolutely lucky, I guess, for us. And yeah, crazy.
Very crazy, and so many people, such huge fans of yours, watching at home on streaming and out there in the hall. What do you have to say to them?
I love all of my fans. I give them autographs all the time, and I can stay as long as in the booth as I can, as humanly possible. And let's say I love Dota too.
Thank you so much.
Two things that I love right now.
And congratulations, you guys came such a long way. It was great to see you guys back, and thanks for being so nice and generous with your time with me this time. I've enjoyed getting to know you.
I appreciate, you're a Dota fan probably, aren't you?
I am now.
You are now?
Yeah.
Of course, so you're connected to Dota, everything I like already, I don't even care if you're like something, I'm not going to even...
No, I think we should send it back to James. That would be a good time.
Thank you. Thank you, Casey. And Puppy, stop trying to mess her throws up. I think Puppy, generally, he actually seems pretty cool about it. I think he actually enjoyed the fact that it was a great finals. Like, Puppy is just a lover of Dota in terms of strategy, plays, tactics. And I think Alliance, of course, they push him to the limits, and he enjoyed it. And he also said, the team that took the advantage would normally win, but that wasn't the case on the last game.
I don't want people to get this the wrong way, but Na'Vi and Puppy is like the greatest losers. Last year we saw them lift Ferrari up and just celebrate their victory with them. And this time around, like, what great sportsmanship. I'm just so impressed by Na'Vi's heart in the game and how Puppy is able to sit down with Casey afterwards and be like, I love Dota, I love my fans, I love everything about this game. It's just so admirable.
Yeah, and we're going to get Casey to join us on the panel before we say goodbye to tonight. But before we do, let's also take a look at some of the highlights of game number 5 between Alliance and Na'Vi. And here you can see this is the split push, and there you go. It's three people interrupted. Only Funnick really being able to get home, and Kurokai, it's not going to be enough. Already, Admiral Bulldog up top has done enough. They try and get Funnick, 4 staffs away, but they will be able to go back and put some additional pressure onto the racks. Admiral Bulldog takes that down, and later on, S4 once again interrupts one with a sheep stick. Here comes the coil. There's 2. And this is pretty much where the final push comes in.
Where was Dendi TPing to? That looked like more than a 3-second TP, and I don't know. That was insane. And here we go with the last part of the throne. Loda with his Phantasm images. They had such a better split pushing lineup and just pushing lineup in general. They had the Necro 3, they had the Furion, they had the Phantasm image. Alchemist, he, as great of a fighter as he is not that great at pushing, at least not at this speed.
And I'm sure Alliance right now knows something's going to happen. BKB pops onto Loda, just making sure they can take it down. S4 as well getting in on the action. The throne goes down. GGs are called. Even the crowd here are reliving the moment.
So loud I cannot hear what you guys are saying.
Loda, Ake, S4, Admiral Bulldog, EGM, and Loda there. He's been a face of Dota for so long, and just to pick up that championship's amazing. And Na'Vi maybe can't believe it slipped through their fingers, which it kind of, in a way, it did. It could have been their game. Both of them could have been champions.
This game had everything. Like early game aggression from both teams. They kept on fighting. There was like in a matter of 20 minutes or so, there was like 40 kills on the board already. It looked as if Na'Vi kept on pushing Alliance back, but Alliance just kept buying back and spending all of their gold just buying back to fight against Na'Vi. Then we went into a sort of like, we had big plays by S4 getting the Aegis off, some great play by Admiral Bulldog, and the game had everything. It's just,
you can't ask for more as a Dota
I'm so
fan.
humbled being a part of this great esports moment. It's just the best game ever.
Yeah, the fans are also very happy because apparently Loda's bought half the secret shop or something, because there's a lot of t-shirts being thrown out. I don't know if we can get a camera on it in just a moment, but
yeah, we did.
You can see this is Loda. Loda bought all this.
Oh, wow.
There's going to be so many people dressed up in Dota clothing for the next year, it seems, but you know, these are the shirts you got after the event where you probably saw one of the best, if not the best game, the best finals in Dota history.
Certainly a game for the ages and for the ages.
Yeah, it certainly is. And we're now joined.
Did you get any shirts? Did you buy anything for the Secret Sub games?
I don't. I only wear flashy stuff. Bruno is my fashion advisor. But we are joined at the panel by Casey, who probably can't hear us because of how loud the audience is. Casey.
What?
How are you doing?
I'm great. How are you guys?
Amazing. Never better.
I think I'm having a heart attack. I didn't know who to root for, and it started to get down towards the end, and just when I thought Navi was going to take it, Alliance came from behind, and I'm just freaking out right now.
We went in there for the final moments, obviously. We're on the panel.
Right.
Was it louder than this?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah. It was crazy. You know what? I'm just going to forget the hair. This is how
it looks brilliant.
This is how I think this accurately represents how I feel right now, which is totally overwhelmed.
That's what happens. That's what Dota does to you. So we're going to be wrapping this up now. Casey, I just want to get any kind of impressions or lasting final words from you about your first experience coming into esports, because it's been great having you here.
It has been amazing. It's been overwhelming, and I just want to thank you guys for being so accepting, and everybody watching and tweeting and all of that. It's been just thrilling, and people have been so warm and helpful, because I have a lot to learn when it comes to this game, but it's just been really an awesome run.
All right, and Bruno, come on. Yeah, I know you've got something for us. You always do at the end before I say the final goodbye.
Well, first of all, thank everyone that bared with us for like 5 days. I hope we were entertaining, and I know the games didn't disappoint, but I'm also happy because Valve just demonstrated that they can't count to 3. They gave the ages to Alliance, but we actually get up winning because I went to the rush pit and I got the cheese.
All right. Thank you, Bruno, and also Malk and Ben for joining me on the panel. And I also just want to say a big thank you to the wonderful production team that has made this possible. Also, all the volunteers that have put in the long hours here. We also have to say thank you for Casey for embracing our eSport community. It's been great having you on board. Also, all the Ursas for staying up late and staying with us, but more importantly, you guys at home, you guys have been fantastic. Also in the auditorium for supporting the community, and it's great to share this event with you. And last but not least, all the players for the exciting moments and the great sportsmanship. And once again, I'm just going to say congratulations to Alliance, the champions of the International 2013. See you next year.